Empire. Michael Hardt. Antonio Negri. Every tool is a weapon if I hold it right. Ani DeFranco. Men fight and lose the battle, and the thing that they fought for comes about in spite of their defeat, and then it turns out not to be what they meant, and other men have to fight for what they meant under another name. William Morris. We would like to thank the friends and colleagues who read parts of these manuscript and from whose comments we benefited: Robert Adelman, Ishan Balibar, Dennis Berger, Jan Moalier Botang, Tom Conley, Arif Derlich, Luciano Ferrari Bravo, David Harvey, Fred Jameson, Rebecca Carl, Juanima Lubiano, Sari Makdisi, Christian Marazzi, Valentine Mutimbe, Judith Revel, Ken Surin, Christine Thorsteinson, Jean-Marie Vincent, Paolo Verno, Lindsay Waters, and Kathy Weeks. CONTENTS. Preface 11. Part 1. The Political Constitution of Present. 1. 1.1 World Order. 3. 1.2 Biopolitical Production. 22. 1.3 Alternatives within Empire. 42. Part 2. Passages of Sovereignty. 67. 2.12 Europe's two modernities. 69. 2.2 Sovereignty of Nation-State. 93. 2.3 The Dialectics of Colonial Sovereignty. 114. 2.4 Symptoms of Passage. 137. 2.5 Network Power, U.S. Sovereignty and the New Empire. 160. 2.6 Imperial Sovereignty. 183. Intermezzo, Counter-Empire. 205. Part 3. Passages of Production. 219. 3.1 The Limits of Imperialism. 221. 3.2 Disciplinary Governability. 240. 3.3 Resistance, Crisis, Transformation. 260. 3.4 Postmodernization, or the informatization of production. 280. 3.5 Mixed Constitution. 304. 3.6 Capitalist Sovereignty, or administering the global society of control. 325. XCONTENTS Part 4, The Decline and Fall of Empire. 351. 4.1 Virtualities. 353. 4.2 Generation and Corruption. 370. 4.3 The Multitude Against Empire. 393. Notes. 415. Index. 473. Empire is materializing before our very eyes. Over the past several decades, as colonial regimes were overthrown and then precipitously after the Soviet barriers to the capitalist world market finally collapsed, we have witnessed an irresistible and irreversible globalization of economic and cultural exchanges. Along with the global market and global circuits of production has emerged a global order, a new logic and structure of rule, in short, a new form of sovereignty. Empire is the political subject that effectively regulates these global exchanges, the sovereign power that governs the world. Many argue that the globalization of capitalist production and exchange means that economic relations have become more autonomous from political controls, and consequently that political sovereignty has declined. Some celebrate this new era as the liberation of capitalist economy from the restrictions and distortions that political forces have imposed on it. Others lament it as the closing of institutional channels through which workers and citizens can influence or contest the cold logic of capitalist profit. It is certainly true that, in step with the processes of globalization, the sovereignty of nation-states, while still effective, has progressively declined. The primary factors of production and exchange, money, technology, people, and goods, move with increasing ease across national boundaries, hence the nation-state has less and less power to regulate these flows and impose its authority over the economy. Even the most dominant nation-states should no longer be thought of as supreme and sovereign authorities, either outside or even within their own borders. The decline in sovereignty of nation-states, however, does not mean that sovereignty as such has declined. 112 Throughout the contemporary transformations, political controls, state functions, and regulatory mechanisms have continued to rule the realm of economic and social production and exchange. Our basic hypothesis is that sovereignty has taken a new form, composed of a series of national and supranational organisms united under a single logic of rule. This new global form of sovereignty is what we call empire. The declining sovereignty of nation-states and their increasing inability to regulate economic and cultural exchanges is in fact one of primary symptoms of coming of empire. The sovereignty of nation-state was the cornerstone of imperialisms that European powers constructed throughout the modern era. By empire, however, we understand something altogether different from imperialism. The boundaries defined by the modern system of nation-states were fundamental to European colonialism and economic expansion. The territorial boundaries of nation delimited the center of power from which rule was exerted over external foreign territories through a system of channels and barriers that alternately facilitated and obstructed the flows of production and circulation. Imperialism was really an extension of sovereignty of European nation-states beyond their own boundaries. Eventually nearly all the world's territories could be parceled out and the entire world map could be coded in European colors, red for British territory, blue for French, green for Portuguese, and so forth. Wherever modern sovereignty took root, it constructed a leviathan that overarched its social domain and imposed hierarchical territorial boundaries, both to police the purity of its own identity and to exclude all that was other. The passage to empire emerges from the twilight of modern sovereignty. In contrast to imperialism, empire establishes no territorial center of power and does not rely on fixed boundaries or barriers. It is a decentator and deterritorializing apparatus of rule that progressively incorporates the entire global realm within its open, expanding frontiers. Empire manages hybrid identities, flexible hierarchies, and plural exchanges through modulating networks of COM13MAND. The distinct national colors of the imperialist map of the world have merged and blended in the imperial global rainbow. The transformation of the modern imperialist geography of the globe and the realization of the world market signal a passage within the capitalist mode of production. Most significant, the spatial divisions of three worlds, first, second, and third, have been scrambled so that we continually find the first world in the third in the first, and the second almost nowhere at all. Capital seems to be faced with a smooth world, or really, a world defined by new and complex regimes of differentiation and homogenization, deterritorialization, and reterritorialization. The construction of paths and limits of these new global flows has been accompanied by a transformation of the dominant productive processes themselves, with the result that the role of industrial factory labor has been reduced and priority given instead to communicative, cooperative, and effective labor. In the post-modernization of the global economy, the creation of wealth tends ever more toward what we will call biopolitical production, the production of social life itself, in which the economic, the political, and the cultural increasingly overlap and invest one another. Many locate the ultimate authority that rules over the processes of globalization and the New World Order in the United States. Proponents praise the United States as the world leader and sole superpower, and detractors denounce it as an imperialist oppressor. Both these views rest on the assumption that the United States has simply donned the mantle of global power that the European nations have now let fall. If the 19th century was a British century, then the 20th century has been an American century, or really, if modernity was European, then postmodernity is American. The most damning charge critics can level, then, is that the United States is repeating the practices of old European imperialists, while proponents celebrate the United States as a more efficient and more benevolent world leader, getting right what the Europeans got wrong. Our basic hypothesis, however, that a new imperial form of sovereignty has emerged, contradicts both these views. The United 14 States does not, and indeed no nation-state can today, form the center of an imperialist project. Imperialism is over. No nation will be world leader in the way modern European nations were. The United States does indeed occupy a privileged position in empire, but this privilege derives not from its similarities to the old European imperialist powers, but from its differences. These differences can be recognized most clearly by focusing on the early imperial, not imperialist, foundations of the United States Constitution, where by Constitution we mean both the formal Constitution, the written document along with its various amendments and legal apparatuses, and the material Constitution, that is, the continuous formation and reformation of the composition of social forces. Thomas Jefferson, the authors of the Federalist, and the other ideological founders of the United States were all inspired by the ancient imperial model. They believed they were creating on the other side of the Atlantic a new empire with open, expanding frontiers, where power would be effectively distributed in networks. This imperial idea has survived and matured throughout the history of the United States Constitution and has emerged now on a global scale in its fully realized form. We should emphasize that we use empire here not as a metaphor, which would require demonstration of resemblances between today's world order and the empires of Rome, China, the Americas, and so forth, but rather as a concept, which calls primarily for a theoretical approach. Point 2. The concept of empire is characterized fundamentally by a lack of boundaries. Empire's rule has no limits. First and foremost, then, the concept of empire posits a regime that effectively encompasses the spatial totality, or really that rules over the entire civilized world. No territorial boundaries limit its reign. Second, the concept of empire presents itself not as a historical regime originating in conquest, but rather as an order that effectively suspends history and thereby fixes the existing state of affairs for eternity. From the perspective of empire, this is the way things will always be and the way they were always meant to be. In other words, empire presents its rule not as a transitory 15 moment in the movement of a story, but as a regime with no temporal boundaries and in this sense outside of a story or at the end of a story. Third, the rule of empire operates on all registers of social order extending down to the depths of social world. Empire not only manages a territory and a population but also creates the very world it inhabits. It not only regulates human interactions but also seeks directly to rule over human nature. The object of its rule is social life in its entirety, and thus empire presents the paradigmatic form of biopower. Finally, although the practice of empire is continually bathed in blood, the concept of empire is always dedicated to peace, a perpetual and universal peace outside of a story. The empire we are faced with wields enormous powers of oppression and destruction, but that fact should not make us nostalgic in any way for the old forms of domination. The passage to empire and its processes of globalization offer new possibilities to the forces of liberation. Globalization, of course, is not one thing, and the multiple processes that we recognize as globalization are not unified or univocal. Our political task, we will argue, is not simply to resist these processes but to reorganize them and redirect them toward new ends. The creative forces of the multitude that sustain empire are also capable of autonomously constructing a counter-empire, an alternative political organization of global flows and exchanges. The struggles to contest and subvert empire, as well as those to construct a real alternative, will thus take place on the imperial terrain itself. Indeed, such new struggles have already begun to emerge. Through these struggles and many more like them, the multitude will have to invent new democratic forms and a new constituent power that will one day take us through and beyond empire. The genealogy we follow in our analysis of the passage from imperialism to empire will be first European and then Euro-American, not because we believe that these regions are the exclusive or privileged source of new ideas and historical innovation, but simply because this was the dominant geographical path along 16 which the concepts and practices that animate today's empire develop at in step, as we will argue, with the development of capitalist mode of production. Point 3. Whereas the genealogy of empire is in this sense Eurocentric. However, its present powers are not limited to any region. Logics off-rule that in some sense originated in Europe and the United States now invest practices of domination throughout the globe. More important, the forces that contest empire and effectively prefigure an alternative global society are themselves not limited to any geographical region. The geography of these alternative powers, the new cartography, is still waiting to be written, or really, it is being written today through the resistances, struggles, and desires of multitude. In writing this book we have tried to the best of our abilities to employ a broadly interdisciplinary approach. Point 4 Our argument aims to be equally philosophical and historical, cultural and economic, political and anthropological. In part, our object of study demands this broad interdisciplinarity, since in empire the boundaries that might previously have justified narrow disciplinary approaches are increasingly breaking down. In the imperial world the economist, for example, needs a basic knowledge of cultural production to understand the economy, and likewise the cultural critic needs a basic knowledge of economic processes to understand culture. That is a requirement that our project demands. What we hope to have contributed in this book is a general theoretical framework and a toolbox of concepts for theorizing and acting in and against empire. Point 5 Like most large books, this one can be read in many different ways, front to back, back to front, in pieces, in a hopscotch pattern, or through correspondences. The sections of Part 1 introduce the general problematic of empire. In the central portion of the book, Parts 2 and 3, we tell the story of passage from modernity to postmodernity, or really from imperialism to empire. Part 2 narrates the passage primarily from the standpoint of history of ideas and culture from the early modern period to the present. The red 17 thread that runs throughout this part is the genealogy of the concept of sovereignty. Part 3 narrates the same passage from the standpoint of production, whereby production is understood in a very broad sense, ranging from economic production to the production of subjectivity. This narrative spans a shorter period and focuses primarily on the transformations of capitalist production from the late 19th century to the present. The internal structures of Parts 2 and 3 thus correspond. The first sections of each treat the modern, imperialist phase, the middle sections deal with the mechanisms of passage, and the final sections analyze our postmodern, imperial world. We structured the book this way in order to emphasize the importance of shift from the realm of ideas to that of production. The intermezzo between Parts 2 and 3 functions as a hinge that articulates the movement from one standpoint to the other. We intend this shift of standpoint to function something like the moment in Capital when Marx invites us to leave the noisy sphere of exchange and descend into the hidden abode of production. The realm of production is where social inequalities are clearly revealed and, moreover, where the most effective resistances and alternatives to the power of empire arise. In Part 4 we thus try to identify these alternatives that today are tracing the lines of a movement beyond empire. This book was begun well after the end of the Persian Gulf War and completed well before the beginning of the war in Kosovo. The reader should thus situate the argument at the midpoint between those two signal events in the construction of empire. Part 1. THEPOLITICALCONSTITUTIONOFTHEPRESENT 1.1 Capitalism only triumphs when it becomes identified with the state, when it is the state. Fernand Braudel. They make slaughter and they call it peace. Tacitus. The problematic of empire is determined in the first place by one simple fact, that there is world order. This order is expressed as a juridical formation. Our initial task, then, is to grasp the constitution of order being formed today. We should rule out from the outset, however, two common conceptions of this order that reside on opposing limits of the spectrum. First, the notion that the present order somehow rises up spontaneously out of the interactions of radically heterogeneous global forces, as if these order were a harmonious concert orchestrated by the natural and neutral hidden hand of the world market, and second, the idea that order is dictated by a single power and a single center of rationality transcendent to global forces, guiding the various phases of historical development according to its conscious and all-seeing plan, something like a conspiracy theory of globalization. 1 United Nations. Before investigating the constitution of empire in juridical terms, we must analyze in some detail the constitutional processes that have come to define the central juridical categories. And in particular, 4. Give careful attention to the process of the long transition from the sovereign right of nation-states, and the international right that followed from it, to the first postmodern global figures of imperial right. As a first approximation, one can think of these as the genealogy of juridical forms that led to, and now leads beyond, the supranational role of the United Nations and its various affiliated institutions. It is widely recognized that the notion of international order that European modernity continually proposed and reproposed, at least since the Peace of Westphalia, is now in crisis too. It has in fact always been in crisis, and this crisis has been one of motors that has continuously pushed toward empire. Perhaps this notion of international order and its crisis should be dated from the time of the Napoleonic Wars, as some scholars claim, or perhaps the origin should be located in the Congress of Vienna and the establishment of the Holy Alliance. 3 In any case, there can be no doubt that by the time of the First World War and the birth of the League of Nations, a notion of international order along with its crisis had been definitively established. The birth of the United Nations at the end of the Second World War merely reinitiated, consolidated, and extended this developing international juridical order that was first European but progressively became completely global. The United Nations, in effect, can be regarded as the culmination of this entire constitutive process, a culmination that both reveals the limitations of the notion of international order and points beyond it toward a new notion of global order. One could certainly analyze the UN juridical structure in purely negative terms and dwell on the declining power of nation-states in the international context, but one should also recognize that the notion of right defined by the UN Charter also points toward a new positive source of juridical production, effective on a global scale, a new center of normative production that can play a sovereign juridical role. The UN functions as a hinge in the genealogy from international to global juridical structures. On the one hand, the entire UN conceptual structure is predicated on the recognition and legitimation 5. Of sovereignty of individual states, and it is thus planted squarely within the old framework of international right defined by pacts and treaties. On the other hand, however, this process of legitimation is effective only insofar as it transfers sovereign right to a real supranational center. It is not our intention here to criticize or lament the serious, and at times tragic, inadequacies of these process. Indeed, we are interested in the United Nations and the project of international order not as an end in itself, but rather as a real historical lever that pushed forward the transition toward a properly global system. It is precisely the inadequacies of the process, then, that make it effective. To look more closely at this transition in juridical terms, it is useful to read the work of Hans Kelsen, one of the central intellectual figures behind the formation of the United Nations. As early as the 1910s and 1920s, Kelsen proposed that the international juridical system be conceived as the supreme source of every national juridical formation and constitution. Kelsen arrived at this proposal through his analyses of formal dynamics of particular orderings of states. The limits of nation-state, he claimed, posed an insurmountable obstacle to the realization of the idea of right. For Kelsen, the partial ordering of domestic law of nation-states led back necessarily to the universality and objectivity of international ordering. The latter is not only logical but also ethical, for it would put an end to conflicts between states of unequal power and affirm instead an equality that is the principle of real international community. Behind the formal sequence that Kelsen described, then, there was a real and substantial drive of Enlightenment modernization. Kelsen sought, in Kantian fashion, a notion of right that could become an organization of humanity and would therefore be one with the supreme ethical idea, for he wanted to get beyond the logic of power in international relations so that the particular states could be regarded juridically as entities of equal rank, and thus a world and universal state could be formed, organized as a universal community superior to the particular states, enveloping them all within itself. 5. 6. It was only fitting, then, that Kelsen would later have the privilege of attending the meetings in San Francisco that founded the United Nations and seeing his theoretical hypothesis realized. For him the United Nations organized a rational idea. 6. It gave legs to an idea of the spirit. It proposed a real base of effectiveness for a transcendental schema of validity of right situated above the nation-state. The validity and efficacy of right could now be united in the supreme juridical source, and under these conditions Kelsen's notion of a fundamental norm could finally be realized. Kelsen conceived the formal construction and validity of the system as independent from the material structure that organizes it, but in reality the structure must somehow exist and be organized materially. How can the system actually be constructed? This is the point at which Kelsen's thought ceases to be of any use to us, it remains merely a fantastic utopia. The transition we wish to study consists precisely in this gap between the formal conception that grounds the validity of juridical process in a supranational source and the material realization of these conception. The LIPI of the United Nations, from its foundation to the end of the Cold War, has been a long history of ideas, compromises, and limited experiences oriented more or less toward the construction of such a supranational ordering. The aporias of these process are obvious, and there is no need for us to describe them in detail here. Certainly the United Nations domination of general framework of supranational project between 1945 and 1989 led to some of most perverse theoretical and practical consequences. And yet, all this was not enough to block the constitutionalization of a supranational power. 7. In the ambiguous experiences of the United Nations, the juridical concept of empire began to take shape. The theoretical responses to this constitutionalization of a supranational world power, however, have been entirely inadequate. Instead of recognizing what was really new about these supranational processes, the vast majority of juridical theorists merely tried to resurrect anachronistic models to apply to the new problems. To a large extent, in fact, the models that had presided over the 7. Birth of nation-state were simply dusted off and reproposed as interpretive schema for reading the construction of a supranational power. The domestic analogy thus became the fundamental methodological tool in the analysis of international and supranational forms of order. 82 lines of thought have been particularly active during this transition, and as a kind of shorthand we can conceive of them as resurrections of the Hobbesian and the Lockean ideologies that in another era dominated the European conceptions of the sovereign state. The Hobbesian variant focuses primarily on the transfer of the title of sovereignty and conceives the constitution of supranational sovereign entity as a contractual agreement grounded on the convergence of pre-existing state subjects. 9. A new transcendent power, tertium super partes, primarily concentrated in the hands of military, the one that rules over life and death, the Hobbesian God on earth, is, according to this school, the only means capable of constituting a secure international system and thus of overcoming the anarchy that sovereign states necessarily produce. 10. By contrast, according to the Lockean variant, the same process is projected in more decentralized, pluralistic terms. In this framework, just when the transfer toward a supranational center is accomplished, networks of local and constitutionally effective counterpowers rise up to contest and or support the new figure of power. Rather than global security, then, what is proposed here is a global constitutionalism, or really this amounts to a project of overcoming state imperatives by constituting a global civil society. These slogans are meant to evoke the values of globalism that would infuse the new international order, or really the new transnational democracy. 11. Whereas the Hobbesian hypothesis emphasizes the contractual process that gives rise to a new unitary and transcendental supranational power, the Lockean hypothesis focuses on the counterpowers that animate the constitutive process and support the supranational power. In both cases, however, the new global power is presented merely in analogy with the classical conception of national sovereign power of states, rather than recognizing the new nature of imperial power. 8. The two hypotheses simply insist on the old inherited forms of state constitution, a monarchic form in the Hobbesian case, a liberal form in the Lockean. Although, given the conditions in which these theories were formulated, during the Cold War, when the United Nations only limped forward in the best of times, we must recognize the great foresight of these theorists. We also have to point out that they cannot account for the real novelty of the historical processes we are witnessing today. Point 12. In this regard, these theories can and do become harmful, because they do not recognize the accelerated rhythm, the violence, and the necessity with which the new imperial paradigm operates. What they do not understand is that imperial sovereignty marks a paradigm shift. Paradoxically, but it is really not that paradoxical, only Kelson's conception poses the real problem, even if I's conception is limited to a strictly formalist point-of view. What political power already exists or can be created, he asks, that is adequate to a globalization of economic and social relations? What juridical source, what fundamental norm, and what command can support a new order and avoid the impending descent into global disorder? The Constitution of Empire. Many contemporary theorists are reluctant to recognize the globalization of capitalist production and its world market as a fundamentally new situation and a significant historical shift. The theorists associated with the world system's perspective, for example, argue that from its inception, capitalism has always functioned as a world economy, and therefore those who clamor about the novelty of its globalization today have only misunderstood its history. Point 13. Certainly, it is important to emphasize both capitalism's continuous foundational relationship to, or at least a tendency toward, the world market and capitalism's expanding cycles of development, but proper attention to the aborigine universal or universalizing dimensions of capitalist development should not blind us to the rupture or shift in contemporary capitalist production and global relations. 9. Of power. We believe that this shift makes perfectly clear and possible today the capitalist project to bring together economic power and political power, to realize, in other words, a properly capitalist order. In constitutional terms, the processes of globalization are no longer merely a fact but also a source of juridical definitions that tends to project a single supranational figure of political power. Other theorists are reluctant to recognize a major shift in global power relations because they see that the dominant capitalist nation-states have continued to exercise imperialist domination over the other nations and regions of the globe. From this perspective, the contemporary tendencies toward empire would represent not a fundamentally new phenomenon but simply a perfecting of imperialism. Point 14. Without underestimating these real and important lines of continuity, however, we think it is important to note that what used to be conflict or competition among several imperialist powers has in important respects been replaced by the idea of a single power that overdetermines them all, structures them in a unitary way, and treats them under one common notion of right that is decidedly post-colonial and post-imperialist. This is really the point of departure for our study of empire, a new notion of right, or rather, a new inscription of authority and a new design of production of norms and legal instruments of coercion that guarantee contracts and resolve conflicts. We should point out here that we accord special attention to the juridical figures of the Constitution of Empire at the beginning of our study, not out of any specialized disciplinary interest as if right or law in itself, as an agent of regulation, were capable of representing the social world in its totality, but rather because they provide a good index of processes of imperial constitution. New juridical figures reveal a first view of tendency toward the centralized and unitary regulation of both the world market and global power relations, with all the difficulties presented by such a project. Juridical transformations effectively point toward changes in the material constitution of world power and order. The transition we are witnessing today from traditional international law, which 10. was defined by contracts and treaties, to the definition and constitution of a new sovereign, supranational world power, and thus to an imperial notion of right, however incomplete, gives us a framework in which to read the totalizing social processes of empire. In effect, the juridical transformation functions as a symptom of the modifications of material biopolitical constitution of our societies. These changes regard not only international law and international relations but also the internal power relations of each country. While studying and critiquing the new forms of international and supranational law, then, we will at the same time be pushed to the heart of political theory of empire, where the problem of supranational sovereignty, its source of legitimacy, and its exercise bring into focus political, cultural, and finally onto logical problems. To approach the juridical concept of empire, we might look first at the genealogy of concept, which will give us some preliminary terms for our investigation. The concept comes down to us through a long, primarily European tradition, which goes back at least to ancient Rome, whereby the juridico-political figure of empire was closely linked to the Christian origins of European civilizations. There the concept of empire united juridical categories and universal ethical values, making them work together as an organic whole. This union has continuously functioned within the concept, whatever the vicissitudes of history of empire. Every juridical system is in some way a crystallization of a specific set of values, because ethics is part of materiality of every juridical foundation, but empire, and in particular the Roman tradition of imperial right, is peculiar in that it pushes the coincidence and universality of ethical and the juridical to the extreme. In empire there is peace, in empire there is the guarantee of justice for all peoples. The concept of empire is presented as a global concert under the direction of a single conductor, a unitary power that maintains the social peace and produces its ethical truths. And in order to achieve these ends, the single power is given the necessary force to conduct, when necessary, just wars at the borders against the barbarians and internally against the rebellious. 15. 11. From the beginning, then, empire sets in motion an ethico-political dynamic that lies at the heart of its juridical concept. This juridical concept involves two fundamental tendencies. First, the notion of a right that is affirmed in the construction of a new order that envelopes the entire space of what it considers civilization, a boundless, universal space, and second, a notion of right that encompasses all time within its ethical foundation. Empire exhausts historical time, suspends history, and summons the past and future within its own ethical order. In other words, empire presents its order as permanent, eternal, and necessary. In the Germanic Roman tradition that thrived throughout the Middle Ages, these two notions of right went hand in hand. 16 Beginning in the Renaissance, however, with the triumph of secularism, these two notions were separated and each developed independently. On the one hand, there emerged in modern European political thought a conception of international right, and on the other, there developed utopias of perpetual peace. In the first case, the order that the Roman Empire had promised was sought, long after its fall, through a treaty mechanism that would construct an international order among sovereign states by operating analogously to the contractual mechanisms that guaranteed order within the nation-state and its civil society. Thinkers from Grotius to Pufendorf theorized this process in formal terms. In the second case, the idea of perpetual peace continually reappeared throughout modern Europe, from Bernardin de Saint-Pierre to Immanuel Kant. This idea was presented as an ideal of reason, a light that had to criticize and also unite right and ethicality, a presupposed transcendental of juridical system and ideal schema of reason and ethics. The fundamental alternative between these two notions ran throughout all of European modernity, including the two great ideologies that defined its mature phase, the liberal ideology that rests on the peaceful concert of juridical forces and its supersession in the market, and the socialist ideology that focuses on international unity through the organization of struggles and the supersession of right. Would it be correct to claim, then, that these two different developments of notion of right that persisted side by side? 12. Through the centuries of modernity tend today toward being united and presented as a single category? We suspect that this is indeed the case, and that in postmodernity the notion of right should be understood again in terms of concept of empire. And yet, since a large part of our investigation will turn around this question, leading us toward doubts and perplexities, it does not seem a good idea to jump so quickly to a definitive conclusion, even if here we are limiting ourselves only to the analysis of notion of right. We can already recognize, however, some important symptoms of the rebirth of concept of empire, symptoms that function like logical provocations arising on the terrain of a store that theory cannot ignore. One symptom, for example, is the renewed interest in and effectiveness of the concept of bellum justum, or just war. This concept, which was organically linked to the ancient imperial orders and whose rich and complex genealogy goes back to the biblical tradition, has begun to reappear recently as a central narrative of political discussions, particularly in the wake of Gulf War. 17 Traditionally, the concept rests primarily on the idea that when a state finds itself confronted with a threat of aggression that can endanger its territorial integrity or political independence, it has a jus ad bellum, right to make war. 18 There is certainly something troubling in this renewed focus on the concept of bellum justum, which modernity, or rather modern secularism, had worked so hard to expunge from the medieval tradition. The traditional concept of just war involves the banalization of war and the celebration of it as an ethical instrument, both of which were ideas that modern political thought and the international community of nation-states had resolutely refused. These two traditional characteristics have reappeared in our postmodern world. On the one hand, war is reduced to the status of police action, and on the other, the new power that can legitimately exercise ethical functions through war is sacralized. Far from merely repeating ancient or medieval notions, however, today's concept presents some truly fundamental innovations. 13. Just war is no longer in any sense an activity of defense or resistance, as it was, for example, in the Christian tradition from St. Augustine to the scholastics of Counter-Reformation, as a necessity of worldly city to guarantee its own survival. It has become rather an activity that is justified in itself. Two distinct elements are combined in this concept of just war. First, the legitimacy of military apparatus insofar as it is ethically grounded, and second, the effectiveness of military action to achieve the desired order and peace. The synthesis of these two elements may indeed be a key factor determining the foundation and the new tradition of empire. Today the enemy, just like the war itself, comes to be at once banalized, reduced to an object of routine police repression, and absolutized, as the enemy, an absolute threat to the ethical order. The Gulf War gave us perhaps the first fully articulated example of this new epistemology of concept. 19 The resurrection of concept of just war may be only a symptom of emergence of empire, but what a suggestive and powerful one. The model of imperial authority. We must avoid defining the passage to empire in purely negative terms, in terms of what it is not, as for example is done when one says, the new paradigm is defined by the definitive decline of sovereign nation-states, by the deregulation of international markets, by the end of antagonistic conflict among state subjects, and so forth. If the new paradigm were to consist simply in this, then its consequences would be truly anarchic. Power, however, and Michel Foucault was not the only one to teach us this fears and despises a vacuum. The new paradigm functions already in completely positive terms, and it could not be otherwise. The new paradigm is both system and hierarchy, centralized construction of norms and far-reaching production of legitimacy, spread out over world space. It is configured ab initio as a dynamic and flexible systemic structure that is articulated horizontally. We conceive the structure in a kind of intellectual shorthand as a hybrid of Niklas Luhmann's systems theory and John Rawls's theory of 14. Justice. 20 Some call this situation governance without government to indicate the structural logic, at times imperceptible but always and increasingly effective, that sweeps all actors within the order of whole. 21 The systemic totality has a dominant position in the global order, breaking resolutely with every previous dialectic and developing an integration of factors that seems linear and spontaneous. At the same time, however, the effectiveness of the consensus under a supreme authority oft ordering appears ever more clearly. All conflicts, all crises, and all dissensions effectively push forward the process of integration and by the same measure call for more central authority. Peace, equilibrium, and the cessation of conflict are the values toward which everything is directed. The development of global system, and of imperial right in the first place, seems to be the development of a machine that imposes procedures of continual contractualization that lead to systemic equilibria, a machine that creates a continuous call for authority. The machine seems to predetermine the exercise of authority and action across the entire social space. Every movement is fixed and can seek its own designated place only within the system itself, in the hierarchical relationship accorded to it. This preconstituted movement defines the reality of process of imperial constitutionalization of world order, the new paradigm. This imperial paradigm is qualitatively different from the various attempts in the period of transition to define a project of international order. 22 Whereas the previous, transitional perspectives focused attention on the legitimating dynamics that would lead toward the new order, in the new paradigm it is as if new order were already constituted. The conceptual inseparability of title and exercise of power is affirmed from the outset, as the effective a priori of system. The imperfect coincidence, or better the ever-present temporal and spatial disjunctions between the new central power and the field of application of its regulation, do not lead to crises or paralysis but merely force the system to minimize and overcome them. In short, the paradigm shift is defined, at least initially, by the recognition that only an established power, 15. Overdetermined with respect to and relatively autonomous from the sovereign nation-states, is capable of functioning as the center of the New World Order, exercising over it an effective regulation and, when necessary, coercion. It follows that, as Kelsen wanted, but only as a paradoxical effect of his utopia, a sort of juridical positivism also dominates the formation of a new juridical ordering. 23 The capacity to form a system is, in effect, presupposed by the real process of its formation. Moreover, the process of formation, and the subjects that act in it, are attracted in advance toward the positively defined vortex of center, and this attraction becomes irresistible, not only in the name of capacity of center to exercise force, but also in the name of the formal power, which resides in the center, to frame and systematize the totality. Once again we find a hybrid of Luhmann and Rawls, but even before them we have Kelsen, that utopian and thus involuntary and contradictory discoverer of soul of imperial right. Once again, the ancient notions of empire help us articulate better the nature of these world order in formation. As Thucydides, Livy, and Tacitus all teach us, along with Machiavelli commenting on their work, empire is formed not on the basis of force itself but on the basis of capacity to present force as being in the service of right and peace. All interventions of imperial armies are solicited by one or more of parties involved in an already existing conflict. Empire is not born of its own will but rather it is called into being and constituted on the basis of its capacity to resolve conflicts. Empire is formed and its intervention becomes juridically legitimate only when it is already inserted into the chain of international consensuses aimed at resolving existing conflicts. To return to Machiavelli, the expansion of empire is rooted in the internal trajectory of conflicts it is meant to resolve. 24 The first task of empire, then, is to enlarge the realm of consensuses that support its own power. The ancient model gives us a first approximation, but we need to go well beyond it to articulate the terms of global model of 16. Authority operating today. Juridical positivism and natural right theories, contractualism and institutional realism, formalism and systematism can each describe some aspect of it. Juridical positivism can emphasize the necessity for a strong power to exist at the center of normative process. Natural right theories can highlight the values of peace and equilibrium that the imperial process offers. Contractualism can foreground the formation of consensus. Realism can bring to light the formative processes of the institutions adequate to the new dimensions of consensus and authority, and formalism can give logical support to what systematism justifies and organizes. Functionally, emphasizing the totalizing character of the process. What juridical model, however, grasps all these characteristics of the new supranational order? In first attempting a definition, we would do well to recognize that the dynamics and articulations of new supranational juridical order correspond strongly to the new characteristics that have come to define internal orderings in the passage from modernity to post-modernity. 25 We should recognize this correspondence, perhaps in Kelson's manner, and certainly in a realistic mode, not so much as a domestic analogy for the international system, but rather as a supranational analogy for the domestic legal system. The primary characteristics of both systems involve hegemony over juridical practices, such as procedure, prevention, and address. Normativity, sanction, and repression follow from these and are formed within the procedural developments. The reason for the relative, but effective, coincidence of new functioning of domestic law and supranational law derives first of all from the fact that they operate on the same terrain, namely, the terrain of crisis. As Carl Schmitt has taught us, however, crisis on the terrain of application of law should focus our attention on the exception operative in the moment of its production. 26 Domestic and supranational law are both defined by their exceptionality. The function of exception here is very important. In order to take control of and dominate such a completely fluid situation, it is necessary to grant the intervening authority, 1. The capacity to 17. Define, every time in an exceptional way, the demands of intervention, and 2. The capacity to set in motion the forces and instruments that in various ways can be applied to the diversity and the plurality of arrangements in crisis. Here, therefore, is born, in the name of exceptionality of intervention, a form of right that is really a right of the police. The formation of a new right is inscribed in the deployment of prevention, repression, and rhetorical force aimed at the reconstruction of social equilibrium. All this is proper to the activity of police. We can thus recognize the initial and implicit source of imperial right in terms of police action and the capacity of police to create and maintain order. The legitimacy of imperial ordering supports the exercise of police power, while at the same time the activity of global police force demonstrates the real effectiveness of the imperial ordering. The juridical power to rule over the exception and the capacity to deploy police force are thus two initial coordinates that define the imperial model of authority. Universal values. We might well ask at this point, however, should we still use the juridical term right in this context? How can we call right, and specifically imperial right, a series of techniques that, founded on a state of permanent exception and the power of police, reduces right and law to a question of pure effectiveness? In order to address these questions, we should first look more closely at the process of imperial constitution that we are witnessing today. We should emphasize from the start that its reality is demonstrated not only by the transformations of international law it brings about, but also by the changes it effects in the administrative law of individual societies and nation-states, or really in the administrative law of cosmopolitical society. 27 Through its contemporary transformation of supranational law, the imperial process of constitution tends either directly or indirectly to penetrate and reconfigure the domestic law of nation-states, and thus supranational law powerfully overdetermines domestic law. 18. Perhaps the most significant symptom of this transformation is the development of so-called right of intervention. 28 This is commonly conceived as the right or duty of dominant subjects of world order to intervene in the territories of other subjects in the interest of preventing or resolving humanitarian problems, guaranteeing accords, and imposing peace. The right of intervention figured prominently among the panoply of instruments accorded the United Nations by its Charter for Maintaining International Order, but the contemporary reconfiguration of these rights represents a qualitative leap. No longer, as under the old international ordering, do individual sovereign states or the supranational, UN, power intervene only to ensure or impose the application of voluntarily engaged international accords. Now supranational subjects that are legitimate not by right but by consensus intervene in the name of any type of emergency and superior ethical principles. What stands behind this intervention is not just a permanent state of emergency and exception, but a permanent state of emergency and exception justified by the appeal to essential values of justice. In other words, The right of police is legitimate by universal values. Point 29. Should we assume that since this new right of intervention functions primarily toward the goal of resolving urgent human problems, its legitimacy is therefore founded on universal values? Should we read this movement as a process that, on the basis of the fluctuating elements of the historical framework, sets in motion a constitutive machine driven by universal forces of justice and peace? Are we thus in a situation very close to the traditional definition of empire, the one promulgated in the ancient Roman Christian imaginary? It would be going too far to respond affirmatively to these questions at this early stage in our investigation. The definition of the developing imperial power as a science of police that is founded on a practice of just war to address continually arising emergencies is probably correct but still completely insufficient. As we have seen, the phenomenological determinations of new global order exist in a profoundly fluctuating situation that could 19. Also be characterized correctly in terms of crisis and war. How can we reconcile the legitimation of these order through prevention and policing with the fact that crisis and war themselves demonstrate the very questionable genesis and legitimacy of these concept of justice? As we have already noted, these techniques and others like them indicate that what we are witnessing is a process of material constitution of new planetary order, the consolidation of its administrative machine, and the production of new hierarchies of command over global space. Who will decide on the definitions of justice and order across the expanse of these totality in the course of its process of constitution? Who will be able to define the concept of peace? Who will be able to unify the process of suspending history and call this suspension just? Around these questions the problematic of empire is completely open, not closed. At this point, the problem of new juridical apparatus is presented to us in its most immediate figure, a global order, a justice, and a right that are still virtual but nonetheless apply actually to us. We are forced increasingly to feel that we are participants in this development, and we are called upon to be responsible for what it becomes in this framework. Our citizenship, just like our ethical responsibility, is situated within these new dimensions. Our power and our impotence are measured here. We could say, in Kantian fashion, that our internal moral disposition, when it is confronted with and tested in the social order, tends to be determined by the ethical, political, and juridical categories of empire. Or we could say that the external morality of every human being and citizen is by now commensurable only in the framework of empire. This new framework forces us to confront a series of explosive aporias, because in this new juridical and institutional world being formed our ideas and practices of justice and our means of hope are thrown into question. The means of private and individual apprehension of values are dissolved. With the appearance of empire, we are confronted no longer with the local mediations of the universal but with the concrete universal itself. The domesticity of values, the shelters behind which they presented their moral substance, the 20. Limits that protect against the invading exteriority, all that disappears. We are all forced to confront absolute questions and radical alternatives. In empire, ethics, morality, and justice are cast into new dimensions. Throughout the course of our research we have found ourselves confronted with a classic problematic of political philosophy. The decline and fall of Empire 30. It may seem paradoxical that we address this topos at the beginning, at the same time that we treat the initial construction of empire, but the becoming of empire is actually realized on the basis of same conditions that characterize its decadence and decline. Empire is emerging today as the center that supports the globalization of productive networks and casts its widely inclusive net to try to envelop all power relations within its world order, and yet at the same time it deploys a powerful police function against the new barbarians and the rebellious slaves who threaten its order. The power of empire appears to be subordinate to the fluctuations of local power dynamics and to the shifting, partial juridical orderings that attempt, but never fully succeed, to lead back to a state of normalcy in the name of exceptionality of administrative procedures. These characteristics, however, were precisely those that defined ancient Rome in its decadence and that tormented so many of its Enlightenment admirers. we should not expect that the complexity of processes that construct the new imperial relationship outright be resolved. On the contrary, the processes are and will remain contradictory. The question of the definition of justice and peace will find no real resolution. The force of the new imperial constitution will not be embodied in a consensus that is articulated in the multitude. The terms of juridical proposal of empire are completely indeterminate, even though they are nonetheless concrete. Empire is born and shows itself as crisis. Should we conceive this as an empire of decadence, then, in the terms Montesquieu and Gibbon described? Or is it more properly understood in classical terms as an empire of corruption? Here we should understand corruption first of all not only in moral terms but also in juridical and political terms, because accord. 21. Ing to Montesquieu and Gibbon, when the different forms of government are not firmly established in the Republic, the cycle of corruption is ineluctably set in motion and the community is torn apart. 31 Second, we should understand corruption also in metaphysical terms, where the entity and essence, effectiveness, and value, do not find common satisfaction, there develops not generation but corruption. 32 These are some oft fundamental axes of empire that we will return to later at length. Allow us, in conclusion, one final analogy that refers to the birth of Christianity in Europe and its expansion during the decline of the Roman Empire. In this process an enormous potential of subjectivity was constructed and consolidated in terms of prophecy of a world to come, a chiliastic project. This new subjectivity offered an absolute alternative to the spirit of imperial right, a new ontological basis. From this perspective, empire was accepted as the maturity of times and the unity of entire known civilization, but it was challenged in its totality by a completely different ethical and ontological axis. In the same way today, given that the limits and unresolvable problems of new imperial right are fixed, theory and practice can go beyond them, finding once again an ontological basis of antagonism within empire, but also against and beyond empire, at the same level of totally. 1.2 The police appears as an administration heading the state, together with the judiciary, the army, and the exchequer. True. Yet in fact, it embraces everything else. Turkey says so, it branches out into all of people's conditions, everything they do or undertake. Its field comprises the judiciary, finance, and the army. The police includes everything. Michel Foucault. From the juridical perspective we have been able to glimpse some oft elements of the ideal genesis of empire, but from that perspective alone it would be difficult if not impossible to understand how the imperial machine is actually set in motion. Juridical concepts and juridical systems always refer to something other than themselves. Through the evolution and exercise of right, they point toward the material condition that defines their purchase on social reality. Our analysis must now descend to the level of that materiality and investigate there the material transformation of the paradigm of rule. We need to discover the means and forces of production of social reality along with the subjectivities that animate it. Biopower in the society of control. In many respects, the work of Michel Foucault has prepared the terrain for such an investigation of the material functioning of imperial rule. First of all, Foucault's work allows us to recognize a historical, epical passage in social forms from disciplinary society to biopoliticalproduction. 23. The society of control. One disciplinary society is that society in which social command is constructed through a diffuse network of dispositives or apparatuses that produce and regulate customs, habits, and productive practices. Putting this society to work and ensuring obedience to its rule and its mechanisms of inclusion and/or exclusion are accomplished through disciplinary institutions, the prison, the factory, the asylum, the hospital, the university, the school, and so forth, that structure the social terrain and present logics adequate to the reason of discipline. Disciplinary power rules in effect by structuring the parameters and limits of thought and practice, sanctioning and prescribing normal and/or deviant behaviors. Foucault generally refers to the Ancien Régime and the classical age of French civilization to illustrate the emergence of disciplinarity, but more generally we could say that the entire first phase of capitalist accumulation, in Europe and elsewhere, was conducted under this paradigm of power. We should understand the society of control, in contrast, as that society, which develops at the far edge of modernity and opens toward the postmodern, in which mechanisms of command become ever more democratic, ever more immanent to the social field, distributed throughout the brains and bodies of citizens. The behaviors of social integration and exclusion proper to rule are thus increasingly interiorized within the subjects themselves. Power is now exercised through machines that directly organize the brains, in communication systems, information networks, etc., and bodies, in welfare systems, monitored activities, etc., toward a state of autonomous alienation from the sense of life and the desire for creativity. The society of control might thus be characterized by an intensification and generalization of normalizing apparatuses of disciplinarity that internally animate our common and daily practices, but in contrast to discipline, this control extends well outside the structured sites of social institutions through flexible and fluctuating networks. Second, Foucault's work allows us to recognize the biopolitical nature of new paradigm of power. Point 2 Biopower is a form of power that regulates social life from its interior, following it, interpreting it, 24 absorbing it, and re-articulating it. Power can achieve an effective command over the entire life of the population only when it becomes an integral, vital function that every individual embraces and reactivates of his or her own accord. As Foucault says, life has now become an object of power. 3 The highest function of this power is to invest life through and through, and its primary task is to administer life. Biopower thus refers to a situation in which what is directly at stake in power is the production and reproduction of life itself. These two lines of Foucault's work dovetail with each other in the sense that only the society of control is able to adopt the biopolitical context as its exclusive terrain of reference. In the passage from disciplinary society to the society of control, a new paradigm of power is realized which is defined by the technologies that recognize society as the realm of biopower. In disciplinary society the effects of biopolitical technologies were still partial in the sense that disciplining developed according to relatively closed, geometrical, and quantitative logics. Disciplinarity fixed individuals within institutions but did not succeed in consuming them completely in the rhythm of productive practices and productive socialization. It did not reach the point of permeating entirely the consciousnesses and bodies of individuals, the point of treating and organizing them in the totality of their activities. In disciplinary society, then, the relationship between power and the individual remained a static one. The disciplinary invasion of power corresponded to the resistance of the individual. By contrast, when power becomes entirely biopolitical, the whole social body is comprised by power's machine and developed in its virtuality. This relationship is open, qualitative, and effective. Society, subsumed within a power that reaches down to the ganglia of social structure and its processes of development, reacts like a single body. Power is thus expressed as a control that extends throughout the depths of consciousnesses and bodies of population and at the same time across the entirety of social relations. Point 4 In this passage from disciplinary society to the society of control, then, one could say that the increasingly intense relationship 25 of mutual implication of all social forces that capitalism has pursued throughout its development has now been fully realized. Marx recognized something similar in what he called the passage from the formal subsumption to the real subsumption of labor under Capital 5, and later the Frankfurt School philosophers analyzed a closely related passage of subsumption of culture and social relations under the totalitarian figure of state, or really within the perverse dialectic of enlightenment. Point 6 The passage we are referring to, however, is fundamentally different in that instead of focusing on the unidimensionality of process described by Marx and reformulated and extended by the Frankfurt School, the Foucauldian passage deals fundamentally with the paradox of plurality and multiplicity, and Deleuze and Guattari develop this perspective even more clearly. Point 7 The analysis of real subsumption, when this is understood as investing not only the economic or only the cultural dimension of society but rather the social bios itself, and when it is attentive to the modalities of disciplinarity and or control, disrupts the linear and totalitarian figure of capitalist development. Civil society is absorbed in the state, but the consequence of these is an explosion of elements that were previously coordinated and mediated in civil society. Resistances are no longer marginal but active in the center of a society that opens up in networks. The individual points are singularized in 1,000 plateaus. What Foucault constructed implicitly, and Deleuze and Guattari made explicit, is therefore the paradox of a power that, while it unifies and envelopes within itself every element of social life, thus losing its capacity effectively to mediate different social forces, at that very moment reveals a new context, a new milieu of maximum plurality and uncontainable singularization, a milieu of event. 8 These conceptions of society of control and biopower both describe central aspects of concept of empire. The concept of empire is the framework in which the new omniversality of subjects has to be understood, and it is the end to which the new paradigm of power is leading. Here a veritable chasm opens up between the various old theoretical frameworks of international law, in either its contractual and or UN form, and the new reality. 26. Of imperial law. All the intermediary elements of process have in fact fallen aside, so that the legitimacy of the international order can no longer be constructed through mediations but must rather be grasped immediately in all its diversity. We have already acknowledged this fact from the juridical perspective. We saw, in effect, that when the new notion of right emerges in the context of globalization and presents itself as capable of treating the universal, planetary sphere as a single, systemic set, it must assume an immediate prerequisite, acting in a state of exception, and an adequate, plastic and constitutive technology, the techniques of police. Even though the state of exception and police technologies constitute the solid nucleus and the central element of new imperial right, however, this new regime has nothing to do with the juridical arts of dictatorship or totalitarianism that in other times and with such great fanfare were so thoroughly described by many, in fact too many, authors. 9 On the contrary, the rule of law continues to play a central role in the context of contemporary passage, right remains effective and, precisely, by means of the state of exception and police techniques, becomes procedure. This is a radical transformation that reveals the unmediated relationship between power and subjectivities, and hence demonstrates both the impossibility of prior mediations and the uncontainable temporal variability of event. 10 Throughout the unbounded global spaces, to the depths of the biopolitical world, and confronting an unforeseeable temporality, these are the determinations on which the new supranational right must be defined. Here is where the concept of empire must struggle to establish itself, where it must prove its effectiveness, and hence where the machine must be set in motion. From this point of view, the biopolitical context of new paradigm is completely central to our analysis. This is what presents power with an alternative, not only between obedience and disobedience, or between formal political participation and refusal, but also along the entire range of life and death, wealth and poverty, production and social reproduction, and so forth. Given the great difficulties the new notion of right has in representing this dimension. 27. Of power of empire, and given its inability to touch biopower concretely in all its material aspects, imperial right can at best only partially represent the underlying design of new constitution of world order, and cannot really grasp the motor that sets it in motion. Our analysis must focus its attention rather on the productive dimension of biopower. 11 The production of life. The question of production in relation to biopower and the society of control, however, reveals a real weakness of work of authors from whom we have borrowed these notions. We should clarify, then, the vital or biopolitical dimensions of Foucault's work in relation to the dynamics of production. Foucault argued in several works in the mid-1970s that one cannot understand the passage from the sovereign state of the ancien régime to the modern disciplinary state without taking into account how the biopolitical context was progressively put at the service of capitalist accumulation. The control of society over individuals is not conduct only through consciousness or ideology, but also in the body and with the body. For capitalist society, biopolitics is what is most important. The biological, the somatic, the corporeal. 12. One of central objectives of his research strategy in this period was to go beyond the versions of historical materialism, including several variants of Marxist theory, that considered the problem of power and social reproduction on a superstructural level separate from the real, base level of production. Foucault thus attempted to bring the problem of social reproduction and all the elements of so-called superstructure back to within the material, fundamental structure, and define this terrain not only in economic terms but also in cultural, corporeal, and subjective ones. We can thus understand how Foucault's conception of social whole was perfected and realized when in a subsequent phase of his work he uncovered the emerging outlines of society of control as a figure of power active throughout the entire biopolitics of society. It does not seem, however, that Foucault, even when he powerfully 28. grasped the biopolitical horizon of society and defined it as a field of immanence, ever succeeded in pulling his thought away from that structuralist epistemology that guided his research from the beginning. By structuralist epistemology here we mean the reinvention of a functionalist analysis in the realm of human sciences, a method that effectively sacrifices the dynamic of the system, the creative temporality of its movements, and the ontological substance of cultural and social reproduction. 13. In fact, if at this point we were to ask Foucault who or what drives the system, or rather, who is the bios, his response would be ineffable, or nothing at all. What Foucault fails to grasp finally are the real dynamics of production in biopolitical society. 14. By contrast, Deleuze and Guattari present us with a properly post-structuralist understanding of biopower that renews materialist thought and grounds itself solidly in the question of production of social being. Their work demystifies structuralism and all the philosophical, sociological, and political conceptions that make the fixity of the epistemological frame an ineluctable point of reference. They focus our attention clearly on the ontological substance of social production. Machines produce. The constant functioning of social machines in their various apparatuses and assemblages produces the world along with the subjects and objects that constitute it. Deleuze and Guattari, however, seem to be able to conceive positively only the tendencies toward continuous movement and absolute flows, and thus in their thought, too, the creative elements and the radical ontology of production of social remain insubstantial and impotent. Deleuze and Guattari discover the productivity of social reproduction, creative production, production of values, social relations, affects, becomings, but manage to articulate it only superficially and ephemerally, as a chaotic, indeterminate horizon marked by the ungraspable event. 15. We can better grasp the relationship between social production and biopower in the work of a group of contemporary Italian Marxist authors who recognize the biopolitical dimension in terms of new nature, of productive labor and its living development. 29. In society, using terms such as mass intellectuality, immaterial labor, and the Marxian concept of general intellect. 16. These analyses set off from two coordinated research projects. The first consists in the analysis of recent transformations of productive labor and its tendency to become increasingly immaterial. The central role previously occupied by the labor power of mass factory workers in the production of surplus value is today increasingly filled by intellectual, immaterial, and communicative labor power. It is thus necessary to develop a new political theory of value that can pose the problem of these new capitalist accumulation of value at the center of mechanism of exploitation, and thus, perhaps, at the center of potential revolt. The second, and consequent, research project developed by the school consists in the analysis of the immediately social and communicative dimension of living labor in contemporary capitalist society, and thus poses insistently the problem of new figures of subjectivity, in both their exploitation and their revolutionary potential. The immediately social dimension oft exploitation of living immaterial labor immerses labor in all the relational elements that define the social but also at the same time activate the critical elements that develop the potential of insubordination and revolt through the entire set of laboring practices. After a new theory of value, then, a new theory of subjectivity must be formulated that operates primarily through knowledge, communication, and language. These analyses have thus re-established the importance of production within the biopolitical process of social constitution, but they have also in certain respects isolated it by grasping it in a pure form, refining it on the ideal plane. They have acted as if discovering the new forms of productive forces: immaterial labor, massified intellectual labor, the labor of general intellect were enough to grasp concretely the dynamic and creative relationship between material production and social reproduction. When they reinsert production into the biopolitical context, they present it almost exclusively on the horizon of language and communication. One of most serious shortcomings has thus been the tendency 30. Among these authors to treat the new laboring practices in biopolitical society only in their intellectual and incorporeal aspects. The productivity of bodies and the value of effect, however, are absolutely central in this context. We will elaborate the three primary aspects of immaterial labor in the contemporary economy: the communicative labor of industrial production that has newly become linked in informational networks, the interactive labor of symbolic analysis and problem solving, and the labor of production and manipulation of affects, see section 3.4. This third aspect, with its focus on the productivity of the corporeal, the somatic, is an extremely important element in the contemporary networks of biopolitical production. The work of the school and its analysis of general intellect, then, certainly marks a step forward, but its conceptual framework remains too pure, almost angelic. In the final analysis, these new conceptions too only scratch the surface of the productive dynamic of new theoretical framework of biopower. 17. Our task, then, is to build on these partially successful attempts to recognize the potential of biopolitical production. Precisely by bringing together coherently the different defining characteristics of biopolitical context that we have described up to this point, and leading them back to the ontology of production, we will be able to identify the new figure of the collective biopolitical body, which may nonetheless remain as contradictory as it is paradoxical. This body becomes structure not by negating the originary productive force that animates it but by recognizing it. It becomes language, both scientific language and social language, because it is a multitude of singular and determinate bodies that seek relation. It is thus both production and reproduction, structure and superstructure, because it is life in the fullest sense and politics in the proper sense. Our analysis has to descend into the jungle of productive and conflictual determinations that the collective biopolitical body offers us. 18. The context of our analysis thus has to be the very unfolding of life itself, the process of constitution of world, of historia. The analysis must be proposed not through ideal forms but within the dense complex of experience. 31. Corporations and communication. In asking ourselves how the political and sovereign elements of the imperial machine come to be constituted, we find that there is no need to limit our analysis to or even focus it on the established supranational regulatory institutions. The UN organizations, along with the great multi- and transnational finance and trade agencies, the IMF, the World Bank, the GATT, and so forth, all become relevant in the perspective of supranational juridical constitution only when they are considered within the dynamic of biopolitical production of world order. The function they had in the old international order, we should emphasize, is not what now gives legitimacy to these organizations. What legitimates them now is rather their newly possible function in the symbology of the imperial order. Outside of the new framework, these institutions are ineffectual. At best, the old institutional framework contributes to the formation and education of the administrative personnel of the imperial machine, the dressage of a new imperial elite. The huge transnational corporations construct the fundamental connective fabric of the biopolitical world in certain important respects. Capital has indeed always been organized with a view toward the entire global sphere, but only in the second half of 20th century did multinational and transnational industrial and financial corporations really begin to structure global territories biopolitically. Some claim that these corporations have merely come to occupy the place that was held by the various national colonialist and imperialist systems in earlier phases of capitalist development, from 19th century European imperialism to the Fordist phase of development in the 20th century. 19 This is in part true, but that place itself has been substantially transformed by the new reality of capitalism. The activities of corporations are no longer defined by the imposition of abstract command and the organization of simple theft and unequal exchange. Rather, they directly structure and articulate territories and populations. They tend to make nation-states merely instruments to record the flows of commodities, monies, and populations that they set in motion. The transnational corporations directly distribute labor power over various markets. 32. Functionally allocate resources, and organize hierarchically the various sectors of world production. The complex apparatus that selects investments and directs financial and monetary maneuvers determines the new geography of world market, or really the new biopolitical structuring of world. 20 The most complete figure of these world is presented from the monetary perspective. From here we can see a horizon of values and a machine of distribution, a mechanism of accumulation and a means of circulation, a power and a language. There is nothing, no naked life, no external standpoint, that can be posed outside this field permeated by money. Nothing escapes money. Production and reproduction are dressed in monetary clothing. In fact, on the global stage, every biopolitical figure appears dressed in monetary garb. Accumulate, accumulate. This is Moses and the prophets. 21 The great industrial and financial powers thus produce not only commodities but also subjectivities. They produce agentic subjectivities within the biopolitical context, they produce needs, social relations, bodies, and minds, which is to say, they produce producers. 22 In the biopolitical sphere, life is made to work for production and production is made to work for life. It is a great hive in which the queen bee continuously oversees production and reproduction. The deeper the analysis goes, the more it finds at increasing levels of intensity the interlinking assemblages of interactive relationships. 23 One site where we should locate the biopolitical production of order is in the immaterial nexuses of production of language, communication, and the symbolic that are developed by the communications industries. 24 The development of communications networks has an organic relationship to the emergence of New World Order. It is, in other words, effect and cause, product and producer. Communication not only expresses but also organizes the movement of globalization. It organizes the movement by multiplying and structuring interconnections through networks. It expresses the movement and controls the sense and direction of imaginary that runs throughout these communicative connections. 33. In other words, the imaginary is guided and channeled within the communicative machine. What the theories of power of modernity were forced to consider transcendent, that is, external to productive and social relations, is here formed inside, immanent to the productive and social relations. Mediation is absorbed within the productive machine. The political synthesis of social space is fixed in the space of communication. This is why communications industries have assumed such a central position. They not only organize production on a new scale and impose a new structure adequate to global space, but also make its justification immanent. Power, as it produces, organizes, as it organizes, it speaks and expresses itself as authority. Language, as it communicates, produces commodities but moreover creates subjectivities, puts them in relation, and orders them. The communications industries integrate the imaginary and the symbolic within the biopolitical fabric, not merely putting them at the service of power but actually integrating them into its very functioning. Point 25. At this point we can begin to address the question of legitimation of New World Order. Its legitimation is not born of the previously existing international accords nor of functioning of first, embryonic supranational organizations, which were themselves created through treaties based on international law. The legitimation of imperial machine is born at least in part of communications industries, that is, of transformation of new mode of production into a machine. It is a subject that produces its own image of authority. This is a form of legitimation that rests on nothing outside itself and is reproposed ceaselessly by developing its own languages of self-validation. One further consequence should be treated on the basis of these premises. If communication is one of the hegemonic sectors of production and acts over the entire biopolitical field, then we must consider communication and the biopolitical context coexistent. This takes us well beyond the old terrain as Jurgen Habermas described it, for example. In fact, when Habermas developed the concept of communicative action, demonstrating so powerfully its productive form and the ontological consequences deriving from 34. That, he still relied on a standpoint outside these effects of globalization, a standpoint of life and truth that could oppose the informational colonization of being. Point 26. The imperial machine, however, demonstrates that this external standpoint no longer exists. On the contrary, communicative production and the construction of imperial legitimation march hand in hand and can no longer be separated. The machine is self-validating, autopoietic, that is, systemic. It constructs social fabrics that evacuate or render ineffective any contradiction. It creates situations in which, before coercively neutralizing difference, seem to absorb it in an insignificant play of self-generating and self-regulating equilibria. As we have argued elsewhere, any juridical theory that addresses the conditions of postmodernity has to take into account this specifically communicative definition of social production. Point 27. The imperial machine lives by producing a context of equilibria and or reducing complexities, pretending to put forward a project of universal citizenship and toward this end intensifying the effectiveness of its intervention over every element of communicative relationship, all the while dissolving identity and history in a completely postmodernist fashion. Point 28. Contrary to the way many postmodernist accounts would have it, however, the imperial machine, far from eliminating master narratives, actually produces and reproduces them, ideological master narratives in particular, in order to validate and celebrate its own power. Point 29. In this coincidence of production through language, the linguistic production of reality, and the language of self, validation resides a fundamental key to understanding the effectiveness, validity, and legitimation of imperial right intervention. This new framework of legitimacy includes new forms and new articulations of the exercise of legitimate force. During its formation, the new power must demonstrate the effectiveness of its force at the same time that the bases of its legitimation are being constructed. In fact, the legitimacy of the new power is in part based directly on the effectiveness of its use of force. 35. The way the effectiveness of the new power is demonstrated has nothing to do with the old international order that is slowly dying away, nor has it much use for the instruments the old order left behind. The deployments of the imperial machine are defined by a whole series of no characteristics, such as the unbounded terrain of its activities, the singularization and symbolic localization of its actions, and the connection of repressive action to all the aspects of biopolitical structure of society. For lack of a better term, we continue to call these interventions. This is merely a terminological and not a conceptual deficiency, for these are not really interventions into independent juridical territories but rather actions within a unified world by the ruling structure of production and communication. In effect, intervention has been internalized and universalized. In the previous section we referred to both the structural means of intervention that involve the deployments of monetary mechanisms and financial maneuvers over the transnational field of interdependent productive regimes and interventions in the field of communication and their effects on the legitimation of system. Here we want to investigate the new forms of intervention that involve the exercise of physical force on the part of the imperial machine over its global territories. The enemies that empire opposes today may present more of an ideological threat than a military challenge, but nonetheless the power of empire exercised through force and all the deployments that guarantee its effectiveness are already very advanced technologically and solidly consolidated politically. 30 The arsenal of legitimate force for imperial intervention is indeed already vast, and should include not only military intervention but also other forms such as moral intervention and juridical intervention. In fact, the empire's powers of intervention might be best understood as beginning not directly with its weapons of lethal force but rather with its moral instruments. What we are calling moral intervention is practiced today by a variety of bodies, including the news media and religious organizations, but the most important may be some of so-called non-governmental organi. 36. Zations, NGOs, which, precisely because they are not run directly by governments, are assumed to act on the basis of ethical or moral imperatives. The term refers to a wide variety of groups, but we are referring here principally to the global, regional, and local organizations that are dedicated to relief work and the protection of human rights, such as Amnesty International, Oxfam, and Médecins Sans Frontières. Such humanitarian NGOs are in effect, even if this runs counter to the intentions of participants, some of the most powerful pacific weapons of the New World Order, the charitable campaigns and the mendicant orders of empire. These NGOs conduct just wars without arms, without violence, without borders. Like the Dominicans in the late medieval period and the Jesuits at the dawn of modernity, these groups strive to identify universal needs and defend human rights. Through their language and their action they first define the enemy as privation, in the hope of preventing serious damage, and then recognize the enemy as sin. It is hard not to be reminded here of how in Christian moral theology evil is first posed as privation of good and then sin is defined as culpable negation of good. Within this logical framework it is not strange but rather all too natural that in their attempts to respond to privation, these NGOs are led to denounce publicly the sinners, or rather the enemy in properly inquisitional terms, nor is it strange that they leave to the secular wing the task of actually addressing the problems. In this way, moral intervention has become a front-line force of imperial intervention. In effect, this intervention prefigures the state of exception from below, and does so without borders, armed with some of the most effective means of communication and oriented toward the symbolic production of the enemy. These NGOs are completely immersed in the biopolitical context of the constitution of empire, they anticipate the power of its pacifying and productive intervention of justice. It should thus come as no surprise that honest juridical theorists of the old international school, such as Richard Falk, should be drawn in by the fascination of these NGOs. 31 The NGO's demonstration of new order as a peaceful biopolitical context seems to have 37. Blinded these theorists to the brutal effects that moral intervention produces as a prefiguration of world order. 32 Moral intervention often serves as the first act that prepares the stage for military intervention. In such cases, military deployment is presented as an internationally sanctioned police action. Today military intervention is progressively less a product of decisions that arise out of old international order or even UN structures. More often it is dictated unilaterally by the United States, which charges itself with the primary task and then subsequently asks its allies to set in motion a process of armed containment and or repression of current enemy of empire. These enemies are most often called terrorist, a crude conceptual and terminological reduction that is rooted in a police mentality. The relationship between prevention and repression is particularly clear in the case of intervention in ethnic conflicts. The conflicts among ethnic groups and the consequent reinforcement of new and or resurrected ethnic identities effectively disrupt the old aggregations based on national political lines. These conflicts make the fabric of global relations more fluid and, by affirming new identities and new localities, present a more malleable material for control. In such cases repression can be articulated through preventive action that constructs new relationships, which will eventually be consolidated in peace but only after new wars, and new territorial and political formations that are functional, or rather more functional, better adaptable, to the constitution of empire. 33 A second example of repression prepared through preventive action is the campaigns against corporative business groups or mafias, particularly those involved in the drug trade. The actual repression of these groups may not be as important as criminalizing their activities and managing social alarm at their very existence in order to facilitate their control. Even though controlling ethnic terrorists and drug mafias may represent the center of wide spectrum of police control on the part of imperial power, this activity is nonetheless normal, that is, systemic. The just war is effectively supported by the moral police, just as the validity of imperial right and its legitimate 38 functioning is supported by the necessary and continuous exercise of police power. It is clear that international or supranational courts are constrained to follow this lead. Armies and police anticipate the courts and preconstitute the rules of justice that the courts must then apply. The intensity of moral principles to which the construction of the New World Order is entrusted cannot change the fact that this is really an inversion of conventional order of constitutional logic. The active parties supporting the imperial constitution are confident that when the construction of empire is sufficiently advanced, the courts will be able to assume their leading role in the definition of justice. For now, however, although international courts do not have much power, public displays of their activities are still very important. Eventually a new judicial function must be formed that is adequate to the constitution of empire. Courts will have to be transformed gradually from an organ that simply decrees sentences against the vanquished to a judicial body or system of bodies that dictate and sanction the interrelation among the moral order, the exercise of police action, and the mechanism legitimating imperial sovereignty. 34 This kind of continual intervention, then, which is both moral and military, is really the logical form of the exercise of force that follows from a paradigm of legitimation based on a state of permanent exception and police action. Interventions are always exceptional even though they arise continually, they take the form of police actions because they are aimed at maintaining an internal order. In this way intervention is an effective mechanism that through police deployments contributes directly to the construction of moral, normative, and institutional order of empire. Royal prerogatives. What were traditionally called the royal prerogatives of sovereignty seem in effect to be repeated and even substantially renewed in the construction of empire. If we were to remain within the conceptual framework of classic domestic and international law, we might be 39. Tempted to say that a supranational quasi-state is being formed. That does not seem to us, however, an accurate characterization of the situation. When the royal prerogatives of modern sovereignty reappear in empire, they take on a completely different form. For example, the sovereign function of deploying military forces was carried out by the modern nation-states and is now conducted by empire, but, as we have seen, the justification for such deployments now rests on a state of permanent exception, and the deployments themselves take the form of police actions. Other royal prerogatives such as carrying out justice and imposing taxes also have the same kind of liminal existence. We have already discussed the marginal position of judicial authority in the constitutive process of empire, and one could also argue that imposing taxes occupies a marginal position in that it is increasingly linked to specific and local urgencies. In effect, one might say that the sovereignty of empire itself is realized at the margins, where borders are flexible and identities are hybrid and fluid. It would be difficult to say which is more important to empire, the center or the margins. In fact, center and margin seem continually to be shifting positions, fleeing any determinate locations. We could even say that the process itself is virtual and that its power resides in the power of virtual. One could nonetheless object at this point that even while being virtual and acting at the margins, the process of constructing imperial sovereignty is in many respects very real. We certainly do not mean to deny that fact. Our claim, rather, is that we are dealing here with a special kind of sovereignty, a discontinuous form of sovereignty that should be considered liminal or marginal insofar as it acts in the final instance, a sovereignty that locates its only point of reference in the definitive absoluteness of power that it can exercise. Empire thus appears in the form of a very high-tech machine. It is virtual, built to control the marginal event, and organized to dominate and when necessary intervene in the breakdowns of system, in line with the most advanced technologies of robotic production. The virtuality and discontinuity of imperial sovereignty, however, do not minimize the effectiveness of its force. 40. On the contrary, those very characteristics serve to reinforce its apparatus, demonstrating its effectiveness in the contemporary historical context and its legitimate force to resolve world problems in the final instance. We are now in the position to address the question whether, on the basis of his new biopolitical premises, the figure and the life of empire can today be grasped in terms of a juridical model. We have already seen that this juridical model cannot be constituted by the existing structures of international law, even when understood in terms of most advanced developments of the United Nations and the other great international organizations. Their elaborations of an international order could at the most be recognized as a process of transition toward the new imperial power. The constitution of empire is being formed neither on the basis of any contractual or treaty-based mechanism nor through any federative source. The source of imperial normativity is born of a new machine, a new economic industrial communicative machine, in short, a globalized biopolitical machine. It thus seems clear that we must look at something other than what has up until now constituted the basis of international order, something that does not rely on the form of right that, in the most diverse traditions, was grounded in the modern system of sovereign nation-states. The impossibility, however, of grasping the genesis of empire and its virtual figure with any of the old instruments of juridical theory, which were deployed in the realist, institutionalist, positivist, or natural right frameworks, should not force us to accept a cynical framework of pure force or some such Machiavellian position. In the genesis of empire there is indeed a rationality at work that can be recognized not so much in terms of juridical tradition but more clearly in the often hidden history of industrial management and the political uses of technology. We should not forget here too that proceeding along these lines will reveal the fabric of class struggle and its institutional effects, but we will treat that issue in the next section. This is a rationality that situates us at the heart of biopolitics and biopolitical technologies. 41. If we wanted to take up again Max Weber's famous three-part formula of the forms of legitimation of power, the qualitative leap that empire introduces into the definition would consist in the unforeseeable mixture of 1. Elements typical of traditional power, 2. An extension of bureaucratic power that is adapted physiologically to the biopolitical context, and 3. A rationality defined by the event and by charisma that rises up as a power of singularization of the whole and of the effectiveness of imperial interventions. 35 The logic that characterizes this neo-Weberian perspective would be functional rather than mathematical, and rhizomatic and undulatory rather than inductive or deductive. It would deal with the management of linguistic sequences as sets of machinic sequences of denotation and at the same time of creative, colloquial, and irreducible innovation. The fundamental object that the imperial relations of power interpret is the productive force of the system, the new biopolitical economic and institutional system. The imperial order is formed not only on the basis of its powers of accumulation and global extension, but also on the basis of its capacity to develop itself more deeply, to be reborn, and to extend itself throughout the biopolitical latticework of world society. The absoluteness of imperial power is the complementary term to its complete immanence to the ontological machine of production and reproduction, and thus to the biopolitical context. Perhaps, finally, this cannot be represented by a juridical order, but it nonetheless is an order defined by its virtuality, its dynamism, and its functional inconclusiveness. The fundamental norm of legitimation will thus be established in the depths of machine, at the heart of social production. Social production and juridical legitimation should not be conceived as primary and secondary forces nor as elements of the base and superstructure, but should be understood rather in a state of absolute parallelism and intermixture, coextensive throughout biopolitical society. In empire and its regime of biopower, economic production and political constitution tend increasingly to coincide. 1.3 Once embodied in the power of workers' councils, which must internationally supplant all other power, the proletarian movement becomes its own product, and this product is the producer itself. The producer is its own end. Only then is the spectacular negation of life negated in turn. Guy Debord. Now is the time of Uranus's, and only light should be seen. José Martí. Flirting with Hegel, one could say that the construction of empire is good in itself but not for itself. One of most powerful operations of modern imperialist power structures was to drive wedges among the masses of globe, dividing them into opposing camps, or really a myriad of conflicting parties. Segments of proletariat in the dominant countries were even led to believe that their interests were tied exclusively to their national identity and imperial destiny. The most significant instances of revolt and revolution against these modern power structures therefore were those that posed the struggle against exploitation together with the struggle against nationalism, colonialism, and imperialism. In these events humanity appeared for a magical moment to be united by a common desire for liberation, and we seemed to catch a glimpse of a future when the modern mechanisms of domination would once and for all be destroyed. The revolting masses, their desire for liberation, their experiments to construct alternatives, and their instances of 43. Constituent power have all at their best moments pointed toward the internationalization and globalization of relationships, beyond the divisions of national, colonial, and imperialist rule. In our time this desire that was set in motion by the multitude has been addressed, in a strange and perverted but nonetheless real way, by the construction of empire. One might even say that the construction of empire and its global networks is a response to the various struggles against the modern machines of power, and specifically to class struggle driven by the multitude's desire for liberation. The multitude called empire into being. Saying that empire is good in itself, however, does not mean that it is good for itself. Although empire may have played a role in putting an end to colonialism and imperialism, it nonetheless constructs its own relationships of power based on exploitation that are in many respects more brutal than those it destroyed. The end of dialectic of modernity has not resulted in the end of dialectic of exploitation. Today nearly all of humanity is to some degree absorbed within or subordinated to the networks of capitalist exploitation. We see now an ever more extreme separation of a small minority that controls enormous wealth from multitudes that live in poverty at the limit of powerlessness. The geographical and racial lines of oppression and exploitation that were established during the era of colonialism and imperialism have in many respects not declined but instead increased exponentially. Despite recognizing all this, we insist on asserting that the construction of empire is a step forward in order to do away with any nostalgia for the power structures that preceded it and refuse any political strategy that involves returning to that old arrangement, such as trying to resurrect the nation-state to protect against global capital. We claim that empire is better in the same way that Marx insists that capitalism is better than the forms of society and modes of production that came before it. Marx's view is grounded on a healthy and lucid disgust for the parochial and rigid hierarchies that preceded capitalist society as well as on a recognition that the potential for liberation is increased in the new situation. In the 44. Same way today we can see that empire does away with the cruel regimes of modern power and also increases the potential for liberation. We are well aware that in affirming this thesis we are swimming against the current of our friends and comrades on the left. In the long decades of current crisis of communist, socialist, and liberal left that has followed the 1960s, a large portion of critical thought, both in the dominant countries of capitalist development and in the subordinated ones, has sought to recompose sites of resistance that are founded on the identities of social subjects or national and regional groups, often grounding political analysis on the localization of struggles. Such arguments are sometimes constructed in terms of place-based movements or politics, in which the boundaries of place, conceived either as identity or as territory, are posed against the undifferentiated and homogeneous space of global networks. Point 2. At other times such political arguments draw on the long tradition of leftist nationalism in which, in the best cases, the nation is conceived as the primary mechanism of defense against the domination of foreign and/or global capital. Point 3. Today the operative syllogism at the heart of various forms of local leftist strategy seems to be entirely reactive. If capitalist domination is becoming ever more global, then our resistances to it must defend the local and construct barriers to capital's accelerating flows. From this perspective, the real globalization of capital and the constitution of empire must be considered signs of dispossession and defeat. We maintain, however, that today this localist position, although we admire and respect the spirit of some of its proponents, is both false and damaging. It is false first of all because the problem is poorly posed. In many characterizations the problem rests on a false dichotomy between the global and the local, assuming that the global entails homogenization and undifferentiated identity whereas the local preserves heterogeneity and difference. Often implicit in such arguments is the assumption that the differences of the local are in some sense natural, or at least that their origin remains beyond question. Local differences pre-exist the present. 45. Seen and must be defended or protected against the intrusion of globalization. It should come as no surprise, given such assumptions, that many defenses of local adopt the terminology of traditional ecology or even identify this local political project with the defense of nature and biodiversity. This view can easily devolve into a kind of primordialism that fixes and romanticizes social relations and identities. What needs to be addressed, instead, is precisely the production of locality, that is, the social machines that create and recreate the identities and differences that are understood as the local. Point 4. The differences of locality are neither pre-existing nor natural but rather effects of a regime of production. Globality similarly should not be understood in terms of cultural, political, or economic homogenization. Globalization, like localization, should be understood instead as a regime of production of identity and difference, or really of homogenization and heterogenization. The better framework, then, to designate the distinction between the global and the local might refer to different networks of flows and obstacles in which the local moment or perspective gives priority to the reterritorializing barriers or boundaries and the global moment privileges the mobility of deterritorializing flows. It is false, in any case, to claim that we can, establish local identities that are in some sense outside and protected against the global flows of capital and empire. This leftist strategy of resistance to globalization and defense of locality is also damaging because in many cases what appear as local identities are not autonomous or self-determining but actually feed into and support the development of the capitalist imperial machine. The globalization or deterritorialization operated by the imperial machine is not in fact opposed to localization or reterritorialization, but rather sets in play mobile and modulating circuits of differentiation and identification. The strategy of local resistance misidentifies and thus masks the enemy. We are by no means opposed to the globalization of relationships as such. In fact, as we said, the strongest forces of leftist internationalism have effectively led this process. The enemy, rather, is a specific regime of 46. Global relations that we call empire. More important, this strategy of defending the local is damaging because it obscures and even negates the real alternatives and the potentials for liberation that exist within empire. We should be done once and for all with the search for an outside, a standpoint that imagines a purity for our politics. It is better both theoretically and practically to enter the terrain of empire and confront its homogenizing and heterogenizing flows in all their complexity, grounding our analysis in the power of global multitude. The ontological drama of theirs gesti. The legacy of modernity is a legacy of fratricidal wars, devastating development, cruel civilization, and previously unimagined sexolence. Erich Auerbach once wrote that tragedy is the only genre that can properly claim realism in Western literature, and perhaps this is true precisely because of tragedy Western modernity has imposed on the world. 5 Concentration camps, nuclear weapons, genocidal wars, slavery, apartheid. It is not difficult to enumerate the various scenes of tragedy. By insisting on the tragic character of modernity, however, we certainly do not mean to follow the tragic philosophers of Europe, from Schopenhauer to Heidegger, who turn these real destructions into metaphysical narratives about the negativity of being, as if these actual tragedies were merely an illusion, or rather as if they were our ultimate destiny. Modern negativity is located not in any transcendent realm but in the hard reality before us, the fields of patriotic battles in the First and Second World Wars, from the killing fields at Verdun to the Nazi furnaces and the swift annihilation of thousands in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the carpet bombing of Vietnam and Cambodia, the massacres from Sétif and Soweto to Sabra and Shatila, and the list goes on and on. There is no job who can sustain such suffering. And anyone who starts compiling such a list quickly realizes how inadequate it is to the quantity and quality of tragedies. Well, if that modernity has come to an end, and if the modern nation-state that served as the ineluctable condition for imperialist domination and innumerably wars is disappearing from the world scene, then good riddance. 47. We must cleanse ourselves of any misplaced nostalgia for the belle epoque of that modernity. We cannot be satisfied, however, with that political condemnation of modern power that relies on the historia rerum gestarum, the objective history we have inherited. We need to consider also the power of residential gesti, the power of multitude to make history that continues and is reconfigured today within empire. It is a question of transforming a necessity imposed on the multitude, a necessity that was to a certain extent solicited by the multitude itself throughout modernity, as a line of light from localized misery and exploitation into a condition of possibility of liberation, a new possibility on this new terrain of humanity. This is when the ontological drama begins, when the curtain goes up on a scene in which the development of empire becomes its own critique and its process of construction becomes the process of its overturning. This drama is ontological in the sense that here, in these processes, being is produced and reproduced. This drama will have to be clarified and articulated much further as our study proceeds, but we should insist right from the outset that this is not simply another variant of dialectical enlightenment. We are not proposing the umpteenth version of inevitable passage through purgatory, here in the guise of new imperial machine, in order to offer a glimmer of hope for radiant futures. We are not repeating the schema of an ideal teleology that justifies any passage in the name of a promised end. On the contrary, our reasoning here is based on two methodological approaches that are intended to be non-dialectical and absolutely immanent. The first is critical and deconstructive, aiming to subvert the hegemonic languages and social structures and thereby reveal an alternative ontological basis that resides in the creative and productive practices of multitude. The second is constructive and ethico-political, seeking to lead the processes of production of subjectivity toward the constitution of an effective social, political alternative, a new constituent power. 6 Our critical approach addresses the need for a real ideological and material deconstruction of imperial order. In the postmodern world, the ruling spectacle of empire is constructed through a 48 variety of self-legitimating discourses and structures. Long ago authors as diverse as Lenin, Horkheimer, and Adorno, and Debord recognized this spectacle as the destiny of triumphant capitalism. Despite their important differences, such authors offer us real anticipodeans of the path of capitalist development. 7 Our deconstruction of this spectacle cannot be textual alone, but must seek continually to focus its powers on the nature of events and the real determinations of imperial processes in motion today. The critical approach is thus intended to bring to light the contradictions, cycles, and crises of process, because in each of these moments the imagined necessity of historical development can open toward alternative possibilities. In other words, the deconstruction of historia rerum gestarum, of spectral reign of globalized capitalism, reveals the possibility of alternative social organizations. This is perhaps as far as we can go with the methodological scaffolding of a critical and materialist deconstructionism, but this is already an enormous contribution. 8. This is where the first methodological approach has to pass the baton to the second, the constructive and ethico-political approach. Here we must delve into the ontological substrate, oft concrete alternatives continually pushed forward by the residential gesti, the subjective forces acting in the historical context. What appears here is not a new rationality but a new scenario of different rational acts, a horizon of activities, resistances, wills, and desires that refuse the hegemonic order, propose lines of light, and forge alternative constitutive itineraries. This real substrate, open to critique, revised by the ethico-political approach, represents the real ontological referent of philosophy, or really the field proper to a philosophy of liberation. This approach breaks methodologically with every philosophy of history insofar as it refuses any deterministic conception of historical development and any rational celebration of result. It demonstrates, on the contrary, how the historical event resides in potential ity. It is not the two that recompose in one, but the one that opens into two, according to the beautiful anti-Confucian, and anti-Platonic, formula of the Chinese revolutionaries. 9 Philosophy 49 is not the owl of Minerva that takes flight after history has been realized in order to celebrate its happy ending. Rather, philosophy is subjective proposition, desire, and praxis that are applied to the event. Refrains of the Internationale. There was a time, not so long ago, when internationalism was a key component of proletarian struggles and progressive politics in general. The proletariat has no country, or better, the country of proletariat is the entire world. The Internationale was the hymn of revolutionaries, the song of utopian futures. We should note that the utopia expressed in these slogans is in fact not really internationalist. If by internationalist we understand a kind of consensus among the various national identities that preserves their differences but negotiates some limited agreement. Rather, proletarian internationalism was anti-nationalist, and hence supranational and global. Workers of the world unite, not on the basis of national identities but directly through common needs and desires, without regard to borders and boundaries. Internationalism was the wool-open active mass subject that recognized that the nation-states were key agents of capitalist exploitation and that the multitude was continually drafted to fight their senseless wars. In short, that the nation-state was a political form whose contradictions could not be subsumed and sublimated but only destroyed. International solidarity was really a project for the destruction of nation-state and the construction of a new global community. This proletarian program stood behind the often ambiguous tactical definitions that socialist and communist parties produced during the century of their hegemony over the proletariat. 10 If the nation-state was a central link in the chain of domination and thus had to be destroyed, then the national proletariat had as a primary task destroying itself insofar as it was defined by the nation and thus bringing international solidarity out of prison in which it had been trapped. International solidarity had to be recognized not as an act of charity or altruism for the good of voters, a noble 50. Sacrifice for another national working class, but rather as proper to and inseparable from each national proletariat's own desire and struggle for liberation. Proletarian internationalism constructed a paradoxical and powerful political machine that pushed continually beyond the boundaries and hierarchies of nation-states and posed utopian futures only on the global terrain. Today we should all clearly recognize that the time of such proletarian internationalism is over. That does not negate the fact, however, that the concept of internationalism really lived among the masses and deposited a kind of geological stratum of suffering and desire, a memory of victories and defeats, a residue of ideological tensions and needs. Furthermore, the proletariat does in fact find itself today not just international but, at least tendentially, global. One might be tempted to say that proletarian internationalism actually won in light of the fact that the powers of nation-states have declined in the recent passage toward globalization and empire, but that would be a strange and ironic notion of victory. It is more accurate to say, following the William Morris quotation that serves as one of the epigraphs for this book, that what they fought for came about despite their defeat. The practice of proletarian internationalism was expressed most clearly in the international cycles of struggles. In this framework the national, general strike and insurrection against the nation, state were only really conceivable as elements of communication among struggles and processes of liberation on the internationalist terrain. From Berlin to Moscow, from Paris to New Delhi, from Algiers to Hanoi, from Shanghai to Jakarta, from Havana to New York, struggles resonated with one another throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. A cycle was constructed as news of a revolt was communicated and applied in each new context, just as in an earlier era merchant ships carried the news of slave revolt from island to island around the Caribbean, igniting a stubborn string of fires that could not be quenched. For a cycle to form, the recipients of news must be able to translate the events into their own language, recognize the struggles as their own, and thus 51. Add a link to the chain. In some cases this translation is rather elaborate, how Chinese intellectuals at the turn of 20th century, for example, could hear of the anti-colonial struggles in the Philippines and Cuba and translate them into the terms of their own revolutionary projects. In other cases it is much more direct. How the Factory Council movement in Turin, Italy, was immediately inspired by the news of Bolshevik victory in Russia. Rather than thinking of struggles as relating to one another like links in a chain, it might be better to conceive of them as communicating like a virus that modulates its form to find in each context an adequate host. It would not be hard to map the periods of extreme intensity of these cycles. A first wave might be seen as beginning after 1848 with the political agitation of First International, continuing in the 1880s and 1890s with the formation of socialist political and trade union organizations, and then rising to a peak after the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the First International cycle of anti-imperialist struggles. 11 A second wave arose after the Soviet Revolution of 1917, which was followed by an international progression of struggles that could only be contained by fascisms on one side and reabsorbed by the New Deal and anti-fascist fronts on the other. And finally there was the wave of struggles that began with the Chinese Revolution and proceeded through the African and Latin American liberation struggles to the explosions of 1960s throughout the world. These international cycles of struggles were the real motor that drove the development of institutions of capital and that drove it in a process of reform and restructuring. 12 Proletarian, anti-colonial, and anti-imperialist internationalism, the struggle for communism, which lived in all the most powerful insurrectional events of 19th and 20th centuries, anticipated and prefigured the processes of globalization of capital and the formation of empire. In this way the formation of empire is a response to proletarian internationalism. There is nothing dialectical or teleological about this anticipation and prefiguration of capitalist development by the mass struggles. On the contrary, the struggles 52. Themselves are demonstrations of creativity of desire, utopias of lived experience, the workings of historicity as potentiality. In short, the struggles are the naked reality of residential gesting. A teleology of sorts is constructed only after the fact, post festum. The struggles that preceded and prefigured globalization were expressions of force of living labor, which sought to liberate itself from the rigid territorializing regimes imposed on it. As it contests the dead labor accumulated against it, living labor always seeks to break the fixed territorializing structures, the national organizations, and the political figures that keep it prisoner. With the force of living labor, its restless activity, and its deterritorializing desire, this process of rupture throws open all the windows of history. When one adopts the perspective of activity of multitude, its production of subjectivity and desire, one can recognize how globalization, insofar as it operates a real deterritorialization of previous structures of exploitation and control, is really a condition of liberation of multitude. But how can this potential for liberation be realized today? Does that same uncontainable desire for freedom that broke and buried the nation-state and that determined the transition toward empire still live beneath the ashes oft present, the ashes oft fire that consumed the internationalist proletarian subject that was centered on the industrial working class? What has come to stand in the place oft hat subject? In what sense can we say that the ontological rooting of a new multitude has come to be a positive or alternative actor in the articulation of globalization? The Molian Thesnake. We need to recognize that the very subject of labor and revolt has changed profoundly. The composition of the proletariat has transformed, and thus our understanding of it must too. In conceptual terms, we understand proletariat as a broad category that includes all those whose labor is directly or indirectly exploited by and subjected to capitalist norms of production and reproduction. Point 13. In a previous era, the category of proletariat centered on and was at times 53. Effectively subsumed under the industrial working class, whose paradigmatic figure was the male mass factory worker. That industrial working class was often accorded the leading role over other figures of labor, such as peasant labor and reproductive labor, in both economic analyses and political movements. Today that working class has all but disappeared from view. It has not ceased to exist, but it has been displaced from its privileged position in the capitalist economy and its hegemonic position in the class composition of the proletariat. The proletariat is not what it used to be, but that does not mean it has vanished. It means, rather, that we are faced once again with the analytical task of understanding the new composition of proletariat as a class. The fact that under the category of proletariat we understand all those exploited by and subject to capitalist domination should not indicate that the proletariat is a homogeneous or undifferentiated unit. It is indeed cut through in various directions by differences and stratifications. Some labor is waged, some is not, some labor is restricted to within the factory walls, some is dispersed across the unbounded social terrain, some labor is limited to 8 hours a day and 40 hours a week, some expands to fill the entire time of life, some labor is accorded a minimal value, some is exalted to the pinnacle of capitalist economy. We will argue, in section 3.4, that among the various figures of production active today, the figure of immaterial labor power, involved in communication, cooperation, and the production and reproduction of affects, occupies an increasingly central position in both the schema of capitalist production and the composition of proletariat. Our point here is that all of these diverse forms of labor are in some way subject to capitalist discipline and capitalist relations of production. This fact of being within capital and sustaining capital is what defines the proletariat as a class. We need to look more concretely at the form of the struggles in which this new proletariat expresses its desires and needs. In the last half-century, and in particular in the 2 decades that stretched from 1968 to the fall of the Berlin Wall, the restructuring and global 54. Expansion of capitalist production have been accompanied by a transformation of proletarian struggles. As we said, the figure of an international cycle of struggles based on the communication and translation of common desires of labor in revolt seems no longer to exist. The fact that the cycle as the specific form of the assemblage of struggles has vanished, however, does not simply open up to an abyss. On the contrary, we can recognize powerful events on the world scene that reveal the trace of multitudes' refusal of exploitation and that signal a new kind of proletarian solidarity and militancy. Consider the most radical and powerful struggles of the final years of 20th century, the Tiananmen Square events in 1989, the Intifada against Israeli state authority, the May 1992 revolt in Los Angeles, the uprising in Chiapas that began in 1994, and the series of strikes that paralyzed France in December 1995, and those that crippled South Korea in 1996. Each of these struggles was specific and based on immediate regional concerns in such a way that they could in no respect be linked together as a globally expanding chain of revolt. None of these events inspired a cycle of struggles, because the desires and needs they expressed could not be translated into different contexts. In other words, potential, revolutionaries in other parts of the world did not hear of events in Beijing, Nablus, Los Angeles, Chiapas, Paris, or Seoul and immediately recognize them as their own struggles. Furthermore, these struggles not only fail to communicate to other contexts but also lack even a local communication, and thus often have a very brief duration where they are born, burning out in a flash. This is certainly one of the central and most urgent political paradoxes of our time. In our much celebrated age of communication, struggles have become all but incommunicable. This paradox of incommunicability makes it extremely difficult to grasp and express the new power posed by the struggles that have emerged. We ought to be able to recognize that what the struggles have lost in extension, duration, and communicability they have gained in intensity. We ought to be able to recognize that. 55. Although all of these struggles are focused on their own local and immediate circumstances, they all nonetheless posed problems of supranational relevance, problems that are proper to the new figure of imperial capitalist regulation. In Los Angeles, for example, the riots were fueled by local racial antagonisms and patterns of social and economic exclusion that are in many respects particular to that post-urban territory, but the events were also immediately catapulted to a general level insofar as they expressed a refusal of the post-Fordist regime of social control. Like the Intifada in certain respects, the Los Angeles riots demonstrated how the decline of Fordist bargaining regimes and mechanisms of social mediation has made the management of racially and socially diverse metropolitan territories and populations so precarious. The looting of commodities and burning of property were not just metaphors but the real global condition of mobility and volatility of post-Fordist social mediations. 14 In Chiapas, 2, the insurrection focused primarily on local concerns, problems of exclusion and lack of representation specific to Mexican society and the Mexican state, which have also to a limited degree long been common to the racial hierarchies throughout much of Latin America. The Zapatista rebellion, however, was also immediately a struggle against the social regime imposed by NAFTA and more generally the systematic exclusion and subordination in the regional construction of the world market. 15 Finally, like those in Seoul, the massive strikes in Paris and throughout France in late 1995 were aimed at specific local and national labor issues, such as pensions, wages, and unemployment, but the struggle was also immediately recognized as a clear contestation of new social and economic construction of Europe. The French strikes called above all for a new notion of the public, a new construction of public space against the neoliberal mechanisms of privatization that accompany more or less everywhere the project of capitalist globalization. 16 Perhaps precisely because all these struggles are incommunicable and thus blocked from traveling horizontally in the form of a cycle, they are forced instead to leap vertically and touch immediately on the global level. 56. We ought to be able to recognize that this is not the appearance of a new cycle of internationalist struggles, but rather the emergence of a new quality of social movements. We ought to be able to recognize, in other words, the fundamentally new characteristics these struggles all present, despite their radical diversity. First, each struggle, though firmly rooted in local conditions, leaps immediately to the global level and attacks the imperial constitution in its general ity. Second, all the struggles destroy the traditional distinction between economic and political struggles. The struggles are at once economic, political, and cultural, and hence they are biopolitical struggles, struggles over the form of life. They are constituent struggles, creating new public spaces and new forms of community. We ought to be able to recognize all this, but it is not that easy. We must admit, in fact, that even when trying to individuate the real novelty of these situations, we are hampered by the nagging impression that these struggles are always already old, outdated, and anachronistic. The struggles at Tiananmen Square spoke a language of democracy that seemed long out of fashion. The guitars, headbands, tents, and slogans all looked like a weak echo of Berkeley in the 1960s. The Los Angeles riots, too, seemed like an aftershock of earthquake of racial conflicts that shook the United States in the 1960s. The strikes in Paris and Seoul seemed to take us back to the era of mass factory worker, as if they were the last gasp of a dying working class. All these struggles, which pose really new elements, appear from the beginning to be already old and outdated precisely because they cannot communicate, because their languages cannot be translated. The struggles do not communicate despite their being hypermediatized, on television, the internet, and every other imaginable medium. Once again we are confronted by the paradox of incommunicability. We can certainly recognize real obstacles that block the communication of struggles. One such obstacle is the absence of a recognition of a common enemy against which the struggles are directed. Beijing, Los Angeles, Nablus, Chiapas, Paris, Seoul, the situations all seem utterly particular, but in fact they all directly attack ALTERNATIVESWITHINEMPIRE. 57. The global order of empire and seek a real alternative. Clarifying the nature of common enemy is thus an essential political task. A second obstacle, which is really corollary to the first, is that there is no common language of struggles that could translate the particular language of each into a cosmopolitan language. Struggles in other parts of the world and even our own struggles seem to be written in an incomprehensible foreign language. This too points toward an important political task, to construct a new common language that facilitates communication, as the languages of anti-imperialism and proletarian internationalism did for the struggles of a previous era. Perhaps this needs to be a new type of communication that functions not on the basis of resemblances but on the basis of differences, a communication of singularities. Recognizing a common enemy and inventing a common language of struggles are certainly important political tasks, and we will advance them as far as we can in this book, but our intuition tells us that this line of analysis finally fails to grasp the real potential presented by the new struggles. Our intuition tells us, in other words, that the model of horizontal articulation of struggles in a cycle is no longer adequate for recognizing the way in which contemporary struggles achieve global significance. Such a model in fact blinds us to their real new potential. Marx tried to understand the continuity of cycle of proletarian struggles that were emerging in 19th-century Europe in terms of a mole and its subterranean tunnels. Marx's mole would surface in times of open class conflict and then retreat underground again, not to hibernate passively but to burrow its tunnels, moving along with the times, pushing forward with history so that when the time was right, 1830, 1848, 1870, it would spring to the surface again. Well grubbed old mole, 17. Well, we suspect that Marx's old mole has finally died. It seems to us, in fact, that in the contemporary passage to empire, the structured tunnels of mole have been replaced by the infinite undulations of snake. 18 The depths of modern world and its subterranean passageways have in postmodernity all become superficial. Today's struggles slither 58. Lently across these superficial, imperial landscapes. Perhaps the incommunicability of struggles, the lack of well-structured, communicating tunnels, is in fact a strength rather than a weakness, a strength because all of movements are immediately subversive in themselves and do not wait on any sort of external aid or extension to guarantee their effectiveness. Perhaps the more capital extends its global networks of production and control, the more powerful any singular point of revolt can be. Simply by focusing their own powers, concentrating their energies in a tense and compact coil, these serpentine struggles strike directly at the highest articulations of imperial order. Empire presents a superficial world, the virtual center of which can be accessed immediately from any point across the surface. If these points were to constitute something like a new cycle of struggles, it would be a cycle defined not by the communicative extension of struggles but rather by their singular emergence, by the intensity that characterizes them one by one. In short, this new phase is defined by the fact that these struggles do not link horizontally, but each one leaps vertically, directly to the virtual center of empire. From the point of view of revolutionary tradition, one might object that the tactical successes of revolutionary actions in the 19th and 20th centuries were all characterized precisely by the capacity to blast open the weakest link of the imperialist chain, that this is the ABC of revolutionary dialectics, and thus it would seem today that the situation is not very promising. It is certainly true that the serpentine struggles we are witnessing today do not provide any clear revolutionary tactics, or maybe they are completely incomprehensible from the point of view of tactics. Faced as we are with a series of intense subversive social movements that attack the highest levels of imperial organization, however, it may be no longer useful to insist on the old distinction between strategy and tactics. In the constitution of empire there is no longer an outside to power and thus no longer weak links. If by weak link we mean an external point where the articulations of global power are vulnerable. Point 19. To achieve significance, every struggle must attack at the heart of empire, at its strength. That fact, however, 59. Does not give priority to any geographical regions, as if only social movements in Washington, Geneva, or Tokyo could attack the heart of empire. On the contrary, the construction of empire, and the globalization of economic and cultural relationships, means that the virtual center of empire can be attacked from any point. The tactical preoccupations of the old revolutionary school are thus completely irretrievable. The only strategy available to the struggles is that of a constituent counterpower that emerges from within empire. Those who have difficulty accepting the novelty and revolutionary potential of this situation from the perspective of struggles themselves might recognize it more easily from the perspective of imperial power, which is constrained to react to the struggles. Even when these struggles become sites effectively closed to communication, they are at the same time the maniacal focus of the critical attention of empire. Point 20. They are educational lessons in the classroom of administration and the chambers of government, lessons that demand repressive instruments. The primary lesson is that such events cannot be repeated if the processes of capitalist globalization are to continue. These struggles, however, have their own weight, their own specific intensity, and moreover they are immanent to the procedures and developments of imperial power. They invest and sustain the processes of globalization themselves. Imperial power whispers the names of struggles in order to charm them into passivity, to construct a mystified image of them, but most important to discover which processes of globalization are possible and which are not. In this contradictory and paradoxical way the imperial processes of globalization assume these events, recognizing them as both limits and opportunities to recalibrate empire's own instruments. The processes of globalization would not exist or would come to a halt if they were not continually both frustrated and driven by these explosions of the multitude that touch immediately on the highest levels of imperial power. Two-headed eagle. The emblem of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, an eagle with two heads, might give an adequate initial representation of kingdom. 60. Prairie form of empire. But whereas in the earlier emblem the two heads looked outward to designate the relative autonomy and peaceful coexistence of the respective territories, in our case the two heads would have to be turned inward, each attacking the other. The first head of the imperial eagle is a juridical structure and a constituted power, constructed by the machine of biopolitical command. The juridical process and the imperial machine are always subject to contradictions and crises. Order and peace, the eminent values that empire proposes, can never be achieved but are nonetheless continually reproposed. The juridical process of constitution of empire lives this constant crisis that is considered, at least by the most attentive theoreticians, the price of its own development. There is, however, always a surplus. Empire's continual extension and constant pressure to adhere ever more closely to the complexity and depth of the biopolitical realm force the imperial machine, when it seems to resolve one conflict, continually to open others. It tries to make them commensurate with its project, but they emerge once again as incommensurable, with all the elements of new terrain mobile in space and flexible in time. The other head of the imperial eagle is the plural multitude of productive, creative subjectivities of globalization that have learned to sail on this enormous sea. They are in perpetual motion and they form constellations of singularities and events that impose continual global reconfigurations on the system. This perpetual motion can be geographical, but it can refer also to modulations of form and processes of mixture and hybridization. The relationship between system and asystemic movements cannot be flattened onto any logic of correspondence in this perpetually modulating eta.21. Even the asystemic elements produced by the new multitude are in fact global forces that cannot have a commensurate relationship, even an inverted one, with the system. Every insurrectional event that erupts within the order of the imperial system provokes a shock to the system in its entirety. From this perspective, the institutional frame in which we live is characterized by its radical contingency and precariousness, or really by the unforeseeability. 61. Oft sequences of events, sequences that are always more brief or more compact temporally and thus ever less controllable. 22. It becomes ever more difficult for empire to intervene in the unforeseeable temporal sequences of events when they accelerate there temporally. The most relevant aspect that the struggles have demonstrated may be sudden accelerations, often cumulative, that can become virtually simultaneous, explosions that reveal a properly ontological power and unforeseeable attack on the most central equilibria of empire. Just as empire in the spectacle of its force continually determines systemic recompositions, so too new figures of resistance are composed through the sequences of events of struggle. This is another fundamental characteristic of the existence of the multitude today, within empire and against empire. New figures of struggle and new subjectivities are produced in the conjuncture of events, in the universal nomadism, in the general mixture and miscegenation of individuals and populations, and in the technological metamorphoses of the imperial biopolitical machine. These new figures and subjectivities are produced because, although the struggles are indeed anti-systemic, they are not posed merely against the imperial system. They are not simply negative forces. They also express, nourish, and develop positively their own constituent projects. They work toward the liberation of living labor, creating constellations of powerful singularities. This constituent aspect of movement of multitude, in its myriad faces, is really the positive terrain of historical construction of empire. This is not a historicist positivity but, on the contrary, a positivity of residential gesti of multitude, and antagonistic and creative positivity. The deterritorializing power of multitude is the productive force that sustains empire and at the same time the force that calls for and makes necessary its destruction. At this point, however, we should recognize that our metaphor breaks down and that the two-headed eagle is not really an adequate representation of relationship between empire and the multitude, because it poses the two on the same level and thus does not. 62. Recognize the real hierarchies and discontinuities that define their relationship. From one perspective, empire stands clearly over the multitude and subjects it to the rule of its overarching machine, as a new Leviathan. At the same time, however, from the perspective of social productivity and creativity, from what we have been calling the ontological perspective, the hierarchy is reversed. The multitude is the real productive force of our social world, whereas empire is a mere apparatus of capture that lives only off the vitality of the multitude, as Marx would say, a vampire regime of accumulated dead labor that survives only by sucking off the blood of the living. Once we adopt this ontological standpoint, we can return to the juridical framework we investigated earlier and recognize the reasons for the real deficit that plagues the transition from international public law to the new public law of empire, that is, the new conception of right that defines empire. In other words, the frustration and the continual instability suffered by imperial right as it attempts to destroy the old values that served as reference points for international public law, the nation-states, the International Order of Westphalia, the United Nations, and so forth, along with the so-called turbulence that accompanies this process, are all symptoms of a properly ontological lack. As it constructs its supranational figure, power seems to be deprived of any real ground beneath it, or rather, it is lacking the motor that propels its movement. The rule of biopolitical imperial context should thus be seen in the first instance as an empty machine, a spectacular machine, a parasitical machine. A new sense of being is imposed on the constitution of empire by the creative movement of multitude, or really it is continually present in this process as an alternative paradigm. It is internal to empire and pushes forward its constitution, not as a negative that constructs a positive or any such dialectical resolution. Rather it acts as an absolutely positive force that pushes the dominating power toward an abstract and empty unification, to which it appears as the distinct alternative. From this perspective, when the constituted power of empire appears merely as privation of being and product. 63. As a simple abstract and empty trace of constituent power of multitude, then we will be able to recognize the real standpoint of our analysis. It is a standpoint that is both strategic and tactical, when the two are no longer different. Political Manifesto. In an extraordinary text written during his period of seclusion, Louis Althusser reads Machiavelli and poses the quite reasonable question whether the Prince should be considered a revolutionary political manifesto. Point 1. In order to address this question, Althusser first tries to define the manifesto form as a specific genre of text by comparing the characteristics of the Prince with those of the paradigmatic political manifesto, Marx and Engels's manifesto of the Communist Party. He finds between these two documents an undeniable structural resemblance. In both texts the form of the argument consists of a completely specific apparatus dispositif that establishes particular relationships between the discourse and its object and between the discourse and its subject, p. 55. In each case the political discourse is born from the productive relationship between the subject and the object, from the fact that this relationship is itself the very point of view of the residential gestia self-constituting collective action aimed at its objective. In short, clearly outside of the tradition of political science, either in its classical form, which was really the analysis of the forms of government, or in its contemporary form, which amounts to a science of management, the manifestos of Machiavelli and Marx Engels define the political as the movement of the multitude and they define the goal as the self-production of the subject. Here we have a materialist teleology. Despite that important similarity, Althusser continues, the differences between the two manifestos are significant. The primary difference consists in the fact that, whereas in the Marx-Engels text the subject that defines the standpoint of the text, the modern proletariat, and the object, the Communist Party and communism, are conceived as co-present in such a way that the growing organization of the former directly entails the creation of the latter, in the Machiavellian project there is an ineluctable distance between the subject, the multitude, and the object, the Prince and the Free State. This distance leads Machiavelli in The Prince to search for a 64 democratic apparatus capable of linking subject to object. In other words, whereas the Marx-Engels manifesto traces a linear and necessary causality, the Machiavellian text poses rather a project and a utopia. Althusser recognizes finally that both texts effectively bring the theoretical proposal to the level of praxis, both assume the present as empty for the future, vide pour le futur, p. 62, and in this open space they establish an immanent act of the subject that constitutes a new position of being. Is this choice of the field of immanence, however, enough to define a manifesto form that would be a mode of political discourse adequate to the insurgent subject of postmodernity? The postmodern situation is eminently paradoxical when it is considered from the biopolitical point of view understood, that is, as an uninterrupted circuit of life, production, and politics, globally dominated by the capitalist mode of production. On the one hand, in this situation all the forces of society tend to be activated as productive forces, but on the other hand, these same forces are submitted to a global domination that is continually more abstract and thus blind to the sense of the apparatuses of the reproduction of life. In postmodernity, the end of history is effectively imposed, but in such a way that at the same time paradoxically all the powers of humanity are called on to contribute to the global reproduction of labor, society, and life. In this framework, politics, when this is understood as administration and management, loses all its transparency. Through its institutional processes of normalization, power hides rather than reveals and interprets the relationships that characterize its control over society and life. How can a revolutionary political discourse be reactivated in this situation? How can it gain a new consistency and fill some eventual manifesto with a new materialist teleology? How can we construct an apparatus for bringing together the subject, the multitude, and the object, cosmopolitical liberation, within postmodernity? Clearly one cannot achieve this, even when assuming entirely the argument of the field of immanence, simply by following the indications offered by the Marx-Engels manifesto. In the cold placidness of postmodernity, what Marx and Engels saw as the co-presence of the productive subject and the process of liberation is utterly inconceivable. And yet, from our postmodern perspective, the terms of the Machiavellian manifesto seem to acquire a new contemporaneity. Straining the analogy. 65. With Machiavelli a little, we could pose the problem in this way: how can productive labor dispersed in various networks find a center? How can the material and immaterial production of the brains and bodies of the many construct a common sense and direction, or rather, how can the endeavor to bridge the distance between the formation of the multitude as subject and the constitution of a democratic political apparatus find its prince? This analogy, however, is finally insufficient. There remains in Machiavelli's Prince a utopian condition that distances the project from the subject and that, despite the radical immanence of the method, confides the political function to a higher plane. In contrast, any postmodern liberation must be achieved within this world, on the plane of immanence, with no possibility of any even utopian outside. The form in which the political should be expressed as subjectivity today is not at all clear. A solution to this problem would have to weave closer together the subject and the object of the project, pose them in a relationship of immanence still more profound than that achieved by Machiavelli or Marx-Engels, in other words, pose them in a process of self-production. Perhaps we need to reinvent the notion of the materialist teleology that Spinoza proclaimed at the dawn of modernity when he claimed that the prophet produces its own people. Point 2. Perhaps along with Spinoza we should recognize prophetic desire as irresistible, and all the more powerful the more it becomes identified with the multitude. It is not at all clear that this prophetic function can effectively address our political needs and sustain a potential manifesto of the postmodern revolution against empire, but certain analogies and paradoxical coincidences do seem striking. For example, whereas Machiavelli proposes that the project of constructing a new society from below requires arms and money and insists that we must look for them outside, Spinoza responds, "Don't we already possess them? Don't the necessary weapons reside precisely within the creative and prophetic power of the multitude?" Perhaps we, too, locating ourselves within the revolutionary desire of postmodernity, can in turn respond, "Don't we already possess arms and money?" The kind of money that Machiavelli insists is necessary may in fact reside in the productivity of the multitude, the immediate actor of biopolitical production and reproduction. The kind of arms in question may be contained in the potential of the multitude to 66. Sabotage and destroy with its own productive force the parasitical order of postmodern command. Today a manifesto, a political discourse, should aspire to fulfill a Spinozist prophetic function, the function of an immanent desire that organizes the multitude. There is not finally here any determinism or utopia, this is rather a radical counterpower, ontologically grounded not on any vitae pour le futur but on the actual activity of the multitude, its creation, production, and power. A materialist teleology. Part 2 2.1. Whether you affirm infallibility and deduce sovereignty from it or pose sovereignty first and derive infallibility from that, you are forced either way to recognize and sanction an absolute power. And the same result is imposed whether it be through oppression of governments or the reason of philosophers, whether you make the people or the king sovereign. Franco I. Esquizo. In the early 20th century Vienna of Robert Musil's novel The Man Without Qualities, an enlightened aristocrat, Count Leinsdorf, puzzles out the complexities of modernity but gets stuck on a central paradox. "What I still don't understand," he says, "is this, that people should love each other, and that it takes a firm hand in government to make them do it, is nothing new. So why should it suddenly be a case of either/or? 1. For the philanthropists of Musil's world, there is a conflict at the center of modernity between, on the one hand, the immanent forces of desire and association, the love of community, and on the other, the strong hand often overarching authority that imposes and enforces an order on the social field. This tension was to be resolved, or at least mediated, by the sovereignty of state, and yet it continually resurfaces as a question of either/or, freedom or servitude, the liberation of desire or its subjugation. Count Leinsdorf lucidly identifies a contradiction that runs throughout European modernity and resides at the heart of modern concept of sovereignty. Tracing the emerging figure of concept of sovereignty through various developments in modern European philosophy. 70. Should allow us to recognize that Europe and modernity are neither unitary nor pacific constructions, but rather from the beginning were characterized by struggle, conflict, and crisis. We identify 3 moments in the constitution of European modernity that articulate the initial figure of modern concept of sovereignty. First, the revolutionary discovery of plane of immanence; second, the reaction against these immanent forces and the crisis in the form of authority; and third, the partial and temporary resolution of these crises in the formation of modern state as a locus of sovereignty that transcends and mediates the plane of Iman and F-works. In this progression, European modernity itself becomes increasingly inseparable from the principle of sovereignty. And yet, as Count Leinsdorf laments, even at the height of modernity the original tension continually breaks through in all its violence. Modern sovereignty is a European concept in the sense that it developed primarily in Europe in coordination with the evolution of modernity itself. The concept functioned as the cornerstone of the construction of Eurocentrism. Although modern sovereignty emanated from Europe, however, it was born and developed in large part through Europe's relationship with its outside, and particularly through its colonial project and the resistance of colonized. Modern sovereignty emerged, then, as the concept of European reaction and European domination both within and outside its borders. They are 2 coextensive and complementary faces of one development, rule within Europe and European rule over the world. Their evolutionary plane of immanence. It all began with a revolution. In Europe, between 1200 and 1600, across distances that only merchants and armies could travel and only the invention of printing press would later bring together, something extraordinary happened. Humans declared themselves masters of their own lives, producers of cities and history, and inventors of heavens. They inherited a dualistic consciousness, a hierarchical vision of society, and a metaphysical idea of science, but they handed down to future generations an experimental idea. 71. Of science, a constituent conception of a story and cities, and they posed being as an immanent terrain of knowledge and action. The thought of these initial period, born simultaneously in politics, science, art, philosophy, and theology, demonstrates the radically oft forces at work in modernity. The origins of European modernity are often characterized as springing from a secularizing process that denied divine and transcendent authority over worldly affairs. That process was certainly important, but in our view it was really only a symptom of the primary event of modernity, the affirmation of powers of this world, the discovery of plane of immanence. Omnes habet aliquod esse proprium. Every entity has a singular essence. Point 2. Duns Scotus affirmation subverts the medieval conception of being as an object of analogical, and thus dualistic, predication of being with one foot in this world and one in a transcendent realm. We are at the beginning of the 14th century, in the midst of the convulsions of the late Middle Ages. Duns Scotus tells his contemporaries that the confusion and decadence of the times can be remedied only by recentering thought on the singularity of being. This singularity is not ephemeral nor accidental but ontological. The strength of this affirmation and the effect it had on the thought of period were demonstrated by Dante Alighieri's response to it, thousands of miles away from Duns Scotus' Britannic north. This singular being is powerful, Dante wrote, in that it is the drive to actualize totum potentium intellectus possibilis, all the power of possible intellect. Point 3. At the scene of birth of European modernity, humanity discovered its power in the world and integrated this dignity into a new consciousness of reason and potentiality. In the 15th century, numerous authors demonstrated the coherence and revolutionary originality of these new immanent ontological knowledge. Let us simply cite three representative voices. First, Nicholas of CUSA, speculation is a movement of intellect from quia est to quid est, and since quid est is infinitely distant from quia est, such a movement will never come to an end. And it is a 72. Very pleasurable movement, since it is the life itself of the intellect. From this fact such movement finds its satisfaction, since its motion does not generate fatigue but rather light and heat. For second, Pico della Mirandola, when you conceive of God as a living and knowing being, make sure before all else that this knowledge and this life are understood as free from every imperfection. Conceive of a knowledge that knows all and everything in a most perfect manner, and add still that the knower knows all by itself, so there is no need to search outside itself, which would make it imperfect. 5. In this way Pico della Mirandola, rather than conceiving a distant, transcendent God, makes the human mind into a divine machine of knowledge. Finally, Bovilis, the one who was by nature merely human homo becomes, through the rich contribution of art, doubly human, that is, homo. 6. Through its own powerful arts and practices, humanity enriches and doubles itself, or really raises itself to a higher power, homo, humanity squared. In those origins of modernity, then, knowledge shifted from the transcendent plane to the immanent, and consequently, that human knowledge became a doing, a practice of transforming nature. Sir Francis Bacon constructed a world in which what has been discovered in the arts and the sciences can now be reorganized through usage, meditation, observation, argumentation. Because it is good to treat the most distant realities and the occult secrets of nature through the introduction of a better use and a more perfect technique of the mind and the intellect. 7. In this process, Galileo Galilei maintains, and this will conclude our circle de dignitate hominis, we have the possibility of equaling divine knowledge. Taking the understanding to be intensive, insofar as that term carries with it intensively, that is perfectly, several propositions, I say that the human intellect understands some things so perfectly and it has such absolute certainty of them that it equals nature's own understanding of them. Those things include the pure mathematical sciences, that is, geometry and arithmetic. 73. About which the divine intellect knows infinitely more propositions since it knows them all. But oft those few understood by the human intellect. I believe that its knowledge equals divine knowledge in its objective certainty. 8. What is revolutionary in this whole series of philosophical developments stretching from the 13th to the 16th centuries is that the powers of creation that had previously been consigned exclusively to the heavens are now brought down to earth. This is the discovery of fullness of plane of immanence. Just as in philosophy and science, in politics, too, humanity reappropriated in this early period of modernity what medieval transcendence had taken away from it. In the span of 3 or 4 centuries, the process of refoundation of authority on the basis of a human universal and through the action of a multitude of singularities was accomplished with great force, amid dreadful tragedies and heroic conquests. William of Ockham, for example, claimed that the Church is the multitude of the faithful ecclesia est multitudo fidelium 9, meaning that it is not superior to and distinct from the community of Christians but immanent to that community. Marsilius of Padua opposed the same definition for the Republic. The power of the Republic and the power of its laws derive not from superior principles but from the assembly of citizens. 10. A new understanding of power and a new conception of liberation were set in motion, from Dante and the late medieval apologia of the possible intellect to Thomas More and the celebration of the immense and inexplicable power of natural life and labor as foundation for the political arrangement, from the democracy of the Protestant sects to Spinoza and his notion of absoluteness of democracy. By the time we arrive at Spinoza, in fact, the horizon of immanence and the horizon of democratic political order coincide completely. The plane of immanence is the one on which the powers of singularity are realized and the one on which the truth of new humanity is determined historically, technically, and politically. For this very fact, because there cannot be any external mediation, the singular is presented as the multitude. 11. 74. Modernity's beginnings were revolutionary, and the old order was toppled by them. The constitution of modernity was not about theory in isolation but about theoretical acts indissolubly tied to mutations of practice and reality. Bodies and brains were fundamentally transformed. This historical process of subjectivization was revolutionary in the sense that it determined a paradigmatic and irreversible change in the mode of life of multitude. Modernity as crisis. Modernity is not a unitary concept but rather appears in at least two modes. The first mode is the one we have already defined, a radical revolutionary process. This modernity destroys its relations with the past and declares the imminence of new paradigm of the world and life. It develops knowledge and action as scientific experimentation and defines a tendency toward a democratic politics, posing humanity and desire at the center of a story. From the artisan to the astronomer, from the merchant to the politician, in art as in religion, the material of existence is reformed by a new life. This new emergence, however, created a war. How could such a radical overturning not incite strong antagonism? How could this revolution not determine a counter-revolution? There was indeed a counter-revolution in the proper sense of term, a cultural, philosophical, social, and political initiative that, since it could neither return to the past nor destroy the new forces, sought to dominate and expropriate the force of the emerging movements and dynamics. This is the second mode of modernity, constructed to wage war against the new forces and establish an overarching power to dominate them. It arose within the Renaissance Revolution to divert its direction, transplant the new image of humanity to a transcendent plane, relativize the capacities of science to transform the world, and above all oppose the reappropriation of power on the part of multitude. The second mode of modernity poses a transcendent constituted power against an immanent constituent power, order against desire. The Renaissance thus ended in war, religious, social, and civil war. The European Renaissance, but above all the Italian Renaissance, with the splendid and perverse works that characterize it. 75. Was the site of civil war over the realization of modernity. When the Reformation spread throughout Europe, it was like a second cyclone added to the first, repeating in the religious consciousness of masses the alternatives of humanist culture. The Civil War thus invested popular life and mingled with the most intimate recesses of human history. Class struggle moved across this terrain, marshalling up in the genesis of capitalism the creativity of the new mode of laboring and the new order of exploitation within a logic that carries together signs of both progress and reaction. It was a clash of titans, like the one Michelangelo depicted on the ceiling of Sistine Chapel, the tragic conflict of genesis of modernity. The revolution of European modernity ran into its thermidor. In the struggle for hegemony over the paradigm of modernity, victory went to the second mode and the forces of order that sought to neutralize the power of revolution. Although it was not possible to go back to the way things were, it was nonetheless possible to re-establish ideologies of command and authority, and thus deploy a new transcendent power by playing on the anxiety and fear of masses, their desire to reduce the uncertainty of life and increase security. The revolution had to be stopped. Throughout the 16th century, whenever the fruits of the revolution appeared in all their splendor, the scene had to be painted in twilight colors. The demand for peace became paramount, but which peace? While the 30 Years' War in the heart of Europe exemplified in the most terrible forms the outlines of this irreversible crisis, the consciousnesses, even the strongest and wisest, yielded to the necessity of thermidor and the conditions of miserable and humiliating peace. Peace was a value that in a short stretch of time had lost the humanist, Erasmian connotations that had previously made it the path of transformation. Peace had become the miserable condition of survival, the extreme urgency of escaping death. Peace was marked simply by the fatigue of the struggle and the usury of the passions. The thermidor had won, the revolution was over. The thermidor of revolution, however, did not close but only perpetuated the crisis. Civil war did not come to an end but 76. Was absorbed within the concept of modernity. Modernity itself is defined by crisis, a crisis that is born of uninterrupted conflict between the immanent, constructive, creative forces and the transcendent power aimed at restoring order. 12 This conflict is the key to the concept of modernity, but it was effectively dominated and held in check. The cultural and religious revolutions were forced toward rigid and sometimes ferocious structures of containment. In the 17th century, Europe became feudal again. The counter-reformist Catholic Church was the first and most effective example of this reaction, because that church itself earlier had been rocked by an earthquake of reform and revolutionary desire. The Protestant churches and political orders were not far behind in producing the order of counter-revolution. Throughout Europe the fires of superstition were lit. And yet the movements of renewal continued their work of liberation at the base. Wherever spaces were closed, movements turned to nomadism and exodus, carrying with them the desire and hope of an irrepressible experience. 13 The internal conflict of European modernity was also reflected simultaneously on a global scale as an external conflict. The development of Renaissance thought coincided both with the European discovery of the Americas and with the beginnings of European dominance over the rest of the world. Europe had discovered its outside. If the period of Renaissance marks a qualitative break in the history of humanity, writes Samir Emin, it is precisely because, from that time on, Europeans become conscious of the idea that the conquest of the world by their civilization is henceforth a possible objective. From this moment on, and not before, Eurocentrism crystallizes. 14 On the one hand, Renaissance humanism initiated a revolutionary notion of human equality, of singularity and community, cooperation and multitude, that resonated with forces and desires extending horizontally across the globe, redoubled by the discovery of older populations and territories. On the other hand, however, the same counter-revolutionary power that sought to control the constituent and subversive forces within Europe also began to realize the possibility and necessity of subordinating other 77 populations to European domination. Eurocentrism was born as a reaction to the potentiality of a newfound human equality. It was the counter-revolution on a global scale. Here too the second mode of modernity gained the upper hand, but again not in a definitive way. European modernity is from its beginnings a war on two fronts. European mastery is always in crisis, and this is the very same crisis that defines European modernity. In the 17th century the concept of modernity as crisis was definitively consolidated. The century began with the burning of Giordano Bruno at the stake, and it went on to see monstrous civil wars break out in France and England, and above all it witnessed the horrible spectacle of 30 years of German civil war. At the same time, the European conquest of the Americas and the slaughter and enslavement of its native populations proceeded with ever-increasing intensity. In the second half of the century, monarchic absolutism seemed definitively to block the course of freedom in the countries of continental Europe. Absolutism sought to fix the concept of modernity and strip it of the crisis that defines it through the deployment of a new armory of transcendentals. At the same time, outside of Europe conquest slowly gave way to colonialism, and the precarious search for gold, riches, and plunder was progressively displaced by trade exclusives, stable forms of production, and the African slave trade. The 17th century, however, and this is what makes it so ambiguous, was a fragile, Baroque century. From the abysses of the social world always arose the memory of what it tried to bury. We can find testimony to this fact with one single but enormous reference, Spinoza's philosophy of immanence, which dominated the latter half of the century of European thought. It is a philosophy that renewed the splendors of revolutionary humanism, putting humanity and nature in the position of God, transforming the world into a territory of practice, and affirming the democracy of multitude as the absolute form of politics. Spinoza considered the idea of death that states and powers carried like a weapon against the desire and hope of liberation merely a hostage. 78. Used to blackmail the freedom of thought, and thus banned it from his philosophy, a free man thinks about nothing less than of death, and his knowledge is a meditation on life, not on death. 15. That love that the humanists considered the supreme form of the expression of intelligence was posed by Spinoza as the only possible foundation of liberation of singularities and as the ethical cement of collective life. There is nothing in nature which is contrary to this intellectual love, or which can take it away. 16. In this crescendo of thought, Spinoza testified to the uninterrupted continuity of revolutionary program of humanism in the course of 17th century. The transcendental apparatus. The counter-revolutionary project to resolve the crisis of modernity unfolded in the centuries of the Enlightenment. 17. The primary task of these Enlightenment was to dominate the idea of immanence without reproducing the absolute dualism of medieval culture by constructing a transcendental apparatus capable of disciplining a multitude of formally free subjects. The ontological dualism of the culture of Ancien Régime had to be replaced by a functional dualism, and the crisis of modernity had to be resolved by means of adequate mechanisms of mediation. It was paramount to avoid the multitudes being understood, a la Spinoza, in a direct, immediate relation with divinity and nature, as the ethical producer of life and the world. On the contrary, in every case mediation had to be imposed on the complexity of human relations. Philosophers dispute where this mediation was situated and what metaphysical level it occupied, but it was fundamental that in some way it be defined as an ineluctable condition of all human action, art, and association. Hence the triad vis cupiditas amor, strength, desire, love, which constituted the productive matrix of revolutionary thought of humanism, was opposed by a triad of specific mediations. Nature and experience are unrecognizable except through the filter of phenomena, human knowledge cannot be achieved except through the reflection of the intellect, and the ethical world is incommunicable. TWOEUROPES, TWOMODERNITIES. 79. Except through the schematism of reason. What is at play is a form of mediation, or really a reflexive folding back and a sort of weak transcendence, which relativizes experience and abolishes every instance of immediate and absolute in human life and history. Why, however, is this relativity necessary? Why cannot knowledge and will be allowed to claim themselves to be absolute? Because every movement of self-constitution of multitude must yield to a preconstituted order, and because claiming that humans could immediately establish their freedom in being would be a subversive delirium. This is the essential core of the ideological passage in which the hegemonic concept of European modernity was constructed. The first strategic masterpiece in this construction was accomplished by René Descartes. Although Descartes pretended to pursue a new humanistic project of knowledge, he really re-established transcendent order. When he posed reason as the exclusive terrain of mediation between God and the world, he effectively reaffirmed dualism as the defining feature of experience and thought. We should be careful here. Mediation in Descartes is never well defined, or really, if we stay close to the text, we find that mediation resides mysteriously only in the will of God. Descartes' cunning stratagem consists primarily in this: when he addresses the centrality of thought in the transcendental function of mediation, he defines a sort of residual of divine transcendence. Descartes claims that the logics of mediation reside in thought and that God is very far from the scene, but a new man such as Blaise Pascal is perfectly right to object that this is just an example of Descartes' trickery. 18 In fact, Descartes' God is very close. God is the guarantee that transcendental rule is inscribed in consciousness and thought as necessary, universal, and thus preconstituted. Please do not hesitate to assert and proclaim everywhere that it is God who has laid down these laws in nature, just as a king lays down laws in his kingdom. There is no single one that we cannot understand before mind turns to consider it. They are all inborn in our minds just as a king would imprint. 80. His laws on the hearts of all his subjects if he had enough power to do so. The greatness of God, on the other hand, is something which we cannot comprehend even though we know it. But the very fact that we judge it incomprehensible makes us esteem it the more greatly, just as a king has more majesty when he is less familiarly known by his subjects. provided of course that they do not get the idea that they have no king, they must know him enough to be in no doubt about that. Point 19. The realm of potentiality, which had been opened by the humanist principle of subjectivity, is limited a priori by the imposition of transcendent rule and order. Descartes surreptitiously reproposes theology on the terrain that humanism had cleared, and its apparatus is resolutely transcendental. With Descartes we are at the beginning of history of enlightenment, or rather bourgeois ideology. Point 20. The transcendental apparatus he proposes is the distinctive trademark of European Enlightenment thought. In both the empiricist and the idealist currents, transcendentalism was the exclusive horizon of ideology, and in the successive centuries nearly all the major currents of philosophy would be drawn into this project. The symbiosis between intellectual labor and institutional, political, and scientific rhetorics became absolute on this terrain, and every conceptual formation came to be marked by it: the formalization of politics, the instrumentalization of science and technique for profit, the pacification of social antagonisms. Certainly, in each of these fields we find historically specific developments, but everything was always tied up with the line of a grand narrative that European modernity told about itself, a tale told in a transcendental dialect. Point 21. In many respects the work of Immanuel Kant stands at the center of these development. Kant's thought is enormously rich and leads in numerous directions, but we are interested here primarily in the line that crowns the transcendental principle as the apex of European modernity. Kant manages to pose the subject at the center. 81. Oft metaphysical horizon, but at the same time control it by means of three operations we cited earlier: the emptying of experience in phenomena, the reduction of knowledge to intellectual mediation, and the neutralization of ethical action in the schematism of reason. The mediation that Descartes invoked in his reaffirmation of dualism is hypostatized by Kant, not in the divinity but nonetheless in a pseudo-ontological critique, in an ordering function of consciousness and an indistinct appetite of will. Humanity is the center of the universe, but this is not the humanity that through art and action made itself homo. It is a humanity lost in experience, deluded in the pursuit of ethical ideal. Kant throws us back into the crisis of modernity with full awareness when he poses the discovery of subject itself as crisis, but this crisis is made into an apology of transcendental as the unique and exclusive horizon of knowledge and action. The world becomes an architecture of ideal forms, the only reality conceded to us. Romanticism was never expressed so strongly as it is in Kant. This is the leitmotif of Kantian philosophy, the necessity of transcendental, the impossibility of every form of immediacy, the exorcism of every vital figure in the apprehension and action of being. From this perspective one should perhaps consider Arthur Schopenhauer the most lucid reader of Kantianism and its romantic gesture. The fact that it is difficult if not impossible to reunite the appearance of thing with the thing itself is precisely the curse of this world of pain and need. And this is therefore not a world constructed in a way so that noble and high forces that tend to truth and light, can prosper. Point 22. In other words, Schopenhauer recognizes Kantianism as the definitive liquidation of the humanist revolution. For this same reason Schopenhauer reacted even more violently against Hegel, calling him an intellectual Caliban to indicate the barbarity of his thought. Point 23. He found it intolerable that Hegel would transform the pallid constitutive function of Kant's transcendental critique into a solid ontological figure with such violence. This was indeed the destiny of transcendental in the European. 82. Ideology of modernity. Hegel revealed what was implicit from the beginning of counter-revolutionary development, that the liberation of modern humanity could only be a function of its domination, that the immanent goal of multitude is transformed into the necessary and transcendent power of state. It is true that Hegel restores the horizon of immanence and takes away the uncertainty of knowledge, the irresolution of action, and the fideist opening of Kantianism. The immanence Hegel restores, however, is really a blind immanence in which the potentiality of multitude is denied and subsumed in the allegory of divine order. The crisis of humanism is transformed into a dialectical dramaturgy, and in every scene the end is everything and the means are merely ornamentation. there is no longer anything that strives, desires, or loves, the content of potentiality is blocked, controlled, hegemonized by finality. Paradoxically, the analogical being of medieval Christian tradition is resurrected as a dialectical being. It is ironic that Schopenhauer would call Hegel a Caliban, the figure that was later held up as a symbol of resistance to European domination and the affirmation of non-European desire. Hegel's drama of other and the conflict between master and slave, however, could not but take place against the historical backdrop of European expansion and the enslavement of African, American, and Asian peoples. It is impossible, in other words, not to link both Hegel's philosophical recuperation of other within absolute spirit and his universal history leading from lesser peoples to its summit in Europe together with the very real violence of European conquest and colonialism. In short, Hegel's history is not only a powerful attack on the revolutionary plane of immanence but also a negation of non-European desire. Finally, with another act of force, that intellectual Caliban inserted into the development of modernity the experience of a new conception of temporality, and he showed this temporality to be a dialectical teleology that is accomplished and arrives at its end. The entire genetic design of concept found inadequate. 83. Representation in the conclusion of process. Modernity was complete, and there was no possibility of going beyond it. It was not by chance, then, that a further and definitive act of violence defined the scene. The dialectic of crisis was pacified under the domination of state. Peace and justice reign once again. The state in and for itself is the ethical whole. It is essential to God's march through the world that the state exist. 24 Modern sovereignty. The political solution offered by Hegel to the metaphysical drama of modernity demonstrates the profound and intimate relationship between modern European politics and metaphysics. Politics resides at the center of metaphysics because modern European metaphysics arose in response to the challenge of liberated singularities and the revolutionary constitution of multitude. It functioned as an essential weapon of second mode of modernity insofar as it provided a transcendent apparatus that could impose order on the multitude and prevent it from organizing itself spontaneously and expressing its creativity autonomously. The second mode of modernity needed above all to guarantee its control over the new figures of social production both in Europe and in the colonial spaces in order to rule and profit from the new forces that were transforming nature. In politics, as in metaphysics, the dominant theme was thus to eliminate the medieval form of transcendence, which only inhibits production and consumption, while maintaining transcendence's effects of domination in a form adequate to the modes of association and production of new humanity. The center of problem of modernity was thus demonstrated in political philosophy, and here was where the new form of mediation found its most adequate response to the revolutionary forms of immanence, a transcendent political apparatus. Thomas Hobbes's proposition of an ultimate and absolute sovereign ruler, a God on earth, plays a foundational role in the modern construction of a transcendent political apparatus. The first moment of Hobbes's logic is the assumption of civil war as the 84. Originary state of human society, a generalized conflict among individual actors. In a second moment, then, in order to guarantee survival against the mortal dangers of war, humans must agree to a pact that assigns to a leader the absolute right to act, or really the absolute power to do all except take away the means of human survival and reproduction. Seeing right reason is not existent, the reason of some man, or men, must supply the place thereof, and that man, or men, is he or they, that have the sovereign power. 25 The fundamental passage is accomplished by a contract, a completely implicit contract, prior to all social action or choice that transfers every autonomous power of the multitude to a sovereign power that stands above and rules it. This transcendent political apparatus corresponds to the necessary and ineluctable transcendent conditions that modern philosophy posed at the pinnacle of its development, in Kantian schematism and Hegelian dialectics. According to Hobbes, the single wills of the various individuals converge and are represented in the will of the transcendent sovereign. Sovereignty is thus defined both by transcendence and by representation, two concepts that the humanist tradition has posed as contradictory. On the one hand, the transcendence of sovereign is founded not on an external theological support but only on the immanent logic of human relations. On the other hand, the representation that functions to legitimate this sovereign power also alienates it completely from the multitude of subjects. Like Jean Bodin before him, Hobbes recognized that the main point of sovereign majesty and absolute power consists of giving the law to subjects in general without their consent. 26 But Hobbes manages to combine this notion with a contractual schema of representation that legitimates the sovereign power a priori. Here the concept of modern sovereignty is born in its state of transcendental purity. The contract of association is intrinsic to and inseparable from the contract of subjugation. This theory of sovereignty presents the first political solution to the crisis of modernity. In his own historical period, Hobbes's theory of sovereignty was functional to the development of monarchic absolutism, but 85. In fact, its transcendental schema could be applied equally to various forms of government, monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy. As the bourgeoisie rose to prominence, it seemed there was really no alternative to the schema of power. It was not by chance, then, that Rousseau's democratic republicanism turned out to resemble the Hobbesian model. Rousseau's social contract guarantees that the agreement among individual wills is developed and sublimated in the construction of a general will, and that the general will proceeds from the alienation of the single wills toward the sovereignty of state. As a model of sovereignty, Rousseau's Republican absolute is really no different from Hobbes's God on earth, the monarchic absolute. Properly understood, all of these clauses of contract come down to a single one, namely the total alienation of each associate, with all his rights, to the whole community. 27 The other conditions that Rousseau prescribes for the definition of sovereign power in the popular and democratic sense are completely irrelevant in the face of the absolutism of the transcendent foundation. Specifically, Rousseau's notion of direct representation is distorted and ultimately overwhelmed by the representation of totality that is necessarily linked to it, and this is perfectly compatible with the Hobbesian notion of representation. Hobbes and Rousseau really only repeat the paradox that Jean Bodin had already defined conceptually in the second half of 16th century. Sovereignty can properly be said to exist only in monarchy, because only one can be sovereign. If two or three or many were to rule, there would be no sovereignty, because the sovereign cannot be subject to the rule of voters. 28 Democratic, plural, or popular political forms might be declared, but modern sovereignty really has only one political figure, a single transcendent power. There is at the base of modern theory of sovereignty, however, a further very important element, a content that fills and sustains the form of sovereign authority. This content is represented by capitalist development and the affirmation of the market as the foundation of the values of social reproduction. 29 Without this content, which is always implicit, always working inside the transcendental apparatus, the form of sovereignty would not have 86. Been able to survive in modernity, and European modernity would not have been able to achieve a hegemonic position on a world scale. As Arif Derlich has noted, Eurocentrism distinguished itself from other ethnocentrisms, such as Sinocentrism, and rose to global prominence principally because it was supported by the powers of capital. 30 European modernity is inseparable from capitalism. This central relationship between the form and the content of modern sovereignty is fully articulated in the work of Adam Smith. Smith begins with a theory of industry that poses the contradiction between private enrichment and public interest. A first synthesis of these two levels is confided to the invisible hand of market. The capitalist intends only his own gain, but he is led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. 31 This first synthesis, however, is precarious and fleeting. Political economy, considered a branch of science of administrator and legislator, must go much further in conceiving the synthesis. It must understand the invisible hand of market as a product of political economy itself, which is thus directed toward constructing the conditions of autonomy of market, all systems either of preference or of restraint. Therefore, being thus completely taken away, the obvious and simple system of natural liberty establishes itself of its own accord. 32 In this case, too, however, the synthesis is not at all guaranteed. In effect, a third passage is necessary. What is needed is for the state, which is minimal but effective, to make the well-being of private individuals coincide with the public interest, reducing all social functions and laboring activities to one measure of value. That this state intervenes or not is secondary, what matters is that it give content to the mediation of interests and represent the axis of rationality of that mediation. The political transcendental of modern state is defined as an economic transcendental. Smith's theory of value was the soul and substance of the concept of modern sovereign state. In Hegel, the synthesis of theory of modern sovereignty and the theory of value produced by capitalist political economy. 87. Is finally realized, just as in his work there is a perfect realization of consciousness of union of absolutist and republican aspects, that is, the Hobbesian and Rousseauian aspects of theory of modern sovereignty. In relation to the spheres of civil law, Privatrecht and private welfare, the spheres of the family and civil society, the state is on the one hand an external necessity and the higher power to whose nature their laws and interests are subordinate and on which they depend. But on the other hand, it is their immanent end, and its strength consists in the unity of its universal and ultimate end with the particular interest of individuals, in the fact that they have duties towards the state to the same extent as they also have rights. 33 The Hegelian relationship between particular and universal brings together in adequate and functional terms the Hobbes-Rousseau theory of sovereignty and Smith's theory of value. Modern European sovereignty is capitalist sovereignty, a form of command that overdetermines the relationship between individuality and universality as a function of development of capital. The sovereignty machine. When the synthesis of sovereignty and capital is fully accomplished, and the transcendence of power is completely transformed into a transcendental exercise of authority, then sovereignty becomes a political machine that rules across the entire society. Through the workings of sovereignty machine, the multitude is in every moment transformed into an ordered totality. We should pay close attention to this passage because here we can see clearly how the transcendental schema is an ideology that functions concretely and how different modern sovereignty is from that of the Ancien Régime. In addition to being a political power against all external political powers, a state against all other states, sovereignty is also a police power. It must continually and extensively accomplish the miracle of subsumption of singularities in the totality, oft will o fall. 88. Into the general will. Modern bureaucracy is the essential organ of the transcendental Hegel dixit. And even if Hegel exaggerates a bit in his quasi-theological consecration of body of state employees, at least he makes clear their central role in the effective functioning of modern state. Bureaucracy operates the apparatus that combines legality and organizational efficiency, title, and the exercise of power, politics and police. The transcendental theory of modern sovereignty, thus reaching maturity, realizes a new individual by absorbing society into power. Little by little, as the administration develops, the relationship between society and power, between the multitude and the sovereign state, is inverted so that now power and the state produce society. This passage in the history of ideas does indeed parallel the development of social history. It corresponds to the dislocation of the organizational dynamic of state from the terrain of medieval hierarchy to that of modern discipline, from command to function. Max Weber and Michel Foucault, to mention only the most illustrious, have insisted at length on these metamorphoses in the sociological figures of power. In the long transition from medieval to modern society, the first form of the political regime was, as we have seen, rooted in transcendence. Medieval society was organized according to a hierarchical schema of degrees of power. This is what modernity blew apart in the course of its development. Foucault refers to this transition as the passage from the paradigm of sovereignty to that of governmentality, where by sovereignty he means the transcendence of single point of command above the social field, and by governmentality he means the general economy of discipline that runs throughout society. 34 We prefer to conceive of this as a passage within the notion of sovereignty, as a transition to a new form of transcendence. Modernity replaced the traditional transcendence of command with the transcendence of ordering function. Arrangements of discipline had begun to be formed already in the classical age, but only in modernity did the disciplinary diagram become the diagram of administration itself. Throughout this passage administration exerts a continuous, extensive, and tireless effort. 89. To make the state always more intimate to social reality, and thus produce and order social labor. The old theses, à la Tocqueville, of continuity of administrative bodies across different social eras are thus profoundly revised when not completely discarded. Foucault, however, goes still further to claim that the disciplinary processes, which are put into practice by the administration, delve so deeply into society that they manage to configure themselves as apparatuses that take into account the collective biological dimension of reproduction of population. The realization of modern sovereignty is the birth of biopower. 35 Before Foucault, Max Weber also described the administrative mechanisms involved in the formation of modern sovereignty. 36 Whereas Foucault's analysis is vast in its diachronic breadth, Weber's is powerful in its synchronic depth. With respect to our discussion of modern sovereignty, Weber's contribution is first of all his claim that the opening of modernity is defined as a size in a creative condition of individuals and the multitude against the process of state reappropriation. State sovereignty is then defined as a regulation of these relationship of force. Modernity is above all marked by the tension of opposing forces. Every process of legitimation is regulated by this tension, and operates to block its capacity for rupture and recuperate its creative initiative. The closure of crisis of modernity in a new sovereign power can be given in old and quasi-naturalist forms, as is the case with traditional legitimation, or rather, it can be given in sacred and innovative, irrationally innovative, forms, as in charismatic legitimation, or finally, and this is to a large extent the most effective form of late modernity, it can be given in the form of administrative rationalization. The analysis of these forms of legitimation is Weber's second relevant contribution, which builds on the first, the recognition of dualism of paradigm. The third relevant point is Weber's treatment of procedural character of transformation, the always present and possible interweaving of various forms of legitimation, and their continuous capacity to be extended and deepened in the control of social reality. From this follows a final paradox. 90. If on the one hand this process closes the crisis of modernity, on the other hand it reopens it. The form of process of closure is as critical and conflictual as the genesis of modernity. In this respect Weber's work has the great merit to have completely destroyed the self-satisfied and triumphant conception of the sovereignty of the modern state that Hegel had produced. Weber's analysis was quickly taken up by the writers engaged in the critique of modernity, from Heidegger and Lukács to Horkheimer and Adorno. They all recognized that Weber had revealed the illusion of modernity, the illusion that the antagonistic dualism that resides at the base of modernity could be subsumed in a unitary synthesis investing all of society and politics, including the productive forces and the relations of production. They recognized, finally, that modern sovereignty had passed its peak and begun to wane. As modernity declines, a new season is opened, and here we find again that dramatic antithesis that was at the origins and basis of modernity. Has anything really changed? The Civil War has erupted again in full force. The synthesis between the development of productive forces and relations of domination seems once again precarious and improbable. The desires of multitude and its antagonism to every form of domination drive it to divest itself once again of processes of legitimation that support the sovereign power. Certainly, no one would imagine this as a return of that old world of desires that animated the first humanist revolution. New subjectivities inhabit the new terrain. Modernity and its capitalist relations have completely changed the scene in the course of its development. And yet something remains, there is a sense of JAVU when we see the reappearance of struggles that have continually been passed down from those origins. The experience of the revolution will be reborn after modernity, but within the new conditions that modernity constructed in such a contradictory way. Machiavelli's return to origin seems to be combined with Nietzsche's heroic eternal return. Everything is different and nothing seems to have changed. Is this the coming of a new human power? For this is the secret of soul, when the hero hath abandoned it, then only approach it in dreams. The superhero 37. 91. Humanism after the death of Emin. Michel Foucault's final works on the history of sexuality bring to life once again that same revolutionary impulse that animated Renaissance humanism. The ethical care of the self re-emerges as a constituent power of self-creation. How is it possible that the author who worked so hard to convince us of the death of man, the thinker who carried the banner of anti-humanism throughout his career, would in the end champion these central tenets of the humanist tradition? We do not mean to suggest that Foucault contradicts himself or that he reversed his earlier position. He was always so insistent about the continuity of his discourse. Rather, Foucault asks in his final work a paradoxical and urgent question: what is humanism after the death of man? Or rather, what is an anti-humanist, or post-human, humanism? This question, however, is only a seeming paradox that derives at least in part from a terminological confusion between two distinct notions of humanism. The anti-humanism that was such an important project for Foucault and Althusser in the 1960s can be linked effectively to a battle that Spinoza fought 300 years earlier. Spinoza denounced any understanding of humanity as an imperium in imperio. In other words, he refused to accord any laws to human nature that were different from the laws of nature as a whole. Donna Haraway carries on Spinoza's project in our day as she insists on breaking down the barriers we pose among the human, the animal, and the machine. If we are to conceive man as separate from nature, then man does not exist. This recognition is precisely the death of man. This anti-humanism, however, need not conflict with the revolutionary spirit of Renaissance humanism we outlined earlier from Cusano to Marsilius. In fact, this anti-humanism follows directly on Renaissance humanism's secularizing project, or more precisely, its discovery of the plane of immanence. Both projects are founded on an attack on transcendence. There is a strict continuity between the religious thought that accords a power above nature to God and the modern secular thought that accords that same power above nature to man. The transcendence of God is simply transferred to man. Like God before it, this man that stands separate from and above nature has no place in a philosophy of immanence. Like God, too, this transcendent figure of man leads quickly to the imposition of social hierarchy and domination. Anti-humanism, then, conceived as a refusal of any transcendentitudes, should in no way be confused with a negation of the vis viva, the creative life force that animates the revolutionary stream of the modern tradition. On the contrary, the refusal of transcendence is the condition of possibility of thinking this immanent power, an anarchic basis of philosophy. Ni Dio, ni mitre, ni l'homme. The humanism of Foucault's final works, then, should not be seen as contradictory to or even as a departure from the death of man he proclaimed 20 years earlier. Once we recognize our post-human bodies and minds, once we see ourselves for the simians and cyborgs we are, we then need to explore the vis viva, the creative powers that animate us as they do all of nature and actualize our potentialities. This is humanism after the death of man, what Foucault calls le travail de soi sur soi, the continuous constituent project to create and recreate ourselves and our world. 2.2 Foreigners, please don't leave us alone with the French. Paris Graffito, 1995. We thought we were dying for the fatherland. We realized quickly it was for the bank vaults. Anatole France. As European modernity progressively took shape, machines of power were constructed to respond to its crisis, searching continually for a surplus that would resolve or at least contain the crisis. In the previous section we traced the pathophone response to the crisis that led to the development of modern sovereign state. The second approach centers on the concept of nation, a development that presupposes the first path and builds on it to construct a more perfect mechanism to re-establish order and command. Birth of the nation. The concept of nation in Europe developed on the terrain of patrimonial and absolutist state. The patrimonial state was defined as the property of monarch. In a variety of analogous forms in different countries throughout Europe, the patrimonial and absolutist state was the political form required to rule feudal social relations and relations of production. 1 Feudal property had to be delegated. 94. And its usage assigned according to the degrees of social division of power, in the same way that levels of administration would have to be delegated in subsequent centuries. Feudal property was part of body of monarch, just as, if we shift our view toward the metaphysical domain, the sovereign monarchic body was part of body of God. 2 In the 16th century, in the midst of Reformation and that violent battle among the forces of modernity, the patrimonial monarchy was still presented as the guarantee of peace and social life. It was still granted control over social development in such a way that it could absorb that process within its machine of domination. Cuius regio, ejus religio, or really, religion had to be subordinated to the territorial control of sovereign. There was nothing diplomatic about this adage, on the contrary, it confided entirely to the power of patrimonial sovereign the management of passage to the new order. Even religion was the sovereign's property. In the 17th century, the absolutist reaction to the revolutionary forces of modernity celebrated the patrimonial monarchic state and wielded it as a weapon for its own purposes. At that point, however, the celebration of patrimonial state could not but be paradoxical and ambiguous, since the feudal bases of its power were withering away. The processes of primitive accumulation of capital imposed new conditions on all the structures of power. 3 Until the era of three great bourgeois revolutions, the English, the American, and the French, there was no political alternative that could successfully oppose this model. The absolutist and patrimonial model survived in this period only with the support of a specific compromise of political forces, and its substance was eroding from the inside owing primarily to the emergence of new productive forces. The model did survive nonetheless, and, much more important, it was transformed through the development of some fundamental characteristics that would be bequeathed to successive centuries. The transformation of the absolutist and patrimonial model consisted in a gradual process that replaced the theological founda. 95. Of territorial patrimony with a new foundation that was equally transcendent. 4 The spiritual identity of nation rather than the divine body of king now posed the territory and population as an ideal abstraction. Or rather, the physical territory and population were conceived as the extension of transcendent essence of nation. The modern concept of nation thus inherited the patrimonial body of the monarchic state and reinvented it in a new form. This new totality of power was structured in part by new capitalist productive processes on the one hand and old networks of absolutist administration on the other. This uneasy structural relationship was stabilized by the national identity, a cultural, integrating identity, founded on a biological continuity of blood relations, a spatial continuity of territory, and linguistic commonality. It is obvious that, although this process preserved the material ity of relationship to the sovereign, many elements changed. Most important, as the patrimonial horizon was transformed into the national horizon, the feudal order of the subject, subjectus, yielded to the disciplinary order of citizen, civs. The shift of the population from subjects to citizens was an index of the shift from a passive to an active role. The nation is always presented as an active force, as a generative form of social and political relations. As Benedict Anderson and others point out, the nation is often experienced as, or at least functions as if it were, a collective imagining, an active creation of community of citizens. 5 At this point we can see both the proximity and the specific difference between the concepts of patrimonial state and national state. The latter faithfully reproduces the former's totalizing identity of both the territory and the population, but the nation and the national state propose new means of overcoming the precariousness of modern sovereignty. These concepts refuse sovereignty in the most rigid way. They make the relation of sovereignty into a thing, often by naturalizing it, and thus weed out every residue of social antagonism. The nation is a kind of ideological shortcut that attempts to free the concepts of sovereignty and modernity from the antagonism and crisis that define them. National sovereignty suspends the conflictual. 96. Origins of modernity, when they are not definitively destroyed, and it closes the alternative paths within modernity that had refused to concede their powers to state authority. 6. The transformation of concept of modern sovereignty into that of national sovereignty also required certain new material conditions. Most important, it required that a new equilibrium be established between the processes of capitalist accumulation and the structures of power. The political victory of bourgeoisie, as the English and French revolutions show well, corresponded to the perfecting of the concept of modern sovereignty through that of national sovereignty. Behind the ideal dimension of concept of nation there were the class figures that already dominated the processes of accumulation. Nation was thus at once both the hypostasis of Rousseauian general will and what manufacturing ideology conceived as the community of needs, that is, the capitalist regulation of market, that in the long era of primitive accumulation in Europe was more or less liberal and always bourgeois. When in the 19th and 20th centuries the concept of nation was taken up in very different ideological contexts and led popular mobilizations in regions and countries within and outside Europe that had experienced neither the liberal revolution nor the same level of primitive accumulation, it still always was presented as a concept of capitalist modernization, which claimed to bring together the interclass demands for political unity and the needs of economic development. In other words, the nation was posed as the one and only active vehicle that could deliver modernity and development. Rosa Luxemburg argued vehemently, and futilely, against nationalism in the debates internal to the Third International in the years before the First World War. Luxemburg opposed a policy of national self-determination for Poland as an element of the revolutionary platform, but her indictment of nationalism was much more general. 7 Her critique of nation was not merely a critique of modernization as such, although she was no doubt keenly aware of ambiguities involved in capitalist development, and 97. She was not primarily concerned with the divisions that nationalisms would inevitably create within the European working class, although her own nomadic passage through Central and Eastern Europe certainly made her extremely sensitive to this. Luxemburg's most powerful argument, rather, was that nation means dictatorship and is thus profoundly incompatible with any attempt at democratic organization. Luxemburg recognized that national sovereignty and national mythologies effectively usurp the terrain of democratic organization by renewing the powers of territorial sovereignty and modernizing its project through the mobilization of an active community. The process of constructing the nation, which renewed the concept of sovereignty and gave it a new definition, quickly became in each and every historical context an ideological nightmare. The crisis of modernity, which is the contradictory co-presence of multitude and a power that wants to reduce it to the rule of one, that is, the co-presence of a new productive set of free subjectivities and a disciplinary power that wants to exploit it, is not finally pacified or resolved by the concept of nation, any more than it was by the concept of sovereignty or state. The nation can only mask the crisis ideologically, displace it, and defer its power. The nation and the crisis of modernity. Jean Bodin's work lies at the head of the road in European thought that leads to the concept of national sovereignty. His masterwork, Les Six Livres de la République, which first appeared in 1576, right in the middle of the Renaissance crisis, addressed the current civil and religious wars in France and Europe as its fundamental problem. Bodin confronted political crises, conflicts, and war, but these elements of rupture did not lead him to pose any idyllic alternative, not even in simply theoretical or utopian terms. This is why Bodin's work was not only a seminal contribution to the modern definition of sovereignty but also an effective anticipation of the subsequent development of sovereignty in national terms. By adopting a realistic standpoint, he managed to anticipate modernity's own critique of sovereignty. 98. Sovereignty, Bodin claimed, cannot be produced by the unity of prince and the multitude, the public and the private, nor can its problem be resolved so long as one holds to either a contractualist or a natural right framework. Really, the origin of political power and the definition of sovereignty consist in the victory of one side over the other, a victory that makes the one sovereign and the other subject. Force and violence create the sovereign. The physical determinations of power impose the plenitudo potestatis, the fullness of power. This is the plenitude and the unity of power, since the union of the republic's members depends on unity under a single ruler, on whom the effectiveness of all the rest depends. A sovereign prince is therefore indispensable, for it is his power which informs all the members of the republic. 8. After discarding the framework of natural right and the transcendental perspectives that it always in some way invokes, Bodin presents us with a figure of sovereign, or rather the state, that realistically and thus historically constructs its own origin and structure. The modern state arose from within this transformation, and only there could it continue to develop. This is the theoretical hinge on which the theory of modern sovereignty is linked to and perfects the experience of territorial sovereignty. By taking up Roman law and drawing on its capacities to articulate the sources of right and order, the forms of property, Bodin's doctrine became a theory of a united political body articulated as administration that appeared to surmount the difficulties of the crisis of modernity. The displacement of center of theoretical consideration from the question of legitimacy to that of life of state and its sovereignty as a united body constituted an important advance. When Bodin spoke of the political right of sovereignty, he already anticipated the national, and corporeal, overdetermination of sovereignty, and he thus opened an original and direct path that would stretch forward across the subsequent centuries. 9. After Bodin, in the 17th and 18th centuries there developed in Europe simultaneously two schools of thought that also accorded the theme of sovereignty a central role and effectively. 99. Anticipated the concept of national sovereignty, the natural right tradition and the realist, or historicist, tradition of state theory. 10. Both schools mediated the transcendental conception of sovereignty with a realistic methodology that grasped the terms of material conflict. Both brought together the construction of sovereign state with the constitution of socio-political community that later would be called nation. As in Bodin, both of these schools continually confronted the crisis of the theoretical conception of sovereignty, which was itself continually reopened by the antagonistic powers of modernity and the juridical and administrative construction of figure of state. In the natural right school, from Grotius to Althusius and from Thomasus to Pufendorf, the transcendental figures of sovereignty were brought down to earth and grounded in the reality of institutional and administrative processes. Sovereignty was distributed by setting in motion a system of multiple contracts designed to intervene on every node of the administrative structure of power. This process was not oriented toward the apex of state and the mere title of sovereignty, rather, the problem of legitimation began to be addressed in terms of an administrative machine that functioned through the articulations of exercise of power. The circle of sovereignty and obedience closed in on itself, duplicating itself, multiplying, and extending across social reality. Sovereignty came to be studied less from the perspective of the antagonists involved in the crisis of modernity and more as an administrative process that articulates these antagonisms and aims toward a unity in the dialectic of power, obstructing and refeeing it through the historical dynamics. An important segment of natural right school thus developed the idea of distributing and articulating the transcendent sovereignty through the real forms of administration. 11. The synthesis that was implicit in the natural right school, however, became explicit in the context of historicism. Certainly, it would be incorrect to attribute to the historicism of Enlightenment the thesis that was really only developed later by the reactionary schools in the period after the French Revolution. The thesis, that 100 is, that unites the theory of sovereignty with the theory of nation and grounds both of them in a common historical humus. And yet there are already in this early period the seeds of that later development. Whereas an important segment of natural rights school developed the idea of articulating transcendent sovereignty through the real forms of administration, the historicist thinkers of the Enlightenment attempted to conceive the subjectivity of the historical process and thereby find an effective ground for the title and exercise of sovereignty. Point 12 In the work of Giambattista Vico, for example, that terrific meteor that shot across the age of enlightenment, the determinations of juridical conception of sovereignty were all grounded in the power of historical development. The transcendent figures of sovereignty were translated into indexes of a providential process, which was at once both human and divine. This construction of sovereignty, or really reification of sovereignty, in history was very powerful. On this historical terrain, which forces every ideological construct to confront reality, the genetic crisis of modernity was never closed, and there was no need for it to close, because the crisis itself produced new figures that incessantly spurred on historical and political development, all still under the rule of the transcendent sovereign. What an ingenious inversion of problematic! And yet, at the same time, what a complete mystification of sovereignty! The elements of crisis, a continuous and unresolved crisis, were now considered active elements of progress. In effect, we can already recognize in Vico the embryo of Hegel's apologia of effectiveness, making the present world arrangement the telos of histoire. Point 13 What remained hints and suggestions in Vico, however, emerged as an open and radical declaration in the late German Enlightenment. In the Hanover School first, and then in the work of J. G. Herder, the modern theory of sovereignty was directed exclusively toward the analysis of what was conceived as a social and cultural continuity, the real historical continuity of territory, the population, and the nation. Vico's argument that ideal history is located in the history of all nations became more radical in Herder. 101. So that every human perfection is, in a certain respect, national. Point 14 Identity is thus conceived not as the resolution of social and historical differences but as the product of a primordial unity. The nation is a complete figure of sovereignty prior to historical development, or better, there is no historical development that is not already prefigured in the origin. In other words, the nation sustains the concept of sovereignty by claiming to precede it. 15 It is the material engine that courses throughout history, the genius that works history. The nation becomes finally the condition of possibility of all human action and social life itself. The nation's people. Between the end of the 18th and the beginning of 19th centuries, the concept of national sovereignty finally emerged in European thought in its completed form. At the base of this definitive figure of concept were a trauma, the French Revolution, and the resolution of that trauma, the reactionary appropriation and celebration of concept of nation. The fundamental elements of these swift reconfiguration of concept of nation that made it a real political weapon can be seen in summary form in the work of Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès. In his wonderful and libellous tract What is the Third Estate? He linked the concept of nation to that of third estate, that is, the bourgeoisie. Sieyès tried to lead the concept of sovereignty back to its humanist origins and rediscover its revolutionary possibilities. More important for our purposes, Sieyès' intense engagement with revolutionary activity allowed him to interpret the concept of nation as a constructive political concept, a constitutional mechanism. It gradually becomes clear, however, particularly in Sieyès' later work, the work of his followers, and above all that of his detractors, that although the nation was formed through politics, it was ultimately a spiritual construction, and the concept of nation was thus stripped away from the revolution, consigned to all the thermidors. The nation became explicitly the concept that summarized the bourgeois hegemonic solution to the problem of sovereignty. 16. 102. At those points when the concept of nation has been presented as popular and revolutionary, as indeed it was during the French Revolution, one might assume that the nation has broken away from the modern concept of sovereignty and its apparatus of subjugation and domination, and is dedicated instead to a democratic notion of community. The link between the concept of nation and the concept of people was indeed a powerful innovation, and it did constitute the center of Jacobin sensibility as well as that of other revolutionary groups. What appears as revolutionary and liberatory in this notion of national, popular sovereignty, however, is really nothing more than another turn-off screw, a further extension of subjugation and domination that the modern concept of sovereignty has carried with it from the beginning. The precarious power of sovereignty as a solution to the crisis of modernity was first referred for support to the nation, and then when the nation too was revealed as a precarious solution, it was further referred to the people. In other words, just as the concept of nation completes the notion of sovereignty by claiming to precede it, so too the concept of people completes that of nation through another feigned logical regression. Each logical step back functions to solidify the power of sovereignty by mystifying its basis, that is, by resting on the naturalness of concept. The identity of nation and even more so the identity of people must appear natural and originary. We, by contrast, must denaturalize these concepts and ask what is a nation and how is it made, but also, what is a people and how is it made? Although the people is posed as the originary basis of nation, the modern conception of the people is in fact a product of the nation-state, and survives only within its specific ideological context. Many contemporary analyses of nations and nationalism from a wide variety of perspectives go wrong precisely because they rely unquestioningly on the naturalness of concept and identity of people. We should note that the concept of people is very different from that of the multitude. 17 Already in the 17th century, Hobbes was very mindful of this difference. 103. And its importance for the construction of sovereign order. It is a great hindrance to civil government, especially monarchical, that men distinguish not enough between a people and a multitude. The people is somewhat that is one, having one will, and to whom one action may be attributed, none of these can be properly said of multitude. The people rules in all governments. For even in monarchies the people commands, for the people wills by the will of own man. However it seem a paradox, the king is the people. 18 The multitude is a multiplicity, a plane of singularities, an open set of relations, which is not homogeneous or identical with itself and bears an indistinct, inclusive relation to those outside of it. The people, in contrast, tends toward identity and homogeneity internally while posing its difference from and excluding what remains outside of it. Whereas the multitude is an inconclusive constituent relation, the people is a constituted synthesis that is prepared for sovereignty. The people provides a single will and action that is independent of and often in conflict with the various wills and actions of multitude. Every nation must make the multitude into a people. Two fundamental kinds of operations contribute to the construction of modern concept of people in relation to that of nation in Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. The more important of these are the mechanisms of colonial racism that construct the identity of European peoples in a dialectical play of oppositions with their native others. The concepts of nation, people, and race are never very far apart. 19 The construction of an absolute racial difference is the essential ground for the conception of a homogeneous national identity. Numerous excellent studies are appearing today, when the pressures of immigration and multiculturalism are creating conflicts in Europe, to demonstrate that, despite the persistent nostalgia of some, European societies and peoples were never really pure and uniform. 20 The identity of people was constructed on an imaginary plane that hid and/or eliminated differences, and this corresponded on the practical plane to racial subordination and social purification. 104. The second fundamental operation in the construction of the people, which is facilitated by the first, is the eclipse of internal differences through the representation of the whole population by a hegemonic group, race, or class. The representative group is the active agent that stands behind the effectiveness of the concept of nation. In the course of the French Revolution itself, between the Thermidor and the Napoleonic period, the concept of nation revealed its fundamental content and served as an antidote to the concept and forces of revolution. Even in Sieyes's early work we can see clearly how the nation serves to placate the crisis and how sovereignty will be reappropriated through the representation of the bourgeoisie. CI's claims that a nation can have only one general interest. It would be impossible to establish order if the nation were to admit several different interests. Social order necessarily supposes the unity of ends and the concert of means. 21 The concept of nation in these early years of French Revolution was the first hypothesis of construction of popular hegemony and the first conscious manifesto of a social class, but it was also the final declaration of a fully accomplished secular transformation, a coronation, a final seal. Never was the concept of nation so reactionary as when it presented itself as revolutionary. 22 Paradoxically, this cannot but be a completed revolution, an end of a story. The passage from revolutionary activity to the spiritual construction of nation and the people is inevitable and implicit in the concepts themselves. 23 National sovereignty and popular sovereignty were thus products of a spiritual construction, that is, a construction of identity. When Edmund Burke opposed CIs, his position was much less profoundly different than the torrid polemical climate of the age would lead us to believe. Even for Burke, in fact, national sovereignty is the product of a spiritual construction of identity. This fact can be recognized even more clearly in the work of those who carried the standard oft counter-revolutionary project on the European continent. The continental conceptions of these spiritual construction revived both the historical and the voluntarist traditions of nation and added to the conception of historical development. 105. A transcendental synthesis in national sovereignty. This synthesis is always already accomplished in the identity of nation and the people. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, for example, claims in more or less mythological terms that the fatherland and the people are representatives and gauges of earthly eternity, they are what here on earth can be immortal. 24 The Romantic counter-revolution was in fact more realistic than the Enlightenment revolution. It framed and fixed what was already accomplished, celebrating it in the eternal light of hegemony. The third estate is power, the nation is its totalizing representation, the people is its solid and natural foundation, and national sovereignty is the apex of history. Every historical alternative to bourgeois hegemony had thus been definitively surpassed through the bourgeoisie's own revolutionary history. 25 This bourgeois formulation of concept of national sovereignty surpassed by far all the previous formulations of modern sovereignty. It consolidated a particular and hegemonic image of modern sovereignty, the image of victory of bourgeoisie, which it then both historicized and universalized. National particularity is a potent universality. All the threads of a long development were woven together here. In the identity, that is, the spiritual essence of people and the nation, there is a territory embedded with cultural meanings, a shared history, and a linguistic community, but moreover there is the consolidation of a class victory, a stable market, the potential for economic expansion, and new spaces to invest and civilize. In short, the construction of national identity guarantees a continually reinforced legitimation, and the right and power of a sacrosanct and irrepressible unity. This is a decisive shift in the concept of sovereignty. Married to the concepts of nation and people, the modern concept of sovereignty shifts its epicenter from the mediation of conflicts and crisis to the unitary experience of a nation subject and its imagined community. Subaltern nationalism. We have been focusing our attention up to this point on the development of the concept of nation in Europe while Europe was 106. In the process of achieving world dominance. Outside of Europe, however, the concept of nation has often functioned very differently. In some respects, in fact, one might even say that the function of the concept of nation is inverted when deployed among subordinate rather than dominant groups. Stated most boldly, it appears that whereas the concept of nation promotes stasis and restoration in the hands of the dominant, it is a weapon for change and revolution in the hands of the subordinated. The progressive nature of subaltern nationalism is defined by two primary functions, each of which is highly ambiguous. Most important, the nation appears as progressive insofar as it serves as a line of defense against the domination of more powerful nations and external economic, political, and ideological forces. The right to self-determination of subaltern nations is really a right to secession from the control of dominant powers. 26 Anti-colonial struggles thus used the concept of nation as a weapon to defeat and expel the occupying enemy, and anti-imperialist policies similarly erected national walls to obstruct the overpowering forces of foreign capital. The concept of nation also served as an ideological weapon to ward off the dominant discourse that figured the dominated population and culture as inferior. The claim to nationhood affirmed the dignity of people and legitimate the demand for independence and equality. In each of these cases, the nation is progressive strictly as a fortified line of defense against more powerful external forces. As much as those walls appear progressive in their protective function against external domination, however, they can easily play an inverse role with respect to the interior they protect. The flip side of structure that resists foreign powers is itself a dominating power that exerts an equal and opposite internal oppression, repressing internal difference and opposition in the name of national identity, unity, and security. Protection and oppression can be hard to tell apart. This strategy of national protection is a double-edged sword that at times appears necessary despite its destructiveness. The nation appears progressive in the second place insofar as it poses the commonality of a potential community. Part of 107. Modernizing effects of the nation in subordinated countries has been the unification of diverse populations, breaking down religious, ethnic, cultural, and linguistic barriers. The unification of countries such as Indonesia, China, and Brazil, for example, is an ongoing process that involves overcoming innumerable such barriers, and in many cases this national unification was prepared by the European colonial power. In cases of diasporic populations, too, the nation seems at times to be the only concept available under which to imagine the community of subaltern group as, for example, the Estland is imagined as the geographical homeland of La Raza, the spiritual Latino nation in North America. It may be true, as Benedict Anderson says, that a nation should be understood as an imagined community, but here we should recognize that the claim is inverted so that the nation becomes the only way to imagine community. Every imagination of a community becomes overcoded as a nation, and hence our conception of community is severely impoverished. Just as in the context of dominant countries, here too the multiplicity and singularity of multitude are negated in the straitjacket of identity and homogeneity of the people. Once again, the unifying power of the subaltern nation is a double-edged sword, at once progressive and reactionary. Both of these simultaneously progressive and regressive aspects of subaltern nationalism are present in all their ambiguity in the tradition of black nationalism in the United States. Although deprived as it is of any territorial definition, and thus undoubtedly different from the majority of other subaltern nationalisms, it too presents the two fundamental progressive functions, sometimes by striving to pose itself in an analogous position to the proper, territorially defined nations. In the early 1960s, for example, after the enormous impetus created by the Bandung Conference and the emerging African and Latin American national liberation struggles, Malcolm X attempted to redirect the focus of demands of African American struggles from civil rights to human rights, and thus rhetorically shift the forum of appeal from the U.S. Congress to the UN. General Assembly. 27 Malcolm X, like many African American 108 leaders, at least since Marcus Garvey, clearly recognized the powerful position of speaking as a nation and a people. The concept of nation here configures a defensive position of separation from the hegemonic external power, and at the same time represents the autonomous power of unified community, the power of people. More important than any such theoretical and rhetorical propositions, however, are the actual practices of black nationalism, that is, the wide variety of activities and phenomena that are conceived by the actors themselves as expressions of black nationalism, from community drill teams and parades to meal programs, separate schools, and projects of community economic development and self-sufficiency. As Juanima Lubiano puts it, black nationalism is significant for the ubiquity of its presence in black American lives. 28 In all these various activities and realms of life, Black nationalism names precisely the circuits of self-valorization that constitute the community and allow for its relative self-determination and self-constitution. Despite the range of disparate phenomena called black nationalism, then, we can still recognize in them the two fundamental progressive functions of subaltern nationalism, the defense and the unification of the community. Black nationalism can name any expression of separation and autonomous power of the African American people. In the case of black nationalism too, however, the progressive elements are accompanied inevitably by their reactionary shadows. The repressive forces of nation and people feed off the self-valorization of community and destroy its multiplicity. When black nationalism poses the uniformity and homogeneity of the African American people as its basis, eclipsing class differences, for example, or when it designates one segment of community, such as African American men, as de facto representatives of the whole, the profound ambiguity of subaltern nationalism's progressive functions emerges as clearly as ever. 29 Precisely the structures that play a defensive role with respect to the outside in the interest of furthering the power, autonomy, and unity of community are the same that play an oppressive role internally, negating the multiplicity of community itself. 109. We should emphasize, however, that these ambiguous progressive functions of concept of nation exist primarily when nation is not effectively linked to sovereignty, that is, when the imagined nation does not, yet, exist, when the nation remains merely a dream. As soon as the nation begins to form as a sovereign state, its progressive functions all but vanish. Jean Genet was enchanted by the revolutionary desire of Black Panthers and the Palestinians, but he recognized that becoming a sovereign nation would be the end of their revolutionary qualities. The day when the Palestinians are institutionalized, he said, I will no longer be at their side. The day the Palestinians become a nation like the other nations, I will no longer be there. 30 With national liberation and the construction of nation-state, all oft oppressive functions of modern sovereignty inevitably blossom in full force. Totalitarianism of the nation-state. When the nation-state does function as an institution of sovereignty, does it finally manage to resolve the crisis of modernity? Does the concept of people and its biopolitical displacement of sovereignty succeed in shifting the terms and the terrain of the synthesis between constituent power and constituted power, and between the dynamic of productive forces and relations of production, in such a way as to carry us beyond the crisis? A vast panorama of authors, poets, and politicians, often emerging from progressive, socialist, and anti-imperialist movements, have certainly thought so. The conversion of 19th-century Jacobin left into a national left, the more and more intense adoption of national programs in the Second and Third Internationals, and the nationalist forms of liberation struggles in the colonial and post-colonial world all the way up to today's resistance of nations to the processes of globalization and the catastrophes they provoke, all this seems to support the view that the nation-state does afford a new dynamic beyond the historical and conceptual. Disaster of modern sovereign state. 31 We have a different perspective on the function of the nation, however, and in our view the crisis of modernity remains resolutely. 110. Open under the rule of nation and its people. When we take up again our genealogy of concept of sovereignty in 19th and 20th century Europe, it is clear that the state form of modernity first fell into the nation-state form, then the nation-state form descended into a whole series of barbarisms. When class struggle reopened the mystified synthesis of modernity in the early decades of 20th century and demonstrated again the powerful antithesis between the state and the multitude and between productive forces and relations of production, that antithesis led directly to European civil war, a civil war that was nonetheless cloaked in the guise of conflicts among sovereign nation-states. 32 In the Second World War, Nazi Germany, along with the various European fascisms, stood opposed to socialist Russia. Nations were presented as mystifications of, or stand-ins for, the class subjects in conflict. If Nazi Germany is the ideal type of transformation of modern sovereignty into national sovereignty and if its articulation in capitalist form, then Stalinist Russia is the ideal type of the transformation of popular interest and the cruel logics that follow from it into a project of national modernization, mobilizing for its own purposes the productive forces that yearn for liberation from capitalism. Here we could analyze the National Socialist apotheosis of modern concept of sovereignty and its transformation into national sovereignty. Nothing could more clearly demonstrate the coherence of these passages than the transfer of power from the Prussian monarchy to Hitler's regime, under the good auspices of German bourgeoisie. This passage, however, is well known, as are the explosive violence of these transfer of power, the exemplary obedience of German people, their military and civil valor in the service of nation, and the secondary consequences that we can call, in a kind of intellectual shorthand, Auschwitz, as symbol of Jewish Holocaust, and Buchenwald, as symbol of extermination of communists, homosexuals, gypsies, and others. Let us leave this story to other scholars and to the disgrace of history. We are more interested here with the other side of national question in Europe during this era. In other words, what really 111 happened when nationalism went hand in hand with socialism in Europe? In order to respond to this question, we have to revisit a few central moments in the history of European socialism. In particular, we must remember that not long after its inception, between the middle and end of 19th century, the Socialist International had to come to terms with strong nationalist movements, and through this confrontation the original internationalist passion of workers' movement quickly evaporated. The policies of the strongest European workers' movements, in Germany, Austria, France, and above all England, immediately raised the banner of national interest. Social democratic reformism was entirely invested in this compromise conceived in the name of nation, a compromise between class interests, that is, between the proletariat and certain strata of bourgeois hegemonic structure in each country. Let's not even talk about the ignoble history of betrayal in which segments of European workers' movement supported the imperialist enterprises of European nation-states, nor the unpardonable folly that brought together the various European reformisms in consenting to the masses being led to slaughter in the First World War. Social democratic reformism did have an adequate theory for these positions. Several Austrian social democratic professors invented it, contemporaries of Musil's Count Leinsdorf. In the idyllic atmosphere of Ofelpenkakania, in the gentle intellectual climate of that return to Kant, those professors, such as Otto Bauer, insisted on the necessity of considering nationality a fundamental element of modernization. 33 In fact, they believed that from the confrontation between nationality, defined as a community of character, and capitalist development, understood as society, there would emerge a dialectic that in its unfolding would eventually favor the proletariat and its progressive hegemony in society. This program ignored the fact that the concept of nation-state is not divisible but rather organic, not transcendental but transcendent, and even in its transcendence it is constructed to oppose every tendency on the part of proletariat to reappropriate social spaces and social wealth. What, then, could modernization mean if it is fundamentally tied 112 to the reform of the capitalist system and inimical to any opening of revolutionary process? These authors celebrated the nation without wanting to pay the price of this celebration. Or better, they celebrated it while mystifying the destructive power of the concept of nation. Given this perspective, support for the imperialist projects and the inter-imperialist war were really logical and inevitably positions for social democratic reformism. Bolshevism, too, entered the terrain of nationalist mythology, particularly through Stalin's celebrated pre-revolutionary pamphlet on Marxism and the national question. 34 According to Stalin, nations are immediately revolutionary, and revolution means modernization. Nationalism is an ineluctable stage in development. Through Stalin's translation, however, as nationalism becomes socialist, socialism becomes Russian, and Ivan the Terrible is laid to rest in the tomb beside Lenin. The Communist International is transformed into an assembly of fifth column of Russian national interests. The notion of communist revolution, the deterritorializing specter that had haunted Europe and the world, and that from the Paris Commune to 1917 in St. Petersburg and to Mao's Long March had managed to bring together deserters, internationalist partisans, striking workers, and cosmopolitan intellectuals was finally made into a reterritorializing regime of national sovereignty. It is a tragic irony that nationalist socialism in Europe came to resemble National Socialism. This is not because the two extremes meet, as some liberals would like to think, but because the abstract machine of national sovereignty is at the heart of both. When, in the midst of Cold War, the concept of totalitarianism was introduced into political science, it only touched on extrinsic elements of question. In its most coherent form, the concept of totalitarian was used to denounce the destruction of democratic public sphere, the continuation of Jacobinist ideologies, the extreme forms of racist nationalism, and the negation of market forces. The concept of totalitarianism, however, ought to delve much more deeply into the real phenomena and at the same time give a better explanation of them. In fact, totalitarianism consists 113. Not simply in totalizing the effects of social life and subordinating them to a global disciplinary norm, but also in the negation of social life itself, the erosion of its foundation, and the theoretical and practical stripping away of very possibility of existence of the multitude. What is totalitarian is the organic foundation and the unified source of society and the state. The community is not a dynamic collective creation but a primordial founding myth. An originary notion of people poses an identity that homogenizes and purifies the image of population while blocking the constructive interactions of differences within the multitude. I saw the embryo of totalitarian already in 18th century conceptions of national and popular sovereignty, conceptions that effectively preserved the absolute power of monarchy and transferred it to national sovereignty. He glimpsed the future of what might be called totalitarian democracy. 35 In the debate over the constitution of year 3 of French Revolution, CIs denounced the bad plans for a retotal instead of a republic, which would be fatal for freedom and ruinous for both the public realm and the private. 36 The concept of nation and the practices of nationalism are from the beginning set down on the road not to the republic but to the retotal, the total thing, that is, the totalitarian overcoding of social life. 2.3 THEDIALECTICSOFCOLONIALSOVEREIGNTY to Saint Elovicha to Saint, the most unhappy man of men. Whether the whistling rustic tend his plough within thy hearing, or thy head be now pillowed in some deep dungeon's earless den, O miserable chieftain. Where and when wilt thou find patience? Yet die not, do thou wear rather in thy bonds a cheerful brow. Though fallen thyself, never to rise again. Live, and take comfort. Thou hast left behind powers that will work for thee, air, earth, and skies, there's not a breathing oft common wind that will forget thee, thou hast great allies, thy friends are exaltations, agonies, and love, and man's unconquerable mind. William Wordsworth. We now need to take a step back and examine the genealogy of concept of sovereignty from the perspective of colonialism. The crisis of modernity has from the beginning had an intimate relation to racial subordination and colonization. Whereas within its domain the nation-state and its attendant ideological structures work tirelessly to create and reproduce the purity of people, on the outside the nation-state is a machine that produces others, creates racial difference, and raises boundaries that delimit and support the modern subject of sovereignty. These boundaries, 115, and barriers, however, are not impermeable but rather serve to regulate two-way flows between Europe and its outside. The Oriental, the African, the Amerindian are all necessary components for the negative foundation of European identity and modern sovereignty as such. The dark other of European enlightenment stands as its very foundation just as the productive relationship with the dark continents serves as the economic foundation of the European nation-states. 1 The racial conflict intrinsic to European modernity is another symptom of permanent crisis that defines modern sovereignty. The colony stands in dialectical opposition to European modernity, as its necessary double and irrepressible antagonist. Colorado Nile sovereignty is another insufficient attempt to resolve the crisis of modernity. Humankind is oni and many. The age of European discovery and the progressively intense communication among the spaces and peoples of Earth that followed have always carried with them a real utopian element. But so much blood has been spilled, so many lives and cultures destroyed, that it seems much more urgent to denounce the barbarity and horror of Western European, and then also US, Soviet, and Japanese, expansion and control over the globe. We think it important, however, not to forget the utopian tendencies that have always accompanied the progression toward globalization, even if these tendencies have continually been defeated by the powers of modern sovereignty. The love of differences and the belief in the universal freedom and equality of humanity proper to the revolutionary thought of Renaissance humanism reappear here on a global scale. This utopian element of globalization is what prevents us from simply falling back into particularism and isolationism in reaction to the totalizing forces of imperialism and racist domination, pushing us instead to forge a project of counter-globalization, counter-empire. This utopian moment, however, has never been unambiguous. It is a tendency that constantly conflicts with sovereign order and domination. We see three exemplary expressions of these utopia. 116. Anaism, in all its ambiguity, in the thought of Bartolomé de las Casas, Toussaint L'Ouverture, and Karl Marx. In the first half-century after the European landing in the Americas at Hispaniola, Bartolomé de las Casas witnessed with horror the barbarity of conquistadores and colonists and their enslavement and genocide of tamer Indians. The majority of Spanish military, administrators, and colonists, hungry for gold and power, saw the occupants of these new world as irrevocably other, less than human, or at least naturally subordinate to Europeans, and Las Casas recounts for us how the newly arrived Europeans treated them worse than their animals. In this context it is a wonder that Las Casas, who was part of Spanish mission, could separate himself enough from the common stream of opinion to insist on the humanity of tamer Indians and contest the brutality of Spanish rulers. His protest arises from one simple principle: humankind is one and equal. One should recognize at the same time, however, that a missionary vocation is intrinsically linked to the humanitarian project of good Bishop of Chiapas. In fact, Las Casas can think equality only in terms of sameness. The Amer Indians are equal to Europeans in nature only insofar as they are potentially European, or really potentially Christian. The nature of man is the same and all are called by Christ in the same way too. Las Casas cannot see beyond the Eurocentric view of the Americas, in which the highest generosity and charity would be bringing the Amer Indians under the control and tutelage of true religion and its culture. The natives are undeveloped potential Europeans. In this sense Las Casas belongs to a discourse that extends well into the 20th century on the perfectibility of savages. For the Amer Indians, just as for the Jews of 16th century Spain, the path to freedom from persecution must pass first through Christian conversion. Las Casas is really not so far from the Inquisition. He recognizes that humankind is one, but cannot see that it is also simultaneously many. More than 2 centuries after Las Casas, in the late 18th century, when Europe's domination over the Americas had changed. 117. Form from conquest, massacre, and pillage to the more stable colonial structure of large-scale slave production and trade exclusives, a black slave named Toussaint L'Ouverture led the first successful independence struggle against modern slavery in the French colony of Saint-Domingue, now Haiti. Toussaint L'Ouverture breathed in the rhetoric of French Revolution emanating from Paris in its pure form. If the French revolutionaries opposing the Ancien Régime proclaimed the universal human right to liberté, égalité, et fraternité, Toussaint assumed that the blacks, mulattoes, and whites of the colony were also included under the broad umbrella of rights of citizens. He took the victory over the feudal aristocracy and the exaltation of universal values in Europe to imply also the victory over the race aristocracy and the abolition of slavery. All will now be free citizens, equal brothers in the new French Republic. The letters of Toussaint to French military and governmental leaders pursue the rhetoric of revolution faultlessly to its logical conclusion and thereby reveal its hypocrisy. Perhaps naively or perhaps as a conscious political tactic, Toussaint demonstrates how the leaders of revolution betray the principles they claim to hold most dear. In a report to the Directoire on 14 Brumaire 6, November 5, 1797, Toussaint warned the French leaders that any return to slavery, any compromise of principles, would be impossible. A declaration of freedom is irreversible. Do you think that men who have enjoyed the blessing of liberty will calmly see it snatched away? But no, the same hand that has broken our chains will not enslave us anew. France will not revoke her principles, she will not withdraw from us the greatest of her benefits. 3. The proclamations of universal rights launched so confidently in Paris come back from Saint-Domingue only to strike horror in the hearts of French. In the voyage across the Atlantic, the universality of ideals became more real and were put into practice. As Amesser puts it, Toussaint L'Ouverture pushed the project forward across the terrain that separates the only thought from concrete reality, right from its actualization, reason from its 118. Proper truth. For Toussaint takes the Declaration of Rights of Man to the letter and insists on its full translation into practice. The revolution under Toussaint does not seek liberation from European domination only to return to a lost African world or re-establish in isolation traditional forms of rule. Toussaint looks forward to the forms of liberty and equality newly made available in the increasingly interconnected world. 5. At times, however, Toussaint writes as if the very idea of freedom had been created by the French, and as if he and his insurgent companions were free only by the grace of Paris. This may be merely a rhetorical strategy of Toussaint's, an example of his ironic obsequiousness toward the French rulers, but certainly one should not think freedom to be a European idea. The slaves of Saint-Domingue had revolted against their masters ever since their capture and forced immigration from Africa. They were not granted freedom but won it through bloody and tireless battle. Neither the desire for freedom nor its conquest originated in France, and the blacks of Saint-Domingue did not need the Parisians to teach them to fight for it. What Toussaint does receive and make good use of the specific rhetoric of French revolutionaries that gives legitimate form to his quest for liberation. In the 19th century Karl Marx, like Las Casas and Toussaint L'Ouverture before him, recognized the utopian potential of the ever-increasing processes of global interaction and communication. Like Las Casas, Marx was horrified by the brutality of European conquest and exploitation. Capitalism was born in Europe through the blood and sweat of conquered and colonized non-European peoples. The veiled slavery of wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of New World as its pedestal. 6. Like Toussaint L'Ouverture, Marx recognized human freedom as a universal project to be realized through practice and from which no population should be excluded. This global utopian vein in Marx is nonetheless ambiguous, perhaps even more so than in the other two cases, as we can see clearly from the series of articles he wrote for the New York Daily. 119. Tribune in 1853 on British rule in India. Marx's primary goal in these articles was to explain the debate going on at the time in the British Parliament over the status of the East India Company and situate the debate in the history of British colonial rule. Marx is of course quick to note the brutality of the introduction of British civilization into India and the havoc and suffering wrought by the rapacious greed of British capital and the British government. He immediately warns, however, in terms that bring us right back to the revolutionary face of the Renaissance, against simply reacting to the barbarity of British by supporting blindly the status quo of Indian society. The village system that Marx understood to pre-exist the British colonial intrusion was nothing to be championed, sickening as it must be to human feeling to witness the destruction and suffering caused by the British. We must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism, that they restrained the human mind, within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition, enslaving it beneath the traditional rules, depriving it of all grandeur and historical energies. 7. Neither does the ruling structure of Indian princes deserve support, even in reaction to the British, it is not a strange thing that the same men who denounce the barbarous splendors of crown and aristocracy of England are shedding tears at the downfall of Indian nabobs, ruhas, and jagirdars, the great majority of whom possess not even the prestige of antiquity, being generally usurpers of very recent date. Set up by English intrigue, the colonial situation falls too easily into a choice between two bad alternatives: either submission to British capital and British rule, or return to traditional Indian social structures and submission to Indian princes, either foreign domination or local domination. For Marx, there must be another path that refuses both of these alternatives, a path of insubordination and freedom. In this sense, in creating the conditions of possibility for a new society, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of Astorga in bringing about that revolution. 9 Capital can, in 120 certain circumstances, be a force of enlightenment. Like Toussaint, then, Marx saw no use in overthrowing foreign domination simply to restore some isolated and traditional form of oppression. The alternative must look forward to a new form of freedom, connected to the expansive networks of global exchange. The only alternative path Marx can imagine, however, is that same path that European society has already traveled. Marx has no conception of the difference of Indian society, the different potentials it contains. He can thus see the Indian past only as vacant and static. Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history. What we call its history is but the history of successive intruders who founded their empires on the passive basis of that unresisting and unchanging society. 10 The claim that Indian society has no history means not that nothing has happened in India, but that the course of events has been determined exclusively by external forces, while Indian society has remained passive, unresisting and unchanging. Certainly Marx was limited by his scant knowledge of India's present and past. 11 His lack of information, however, is not the point. The central issue is that Marx can conceive of Astorga outside of Europe only as moving strictly along the path already traveled by Europe itself. England has to fulfill a double mission in India, he wrote, one destructive, the other regenerating, the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying of material foundations of Western society in Asia. 12 India can progress only by being transformed into a Western society. All the world can move forward only by following the footsteps of Europe. Marx's Eurocentrism is in the end not so different from that of Las Casas. The crisis of colonial slavery. Although the utopian vein has continually surfaced in the historical process of interconnection and intercommunication of the world in the modern period, it has nonetheless continually been suppressed militarily and ideologically by the forces of European domination. The primary result has been massacres on a scale never before. 121. Imagined, and the establishment of racial, political, and economic structures of European rule over the non-European world. The rise of European supremacy was driven in large part by the development and spread of capitalism, which fed Europe's seemingly insatiably thirst for wealth. The global expansion of capitalism, however, was neither a uniform nor a univocal process. In various regions and among different populations, capitalism developed unevenly. It lurched forward, hesitated, and retreated according to a variety of diverse paths. One such circuitous path is traced by the history of large-scale colonial slave production in the Americas between the late 17th and mid-19th centuries, a history that is not pre-capitalist but rather within the complex and contradictory developments of capital. Large-scale plantation production with slave labor was initiated in the Caribbean in the mid-17th century by English and French planters who imported African slaves to fill the void left by the native peoples killed by European weapons and disease. By the end of the 18th century, the products of slave labor in the Americas constituted 1/3 of the value of European commerce. 13 European capitalism stood in a very ambiguous relation to the slave production in the Americas. One might reason logically, as many have, that since capitalism is based ideologically and materially on free labor, or really on the worker's ownership of his or her own labor power, capitalism must be antithetical to slave labor. From this perspective, colonial slavery would be seen as a pre-existing form of production analogous to feudalism that capital succeeds gradually in overcoming. The capitalist ideology of freedom would in this case be an unalloyed force of enlightenment. Capital's relationship to colonial slavery, however, is in fact much more intimate and complex. First of all, even though capitalism's ideology is indeed antithetical to slavery, in practice capital nonetheless not only subsumed and reinforced existing slave production systems throughout the world but also created new systems of slavery on an unprecedented scale, particularly in the Americas. 14 One might interpret capital's creation of slave systems as a kind of 122 apprenticeship to capitalism, in which slavery would function as a transitional stage between the natural, that is, self-sufficient and isolated, economies that pre-existed European intrusion and capitalism proper. Indeed, the scale and organization of 18th century Caribbean plantations did foreshadow in certain respects the 19th century European industrial plant. 15 The slave production in the Americas and the African slave trade, however, were not merely or even predominantly a transition to capitalism. They were a relatively stable support, a pedestal of superexploitation on which European capitalism stood. There is no contradiction here. Slave labor in the colonies made capitalism in Europe possible, and European capital had no interest in giving it up. In the very same period when European powers constructed the bases of slave economy across the Atlantic, there was also in Europe, principally in Eastern but also in Southern Europe, a refeudalization of the agrarian economy and thus a very strong tendency to block the mobility of labor and freeze the conditions of the labor market. Europe was thrown back into a second period of servitude. The point here is not simply to denounce the irrational ity of bourgeoisie, but to understand how slavery and servitude can be perfectly compatible with capitalist production, as mechanisms that limit the mobility of labor force and block its movements. Slavery, servitude, and all the other guises of coercive organization of labor from coolieism in the Pacific and peonage in Latin America to apartheid in South Africa are all essential elements internal to the processes of capitalist development. In this period slavery and wage labor engaged each other as dance partners in the coordinated steps of capitalist development. 16 Certainly many noble and enlightened proponents of abolitionism in Europe and the Americas in the late 18th and early 19th centuries argued against slavery on moral grounds. The abolitionist arguments had some real force, however, only when they served the interests of capital, for example, when they served to undercut the profits of a competitor's slave production. Even then, however, their force was quite limited. In fact, neither moral 123 arguments at home nor calculations of profitability abroad could move European capital to dismantle the slave regimes. Only the revolt and revolution of slaves themselves could provide an adequate lever. Just as capital moves forward to restructure production and employ new technologies only as a response to the organized threat of worker antagonism, so too European capital would not relinquish slave production until the organized slaves posed a threat to their power and made that system of production untenable. In other words, slavery was not abandoned for economic reasons but rather overthrown by political forces. 17 Political unrest did of course undercut the economic profitability of the system, but more important, the slaves in revolt came to constitute a real counterpower. The Haitian Revolution was certainly the watershed in the modern history of slave revolt, and its specter circulated throughout the Americas in the early 19th century just as the specter of the October Revolution haunted European capitalism over a century later. One should not forget, however, that revolt and antagonism were a constant part of slavery throughout the Americas, from New York City to Bahia. The economy of slavery, like the economy of modernity itself, was an economy of crisis. The claim that regimes of slavery and servitude are internal to capitalist production and development points toward the intimate relationship between the laboring subject's desire to flee the relationship of command and capital's attempts to block the population within fixed territorial boundaries. Yanmoili Boateng emphasizes the primacy of these lines of light in the history of capitalist development. An anonymous, collective, continuous, and uncontainable force of defection is what has driven the labor market toward freedom. This same force is what has obliged liberalism to produce the apology of free labor, the right to property, and open borders. It has also forced the bourgeois economists to establish models that immobilize labor, discipline it, and disregard the elements of uninterrupted flight. All of these has 124. Function to invent and reinvent 1,000 forms of slavery. This ineluctable aspect of accumulation precedes the question of proletarianization of the liberal era. It constructs the basis of modern state. 18 The deterritorializing desire of multitude is the motor that drives the entire process of capitalist development, and capital must constantly attempt to contain it. The production of THIRD. Colonialism and racial subordination function as a temporary solution to the crisis of European modernity, not only in economic and political terms, but also in terms of identity and culture. Colonialism constructs figures of alterity and manages their flows in what unfolds as a complex dialectical structure. The negative construction of non-European others is finally what founds and sustains European identity itself. Colonial identity functions first of all through a Manichaean logic of exclusion. As Franz Fanon tells us, the colonial world is a world cut into 19. The colonized are excluded from European spaces not only in physical and territorial terms, and not only in terms of rights and privileges, but even in terms of thought and values. The colonized subject is constructed in the metropolitan imaginary as other, and thus, as far as possible, the colonized is cast outside the defining bases of European civilized values. We can't reason with them, they can't control themselves, they don't respect the value of human life, they only understand violence. Racial difference is a sort of black hole that can swallow up all the capacities for evil, barbarism, unrestrained sexuality, and so forth. The dark colonized subject thus seems at first obscure and mysterious in its otherness. This colonial construction of identities rests heavily on the fixity of boundary between metropole and colony. The purity of identities, in both biological and cultural senses, is of utmost importance, and maintenance of boundary is cause for considerable anxiety. All values, in fact, Fanon points out, are irrevocably poisoned and diseased as soon as they are allowed in. 125. Contact with the colonized race. 20 The boundaries protecting this pure European space are continually under siege. Colonial law operates primarily around these boundaries, both in that it supports their exclusionary function and in that it applies differently to the subjects on the two sides of divide. Apartheid is simply one form, perhaps the emblematic form, of the compartmentalization of the colonial world. The barriers that divide the colonial world are not simply erected on natural boundaries, even though there are almost always physical markers that help naturalize the division. Altruity is not given but produced. This premise is the common point of departure for a wide range of research that has emerged in recent decades, including notably Edward Said's seminal book, I Have Begun, with the assumption that the Orient is not an inert fact of nature. That the Orient was created or, as I call it, Orientalized. Orientalism is not simply a scholarly project to gain more accurate knowledge of a real object, the Orient, but rather a discourse that creates its own object in the unfolding of the discourse itself. The two primary characteristics of this Orientalist project are its homogenization of the Orient from Maghreb to India, Orientals everywhere are all nearly the same, and its essentialization, the Orient and the Oriental character are timeless and unchanging identities. The result, as Said points out, is not the Orient as it is, an empirical object, but the Orient as it has been Orientalized, an object of European discourse. 21 The Orient, then, at least as we know it through Orientalism, is a creation of discourse, made in Europe and exported back to the Orient. The representation is at once a form of creation and a form of exclusion. Among the academic disciplines involved in this cultural production of alterity, Anthropology was perhaps the most important rubric under which the native other was imported to and exported from Europe. 22 From the real differences of non-European peoples, 19th century anthropologists constructed an other being of a different nature. Differential cultural and physical traits were construed as the essence oft African, the Arab, the Aboriginal, and 126. So forth. When colonial expansion was at its peak and European powers were engaged in the scramble for Africa, anthropology and the study of non-European peoples became not only a scholarly endeavor but also a broad field for public instruction. The other was imported to Europe in natural history museums, public exhibitions of primitive peoples, and so forth, and thus made increasingly available for the popular imaginary. In both its scholarly and its popular forms, 19th century anthropology presented non-European subjects and cultures as undeveloped versions of Europeans and their civilization. They were signs of primitiveness that represented stages on the road to European civilization. The diachronic stages of humanity's evolution towards civilization were thus conceived as present synchronically in the various primitive peoples and cultures spread across the globe. 23 The anthropological presentation of non-European others within this evolutionary theory of civilization served to confirm and validate the eminent position of Europeans and thereby legitimate the colonialist project as a whole. Important segments of discipline of history were also deeply embedded in the scholarly and popular production of literati, and thus also in the legitimation of colonial rule. For example, upon arriving in India and finding no historiography they could use, British administrators had to write their own Indian history to sustain and further the interests of colonial rule. The British had to historicize the Indian past in order to have access to it and put it to work. This British creation of an Indian history, however, like the formation of the colonial state, could be achieved only by imposing European colonial logics and models on Indian reality. 24 India's past was thus annexed so as to become merely a portion of British history, or rather, British scholars and administrators created an Indian history and exported it to India. This historiography supported the Raj and in turn made the past inaccessible to Indians as history. The reality of India and Indians was thus supplanted by a powerful representation that posed them as an other to Europe, a primitive stage in the teleology of civilization. 127. The dialectic of colonialism. In the logic of colonialist representations, the construction of a separate colonized other and the segregation of identity and alterity turns out paradoxically to be at once absolute and extremely intimate. The process consists, in fact, of two moments that are dialectic ally related. In the first moment difference has to be pushed to the extreme. In the colonial imaginary the colonized is not simply an other banished outside the realm of civilization, rather, it is grasped or produced as other, as the absolute negation, as the most distant point on the horizon. 18th century colonial slaveholders, for example, recognized the absoluteness of this difference clearly. The Negro is a being, whose nature and dispositions are not merely different from those of the European, they are the reverse often. Kindness and compassion excite in his breast implacable and deadly hatred, but stripes, and insults, and abuse, generate gratitude, affection, and inviolable attachment. 25 Thus the slaveholder's mentality, according to an abolitionist pamphlet. The non-European subject acts, speaks, and thinks in a manner exactly opposite to the European. Precisely because the difference of the other is absolute, it can be inverted in a second moment as the foundation of the self. In other words, the evil, barbarity, and licentiousness of the colonized other are what make possible the goodness, civility, and propriety of the European self. What first appears strange, foreign, and distant thus turns out to be very close and intimate. Knowing, seeing, and even touching the colonized is essential, even if these knowledge and contact take place only on the plane of representation and relate little to the actual subjects in the colonies and the metropole. The intimate struggle with the slave, feeling the sweat on its skin, smelling its odor, defines the vitality of master. This intimacy, however, in no way blurs the division between the two identities in struggle, but only makes more important that the boundaries and the purity of identities be policed. The identity of the European self is produced in this dialectical movement. Once the colonial subject is constructed as absolutely other, it can in turn 128 be subsumed, cancelled and raised up, within a higher unity. The absolute other is reflected back into the most proper. Only through opposition to the colonized does the metropolitan subject really become itself. What first appeared as a simple logic of exclusion, then, turns out to be a negative dialectic of recognition. The Coloradonizer does produce the colonized as negation, but, through a dialectical twist, that negative colonized identity is negated in turn to found the positive colonizer self. Modern European thought and the modern self are both necessarily bound to what Paul Gilroy calls the relationship of racial terror and subordination. 26 The gilded monuments not only of European cities but also of modern European thought itself are founded on the intimate dialectical struggle with its others. We should be careful to note that the colonial world never really conformed to the simple two-part division of this dialectical structure. Any analysis of 18th century Haitian society before the revolution, for example, cannot consider only whites and blacks but must also take into account at least the position of mulattoes, who were at times united with whites on the basis of their property and freedom, and at times united with blacks because of their non-white skin. Even in simple racial terms this social reality demands at least three axes of analysis but that, too, fails to grasp the real social divisions. One must also recognize the conflict among whites of different classes and the interests of the black slaves as distinct from those of the free blacks and maroons. In short, the real social situation in the colonies never breaks down neatly into an absolute binary between pure opposing forces. Reality always presents proliferating multiplicities. Our argument here, however, is not that reality presents this facile binary structure but that colonialism, as an abstract machine that produces identities and alterities, imposes binary divisions on the colonial world. Colonialism homogenizes real social differences by creating one overriding opposition that pushes differences to the absolute and then subsumes the opposition under the identity of European civilization. Reality is not dialectical, colonialism is. 129. The work of numerous authors, such as Jean-Paul Sartre and Frantz Fanon, who have recognized that colonial representations and colonial sovereignty are dialectical in form has proven useful in several respects. First of all, the dialectical construction demonstrates that there is nothing essential about the identities in struggle. The white and the black, the European and the Oriental, the colonizer and the colonized are all representations that function only in relation to each other and, despite appearances, have no real necessary basis in nature, biology, or rationality. Colonialism is an abstract machine that produces alterity and identity. And yet in the colonial situation these differences and identities are made to function as if they were absolute, essential, and natural. The first result of dialectical reading is thus the denaturalization of racial and cultural difference. This does not mean that once recognized as artificial constructions, colonial identities evaporate into thin air, they are real illusions and continue to function as if they were essential. This recognition is not a politics in itself, but merely the sign that an anti-colonial politics is possible. In the second place, the dialectical interpretation makes clear that colonialism and colonialist representations are grounded in a violent struggle that must be continually renewed. The European self needs violence and needs to confront its other to feel and maintain its power, to remake itself continually. The generalized state of war that continuously subtends colonial representations is not accidental or even unwanted violence is the necessary foundation of colonialism itself. Third, posing colonialism as a negative dialectic of recognition makes clear the potential for subversion inherent in the situation. For a thinker like Fanon, the reference to Hegel suggests that the master can only achieve a hollow form of recognition, it is the slave, through life and death struggle, who has the potential to move forward toward full consciousness. 27 The dialectic ought to imply movement, but this dialectic of European sovereign identity has fallen back into stasis. The failed dialectic suggests the possibility of a proper dialectic that through negativity will move history forward. 130. The boomerang of THIRD. Many authors, particularly during the long season of intense decolonization struggles from the end of World War II through the 1960s, argued that this positive dialectic of colonialism that founds and stabilizes European sovereign identity should be challenged by a properly negative and hence revolutionary dialectic. We cannot defeat the colonialist production of THIRD, these authors claimed, simply by revealing the artificiality of the identities and differences created and thereby hoping to arrive directly at an affirmation of the authentic universality of humanity. The only possible strategy is one of reversal or inversion of colonialist logic itself. The unity which will come eventually, bringing all oppressed peoples together in the same struggle, Sartre proclaims, must be preceded in the colonies by what I shall call the moment of separation or negativity. This anti-racist racism is the only road that will lead to the abolition of racial differences. 28 Sartre imagines that this negative dialectic will finally set history in motion. The negative dialectic has most often been conceived in cultural terms, for example, as the project of Negri, the quest to discover the black essence or unveil the black soul. According to this logic, the response to colonialist representations has to involve reciprocal and symmetrical representations. Even if blackness of colonized is recognized as a production and a mystification constructed in the colonial imaginary, it is not denied or dispelled on account of that, but rather affirmed as essence. According to Sartre, the revolutionary poets of Negri, such as Aimé Césaire and Léopold Senghor, adopt the negative pole that they have inherited from the European dialectic and transform it into something positive, intensifying it, claiming it as a moment of self-consciousness. No longer a force of stabilization and equilibrium, the domesticate other has become savage, truly other, that is, capable of reciprocity and autonomous initiative. This, as Sartre announces so beautifully and ominously, is the moment of the boomerang. 29 The negative moment is able to operate a reciprocal destruction of the European self precisely because European society and its val. 131. UEs are founded on the domestication and negative subsumption of colonized. The moment of negativity is posed as the necessary first step in a transition toward the ultimate goal of a raceless society that recognizes the equality, freedom, and common humanity of all. 30 Despite the coherent dialectical logic of the Sartrean cultural politics, however, the strategy it proposes seems to us completely illusory. The power of dialectic, which in the hands of colonial power mystified the reality of colonial world, is adopted again as part of an anti-colonial project as if dialectic were itself real form of movement of history. Reality and history, however, are not dialectical, and no idealist rhetorical gymnastics can make them conform to the dialect. The strategy of negativity, however, the moment of boomerang, appears in an entirely different light when it is cast in a non-dialectical form and in political rather than cultural terms. Fanon, for example, refuses the cultural politics of Negri with its consciousness of black identity and poses the revolutionary antithesis instead in terms of physical violence. The original moment of violence is that of colonialism, the domination and exploitation of the colonized by the colonizer. The second moment, the response of colonized to this original violence, can take all sorts of perverted forms in the colonial context. The colonized man will first manifest this aggressiveness which has been deposited in his bones against his own people. 31 The violence among the colonized population, sometimes thought to be the residues of ancient tribal or religious antagonisms, is really the pathological reflections of violence of colonialism that most often surfaces as superstitions, myths, dances, and mental disorders. Fanon does not recommend that the colonized should flee or avoid the violence. Colonialism by its very operation perpetuates this violence, and if it is not addressed directly, it will continue to manifest itself in these destructive, pathological forms. The only path to health that Dr. Fanon can recommend is a reciprocal counterviolence. 32 Moreover, this is the only path to liberation. The slave who never struggles for 132 freedom, who is simply granted the permission of the master, will forever remain a slave. This is precisely the reciprocity that Malcolm X proposed as a strategy to address the violence of white supremacy in the United States. 33 For both Fanon and Malcolm X, however, this negative moment, this violent reciprocity, does not lead to any dialectical synthesis. It is not the upbeat that will be resolved in a future harmony. This open negativity is merely the healthy expression of a real antagonism, a direct relation of force. Because it is not the means to a final synthesis, this negativity is not a politics in itself, rather, it merely poses a separation from colonialist domination and opens the field for politics. The real political process of constitution will have to take place on this open terrain of forces with a positive logic, separate from the dialectics of colonial sovereignty. The poisoned gift of national liberation. Subaltern nationalism has indeed, as we argued in the previous section, served important progressive functions. The nation has served among subordinated groups both as a defensive weapon employed to protect the group against external domination and as a sign of unity, autonomy, and power of community. 34 During the period of colonization and after, the nation appeared as the necessary vehicle for political modernization and hence the ineluctable path toward freedom and self-determination. The promise of a global democracy among nations, including their formal equality and sovereignty, was written into the original Charter of the United Nations. The organization and its members shall act in accordance with the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. 35 National sovereignty means freedom from foreign domination and the self-determination of peoples, and thus signals the definitive defeat of colonialism. The progressive functions of national sovereignty, however, are always accompanied by powerful structures of internal domination. The perils of national liberation are even clearer when viewed externally, in terms of the world economic system in which the 133 liberated nation finds itself. Indeed, the equation nationalism equals political and economic modernization, which has been heralded by leaders of numerous anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles from Gandhi and Ho Chi Minh to Nelson Mandela, really ends up being a perverse trick. This equation serves to mobilize popular forces and galvanize a social movement, but where does the movement lead and what interests does it serve? In most cases it involves a delegated struggle, in which the modernization project also establishes in power the new ruling group that is charged with carrying it out. The revolution is thus offered up, hands and feet bound, to the new bourgeoisie. It is a February revolution, one might say, that should be followed by an October. But the calendar has gone crazy, October never comes, the revolutionaries get bogged down in realism, and modernization ends up lost in hierarchies of the world market. Is not the control exerted by the world market, however, the opposite of nationalist dream of an autonomous, self-centered development? The nationalism of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles effectively functions in reverse, and the liberated countries find themselves subordinated in the international economic order. The very concept of a liberatory national sovereignty is ambiguous if not completely contradictory. While this nationalism seeks to liberate the multitude from foreign domination, it erects domestic structures of domination that are equally severe. The position of the newly sovereign nation-state cannot be understood when it is viewed in terms of rosy UN imaginary of a harmonious concert of equal and autonomous national subjects. The post-colonial nation-state functions as an essential and subordinated element in the global organization of the capitalist market. As Partchaturji argues, national liberation and national sovereignty are not just powerless against this global capitalist hierarchy but themselves contribute to its organization and functioning. Nowhere in the world has nationalism qua nationalism challenged the legitimacy of marriage between reason and 134. Capital. Nationalist thought does not possess the ideological means to make this challenge. The conflict between metropolitan capital and the people nation it resolves by absorbing the political life of nation into the body of state. Conservatory of passive revolution, the national state now proceeds to find for the nation a place in the global order of capital, while striving to keep the contradictions between capital and the people in perpetual suspension. All politics is now sought to be subsumed under the overwhelming requirements of state representing the nation. 36 The entire logical chain of representation might be summarized like this: the people representing the multitude, the nation representing the people, and the state representing the nation. Each link is an attempt to hold in suspension the crisis of modernity. Representation in each case means a further step of abstraction and control. From India to Algeria and Cuba to Vietnam, the state is the poisoned gift of national liberation. The final link that explains the necessary subordination of post-colonial nation-state, however, is the global order of capital. The global capitalist hierarchy that subordinates the formerly sovereign nation-states within its order is fundamentally different from the colonialist and imperialist circuits of international domination. The end of colonialism is also the end of modern world and modern regimes of rule. The end of modern colonialisms, of course, has not really opened an age of uncalified freedom but rather yielded to new forms of rule that operate on a global scale. Here we have our first real glimpse of passage to empire. See Contagion. When Louis Ferdinand Destouches, Celine, went to Africa, what he found was disease. In the unforgettable African passage of Journey to the End of Night, the narrator, through the deliriums of his own fever, saw a population permeated through and through with disease. The natives in those parts suffered horribly from every communicable disease, touts les maladies attrapables. Perhaps this is exactly what we should expect. THEDIALECTICSOFCOLONIALSOVEREIGNTY. 135. From Dr. Destouches, given that he was sent to Africa by the League of Nations to work as a hygienist, but of course Celine was also working with the commonplace of colonial consciousness. There are two sides to the connection between colonialism and disease. First of all, simply the fact that the indigenous population is disease-ridden is itself a justification for the colonial project. These niggers are sick. You'll see. They're completely corrupt, tout creeps et tout pourris. They're degenerates. p. 142. Disease is a sign of physical and moral corruption, a sign of a lack of civilization. Colonialism's civilizing project, then, is justified by the hygiene it brings. On the other side of the coin, however, from the European perspective, the primary danger of colonialism is disease, or really contagion. In Africa, Louis Ferdinand finds every communicable disease: physical contamination, moral corruption, madness. The darkness of the colonial territories and populations is contagious, and Europeans are always at risk. This is essentially the same truth that Kurtz recognizes in Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Once there is established the differential between the pure, civilized European and the corrupt, barbarous other, there is possible not only a civilizing process from disease to health, but also ineluctably the reverse process, from health to disease. Contagion is the constant and present danger, the dark underside of the civilizing mission. It is interesting in Celine's journey that the disease of colonial territories is a sign not really of death, but of an overabundance of life. The narrator, Louis Ferdinand, finds that not only the population but moreover the African terrain itself is monstrous. p. 140. The disease of the jungle is that life springs up everywhere, everything grows, without bounds. What a horror for a hygienist! The disease that the colony lets loose is the lack of boundaries on life, an unlimited contagion. If one looks back, Europe appears reassuringly sterile. Remember in Heart of Darkness the deathly pallor of Brussels that Marlowe finds on his return from the Belgian Congo, but with respect to the monstrous, unbounded overabundance of life in the colony, the sterile environment of Europe seems comforting. The standpoint of the hygienist may in fact be the privileged position for recognizing the anxieties of colonialist consciousness. The horror released by European conquest and colonialism is a horror of unlimited contact, flow, and X-136 change, or really the horror of contagion, miscegenation, and unbounded life. Hygiene requires protective barriers. European colonialism was continually plagued by contradictions between virtuous exchange and the danger of contagion, and hence it was characterized by a complex play of flows and hygienic boundaries between metropole and colony and among colonial territories. The contemporary processes of globalization have torn down many of the boundaries of the colonial world. Along with the common celebrations of the unbounded flows in our new global village, one can still sense also an anxiety about increased contact and a certain nostalgia for colonialist hygiene. The dark side of the consciousness of globalization is the fear of contagion. If we break down global boundaries and open universal contact in our global village, how will we prevent the spread of disease and corruption? This anxiety is most clearly revealed with respect to the AIDS pandemic. To the lightning speed of the spread of AIDS in the Americas, Europe, Africa, and Asia demonstrated the new dangers of global contagion. As AIDS has been recognized first as a disease and then as a global pandemic, there have developed maps of its sources and spread that often focus on Central Africa and Haiti, in terms reminiscent of the colonialist imaginary, unrestrained sexuality, moral corruption, and lack of hygiene. Indeed, the dominant discourses of AIDS prevention have been all about hygiene. We must avoid contact and use protection. The medical and humanitarian workers have to throw up their hands in frustration working with these infected populations who have so little respect for hygiene. Think of what Dr. Destouches would say. International and supranational projects to stop the spread of AIDS have tried to establish protective boundaries at another level by requiring HIV tests in order to cross national boundaries. The boundaries of nation-states, however, are increasingly permeable by all kinds of flows. Nothing can bring back the hygienic shields of colonial boundaries. The age of globalization is the age of universal contagion. 2.4 Here then is the man outside our people, outside our humanity. He is continually starving, nothing belongs to him but the instant, the prolonged instant after tour. He always has only one thing. His suffering, but there is nothing on the entire face of the earth that could serve as a remedy for him. There is no ground on which to plant his 2 feet, no support for his 2 hands to grasp, and thus there is so much less for him than there is for the music hall trapeze artist who is at least hanging by a thread. Franz Kafka. The end of colonialism and the declining powers of nation are indicative of a general passage from the paradigm of modern sovereignty toward the paradigm of imperial sovereignty. The various postmodernist and post-colonialist theories that have emerged since the 1980s give us a first view of these passage, but the perspective they offer proves to be quite limited. As the prefix post should indicate, postmodernist and post-colonialist theorists never tire of critiquing and seeking liberation from the past forms of rule and their legacies in the present. Postmodernists continually return to the lingering influence of Enlightenment as the source of domination. Post-colonialist theorists combat the remnants of colonialist thinking. We suspect that postmodernist and post-colonialist theories may end up in a dead end because they fail to recognize adequately the contemporary object of critique, that is, they mistake today's real enemy. What if the modern form of power these critics, and we ourselves, have taken such pains to describe and contest no 138. Longer holds sway in our society? What if these theorists are so intent on combating the remnants of a past form of domination that they fail to recognize the new form that is looming over them in the present? What if dominating powers that are the intended object of critique have mutated in such a way as to depotentialize any such postmodernist challenge? In short, what if a new paradigm of power, a postmodern sovereignty, has come to replace the modern paradigm and rule through differential hierarchies of the hybrid and fragmentary subjectivities that these theorists celebrate? In this case, modern forms of sovereignty would no longer be at issue, and the postmodernist and postcolonialist strategies that appear to be liberatory would not challenge but in fact coincide with and even unwittingly reinforce the new strategies of rule. When we begin to consider the ideologies of corporate capital and the world market, it certainly appears that the postmodernist and postcolonialist theorists who advocate a politics of difference, fluidity, and hybridity in order to challenge the binaries and essentialism of modern sovereignty have been outflanked by the strategies of power. Power has evacuated the bastion they are attacking and has circled around to their rear to join them in the assault in the name of difference. These theorists thus find themselves pushing against an open door. We do not mean to suggest that postmodernist and/or postcolonialist theorists are somehow the lackeys of global capital and the world market. Anthony Appiah and Arif Derlich are ungenerous when they cast these authors in the position of a comprador intelligentsia and the intelligentsia of global capitalism. There is no need to doubt the democratic, egalitarian, and even at times anti-capitalist desires that motivate large segments of these fields of work, but it is important to investigate the utility of these theories in the context of new paradigm of power. This new enemy not only is resistant to the old weapons but actually thrives on them, and thus joins its would-be antagonists in applying them to the fullest. Long live difference. Down with essentialist binaries. To a certain extent, postmodernist and postcolonialist theories are important effects that reflect or trace the expansion of world symptomsofpasssage. 139. Market and the passage of form of sovereignty. These theories point toward empire, but in a vague and confused way, with no awareness of paradigmatic leap that this passage constitutes. We have to delve deep into this passage, elaborate its terms, and make clear the lineaments that constitute the new empire. Recognizing the value and limitations of postmodernist and postcolonialist theories is a first step in this project. Politics of difference. In order to appreciate fully the critical powers of postmodernist discourses, one must first focus on the modern forms of sovereignty. As we saw in the previous sections, the world of modern sovereignty is a Manichaean world, divided by a series of binary oppositions that define self and other, white and black, inside and outside, ruler and ruled. Postmodernist thought challenges precisely this binary logic of modernity and in this respect provides important resources for those who are struggling to challenge modern discourses of patriarchy, colonialism, and racism. In the context of postmodernist theories, the hybridity and ambivalences of our cultures and our senses of belonging seem to challenge the binary logic of self and other that stands behind modern colonialist, sexist, and racist constructions. Similarly, the postmodernist insistence on difference and specificity defies the totalitarianism of universalizing discourses and structures of power. The affirmation of fragmented social identities appears as a means of contesting the sovereignty of both the modern subject and the modern nation-state, along with all the hierarchies they imply. This postmodernist critical sensibility is extremely important in this regard because it constitutes the proposition, or the symptom, of a break with respect to the entire development of modern sovereignty. It is difficult to generalize about the numerous discourses that go under the banner of postmodernism, but most often draw at least indirectly on Jean-François Lyotard's critique of modernist master narratives, Jean Baudrillard's affirmations of cultural simula or Jacques Derrida's critique of Western metaphysics. In the most basic and reductive formulation, postmodernist theories are 140. Defined by many of their proponents as sharing one single common denominator, a generalized attack on the Enlightenment. 2 From this perspective, the call to action is clear: Enlightenment is the problem and postmodernism is the solution. We should take care, however, to look more closely at what exactly is intended by Enlightenment or modernity from this postmodernist perspective. 3 We argued earlier that modernity should be understood not as uniform and homogeneous, but rather as constituted by at least two distinct and conflicting traditions. The first tradition is that initiated by the revolution of Renaissance humanism, from Duns Scotus to Spinoza, with the discovery of the place of immanence and the celebration of singularity and difference. The second tradition, the thermitter of the Renaissance revolution, seeks to control the utopian forces of the first through the construction and mediation of dualisms, and arrives finally at the concept of modern sovereignty as a provisional solution. When postmodernists propose their opposition to a modernity and an enlightenment that exalt the universality of reason only to sustain white male European supremacy, it should be clear that they are really attacking the second tradition of our schema, and unfortunately ignoring or eclipsing the first. It would be more accurate, in other words, to pose postmodernist theory as a challenge neither to the Enlightenment nor to modernity in toto but specifically to the tradition of modern sovereignty. More precisely still, these various theoretical contestations are brought together most coherently in a challenge to the dialectic as the central logic of modern domination, exclusion, and command for both its relegating the multiplicity of difference to binary oppositions and its subsequent subsumption of these differences in a unitary order. If modern power itself is dialectical, the logic goes, then the postmodernist project must be non-dialectical. Once we recognize postmodernist discourses as an attack on the dialectical form of modern sovereignty, then we can see more clearly how they contest systems of domination such as racism and sexism by deconstructing the boundaries that maintain the 141 hierarchies between white and black, masculine and feminine, and so forth. This is how postmodernists can conceive their theoretical practice as heir to an entire spectrum of modern and contemporary liberation struggles. The history of challenges to European political economic hegemony and its colonial rule, the successes of national liberation movements, women's movements, and anti-racist struggles, are all interpreted as the heritage of postmodernist politics because they, too, aim at disrupting the order and the dualisms of modern sovereignty. If modern is the field of power of white, the male, and the European, then in perfectly symmetrical fashion the postmodern will be the field of liberation of the non-white, the non-male, and the non-European. As Bell Hooks says, in its best form radical postmodernist practice, a politics of difference, incorporates the values and voices of displaced, the marginalized, the exploited, and the oppressed. For the binaries and dualisms of modern sovereignty are not disrupted only to establish new ones, rather, the very power of binaries is dissolved as we set differences to play across boundaries. 5. Postmodernist thinking has been received by a wide range of scholars as a clarion call to a new paradigm of economic and intellectual practice, and as a real opportunity to dislodge the dominant paradigms of scholarship in their own field. 6. One of most important examples from our perspective is the postmodernist challenge in the field of international relations. 7. Here the modernist paradigm of research is more or less identified with the methods of realism and neorealism, and thus centered on the concept of sovereignty, commonly understood as synonymous with the power of nation-states, the legitimate use of state violence, and territorial integrity. From a postmodernist perspective, this modernist international relations, because of its acceptance of and focus on these boundaries, tends to support the dominant power and the sovereignty of nation-states. Authors in this field thus make a clear connection between the critique of binary dualisms of Enlightenment developed in the context of philosophical and literary postmodernists and the challenge to the fixed boundaries. 142. Of modern state sovereignty. Postmodernist international relations theorists strive to challenge the sovereignty of states by deconstructing the boundaries of ruling powers, highlighting irregular and uncontrolled international movements and flows, and thus fracturing stable unities and oppositions. Discourse and interpretation are presented as powerful weapons against the institutional rigidities of modernist perspectives. The resulting postmodernist analyses point toward the possibility of a global politics of difference, a politics of deterritorialized flows across a smooth world, free of rigid striation of state boundaries. Although many of various postmodernist theorists are lucid in their refusal of logics of modern sovereignty, they are in general extremely confused about the nature of our potential liberation from it, perhaps precisely because they cannot recognize clearly the forms of power that have today come to supplant it. When they present their theories as part of a project of political liberation, in other words, postmodernists are still waging battle against the shadows of old enemies, the Enlightenment, or really modern forms of sovereignty and its binary reductions of difference and multiplicity to a single alternative between same and other. The affirmation of hybridities and the free play of differences across boundaries, however, is liberatory only in a context where power poses hierarchy exclusively, though essential identities, binary divisions, and stable oppositions. The structures and logics of power in the contemporary world are entirely immune to the liberatory weapons of the postmodernist politics of difference. In fact, Empire too is bent on doing away with those modern forms of sovereignty and on setting differences to play across boundaries. Despite the best intentions, then, the postmodernist politics of difference not only is ineffective against but can even coincide with and support the functions and practices of imperial rule. The danger is that postmodernist theories focus their attention so resolutely on the old forms of power they are running from, with their heads turned backwards, that they tumble unwittingly into the welcoming arms of new power. From this perspective, the celebratory affirmations 143 of postmodernists can easily appear naive, when not purely mystificatory. What we find most important in the various postmodernist currents of thought is the historical phenomenon they represent. They are the symptom of a rupture in the tradition of modern sovereignty. There is, of course, a long tradition of anti-modern thought that opposes modern sovereignty, including the great thinkers of Frankfurt School, along with the entire Republican line we have traced back to Renaissance humanism. What is new, however, is that postmodernist theorists point to the end of modern sovereignty and demonstrate a new capacity to think outside the framework of modern binaries and modern identities, a thought of plurality and multiplicity. However confusedly or unconsciously, they indicate the passage toward the constitution of empire. The liberation of hybridities, or beyond colonial binaries. A certain stream of post-colonial studies also proposes a global politics of difference and might be well situated in line with postmodernist theory. Our analysis of modern sovereignty in the preceding sections poses already a strong potential rationale for an accord between post-colonialist and postmodernist theories. Insofar as modern sovereignty was identified with Europe's tendency toward global domination, and more important, insofar as colonial administration and imperialist practices were central components in the constitution of modern sovereignty, postmodernist and postcolonialist theories do indeed share a common enemy. Postmodernism appears in this light to be fundamentally post-Eurocentric. Postcolonial studies encompasses a wide and varied group of discourses, but we want to focus here on the work of Homi Bhabha because it presents the clearest and best articulated example of continuity between postmodernist and postcolonialist discourses. One of primary and constant objects of Bhabha's attack are binary divisions. In fact, the entire post-colonial project as he presents it is defined by its refusal of the binary divisions on which the 144 colonialist worldview is predicated. The world is not divided into and segmented in opposing camps, center versus periphery, first versus third world, but rather it is and has always been defined by innumerable partial and mobile differences. Bhabha's refusal to see the world in terms of binary divisions leads him to reject also theories of totality and theories of identity, homogeneity and essentialism of social subjects. These various refusals are very closely linked. The binary conception of world implies the essentialism and homogeneity of identities on its two halves, and, through the relationship across that central boundary, implies the subsumption of all experience within a coherent social totality. In short, the specter that haunts Bhabha's analysis and that coherently links together these various opponents is the Hegelian dialectic, that is, the dialectic that subsumes within a coherent totality the essential social identities that face each other in opposition. In this sense one could say that post-colonial theory, or at least this version of it, is, along with postmodernist theories, defined above all by its being non-dialectical. Bhabha's critique of dialectic, that is, his attack on binary divisions, essential identities, and totalization is both a sociological claim about the real nature of societies and a political project aimed at social change. The former is in fact a condition of possibility of the latter. Social identities and nations were never really coherent imagined communities, the colonized's mimicry oft colonizer's discourse re-articulates the whole notion of identity and alienates it from essence. Cultures are always already partial and hybrid formations. This social fact is the basis on which a subversive political project can be conducted to destroy the binary structure of power and identity. In summary form, then, Babha's logic of liberation runs like this: power, or forces of social oppression, function by imposing binary structures and totalizing logics on social subjectivities, repressing their difference. These oppressive structures, however, are never total, and differences are always in some way expressed, through mimicry, ambivalence, hybridization, fractured identities, and so forth. The post-colonial political project, then, is 145. To affirm the multiplicity of differences so as to subvert the power of ruling binary structures. The utopia Babha points toward after the binary and totalizing structures of power have been fractured and displaced is not an isolated and fragmentary existence but a new form of community, a community oft unhomely, a new internationalism, a gathering of people in the diaspora. The affirmation of difference and hybridity is itself, according to Babha, an affirmation of community, to live in the unhomely world, to find its ambivalences and ambiguities enacted in the house of fiction, or its sundering and splitting performed in the work of art, is also to affirm a profound desire for social solidarity. 8. The seeds of alternative community, he believes, arise out of close attention to the locality of culture, its hybridity, and its resistance to the binary structuring of social hierarchies. We should be careful to recognize the form of the dominating power that serves as the enemy, and really the negative foundation, in this post-colonialist framework. Power is assumed to operate exclusively through a dialectical and binary structure. The only form of domination Babha recognizes, in other words, is that of modern sovereignty. This is why, for example, he can say hierarchical or binary as if two terms were interchangeable. From his perspective, hierarchy as such is necessarily grounded in binary divisions, so that the mere fact of hybridity has the power to destroy hierarchy tout court. Hybridity itself is a realized politics of difference, setting differences to play across boundaries. This is where the post-colonial and the postmodern most powerfully meet, in the united attack on the dialectics of modern sovereignty and the proposition of liberation as a politics of difference. Like the postmodernist theorists, post-colonial theorists such as Babha interest us primarily insofar as they are symptoms of the epochal shift we are undergoing, that is, the passage to empire. Perhaps the discourses themselves are possible only when the regimes of modern sovereignty are already on the wane. Like postmodernists too, however, post-colonialist theorists in general give 146. A very confused view of this passage because they remain fixated on attacking an old form of power and propose a strategy of liberation that could be effective only on that old terrain. The post-colonialist perspective remains primarily concerned with colonial sovereignty. As Jun Prakash says, the post-colonial exists as an aftermath, as an after being worked over by colonialism. 9. This may make post-colonialist theory a very productive tool for rereading history, but it is entirely insufficient for theorizing contemporary global power. Edward said, certainly one of most brilliant to go under the label of post-colonial theory, manages to condemn the current global power structures only to the extent that they perpetuate cultural and ideological remnants of European colonialist rule. 10. He charges that the tactics of great empires, that is, the European imperialisms, which were dismantled after the First World War, are being replicated by the U.S. 11. What is missing here is a recognition of novelty of structures and logics of power that order the contemporary world. Empire is not a weak echo of modern imperialisms but a fundamentally new form of rule. Fundamentalism and/or postmodernism. Another symptom of historical passage already in process in the final decades of 20th century is the rise of so-called fundamentalisms. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great ideologues of geopolitics and the theoreticians of the end of a story have consistently posed fundamentalisms as the primary danger facing global order and stability. Fundamentalism, however, is a poor and confused category that groups together widely disparate phenomena. In general, one might say that fundamentalisms, diverse though they may be, are linked by their being understood both from within and outside as anti-modernist movements, resurgences of primordial identities and values. They are conceived as a kind of historical backflow, a demodernization. It is more accurate and more useful, however, to understand the various fundamentalism not as the recreation of a pre-modern world, but rather as a powerful 147. Refusal of the contemporary historical passage in course. In this sense, then, like postmodernist and postcolonialist theories, fundamentalisms too are a symptom of passage to empire. Often today in the media the term fundamentalism reduces the variety of social formations that go by that name and refers exclusively to Islamic fundamentalism, the complexity of which is in turn reduced to a violent and intolerant religious fanaticism that is above all anti-Western. Islamic fundamentalism itself, of course, takes various forms and has a long history extending throughout the modern era. Islamic revivalism and reformism were strong at different times in the 18th and 19th centuries, and the current forms of Islamic radicalism bear distinct similarities to those previous movements. Islamic fundamentalisms are most coherently united, however, in their being resolutely opposed to modernity and modernization. Insofar as political and cultural modernization has been a process of secularization, Islamic fundamentalisms oppose it by posing sacred texts at the center of political constitutions and religious leaders, both priests and jurists, in positions of political power. In terms, too, of gender roles, family structures, and cultural forms, an unchanging, traditional religious norm is commonly meant to stand against the progressively changing secular forms of modernity. Counter to modernism's dynamic and secular society, fundamentalism seems to pose a static and religious one. In this light, then, as an anti-modernism, Islamic fundamentalism seemed to be engaged in an effort to reverse the process of social modernization, separate from the global flows of modernity, and recreate a pre-modern world. The Iranian Revolution of 1979, for example, would from this perspective be seen as an anti-revolution, resurrecting an ancient order. Christian fundamentalisms in the United States also present themselves as movements against social modernization, recreating what is imagined to be a past social formation based on sacred texts. These movements should certainly be situated in line with the long U.S. tradition of projects to create in America a New Jerusalem, a Christian community separate from both the corruption of Europe. 148. And the savagery of the uncivilized world. 12 The most prominent social agenda of current Christian fundamentalist groups is centered on the creation of stable and hierarchical nuclear family, which is imagined to have existed in a previous era, and thus they are driven specifically in their crusades against abortion and homosexuality. Christian fundamentalisms in the United States have also continuously been oriented, in different times and different regions more or less overtly, toward a project of white supremacy and racial purity. The New Jerusalem has almost always been imagined as a white and patriarchal Jerusalem. These common characterizations of fundamentalisms as a return to a pre-modern or traditional world and its social values, however, obscure more than they illuminate. In fact, fundamentalist visions of a return to the past are generally based on historical illusions. The purity and wholesomeness of stable, nuclear heterosexual family heralded by Christian fundamentalists, for example, never existed in the United States. The traditional family that serves as their ideological foundation is merely a pastiche of values and practices that derives more from television programs than from any real historical experiences within the institution of family. 13 It is a fictional image projected on the past, like Main Street USA. At Disneyland, constructed retrospectively through the lens of contemporary anxieties and fears. The return to the traditional family of Christian fundamentalists is not backward-looking at all, but rather a new invention that is part of a political project against the contemporary social order. Similarly, the current forms of Islamic fundamentalism should not be understood as a return to past social forms and values, not even from the perspective of the practitioners. According to Fazlur Rahman, actually it is even something of a misnomer to call such phenomena in Islam fundamentalist except insofar as they emphasize the basis of Islam as being the two original sources, the Quran and the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad. Otherwise they emphasize ijtihad, original thought. 14 Contemporary Islamic radicalisms are indeed primarily based on original thought and 149. The invention of original values and practices, which perhaps echo those of older periods of revivalism or fundamentalism but are really directed in reaction to the present social order. In both cases, then, the fundamentalist return to tradition is really a new invention. 15 The anti-modern thrust that defines fundamentalisms might be better understood, then, not as a pre-modern but as a post-modern project. The postmodernity of fundamentalism has to be recognized primarily in its refusal of modernity as a weapon of Euro-American hegemony, and in this regard Islamic fundamentalism is indeed the paradigmatic case. In the context of Islamic traditions, fundamentalism is postmodern insofar as it rejects the tradition of Islamic modernism for which modernity was always overcoded as assimilation or submission to Euro-American hegemony. If modern meant the pursuit of Western education, technology, and industrialization in the first flush of post-colonial period, Akbar Ahmed writes, postmodern would mean a reversion to traditional Muslim values and a rejection of modernism. 16 Considered simply in cultural terms, Islamic fundamentalism is a paradoxical kind of postmodernist theory, postmodern only because it chronologically follows and opposes Islamic modernism. It is more properly postmodernist, however, when considered in geopolitical terms. Rahman writes, the current postmodernist fundamentalism, in an important way, is novel because its basic elan is anti-Western. Hence its condemnation of classical modernism as a purely westernizing force. 17 Certainly, powerful segments of Islam have been in some sense anti-Western since the religion's inception. What is novel in the contemporary resurgence of fundamentalism is really the refusal of the powers that are emerging in the new imperial order. From this perspective, then, insofar as the Iranian Revolution was a powerful rejection of world market, we might think of it as the first postmodernist revolution. This marriage between postmodernism and fundamentalism is certainly an odd coupling, considering that postmodernist and fundamentalist discourses stand in most respects in polar opposition. Hybridity versus purity, difference versus identity, mobility versus 150. Stasis. It seems to us that postmodernists and the current wave of fundamentalists have arisen not only at the same time but also in response to the same situation, only at opposite poles of global hierarchy, according to a striking geographical distribution. Simplifying a great deal, one could argue that postmodernist discourses appeal primarily to the winners in the processes of globalization and fundamentalist discourses to the losers. In other words, the current global tendencies toward increased mobility, indeterminacy, and hybridity are experienced by some as a kind of liberation but by others as an exacerbation of their suffering. Certainly, bands of popular support for fundamentalist projects from the Front National in France and Christian fundamentalism in the United States to the Islamic Brothers have spread most widely among those who have been further subordinated and excluded by the recent transformations of the global economy and who are most threatened by the increased mobility of capital. The losers in the processes of globalization might indeed be the ones who give us the strongest indication of transformation in progress. The ideology of the world market. Many oft concepts dear to postmodernists and postcolonialists find a perfect correspondence in the current ideology of corporate capital and the world market. The ideology of world market has always been the anti-foundational and anti-essentialist discourse par excellence. Circulation, mobility, diversity, and mixture are its very conditions of possibility. Trade brings differences together, and the more the merrier. Differences, of commodities, populations, cultures, and so forth, seem to multiply infinitely in the world market, which attacks nothing more violently than fixed boundaries. It overwhelms any binary division with its infinite multiplicities. As the world market today is realized ever more completely, it tends to deconstruct the boundaries of nation-state. In a previous period, nation-states were the primary actors in the modern imperialist organization of global production and exchange, but to the world market they appear increasingly as mere obstacles. Robert 151. Reich, former U.S. Secretary of Labor, is in an excellent position to recognize and celebrate the overcoming of national boundaries in the world market. He contends that as almost every factor of production, money, technology, factories, and equipment moves effortlessly across borders, the very idea of a national economy is becoming meaningless. In the future there will be no national products or technologies, no national corporations, no national industries. There will no longer be national economies, as least as we have come to understand that concept. 18 With the decline of national boundaries, the world market is liberated from the kind of binary divisions that nation-states had imposed, and in this new free space a myriad of differences appears. These differences of course do not play freely across a smooth global space, but rather are regimented in global networks of power consisting of highly differentiated and mobile structures. Arjun Apaturi captures the new quality of these structures with the analogy of landscapes, or better, seascapes. In the contemporary world he sees finanscapes, technoscapes, ethnoscapes, and so forth. 19 The suffix scape allows us on the one hand to point to the fluidity and irregularity of these various fields and on the other to indicate formal commonalities among such diverse domains as finance, culture, commodities, and demography. The world market establishes a real politics of difference. The various scapes of world market provide capital with potentials on a scale previously unimaginable. It should be no surprise, then, that postmodernist thinking and its central concepts have flourished in the various fields of practice and theory proper to capital, such as marketing, management, organization, and the organization of production. Postmodernism is indeed the logic by which global capital operates. Marketing has perhaps the clearest relation to postmodernist theories, and one could even say that the capitalist marketing strategies have long been postmodernist, avant la lettre. On the one hand, marketing practices and consumer consumption are prime terrain for developing postmodernist thinking. Certain postmodernist theorists, for example, see perpetual shopping. 152. And the consumption of commodities and commodified images as the paradigmatic and defining activities of postmodern experience, are collective journeys through hyperreality. 20 On the other hand, postmodernist thinking with its emphasis on concepts such as difference and multiplicity, its celebration of fetishism and simulacra, its continual fascination with the new and with fashion is an excellent description of ideal capitalist schemes of commodity consumption and thus provides an opportunity to perfect marketing strategies. As a marketing theorist says, there are clear parallels between contemporary market practices and the precepts of postmodernism. 21 Marketing itself is a practice based on differences, and the more differences that are given, the more marketing strategies can develop. Ever more hybrid and differentiated populations present a proliferating number of target markets that can each be addressed by specific marketing strategies: one for gay Latino males between the ages of 18 and 22, another for Chinese American teenage girls, and so forth. Postmodern marketing recognizes the difference of each commodity and each segment of the population, fashioning its strategies accordingly. 22 Every difference is an opportunity. Postmodern marketing practices represent the consumption cycle of contemporary capital, its external face, but we are even more interested in the postmodernist tendencies within the cycle of capitalist production. In the productive sphere, postmodernist thinking has perhaps had the largest direct impact in the field of management and organization theory. Authors in this field argue that large and complex modern organizations, with their rigid boundaries and homogeneous units, are not adequate for doing business in the postmodern world. The postmodern organization, one theorist writes, has certain distinctive features, notably, an emphasis on small to moderate size and complexity and adoption of flexible structures and modes of interinstitutional cooperation to meet turbulent organizational and environmental conditions. 23 Postmodern organizations are thus imagined either as located on 153. The boundaries between different systems and cultures or as internally hybrid. What is essential for postmodern management is that organizations be mobile, flexible, and able to deal with difference. Here postmodernist theories pave the way for the transformation of the internal structures of capitalist organizations. The culture within these organizations has also adopted the precepts of postmodernist thinking. The great transnational corporations that straddle national boundaries and link the global system are themselves internally much more diverse and fluid culturally than the parochial modern corporations of previous years. The contemporary gurus of corporate culture who are employed by management as consultants and strategy planners preach the efficiency and profitability of diversity and multiculturalism within corporations. 24 When one looks closely at U.S. corporate ideology, and, to a lesser but still significant extent, at U.S. corporate practice, it is clear that corporations do not operate simply by excluding the gendered and/or racialized other. In fact, the old modernist forms of racist and sexist theory are the explicit enemies of these new corporate culture. The corporations seek to include difference within their realm and thus aim to maximize creativity, free play, and diversity in the corporate workplace. People of all different races, sexes, and sexual orientations should potentially be included in the corporation. The daily routine of the workplace should be rejuvenated with unexpected changes and an atmosphere of union. Break down the old boundaries and let 100 flowers bloom. 25 The task of the boss, subsequently, is to organize these energies and differences in the interests of profit. This project is aptly called diversity management. In this light, the corporations appear not only progressive but also postmodernist, as leaders in a very real politics of difference. The production processes of capital have also taken forms that echo postmodernist projects. We will have ample opportunity to analyze, particularly in section 3.4, how production has come to be organized in flexible and hybrid networks. This is, in our view, the most important respect in which the contemporary transforma 154 tions of capital and the world market constitute a real process of postmodernization. We certainly agree with those contemporary theorists, such as David Harvey and Frederick Jameson, who see postmodernity as a new phase of capitalist accumulation and commodification that accompanies the contemporary realization of the world market. 26 The global politics of difference established by the world market is defined not by free play and equality, but by the imposition of new hierarchies, or really by a constant process of hierarchization. Postmodernist and postcolonialist theories, and fundamentalisms in a very different way, are really sentinels that signal this passage in course, and in this regard are indispensable. Truth commissions. It is salutary to remind ourselves that postmodernist and postcolonial discourses are effective only in very specific geographical locations and among a certain class of population. As a political discourse, postmodernism has a certain currency in Europe, Japan, and Latin America, but its primary site of application is within an elite segment of U.S. intelligentsia. Similarly, the post-colonial theory that shares certain postmodernist tendencies has been developed primarily among a cosmopolitan set that moves among the metropolises and major universities of Europe and the United States. This specificity does not invalidate the theoretical perspectives, but it should make us pause for a moment to reflect on their political implications and practical effects. Numerous genuinely progressive and liberatory discourses have emerged throughout history among elite groups, and we have no intention here of questioning the vocation of such theorizing tout court. More important than the specificity of these theorists are the resonances their concepts stimulate in different geographical and class locations. Certainly from the standpoint of many around the world, hybridity, mobility, and difference do not immediately appear as liberatory in themselves. Huge populations see mobility as an aspect of their suffering because they are displaced at an increasing speed. In 155. Dire circumstances. For several decades, as part of the modernization process, there have been massive migrations from rural areas to metropolitan centers within each country and across the globe. The international flow of labor has only increased in recent years, not only from south to north, in the form of legal and illegal guest workers or immigrants, but also from south to south, that is, the temporary or semi-permanent worker migrations among southern regions, such as that of South Asian workers in the Persian Gulf. Even these massive worker migrations, however, are dwarfed in terms of numbers and misery by those forced from their homes and land by famine and war. Just a cursory glance around the world, from Central America to Central Africa and from the Balkans to Southeast Asia, will reveal the desperate plight of those on whom such mobility has been imposed. For them, mobility across boundaries often amounts to forced migration in poverty and is hardly liberatory. In fact, a stable and defined place in which to live, a certain immobility, can on the contrary appear as the most urgent need. The postmodernist epistemological challenge to the Enlightenment, its attack on master narratives and its critique of truth also loses its liberatory aura when transposed outside the elite intellectual strata of Europe and North America. Consider, for example, the Mandate of Truth Commission formed at the end of civil war in El Salvador, or the similar institutions that have been established in the post-dictatorial and post-authoritarian regimes of Latin America and South Africa. In the context of state terror and mystification, clinging to the primacy of concept of truth can be a powerful and necessary form of resistance. Establishing and making public the truth of recent past, attributing responsibility to state officials for specific acts and in some cases exacting retribution appears here as the ineluctable precondition for any democratic future. The master narratives of the Enlightenment do not seem particularly repressive here, and the concept of truth is not fluid or unstable, on the contrary. The truth is that this general ordered the torture and assassination of that Union leader, and this 156. Colonel led the massacre of that village. Making public such truths is an exemplary Enlightenment project of modernist politics, and the critique of it in these contexts could serve only to aid the mystificatory and repressive powers of regime under attack. In our present imperial world, the liberatory potential of postmodernist and post-colonial discourses that we have described only resonates with the situation of an elite population that enjoys certain rights, a certain level of wealth, and a certain position in the global hierarchy. One should not take this recognition, however, as a complete refutation. It is not really a matter of either/or. Difference, hybridity, and mobility are not liberatory in themselves, but neither are truth, purity, and stasis. The real revolutionary practice refers to the level of production. Truth will not make us free, but taking control of production of truth will. Mobility and hybridity are not liberatory, but taking control of production of mobility and stasis, purities, and mixtures is. The real truth commissions of empire will be constituent assemblies of multitude, social factories for the production of truth. In each and every historical period a social subject that is ever present and everywhere the same is identified, often negatively but nonetheless urgently, around a common living form. This form is not that of the powerful and the rich, they are merely partial and localized figures, quantitate signati. The only non-localizable common name of pure difference in all eras is that of the poor. The poor is destitute, excluded, repressed, exploited and yet living. It is the common denominator of life, the foundation of the multitude. It is strange, but also illuminating, that postmodernist authors seldom adopt this figure in their theorizing. It is strange because the poor is in a certain respect an eternal postmodern figure, the figure of a transversal, omnipresent, different, mobile subject, the testament to the irrepressible aleatory character of existence. This common name, the poor, is also the foundation of every possibility of humanity. As Niccolò Machiavelli pointed out, in the return to beginnings that characterizes the revolutionary phase of the religions and ideolo symptomsofpassage. 157. Geese of modernity, the poor is almost always seen to have a prophetic capacity. Not only is the poor in the world, but the poor itself is the very possibility of the world. Only the poor lives radically the actual and present being, in destitution and suffering, and thus only the poor has the ability to renew being. The divinity of the multitude of the poor does not point to any transcendence. On the contrary, here and only here in this world, in the existence of the poor, is the field of immanence presented, confirmed, consolidated, and opened. The poor is God on earth. Today there is not even the illusion of a transcendent God. The poor has dissolved that image and recuperated its power. Long ago modernity was inaugurated with Rabelais' laugh, with the realistic supremacy of the belly of the poor, with the poetics that expresses all that there is in destitute humanity from the belt on down. Later, through the processes of primitive accumulation, the proletariat emerged as a collective subject that could express itself in materiality and immanence, a multitude of poor that not only prophesied but produced, and that thus opened possibilities that were not virtual but concrete. Finally today, in the biopolitical regimes of production and in the processes of postmodernization, the poor is a subjugated, exploited figure, but nonetheless a figure of production. This is where the novelty lies. Everywhere today, at the basis of the concept and the common name of the poor, there is a relationship of production. Why are the postmodernists unable to read this passage? They tell us that a regime of transversal linguistic relations of production has entered into the unified and abstract universe of value. But who is the subject that produces transversally, who gives a creative meaning to language? Who if not the poor, who are subjugated and desiring, impoverished and powerful, always more powerful? Here, within this reign of global production, the poor is distinguished no longer only by its prophetic capacity but also by its indispensable presence in the production of a commonwealth, always more exploited and always more closely indexed to the wages of rule. The poor itself is power. There is world poverty, but there is above all world possibility, and only the poor is capable of this. Vogelfree, bird-free, is the term Marx used to describe the proletariat, which at the beginning of modernity in the processes of primitive accumulation was freed twice over. In the first place, it was freed from being 158 the property of the master, that is, freed from servitude, and in the second place, it was freed from the means of production, separated from the soil, with nothing to sell but its own labor power. In this sense, the proletariat was forced to become the pure possibility of wealth. The dominant stream of the Marxist tradition, however, has always hated the poor, precisely for their being free as birds, for being immune to the discipline of the factory and the discipline necessary for the construction of socialism. Consider how, when in the early 1950s Vittorio De Sica and Cesare Zavattini set the poor to fly away on broomsticks at the end of their beautiful film Miracle in Milan, they were so violently denounced for utopianism by the spokesman of socialist realism. The Vogelfree is an angel or an intractable demon. And here, after so many attempts to transform the poor into proletarians and proletarians into a liberation army, the idea of army weighed heavily on that of liberation. Once again in postmodernity emerges in the blinding light of clear day the multitude, the common name of the poor. It comes out fully in the open because in postmodernity the subjugated has absorbed the exploited. In other words, the poor, every poor person, the multitude of poor people, have eaten up and digested the multitude of proletarians. By that fact itself the poor have become productive. Even the prostituted body, the destitute person, the hunger of the multitude, all forms of the poor have become productive. And the poor have therefore become ever more important. The life of the poor invests the planet and envelopes it with its desire for creativity and freedom. The poor is the condition of every production. The story goes that at the root of the postmodernist sensibility and the construction of the concept of postmodernism are those French socialist philosophers who in their youth celebrated factory discipline and the shining horizons of real socialism, but who became repentant after the crisis of 1968 and gave up, proclaiming the futility of the pretense of communism to reappropriate social wealth. Today these same philosophers cynically deconstruct, banalize, and laugh at every social struggle that contests the universal triumph of exchange value. The media and the culture of the media tell us that those philosophers are the ones who recognized this new era of the world, but that is not true. The discovery of postmodernity consisted in the reproposition of the poor at the center of the political and productive terrain. 159. What was really prophetic was the poor, bird-free laugh of Charlie Chaplin when, free from any utopian illusions and above all from any discipline of liberation, he interpreted the modern times of poverty, but at the same time linked the name of the poor to that of life, a liberated life and a liberated productivity. 2.5 I am persuaded no constitution was ever before so well calculated as ours for extensive empire and self-government. Thomas Jefferson. Our constitution is so simple and practical that it is possible always to meet extraordinary needs by changes in emphasis and arrangement without loss of essential form. Franklin D. Roosevelt. In order to articulate the nature of imperial sovereignty, we must first take a step back in time and consider the political forms that prepared its terrain and constitute its prehistory. The American Revolution represents a moment of great innovation and rupture in the genealogy of modern sovereignty. The U.S. constitutional project, emerging from the struggles for independence and formed through a rich history of alternative possibilities, bloomed like a rare flower in the tradition of modern sovereignty. Tracing the original developments of notion of sovereignty in the United States will allow us to recognize its significant differences from the modern sovereignty we have described thus far and discern the basis on which a new imperial sovereignty has been formed. 161. The American Revolution and the Model of Two Romes. The American Revolution and the new political science proclaimed by the authors of Federalist broke from the tradition of modern sovereignty, returning to origins and at the same time developing new languages and new social forms that mediate between the one and the multiple. Against the tired transcendentalism of modern sovereignty, presented either in Hobbesian or in Rouseauian form, the American constituents thought that only the republic can give order to democracy, or really that the order of the multitude must be born not from a transfer of the title of power and right, but from an arrangement internal to the multitude, from a democratic interaction of powers linked together in networks. The new sovereignty can arise, in other words, only from the constitutional formation of limits and equilibria, checks and balances, which both constitutes a central power and maintains power in the hands of multitude. There is no longer any necessity or any room here for the transcendence of power. The science of politics, the authors of Federalist write, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all, or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges, holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of people in the legislature, by deputies of their own election, these are either wholly new discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellencies of republican government may be retained, and its imperfections lessened or avoided. 1 What takes shape here is an extraordinarily secular and immanentist idea, despite the profound religiousness that runs throughout the 162 texts of Founding Fathers. It is an idea that rediscovers the revolutionary humanism of Renaissance and perfects it as a political and constitutional science. Power can be constituted by a whole series of powers that regulate themselves and arrange themselves in networks. Sovereignty can be exercised within a vast horizon of activities that subdivide it without negating its unity and that subordinate it continually to the creative movement of the multitude. Contemporary historians, such as J.G.A. Pocock, who link the development of the U.S. Constitution and its notion of political sovereignty to the Machiavellian tradition, go a long way toward understanding this deviation from the modern concept of sovereignty. 2 They link the U.S. Constitution not to Baroque and counter-reformist Machiavellianism, which constructs an apologia of state reason and all the injustices that derive from it, but to the tradition of Republican Machiavellianism that, after having inspired the protagonists of the English Revolution, was reconstructed in the Atlantic exodus among European democrats who were defeated but not vanquished. Point 3. This Republican tradition does have a solid foundation in Machiavelli's own texts. First of all, there is the Machiavellian concept of power as a constituent power, that is, as a product of an internal and immanent social dynamic. For Machiavelli, power is always republican, it is always the product of life of multitude and constitutes its fabric of expression. The free city of Renaissance humanism is the utopia that anchors this revolutionary principle. The second Machiavellian principle at work here is that the social base of these democratic sovereignty is always conflictual. Power is organized through the emergence and the interplay of counterpowers. The city is thus a constituent power that is formed through plural social conflicts articulated in continuous constitutional processes. This is how Machiavelli read the organization of Republican ancient Rome, and this is how the Renaissance notion of city served as the foundation for a realist political theory and practice. Social conflict is the basis of stability of power and the logic of city's expansion. Machiavelli's thought inaugurated a Copernican 163 revolution that reconfigured politics as perpetual movement. These are the primary teachings that the Atlantic doctrine of democracy derived from the Republican Machiavelli. Point 4. This Republican Rome was not the only Rome that fascinated Machiavelli and guided the Atlantic Republicans. Their new science of politics was also inspired by Imperial Rome, particularly as it was presented in the writings of Polybius. In the first place, Polybius' model of imperial Rome grounded more solidly the republican process of mediation of social powers and brought it to a conclusion in a synthesis of diverse forms of government. Polybius conceived the perfect form of power as structured by a mixed constitution that combines monarchic power, aristocratic power, and democratic power. Point 5. The new political scientists in the United States organized these three powers as the three branches of the Republican Constitution. Any disequilibrium among these powers, and this is the second sign of Polybius' influence, is a symptom of corruption. The Machiavellian Constitution of the United States is a structure poised against corruption, the corruption of both factions and individuals, of groups and the state. The Constitution was designed to resist any cyclical decline into corruption by activating the entire multitude and organizing its constituent capacity in networks of organized counterpowers, in flows of diverse and equalized functions, and in a process of dynamic and expansive self-regulation. These ancient models, however, go only so far in characterizing the U.S. experience, because in many respects it was truly new and original. In very different periods, Alexis de Tocqueville and Hannah Arendt both grasped the novelty of these new ideology and new form of power. Tocqueville was the more cautious of two. Although he recognized the vitality of new political world in the United States and saw how the synthesis of diverse forms of government had been forged into a regulated mass democracy, he also claimed to have seen in America the democratic revolution reach its natural limits. His judgment about whether American democracy can avoid the old cycle of corruption was thus mixed. 164. When not outright pessimistic. Point 6. Hannah Arendt, by contrast, unreservedly celebrated American democracy as the site of invention of modern politics itself. The central idea of the American Revolution, she claimed, is the establishment of freedom, or really the foundation of a political body that guarantees the space where freedom can operate. Point 7. Arendt puts the accent on the establishment of these democracy in society, that is, the fixity of its foundation and the stability of its functioning. The revolution succeeds in her estimation to the extent that it puts an end to the dynamic of constituent powers and establishes a stable constituted power. Later we will critique this notion of network power contained in the U.S. Constitution, but here we want simply to highlight its originality. Against the modern European conceptions of sovereignty, which consigned political power to a transcendent realm and thus estranged and alienated the sources of power from society, here the concept of sovereignty refers to a power entirely within society. Politics is not opposed to but integrates and completes society. Extensive empire. Before moving on to analyze how in the course of U.S. history this new principle of sovereignty developed and was transformed, let us concentrate our attention for a moment on the nature of the concept itself. The first characteristic of the U.S. notion of sovereignty is that it poses an idea of immanence of power in opposition to the transcendent character of modern European sovereignty. This idea of immanence is based on an idea of productivity. If it were not, the principle would be impotent. In immanence alone, nothing allows society to become political. The multitude that constitutes society is productive. U.S. sovereignty does not consist, then, in the regulation of multitude but arises, rather, as the result of productive synergies of multitude. The humanist revolution of Renaissance and the subsequent experiences of sectarian Protestantism all developed this idea of productive ity. In line with the Protestant ethic, one might say that only the 165 productive power of multitude demonstrates the existence of God and the presence of divinity on earth. 8 Power is not something that lords over us but something that we make. The American Declaration of Independence celebrates this new idea of power in the clearest terms. The emancipation of humanity from every transcendent power is grounded on the multitude's power to construct its own political institutions and constitute society. This principle of constituent production, however, yields to or is explained by a procedure of self-reflection in a kind of dialectical ballet. This is the second characteristic of U.S. notion of sovereignty. In the process of constitution of sovereignty on the plane of immanence, there also arises an experience of finitude that results from the conflictive and plural nature of the multitude itself. The new principle of sovereignty seems to produce its own internal limit. To prevent these obstacles from disrupting order and completely emptying out the project, sovereign power must rely on the exercise of control. In other words, after the first moment of affirmation comes a dialectical negation of the constituent power of multitude that preserves the teleology of project of sovereignty. Are we thus faced with a point of crisis in the elaboration of new concept? Does transcendence, first refused in the definition of source of power, return through the back door in the exercise of power, when the multitude is posed as finite and thus demanding special instruments of correction and control? That outcome is a constant threat, but after having recognized these internal limits, the new U.S. concept of sovereignty opens with extraordinary force toward the outside, almost as if it wanted to banish the idea of control and the moment of reflection from its own constitution. The third characteristic of this notion of sovereignty is its tendency toward an open, expansive project operating on an unbounded terrain. Although the text of the U.S. Constitution is extremely attentive to the self-reflective moment, the life and exercise of the Constitution are instead, throughout their jurisprudential and political history, decidedly open to expansive movements, to the renewed declaration of democratic founder. 166. Of power. The principle of expansion continually struggles against the forces of limitation and control. 9 It is striking how strongly this American experiment resembles the ancient constitutional experience, and specifically the political theory inspired by imperial Rome. In that tradition the conflict between limit and expansion was always resolved in favor of expansion. Machiavelli defined as expansive those republics whose democratic foundations led to both the continuous production of conflicts and the appropriation of new territories. Polybius conceived expansiveness as the reward for the perfect synthesis of the three forms of government, because the eminent form of such a power encourages the democratic pressure of multitude to surpass every limit and every control. Without expansion the republic constantly risks being absorbed into the cycle of corruption. 10 This democratic expansive tendency implicit in the notion of network power must be distinguished from other, purely expansionist and imperialist forms of expansion. The fundamental difference is that the expansiveness of the immanent concept of sovereignty is inclusive, not exclusive. In other words, when it expands, this new sovereignty does not annex or destroy the other powers it faces but on the contrary opens itself to them, including them in the network. What opens is the basis of consensus, and thus, through the constitutive network of powers and counterpowers, the entire sovereign body is continually reformed. Precisely because of this expansive tendency, the new concept of sovereignty is profoundly reformist. Point 11 We can now distinguish clearly the expansive tendency of democratic republic from the expansionism of transcendent sovereigns, or from, because this is primarily what is at issue, the expansionism of modern nation-states. The idea of sovereignty as an expansive power in networks is poised on the hinge that links the principle of a democratic republic to the idea of empire. Empire can only be conceived as a universal republic, a network of powers and counterpowers structured in a boundless and inclusive architecture. This imperial expansion has nothing to do with imperialism, nor with those state organisms designed for conquest, pillage, Geno. 167. Side, colonization, and slavery. Against such imperialisms, empire extends and consolidates the model of network power. Certainly, when we consider these imperial processes historically, and we will soon focus on them in U.S. history, we see clearly that the expansive moments of empire have been bathed in tears and blood, but this ignoble history does not negate the difference between the two concepts. Perhaps the fundamental characteristic of imperial sovereignty is that its space is always open. As we saw in earlier sections, the modern sovereignty that developed in Europe from the 16th century onward conceived space as bounded, and its boundaries were always policed by the sovereign administration. Modern sovereignty resides precisely on the limit. In the imperial conception, by contrast, power finds the logics of its order always renewed and always recreated in expansion. This definition of imperial power raises numerous paradoxes: the indifference of the subjects coupled with the singularization of productive networks, the open and expansive space of empire together with its continuous reterritorializations, and so forth. The idea of an empire that is also a democratic republic, however, is formed precisely by linking and combining the extreme terms of these paradoxes. The tension of these conceptual paradoxes will run throughout the articulation and establishment of imperial sovereignty in practice. Finally, we should note that an idea of peace is at the basis of the development and expansion of empire. This is an immanent idea of peace that is dramatically opposed to the transcendent idea of peace, that is, the peace that only the transcendent sovereign can impose on a society whose nature is defined by war. Here, on the contrary, nature is peace. Virgil gives us perhaps the highest expression of these Roman peace: the final age that the oracle foretold has arrived, the great order of the centuries is born again. 12 Open frontiers. The realization of the imperial notion of sovereignty was a long process that developed through the different phases of U.S. Constitution. 168. National history. As a written document, of course, the U.S. Constitution has remained more or less unchanged, except for a few extremely important amendments, but the Constitution should also be understood as a material regime of juridical interpretation and practice that is exercised not only by jurists and judges but also by subjects throughout the society. This material, social constitution has indeed changed radically since the founding of the Republic. U.S. constitutional history, in fact, should be divided into 4 distinct phases or regimes. 13a First phase extends from the Declaration of Independence to the Civil War and Reconstruction. A second, extremely contradictory, phase corresponds to the Progressive era, straddling the turn of century, from the imperialist doctrine of Theodore Roosevelt to Woodrow Wilson's international reformism. A third phase moves from the New Deal and the Second World War through the height of Cold War. And finally, a fourth phase is inaugurated with the social movements of the 1960s and continues through the dissolution of the Soviet Union and its Eastern European bloc. Each of these phases of U.S. constitutional history marks a step toward the realization of imperial sovereignty. In the first phase of the Constitution, between the presidencies of Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson, the open space of the frontier became the conceptual terrain of Republican democracy. This opening afforded the Constitution its first strong definition. The declarations of freedom made sense in a space where the constitution of state was seen as an open process, a collective self-making. Point 14 Most important, this American terrain was free of the forms of centralization and hierarchy typical of Europe. Tocqueville and Marx, from opposite perspectives, agree on this point. American civil society does not develop within the heavy shackles of feudal and aristocratic power but starts off from a separate and very different foundation. Point 15 An ancient dream seems newly possible. An unbounded territory is open to the desire, cupiditas, of humanity, and this humanity can thus avoid the crisis of relationship between virtue, virtus, and fortune, fortuna, that had ambushed and derailed the humanist and democratic revolution in Europe. From 169. The perspective of new United States, the obstacles to human development are posed by nature, not history, and nature does not present insuperable antagonisms or fixed social relationships. It is a terrain to transform and traverse. Already in this first phase, then, a new principle of sovereignty is affirmed, different from the European one. Liberty is made sovereign and sovereignty is defined as radically democratic within an open and continuous process of expansion. The frontier is a frontier of liberty. How hollow the rhetoric of federalists would have been and how inadequate their own new political science had they not presupposed this vast and mobile threshold of frontier. The very idea of scarcity that, like the idea of war, had been at the center of the European concept of modern sovereignty is a priori stripped away from the constitutive processes of the American experience. Jefferson and Jackson both understood the materiality of frontier and recognized it as the basis that supported the expansiveness of democracy. Point 16 Liberty and the frontier stand in a relationship of reciprocal implication. Every difficulty, every limit of liberty is an obstacle to overcome, a threshold to pass through. From the Atlantic to the Pacific extended a terrain of wealth and freedom, constantly open to new lines of flight. In this framework there is at least a partial displacement or resolution of that ambiguous dialectic we saw developing within the American Constitution that subordinated the immanent principles of Declaration of Independence to a transcendent order of constitutional self-reflection. Across the great open spaces the constituent tendency wins out over the constitutional decree, the tendency of immanence of principle over regulative reflection, and the initiative of multitude over the centralization of power. This utopia of open spaces that plays such an important role in the first phase of American constitutional history, however, already hides ingenuously a brutal form of subordination. The North American terrain can be imagined as empty only by willfully ignoring the existence of Native Americans or really conceiving them as a different order of human being, as subhuman, part of the 170. Natural environment. Just as the land must be cleared of trees and rocks in order to farm it, so too the terrain must be cleared of the native inhabitants. Just as the frontier people must gird themselves against the severe winters, so too they must arm themselves against the indigenous populations. Native Americans were regarded as merely a particularly thorny element of nature, and a continuous war was aimed at their expulsion and or elimination. Here we are faced with a contradiction that could not be absorbed within the constitutional machine. The Native Americans could not be integrated in the expansive movement of frontier as part of constitutional tendency, rather, they had to be excluded from the terrain to open its spaces and make expansion possible. If they had been recognized, there would have been no real frontier on the continent and no open spaces to fill. They existed outside the Constitution as its negative foundation. In other words, their exclusion and elimination were essential conditions of functioning of Constitution itself. This contradiction may not even properly be conceived as a crisis since Native Americans are so dramatically excluded from and external to the workings of the constitutional machine. In this first phase that runs from the founding of the Democratic Republic to the Civil War, the constitutional dynamic did go into crisis as a result of an internal contradiction. Whereas Native Americans were cast outside the Constitution, African Americans were from the beginning posed within it. The conception of frontier and the idea and practice of an open space of democracy were in fact woven together with an equally open and dynamic concept of people, multitude, and gens. The Republican people is a new people, a people in exodus populating the empty, or emptied, new territories. From the beginning, American space was not only an extensive, unbounded space but also an intensive space, a space of crossings, a melting pot of continuous hybridization. The first real crisis of American liberty was determined on this internal, intensive space. Black slavery, a practice inherited from the colonial powers, was an insurmountable barrier to the formation of a free people. The 171 Great American Anti-Colonial Constitution had to integrate this paradigmatic colonial institution at its very heart. Native Americans could be excluded because the new republic did not depend on their labor, but black labor was an essential support of the new United States. African Americans had to be included in the Constitution but could not be included equally. Women, of course, occupied a very similar position. The Southern constitutionalists had no trouble demonstrating that the Constitution, in its dialectical, self-reflective, and federalist moment, permitted, and even demanded, this perverse interpretation of social division of labor that ran completely counter to the affirmation of equality expressed in the Declaration of Independence. The delicate nature of these contradictions is indicated by the bizarre compromise in the drafting of the Constitution, arrived at only through tortuous negotiation, whereby the slave population does count in the determination of number of representatives for each state in the House of Representatives, but at a ratio whereby one slave equals 3/5 of a free person. Southern states fought to make this ratio as high as possible to increase their congressional power, and Northerners fought to lower it. The constitutionalists were forced in effect to quantify the constitutional value of different races. The framers thus declared that the number of representatives shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. 17-1 for white and 0 for Native Americans poses relatively little problem, but 3/5 is a very awkward number for a constitution. African American slaves could be neither completely included nor entirely excluded. Black slavery was paradoxically both an exception to and a foundation of the Constitution. This contradiction posed a crisis for the newly developed U.S. notion of sovereignty because it blocked the free circulation, mixing, and equality that animate its foundation. 18 Imperial sovereignty must always overcome barriers and boundaries both within its domain and at the frontiers. This continuous overcoming is what makes 172 the imperial space open. The enormous internal barriers between black and white, free and slave, blocked the imperial integration machine and deflated the ideological pretense to open spaces. Abraham Lincoln was certainly right when, conducting the Civil War, he thought of himself as refounding the nation. The passage of the 14th Amendment inaugurated more than a century of juridical struggles over civil rights and African American equality. Furthermore, the debate over slavery was inextricably tied to the debates over the new territories. What was in play was a redefinition of space of nation. At stake was the question whether the free exodus of the multitude, unified in a plural community, could continue to develop, perfect itself, and realize a new configuration of public space. The new democracy had to destroy the transcendental idea of nation with all its racial divisions and create its own people, defined not by old heritages but by a new ethics of construction and expansion of community. The new nation could not but be the product of political and cultural management of hybrid identities. The closure of imperial space. The great open American spaces eventually ran out. Even pushing Native Americans farther and farther away, into smaller and smaller confines, was not enough. In the 19th and 20th centuries, American liberty, its new model of network power, and its alternative conception to modern sovereignty all ran up against the recognition that open terrain was limited. The development of the U.S. Constitution would be from this moment on constantly poised on a contradictory border. Every time the expansiveness of constitutional project ran up against its limits, the Republic was tempted to engage in a European-style imperialism. There was always, however, another option, to return to the project of imperial sovereignty and articulate it in a way consistent with the original Roman mission of the United States. This new drama of the U.S. political project was played out in the Progressive Era, from the 1890s to the First World War. 173. This was the same period in which class struggle rose to center stage in the United States. Class struggle posed the problem of scarcity, not in absolute terms, but in terms proper to the history of capitalism, that is, as the inequity of division of goods of development along the lines of social division of labor. Class division emerged as a limit that threatened to destabilize the expansive equilibria of constitution. At the same time, capital's great trusts began to organize new forms of financial power, delinking wealth from productivity and money from the relations of production. Whereas in Europe this was experienced as a relatively continuous development because finance capital was built on the social position of land rent and the aristocracy, in the United States it was an explosive event. It jeopardized the very possibility of a constitution in network, because when a power becomes monopolistic, the network itself is destroyed. Since the expansion of space was no longer possible and thus could no longer be used as a strategy to resolve conflicts, social conflict appeared directly as a violent and irreconcilable event. The entrance on the scene of great U.S. workers' movement confirmed the closure of constitutional space of mediation and the impossibility of spatial displacement of conflicts. The Haymarket Square riot and the Pullman strike stated it loud and clear: there is no more open space, and thus conflict will result in a direct clash. Right here. Point 19. In effect, when power ran up against its spatial limits, it was constrained to fold back on itself. This was the new context in which all actions had to be played out. The closure of space posed a serious challenge to the original American constitutional spirit, and the path to address this challenge was treacherous. Never was the drive stronger to transform the United States into something like a European-style sovereignty. Our concepts of reaction, active counter-revolution, preventive police, and Pinkerton state were all developed in the United States in this period. U.S. class repression had no reason to be jealous of various Kaisers and Tsars of Europe. Today that ferocious period of capitalist and state repression still lives on, even if 174. The names of its primary perpetrators, such as Frick, Carnegie, Mellon, and Morgan, now only serve to grace the mantles of philanthropic foundations. How ferocious that repression was, and the stronger it was, the stronger the resistance. This is what really matters. If things had gone differently, if the resistance to repression had not been so strong, this book on empire, as a form of rule different from imperialism, would have had no reason to be written. The possible lines of response to address the closure of space on the North American continent were diverse, contradictory, and conflicting. The two proposals that most strongly determined the tendency of subsequent development of Constitution were both elaborated within the framework of U.S. progressivism at the beginning of 20th century. The first was put forward by Theodore Roosevelt, the second by Woodrow Wilson. The first exercised a completely traditional European-style imperialist ideology, and the second adopted an internationalist ideology of peace as an expansion of constitutional conception of network power. Both of these proposals were intended as responses to the same problem, the crisis of social relationship and consequently the crisis of Jeffersonian space. For both, the second element of importance was the corruption of network power of constitution through the formation of powerful trusts. Both of their presidential administrations were marked by the passage of important progressivist antitrust legislation, from the regulation of the railroads under Roosevelt to broad regulation of business and finance under Wilson. Their common problem was understanding how class antagonism, which by this time had all but destroyed the model of network power, could be placated. They recognized that within the bounds of system itself, and this is the third point in common, it was impossible. The open terrain had been used up, and even if it were not completely depleted, any room for movement could not be managed in democratic terms. Since an internal solution to the closing off space was impossible, the progressivism of American ideology had to be realized with reference to the outside. The two responses both emphasized this. 175. Move outward, but Wilson's project was so much more utopian than Roosevelt's. For Roosevelt, the Spanish-American War and the Rough Riders' rally up San Juan Hill constituted the prototype of solution, and that image became even more central as he underwent his populist conversion. Roosevelt's solution to the limits of space involved abandoning the original features of the U.S. model and instead following goals and methods similar to the populist colonial imperialism of Cecil Rhodes and the progressive imperialism of French Third Republic. 20 This imperialist path led to the colonialist experience of the United States in the Philippines. It is our duty toward the people living in barbarism, Roosevelt proclaimed, to see that they are freed from their chains. Any concession to liberation struggles that allowed uncivilized populations like the Filipinos to govern themselves would thus be an international crime. 21 Roosevelt, along with generations of European ideologues before him, relied on the notion of civilization as an adequate justification for imperialist conquest and domination. Wilson's solution to the crisis of space took an entirely different path. His project of international extension of network power of constitution was a concrete political utopia. Nowhere was Wilson's interpretation of American ideology derided more strongly than it was in Europe in the period of Treaty of Versailles, but it was not very well appreciated in the United States, either. It is true that the League of Nations, the crowning glory of the Wilsonian project for European and world peace, never got past the veto power of Congress, but his concept of world order based on the extension of the U.S. constitutional project, the idea of peace as product of a new world network of powers, was a powerful and long-lasting proposal. 22 This proposal corresponded to the original logic of the U.S. Constitution and its idea of expansive empire. European modernists could not help mocking this proposal of a postmodern empire. The chronicles are full of ironies and insults of Georges Clemenceau and Lloyd George, along with the fascists, who all declared that the refusal of the Wilsonian project 176 was a central element of their projects of dictatorship and war. Yet poor maligned Wilson appears today in a rather different light, a utopian, yes, but lucid in his foresight of the horrible future that awaited the Europe of nations in the coming years, the inventor of a world government of peace, which was certainly unrealizable, but the vision proved nonetheless an efficient promoter of the passage to empire. This is all true even if Wilson did not recognize it. Here in fact we begin to touch concretely the difference between imperialism and empire, and we can see in those Wilsonian utopias the intelligence and foresight of a great idiot. American imperialism. The third phase or regime of the U.S. Constitution might be seen as taking effect fully with the passage of the New Deal legislation such as the National Industrial Relations Act, but for our purposes it is better to mark its inception earlier, even as early as the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 and the period when its threat echoed across the United States and throughout the world. In retrospect, in those first decades after the October Revolution we can already recognize the roots of Cold War, the bipolar division of territories of the globe and the frantic competition between the two systems. The New Deal legislation itself, along with the construction of comparable welfare systems in Western Europe, might be cast as a response to the threat conjured up by the Soviet experience, that is, to the increasing power of workers' movements both at home and abroad. 23 The United States found itself increasingly driven by the need to placate class antagonism, and thus anti-communism became the overriding imperative. Cold War ideology gave rise to the most exaggerated forms of Manichaean division, and as a result, some oft-central elements we have seen defining modern European sovereignty reappeared in the United States. It became increasingly evident during this phase, and throughout the course of 20th century, that the United States, far from being that singular and democratic nation its founders imagined it to be, an empire of liberty, was the author of direct and brutal 177 Imperialist projects, both domestically and abroad. The figure of the U.S. government as the world cop and mastermind of repression of liberation struggles throughout the world was not really born in the 1960s, nor even with the inception of Cold War proper, but stretches back to the Soviet Revolution, and maybe even earlier. Perhaps what we have presented as exceptions to the development of imperial sovereignty should instead be linked together as a real tendency, an alternative within the history of the U.S. Constitution. In other words, perhaps the root of these imperialist practices should be traced back to the very origins of the country, to black slavery and the genocidal wars against the Native Americans. Earlier we considered black slavery as a constitutional problem in the antebellum period, but racial subordination and the super-exploitation of black labor continued well after the passage of 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. The ideological and physical barriers erected around African Americans have always contradicted the imperial notion of open spaces and mixed populations. In particular, the position of black labor in the United States strongly paralleled the position of colonial labor in European regimes in terms of division of labor, working conditions, and wage structure. Indeed, the super-exploitation of black labor gives us one example, an internal example, of imperialist tendency that has run throughout U.S. history. A second example of these imperialist tendency, an external example, can be seen in the history of Monroe Doctrine and the U.S. efforts to exert control over the Americas. The doctrine, announced by President James Monroe in 1823, was presented first and foremost as a defensive measure against European colonialism. The free and independent American continents are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by a European power. 24 The United States assumed the role of protector of all the nations of Americans against European aggression, a role that was eventually made explicit with the Theodore Roosevelt corollary to the doctrine, claiming for the United States an international police power. One would be hard-pressed, however. 178. To characterize the numerous U.S. military interventions in the Americas simply in terms of defense against European aggression. 25 Yankee politics is a strong tradition of imperialism dressed in anti-imperialist clothing. During the Cold War, this imperialist temptation, or really the ambiguity between protector and dominator, became more intense and more extensive. In other words, protecting countries across the entire world from communism, or, more accurately, Soviet imperialism, became indistinguishable from dominating and exploiting them with imperialist techniques. The U.S. involvement in Vietnam might well be considered the pinnacle of this tendency. From one perspective, and certainly within the U.S. government's elaboration of Cold War ideology, the war in Vietnam fit into a global political strategy to defend the free world against communism, to contain its advances. The war, however, could not but also be, in practice, a continuation of European imperialism on the part of the United States. By the 1960s, the European colonial powers were losing crucial battles and their control was waning. Like aging prize fighters, they began to bow out of the ring, and the United States stepped in as the new champion. The U.S. military never doubted that it was strong enough to avoid the kind of humiliation that the French suffered at Dien Bien Phu. The Americans acted during their brief tenure in Vietnam with all the violence, brutality, and barbarity befitting any European imperialist power. It seemed that the United States would declare itself rightful heir to the declining European powers, donning their imperialist mantle and outdoing them at their own imperialist practices. The U.S. adventure in Vietnam, of course, ended in defeat. In an extraordinary feat of unparalleled strength and courage, the Vietnamese combated two imperialist powers in succession and emerged victorious, although the fruits of that victory have since proven to be exceedingly bitter. From the perspective of the United States, however, and in terms of a brief constitutional history, the Vietnam War might be seen as the final moment of imperialist tendency and thus a point of passage to a new regime of Con. 179. Stitution. The path of European-style imperialism had become once and for all impassable, and henceforth the United States would have to both turn back and leap forward to a properly imperial rule. As a kind of historical shorthand, we could locate the end of third and beginning of fourth regime of the U.S. Constitution in 1968.26. The Tet Offensive in January marked the irreversible military defeat of the U.S. imperialist adventures. More important, however, as is the case before each shift of constitutional regimes, the pressure for a return to republican principles and the original constitutional spirit was already prepared by the powerful internal social movements. Just when the United States was most deeply embroiled in an imperialist venture abroad, when it had strayed farthest from its original constitutional project, that constituent spirit bloomed most strongly at home, not only in the anti-war movements themselves, but also in the civil rights and black power movements, the student movements, and eventually the second-wave feminist movements. The emergence of various components of New Left was an enormous and powerful affirmation of the principle of constituent power and the declaration of reopening of social spaces. Beyond the Cold War. During the Cold War, when the United States ambiguously adopted the mantle of imperialism, it subordinated the old imperialist powers to its own regime. The Cold War waged by the United States did not defeat the socialist enemy, and perhaps that was never really its primary goal. The Soviet Union collapsed under the burden of its own internal contradictions. The Cold War at the most produced some oft conditions of oscillation that, reverberating within the Soviet bloc itself, multiplied those explosive contradictions. The most important effect of the Cold War was to reorganize the lines of hegemony within the imperialist world, accelerating the decline of old powers and raising up the U.S. initiative of Constitution of an imperial order. The United States would not have been victorious at the end of Cold War had a new type of hegemonic initiative not already been prepared. This imperial project, a global 180 project of network power, defines the fourth phase or regime of U.S. constitutional history. In the waning years and wake of Cold War, the responsibility of exercising an international police power fell squarely on the shoulders of the United States. The Gulf War was the first time the United States could exercise this power in its full form. Really, the war was an operation of repression of very little interest from the point of view of the objectives, the regional interests, and the political ideologies involved. We have seen many such wars conducted directly by the United States and its allies. Iraq was accused of having broken international law, and it thus had to be judged and punished. The importance of the Gulf War derives rather from the fact that it presented the United States as the only power able to manage international justice, not as a function of its own national motives but in the name of global right. Certainly, many powers have falsely claimed to act in the universal interest before, but this new role of the United States is different. Perhaps it is most accurate to say that this claim to universality may also be false, but it is false in a new way. The U.S. world police acts not in imperialist interest but in imperial interest. In this sense the Gulf War did indeed, as George Bush claimed, announce the birth of a new world order. Legitimation of imperial order, however, cannot be based on the mere effectiveness of legal sanction and the military might to impose it. It must be developed through the production of international juridical norms that raise up the power of the hegemonic actor in a durable and legal way. Here the constitutional process that had originated with Wilson finally reaches maturity and emerges again. Between the First and Second World Wars, between Wilson's Messianism and the international economic political initiatives of New Deal, which we will return to in section 3.2, a series of international organizations was built that produced what in the traditional contractual terms of international right is called a surplus of normativity and efficacy. This surplus was given an expansive and tendentially universal basis in the spirit 181 of San Francisco Accords that founded the United Nations. The unifying, internal process was hindered by the Cold War, but not completely blocked by it. Through the years of the Cold War there was both a multiplication of international organisms capable of producing right and a reduction of resistances to their functioning. We emphasized in section 1.1 how the proliferation of these different international organisms and their consolidation in a set of symbiotic relationships as if one asked the other for its own legitimation pushed beyond a conception of international right based in contract or negotiation, and alluded instead to a central authority, a legitimate supranational motor of juridical action. The objective process was thus given a subjective face. The great international institutions, which had been born on the limited basis of negotiations and pacts, led to a proliferation of organisms and actors that began to act as if there were a central authority sanctioning right. With the end of the Cold War, the United States was called to serve the role of guaranteeing and adding juridical efficacy to this complex process of formation of a new supranational right. Just as in the 1st century of the Christian era the Roman senators asked Augustus to assume imperial powers of administration for the public good, so too today the international organizations, the United Nations, the international monetary organizations, and even the humanitarian organizations, ask the United States to assume the central role in a new world order. In all the regional conflicts of the late 20th century, from Haiti to the Persian Gulf and Somalia to Bosnia, the United States is called to intervene militarily, and these calls are real and substantial, not merely publicity stunts to quell U.S. public dissent. Even if it were reluctant, the U.S. military would have to answer the call in the name of peace and order. This is perhaps one of the central characteristics of empire, that is, it resides in a world context that continually calls it into existence. The United States is the peace police, but only in the final instance, when the supranational organizations of peace call for an organizational activity and an articulated complex of juridical and organizational initiatives. 182. There are many reasons for the United States' privileged position in the new global constitution of imperial authority. It can be explained in part by the continuity of the United States' role, particularly its military role, from the central figure in the struggle against the USSR to the central figure in the newly unified world order. From the perspective of constitutional history we are tracing here, however, we can see that the United States is privileged in a more important way by the imperial tendency of its own constitution. The U.S. Constitution, as Jefferson said, is the one best calibrated for extensive empire. We should emphasize once again that this constitution is imperial and not imperialist. It is imperial because, in contrast to imperialism's project always to spread its power linearly in closed spaces and invade, destroy, and subsume subject countries within its sovereignty, the U.S. constitutional project is constructed on the model of rearticulating an open space and reinventing incessantly diverse and singular relations in networks across an unbounded terrain. The contemporary idea of empire is born through the global expansion of the internal U.S. constitutional project. It is in fact through the extension of internal constitutional processes that we enter into a constituent process of empire. International right always had to be a negotiated, contractual process among external parties in the ancient world that Thucydides portrayed in the Melian dialogue, in the era of state reason, and in the modern relations among nations. Today right involves instead an internal and constitutive institutional process. The networks of agreements and associations, the channels of mediation and conflict resolution, and the coordination of various dynamics of states are all institutionalized within empire. We are experiencing a first phase of transformation of global frontier into an open space of imperial sovereignty. 2.6 The new men of empire are the ones who believe in fresh starts, new chapters, new pages. I struggle on with the old story, hoping that before it is finished it will reveal to me why it was that I thought it worth the trouble. J. M. Coetzee. There is a long tradition of modern critique dedicated to denouncing the dualisms of modernity. The standpoint of that critical tradition, however, is situated in the paradigmatic place of modernity itself, both inside and outside, at the threshold or the point of crisis. What has changed in the passage to the imperial world, however, is that this border place no longer exists, and thus the modern critical strategy tends no longer to be effective. Consider, for example, the responses offered in the history of modern European philosophy from Kant to Foucault to the question what is enlightenment. Kant provides the classic modernist characterization oft mandate oft enlightenment, sapere ode, dare to know, emerge from the present state of immaturity, and celebrate the public use of reason at the center of social realm. Point 1 Foucault's version, when we situate it historically, is not really all that different. Foucault was dealing not with Frederick II's despotism, which Kant wanted to guide toward more reasonable political positions, but rather with the political system of French Fifth Republic, in which a large public sphere for political exchange was taken for granted. His response nonetheless insists once again on the necessity of straddling the border that links what traditionally would 184 be considered the inside of subjectivity and the outside of public sphere, even though in Foucault's terms the division is inverted so as to divide the inside of system from the outside of subjectivity. Point 2 The rationality of modern critique, its center of gravity, is posed on this border. Foucault does add another line of inquiry that seeks to go beyond these boundaries and the modern conception of public sphere. What is at stake? Is this, how can the growth of capabilities capacities be disconnected from the intensification of power relations? And this new task requires a new method, we have to move beyond the outside-inside alternative. Foucault's response, however, is quite traditional, we have to be at the frontiers. 3 In the end, Foucault's philosophical critique of enlightenment returns to the same enlightenment standpoint. In this ebb and flow between inside and outside, the critique of modernity does not finally go beyond its terms and limits, but rather stands poised on its boundaries. This same notion of a border place that serves as the standpoint for the critique of system of power, a place that is both inside and outside, also animates the critical tradition of modern political theory. Modern republicanism has long been characterized by a combination of realistic foundations and utopian initiatives. Republican projects are always solidly rooted within the dominant historical process, but they seek to transform the realm of politics that thus creates an outside, a new space of liberation. The three highest examples of these critical tradition of modern political theory, in our opinion, are Machiavelli, Spinoza, and Marx. Their thought is always grounded within the real processes of constitution of modern sovereignty, attempting to make its contradictions explode and open the space for an alternative society. The outside is constructed from within. For Machiavelli, the constituent power that is to found a democratic politics is born out of rupture of medieval order and through the necessity of regulating the chaotic transformations of modernity. The new democratic principle is a utopian initiative. 185. That responds directly to the real historical process and the demands of epochal crisis. In Spinoza, too, the critique of modern sovereignty emerges from within the historical process. Against the deployments of monarchy and aristocracy, which can only remain limited forms, Spinoza defines democracy as the absolute form of government because in democracy all of society, the entire multitude, rules. In fact, democracy is the only form of government in which the absolute can be realized. For Marx, finally, every liberatory initiative, from wage struggles to political revolutions, proposes the independence of use value against the world of exchange value, against the modalities of capitalist development, but that independence exists only within capitalist development itself. In all these cases the critique of modernity is situated within the historical evolution of forms of power, and inside that searches for an outside. Even in the most radical and extreme forms of the call for an outside, the inside is still assumed as foundation, albeit sometimes a negative foundation of the project. In Machiavelli's constituent formation of a new republic, Spinoza's democratic liberation of multitude, and Marx's revolutionary abolition of state, the inside continues to live in an ambiguous but no less determinate way in the outside that is projected as utopia. We do not want to suggest here that modern critiques of modernity have never reached a real point of rupture that allows a shift of perspective, nor that our project cannot profit from these modern critical foundations. Machiavellian freedom, Spinozist desire, and Marxian living labor are all concepts that contain real transformative power, the power to confront reality and go beyond the given conditions of existence. The force of these critical concepts, which extends well beyond their ambiguous relation to modern social structures, consists primarily in their being posed as ontological demands. Point 4. The power of modern critique of modernity resides precisely where the blackmail of bourgeois realism is refused. In other words, where utopian thought, going beyond the pressures of homology that always limit it to what already exists, is given a new constituent form. 186. The limitations of these critiques become clear when we question their power to transform not only the objective we are aiming for, but also the standpoint of critique. One brief example should be sufficient to illustrate this difficulty. The fifth part of Spinoza's Ethics is perhaps the highest development of modern critique of modernity. Spinoza takes on the theoretical challenge to establish full knowledge of truth and discover the path of liberation of the body and the mind, positively, in the absolute. All other modern metaphysical positions, particularly those transcendental positions of which Descartes and Hobbes are the first major representatives, are inessential and mystificatory with respect to this project of liberation. Spinoza's primary objective is the ontological development of unity of true knowledge and the powerful body along with the absolute construction of singular and collective immanence. Never before had philosophical thought so radically undermined the traditional dualisms of European metaphysics, and never before, consequently, had it so powerfully challenged the political practices of transcendence and domination. Every ontology that does not bear the stamp of human creativity is cast aside. The desire, cupiditas, that rules the course of existence and action of nature and humans is made love, amor, which invests at once both the natural and the divine. And yet, in this final part of ethics, this utopia has only an abstract and indefinite relation to reality. At times, setting out from this high level of ontological development, Spinoza's thought does attempt to confront reality, but the ascetic proposal halts, stumbles, and disappears in the mystical attempt to reconcile the language of reality and divinity. Finally, in Spinoza as in the other great modern critics of modernity, the search for an outside seems to run aground and propose merely phantasms of mysticism, negative intuitions of absolute. There is no more outside. The domains conceived as inside and outside and the relationship between them are configured differently in a variety of modern discourses. Point 5. The spatial configuration of inside and outside itself. 187. However, seems to us a general and foundational characteristic of modern thought. In the passage from modern to postmodern and from imperialism to empire there is progressively less distinction between inside and outside. This transformation is particularly evident when viewed in terms of notion of sovereignty. Modern sovereignty has generally been conceived in terms of real or imagined, territory and the relation of that territory to its outside. Early modern social theorists, for example, from Hobbes to Rousseau, understood the civil order as a limited and interior space that is opposed or contrasted to the external order of nature. The bounded space of civil order, its place, is defined by its separation from the external spaces of nature. In an analogous fashion, the theorists of modern psychology understood drives, passions, instincts, and the unconscious metaphorically in spatial terms as an outside within the human mind, a continuation of nature deep within us. Here the sovereignty of self rests on a dialectical relation between the natural order of drives and the civil order of reason or consciousness. Finally, modern anthropology's various discourses on primitive societies function as the outside that defines the bounds of civil world. The process of modernization, in all these varied contexts, is the internalization of outside, that is, the civilization of nature. In the imperial world, this dialectic of sovereignty between the civil order and the natural order has come to an end. This is one precise sense in which the contemporary world is postmodern. Postmodernism, Frederick Jameson tells us, is what you have when the modernization process is complete and nature is gone for good. 6. Certainly we continue to have forests and crickets and thunderstorms in our world, and we continue to understand our psyches as driven by natural instincts and passions, but we have no nature in the sense that these forces and phenomena are no longer understood as outside, that is, they are not seen as original and independent oft artifice oft civil order. In a postmodern world all phenomena and forces are artificial, or, as some might say, part of history. The modern dialectic of inside and outside has been 188. Placed by a play off degrees and intensities, off hybridity and artificially. The outside has also declined in terms of a rather different modern dialectic that define the relation between public and private in liberal political theory. The public spaces of modern society, which constitute the place of liberal politics, tend to disappear in the postmodern world. According to the liberal tradition, the modern individual, at home in its private spaces, regards the public as its outside. The outside is the place proper to politics, where the action of the individual is exposed in the presence of voters and there seeks recognition. 7 In the process of postmodernization, however, such public spaces are increasingly becoming privatized. The urban landscape is shifting from the modern focus on the common square and the public encounter to the closed spaces of malls, freeways, and gated communities. The architecture and urban planning of megalopolises such as Los Angeles and Sao Paulo have tended to limit public access and interaction in such a way as to avoid the chance encounter of diverse populations, creating a series of protected interior and isolated spaces. 8 Alternatively, consider how the banlieue of Paris has become a series of amorphous and indefinite spaces that promote isolation rather than any interaction or communication. Public space has been privatized to such an extent that it no longer makes sense to understand social organization in terms of a dialectic between private and public spaces, between inside and outside. The place of modern liberal politics has disappeared, and thus from this perspective our postmodern and imperial society is characterized by a deficit of the political. In effect, the place of politics has been deactualized. In this regard, Guy Debord's analysis of society of spectacle, more than 30 years after its composition, seems ever more apt and urgent. 9 In imperial society the spectacle is a virtual place, or more accurately, a non-place of politics. The spectacle is at once unified and diffuse in such a way that it is impossible to distinguish any inside from outside, the natural from the social, the private from the public. The liberal notion of the public, the 189. Place outside where we act in the presence of voters, has been both universalized, because we are always now under the gaze of voters, monitored by safety cameras, and sublimated or deactualized in the virtual spaces of spectacle. The end of outside is the end of liberal politics. Finally, there is no longer an outside also in a military sense. When Francis Fukuyama claims that the contemporary historical passage is defined by the end of a story, he means that the era of major conflicts has come to an end. Sovereign power will no longer confront its other and no longer face its outside, but rather will progressively expand its boundaries to envelop the entire globe as its proper domain. 10 The history of imperialist, inter-imperialist, and anti-imperialist wars is over. The end of that history has ushered in the reign of peace. Or really, we have entered the era of minor and internal conflicts. Every imperial war is a civil war, a police action from Los Angeles and Grenada to Mogadishu and Sarajevo. In fact, the separation of tasks between the external and the internal arms of power, between the army and the police, the CIA and the FBI, is increasingly vague and indeterminate. In our terms, the end of a story that Fukuyama refers to is the end of crisis at the center of modernity, the coherent and defining conflict that was the foundation and raison d'etre for modern sovereignty. History has ended precisely and only to the extent that it is conceived in Hegelian terms as the movement of a dialectic of contradictions, a play of absolute negations and subsumption. The binaries that defined modern conflict have become blurred. The other that might delimit a modern sovereign self has become fractured and indistinct, and there is no longer an outside that can bound the place of sovereignty. The outside is what gave the crisis its coherence. Today it is increasingly difficult for the ideologues of the United States to name a single, unified enemy, rather, there seem to be minor and elusive enemies everywhere. 11 The end of crisis of modernity has given rise to a proliferation of minor and indefinite crises, or, as we prefer, to an omni-crisis. 190. It is useful to remember here, and we will develop this point further in section 3.1, that the capitalist market is one machine that has always run counter to any division between inside and outside. It is thwarted by barriers and exclusions, it thrives instead by including always more within its sphere. Profit can be generated only through contact, engagement, interchange, and commerce. The realization of world market would constitute the point of arrival of these tendency. In its ideal form there is no outside to the world market, the entire globe is its domain. 12 We might thus use the form of the world market as a model for understanding imperial sovereignty. Perhaps, just as Foucault recognized the panopticon as the diagram of modern power, the world market might serve adequately even though it is not an architecture but really an anti-architecture as the diagram of imperial power. 13 The striated space of modernity constructed places that were continually engaged in and founded on a dialectical play with their outsides. The space of imperial sovereignty, in contrast, is smooth. It might appear to be free of the binary divisions or striation of modern boundaries, but really it is crisscrossed by so many fault lines that it only appears as a continuous, uniform space. In this sense, the clearly defined crisis of modernity gives way to an omni-crisis in the imperial world. In this smooth space of empire, there is no place of power, it is both everywhere and nowhere. Empire is an utopia, or really a non-place. Imperial racism. The passage from modern sovereignty to imperial sovereignty shows one of its faces in the shifting configurations of racism in our societies. We should note first of all that it has become increasingly difficult to identify the general lines of racism. In fact, politicians, the media, and even historians continually tell us that racism has steadily receded in modern societies from the end of slavery to decolonization struggles and civil rights movements. Certain specific traditional practices of racism have undoubtedly declined, and one might be tempted to view the end of apartheid laws in South. 191. Africa as the symbolic close of an entire era of racial segregation. From our perspective, however, it is clear that racism has not receded but actually progressed in the contemporary world, both in extent and in intensity. It appears to have declined only because its form and strategies have changed. If we take Manichaean divisions and rigid exclusionary practices, in South Africa, in the colonial city, in the southeastern United States, or in Palestine, as the paradigm of modern racisms, we must now ask what is the postmodern form of racism and what are its strategies in today's imperial society. Many analysts describe this passage as a shift in the dominant theoretical form of racism, from a racist theory based on biology to one based on culture. The dominant modern racist theory and the concomitant practices of segregation are centered on essential biological differences among races. Blood and genes stand behind the differences in skin color as the real substance of racial difference. Subordinated peoples are thus conceived, at least implicitly, as other than human, as a different order of being. These modern racist theories grounded in biology imply or tend toward an ontological difference, a necessary, eternal, and immutable rift in the order of being. In response to this theoretical position, then, modern anti-racism positions itself against the notion of biological essentialism, and insists that differences among the races are constituted instead by social and cultural forces. These modern anti-racist theorists operate on the belief that social constructivism will free us from the straitjacket of biological determinism, for if afferences are socially and culturally determined, then all humans are in principle equal, a phone ontological order, one nature. With the passage to empire, however, biological differences have been replaced by sociological and cultural signifiers as the key representation of racial hatred and fear. In this way imperial racist theory attacks modern anti-racism from the rear, and actually co-opts and enlists its arguments. Imperial racist theory agrees that races do not constitute isolable biological units and that nature cannot be divided into different human races. It also agrees that the behavior of individuals and their abilities or aptitudes are not the result of 192. Their blood or their genes, but are due to their belonging to different historically determined cultures. 14 Differences are thus not fixed and immutable but contingent effects of social history. Imperial racist theory and modern anti-racist theory are really saying very much the same thing, and it is difficult in this regard to tell them apart. In fact, it is precisely because this relativist and culturalist argument is assumed to be necessarily anti-racist that the dominant ideology of our entire society can appear to be against racism, and that imperial racist theory can appear not to be racist at all. We should look more closely, however, at how imperial racist theory operates. Ishan Balibar calls the new racism a differentialist racism, a racism without race, or more precisely a racism that does not rest on a biological concept of race. Although biology is abandoned as the foundation and support, he says, culture is made to fill the role that biology had played. 15 We are accustomed to thinking that nature and biology are fixed and immutable but that culture is plastic and fluid. Cultures can change historically and mix to form infinite hybrids. From the perspective of imperial racist theory, however, there are rigid limits to the flexibility and compatibility of cultures. Differences between cultures and traditions are, in the final analysis, insurmountable. It is futile and even dangerous, according to imperial theory, to allow cultures to mix or insist that they do so. Serbs and Croats, Hutus and Tutsis, African Americans and Korean Americans must be kept separate. As a theory of social difference, the cultural position is no less essentialist than the biological one, or at least it establishes an equally strong theoretical ground for social separation and segregation. Nonetheless, it is a pluralist theoretical position. All cultural identities are equal in principle. This pluralism accepts all the differences of who we are so long as we agree to act on the basis of these differences of identity, so long as we act our race. Racial differences are thus contingent in principle, but quite necessary in practice as markers of social separation. The theoretical substitution of culture for race or biology is thus transformed paradoxically into a theory of preservation of race. 16 This shift in racist theory 193 shows us how imperial theory can adopt what is traditionally thought to be an anti-racist position and still maintain a strong principle of social separation. We should be careful to note at this point that imperial racist theory in itself is a theory of segregation, not a theory of hierarchy. Whereas modern racist theory poses a hierarchy among the races as the fundamental condition that makes segregation necessary, imperial theory has nothing to say about the superiority or inferiority of different races or ethnic groups in principle. It regards that as purely contingent, a practical matter. In other words, racial hierarchy is viewed not as cause but as effect of social circumstances. For example, African American students in a certain region register consistently lower scores on aptitude tests than Asian American students. Imperial theory understands this as attributable not to any racial inferiority but rather to cultural differences. Asian American culture places a higher importance on education, encourages students to study in groups, and so forth. The hierarchy of the different races is determined only a posteriori, as an effect of their cultures, that is, on the basis of their performance. According to imperial theory, then, racial supremacy and subordination are not a theoretical question, but arise through free competition, a kind of market meritocracy of culture. Racist practice, of course, does not necessarily correspond to the self-understandings of racist theory, which is all we have considered up to this point. It is clear from what we have seen, however, that imperial racist practice has been deprived of a central support. It no longer has a theory of racial superiority that was seen as grounding the modern practices of racial exclusion. According to Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, though, European racism has never operated by exclusion, or by the designation of Simeon as other. Racism operates by the determination of degrees of deviance in relation to the white man face, which endeavors to integrate nonconforming traits into increasingly eccentric and backward waves. From the viewpoint of racism, there is no exterior, there are no people on the outside. 17 Delos and 194. Guattari challenge us to conceive racist practice not in terms of binary divisions and exclusion but as a strategy of differential inclusion. No identity is designated as other, no one is excluded from the domain, there is no outside. Just as imperial racist theory cannot pose as a point of departure any essential differences among human races, imperial racist practice cannot begin by an exclusion of racial other. White supremacy functions rather through first engaging alterity and then subordinating differences according to degrees of deviance from whiteness. This has nothing to do with the hatred and fear of the strange, unknown other. It is a hatred born in proximity and elaborated through the degrees of difference of the neighbor. This is not to say that our societies are devoid of racial exclusions, certainly they are crisscrossed with numerous lines of racial barriers, across each urban landscape and across the globe. The point, rather, is that racial exclusion arises generally as a result of differential inclusion. In other words, it would be a mistake today, and perhaps it is also misleading when we consider the past, to pose the apartheid or Jim Crow laws as the paradigm of racial hierarchy. Difference is not written in law, and the imposition of alterity does not go to the extreme of otherness. Empire does not think differences in absolute terms, it poses racial differences never as a difference of nature but always as a difference of degree, never as necessary but always as accidental. Subordination is enacted in regimes of favorite practices that are more mobile and flexible but that create racial hierarchies that are nonetheless stable and brutal. The form and strategies of imperial racism help to highlight the contrast between modern and imperial sovereignty more generally. Colonial racism, the racism of modern sovereignty, first pushes difference to the extreme and then recuperates the other as negative foundation of the self, see section 2.3. The modern construction of a people is intimately involved in this operation. A people is defined not simply in terms of a shared past and common desires or potential, but primarily in dialectical relation to its other, its outside. A people, whether diasporic or not, is always defined in 195 terms of a place, be it virtual or actual. Imperial order, in contrast, has nothing to do with this dialectic. Imperial racism, or differential racism, integrates others with its order and then orchestrates those differences in a system of control. Fixed and biological notions of peoples thus tend to dissolve into a fluid and amorphous multitude, which is of course shot through with lines of conflict and antagonism, but none that appear as fixed and eternal boundaries. The surface of imperial society continuously shifts in such a way that it destabilizes any notion of place. The central moment of modern racism takes place on its boundary, in the global antithesis between inside and outside. As Du Bois said nearly 100 years ago, the problem of 20th century is the problem of color line. Imperial racism, by contrast, looking forward perhaps to the 21st century, rests on the play of differences and the management of microconflictualities within its continually expanding domain. On the generation and corruption of subjectivity. The progressive lack of distinction between inside and outside has important implications for the social production of subjectivity. One of central and most common theses of institutional analyses proposed by modern social theory is that subjectivity is not pre-given and original but at least to some degree formed in the field of social forces. In this sense, modern social theory progressively emptied out any notion of a pre-social subjectivity and instead grounded the production of subjectivity in the functioning of major social institutions, such as the prison, the family, the factory, and the school. Two aspects of this production process should be highlighted. First, subjectivity is a constant social process of generation. When the boss hails you on the shop floor, or the high school principal hails you in the school corridor, a subjectivity is formed. The material practices set out for the subject in the context of the institution, be they kneeling down to pray or changing hundreds. 196. Oft-diapers, are the production processes of subjectivity. In a reflexive way, then, through its own actions, the subject is acted on, generated. Second, the institutions provide above all a discrete place, the home, the chapel, the classroom, the shop floor, where the production of subjectivity is enacted. The various institutions of modern society should be viewed as an archipelago of factories of subjectivity. In the course of a life, an individual passes linearly into and out of these various institutions, from the school to the barracks to the factory, and is formed by them. The relation between inside and outside is fundamental. Each institution has its own rules and logics of subjectivation. School tells us, you're not at home anymore. The army tells us, you're not in school anymore. 18. Nevertheless, within the walls of each institution the individual is at least partially shielded from the forces of the other institutions. In the convent one is normally safe from the apparatus of the family, at home one is normally out of reach of factory discipline. This clearly delimited place of institutions is reflected in the regular and fixed form of subjectivities produced. In the passage to imperial society, the first aspect of modern condition is certainly still the case, that is, subjectivities are still produced in the social factory. In fact, the social institutions produce subjectivity in an ever more intense way. We might say that postmodernism is what you have when the modern theory of social constructivism is taken to its extreme and all subjectivity is recognized as artificial. How is this possible, however, when today, as nearly everyone says, the institutions in question are everywhere in crisis and continually breaking down? This general crisis does not necessarily mean that the institutions no longer produce subjectivity. What has changed, rather, is the second condition, that is, the place of production of subjectivity is no longer defined in this same way. The crisis means, in other words, that today the enclosures that used to define the limited space of institutions have broken down so that the logic that once functioned primarily within the institutional walls now spreads across the entire social terrain. Inside and outside are becoming indistinguishable. 197. This omni-crisis of the institutions looks very different in different cases. For example, continually decreasing proportions of the U.S. population are involved in the nuclear family, while steadily increasing proportions are confined to prisons. Both institutions, however, the nuclear family and the prison, are equally in crisis, in the sense that the place of their effectivity is increasingly indeterminate. One should not think that the crisis of nuclear family has brought a decline in the forces of patriarchy. On the contrary, discourses and practices of family values seem to be everywhere across the social field. The old feminist slogan "the personal is the political" has been reversed in such a way that the boundaries between public and private have fractured, unleashing circuits of control throughout the intimate public sphere. 19. In a similar way, the crisis of prison means that carceral logics and techniques have increasingly spread to other domains of society. The production of subjectivity in imperial society tends not to be limited to any specific places. One is always still in the family, always still in school, always still in prison, and so forth. In the general breakdown, then, the functioning of the institutions is both more intensive and more extensive. The institutions work even though they are breaking down, and perhaps they work all the better the more they break down. The indefiniteness of place of production corresponds to the indeterminacy of form of subjectivities produced. The imperial social institutions might be seen, then, in a fluid process of generation and corruption of subjectivity. This passage is not isolated to the dominant countries and regions, but tends to be generalized to different degrees across the world. The apologia of colonial administration always celebrated its establishment of social and political institutions in the colonies, institutions that would constitute the backbone of a new civil society. Whereas in the process of modernization the most powerful countries export institutional forms to the subordinated ones, in the present process of post-modernization, what is exported is the general crisis of the institutions. The empire's institutional structure is like a software program that carries a virus along with it, so that it 198 is continually modulating and corrupting the institutional forms around it. The imperial society of control is tendentially everywhere the order of day. The triple imperative of empire. The general apparatus of imperial command actually consists of three distinct moments, one inclusive, another differential, and a third managerial. The first moment is the magnanimous, liberal face of empire. All are welcome within its boundaries, regardless of race, creed, color, gender, sexual orientation, and so forth. In its inclusionary moment empire is blind to differences, it is absolutely indifferent in its acceptance. It achieves universal inclusion by setting aside differences that are inflexible or unmanageable and thus might give rise to social conflict. 20 Setting aside differences requires us to regard differences as inessential or relative and imagine a situation not in which they do not exist but rather in which we are ignorant of them. A veil of ignorance prepares a universal acceptance. When empire is blind to these differences and when it forces its constituents to set them aside, there can exist an overlapping consensus across the entire imperial space. Setting aside differences means, in effect, taking away the potential of various constituent subjectivities. The resulting public space of power neutrality makes possible the establishment and legitimation of a universal notion of right that forms the core of empire. The law of inclusionary neutral indifference is a universal foundation in the sense that it applies equally to all subjects that exist and that could exist under imperial rule. In this first moment, then, the empire is a machine for universal integration, an open mouth with infinite appetite, inviting all to come peacefully within its domain. Give me your poor, your hungry, your downtrodden masses. The empire does not fortify its boundaries to push others away, but rather pulls them within its specific order, like a powerful vortex. With boundaries and differences suppressed or set aside, the empire is a kind of smooth space across which subjectivities glide without substantial resistance or conflict. 199. The second moment of imperial control, its differential moment, involves the affirmation of differences accepted within the imperial realm. While from the juridical perspective differences must be set aside, from the cultural perspective differences are celebrated. Since these differences are considered now to be cultural and contingent rather than biological and essential, they are thought not to impinge on the central band of commonality or overlapping consensus that characterizes the empire's inclusionary mechanism. They are non-conflictual differences, the kind of differences we might set aside when necessary. For example, since the end of Cold War, ethnic identities have been actively created in the socialist and formerly socialist countries with the firm support of the United States, the UN, and other global bodies. Local languages, traditional place names, arts, handcrafts, and so forth are celebrated as important components of transition from socialism to capitalism. 21 These differences are imagined to be cultural rather than political, under the assumption that they will not lead to uncontrollable conflicts but will function, rather, as a force of peaceful regional identification. In a similar fashion, many official promotions of multiculturalism in the United States involve the celebration of traditional ethnic and cultural differences under the umbrella of universal inclusion. In general, empire does not create differences. It takes what it is given and works with it. The differential moment of imperial control must be followed by the management and hierarchization of these differences in a general economy of command. Whereas colonial power sought to fix pure, separate identities, empire thrives on circuits of movement and mixture. The colonial apparatus was a kind of mold that forged fixed, distinct castings, but the imperial society of control functions through modulation, like a self-deforming cast that changes continually, from one instant to the next, or like a sieve whose pattern changes from one point to the next. 22. The colonial poses a simple equation with a unique solution. The imperial is faced by multiple complex variables that change continuously and admit a variety of always incomplete but nonetheless effective solutions. 200. In a certain sense, then, the colonial might be considered more ideological and the imperial more pragmatic. Consider as an example of imperial strategy the practice of New England factories and Appalachian coal mines at the beginning of 20th century. The factories and mines were dependent on the labor of recent immigrants from various European countries, many of whom carried with them traditions of intense worker militancy. Bosses, however, did not shy away from bringing together this potentially explosive mixture of workers. They found, in fact, that carefully managed proportions of workers from different national backgrounds in each workshop and each mine proved to be a powerful formula of command. The linguistic, cultural, and ethnic differences within each workforce were stabilizing because they could be used as a weapon to combat worker organization. It was in the boss's interest that the melting pot not dissolve identities and that each ethnic group continue to live in a separate community maintaining its differences. A very similar strategy can be seen in the more recent practices of labor management on a Central American banana plantation. 23 Multiple ethnic divisions among the workers function as an element of control in the labor process. The transnational corporation addresses with different methods and degrees of exploitation and repression each of ethnic groups of workers variously of European and African descent and from different Amerindian groups. Antagonisms and divisions among the workers along the various lines of ethnicity and identification prove to enhance profit and facilitate control. Complete cultural assimilation, in contrast to juridical integration, is certainly not a priority of imperial strategy. The re-emergence of ethnic and national differences at the end of the 20th century, not only in Europe but also in Africa, Asia, and the Americas, has presented empire with an even more complex equation containing a myriad of variables that are in a constant state of flux. That this equation does not have a unique solution is not really a problem, on the contrary. Contingency, mobility, and flexibility are empire's real power. The imperial solution will not be to negate or attenuate these differences, but rather to affirm them and arrange them in an effective apparatus of command. 201. Divide and conquer is thus not really the correct formulation of imperial strategy. More often than not, the empire does not create division but rather recognizes existing or potential differences, celebrates them, and manages them within a general economy of command. The triple imperative of empire is incorporate, differentiate, manage. From crisis to corruption. At the beginning of Part 2 we elaborated a notion of modern sovereignty as crisis, a crisis defined in the continual conflict between, on the one hand, the plane of immanent forces of desire and cooperation of multitude and, on the other hand, the transcendent authority that seeks to contain these forces and impose an order on them. We can now see that imperial sovereignty, in contrast, is organized not around one central conflict but rather through a flexible network of micro-conflicts. The contradictions of imperial society are elusive, proliferating, and non-localizable. The contradictions are everywhere. Rather than crisis, then, the concept that defines imperial sovereignty might be omni-crisis, or, as we prefer, corruption. It is a commonplace of the classical literature on empire, from Polybius to Montesquieu and Gibbon, that empire is from its inception decadent and corrupt. This terminology might easily be misunderstood. It is important to make clear that we in no way intend our definition of imperial sovereignty as corruption to be a moral charge. In its contemporary and modern usage, corruption has indeed become a poor concept for our purposes. It now commonly refers only to the perverted, that which strays from the moral, the good, the pure. We intend the concept rather to refer to a more general process of decomposition or mutation with none of moral overtones, drawing on an ancient usage that has been largely lost. Aristotle, for example, understands corruption as a becoming of bodies that is a process complementary to generation. 24 We might think of corruption, then, as degeneration a reverse process of generation and composition, a moment of metamorphosis that potentially frees spaces for change. We have to forget all the commonplace images. 202. That come to mind when we refer to imperial decadence, corruption, and degeneration. Such moralism is completely misplaced here. More important is a strict argument about form, in other words, that empire is characterized by a fluidity of form, an ebb and flow of formation and deformation, generation and degeneration. To say that imperial sovereignty is defined by corruption means, on the one hand, that empire is impure or hybrid and, on the other, that imperial rule functions by breaking down. Here the Latin etymology is precise, cum rompere, to break. Imperial society is always and everywhere breaking down, but this does not mean that it is necessarily heading to ruin. Just as the crisis of modernity in our characterization did not point to any imminent or necessary collapse, so too the corruption of empire does not indicate any teleology or any end in sight. In other words, the crisis of modern sovereignty was not temporary or exceptional, as one would refer to the stock market crash of 1929 as a crisis, but rather the norm of modernity. In a similar way, corruption is not an aberration of imperial sovereignty but its very essence and modus operandi. The imperial economy, for example, functions precisely through corruption, and it cannot function otherwise. There is certainly a tradition that views corruption as the tragic flaw of empire, the accident without which empire would have triumphed. Think of Shakespeare and Gibbon as two very different examples. We see corruption, rather, not as accidental but as necessary. Or, more accurately, empire requires that all relations be accidental. Imperial power is founded on the rupture of every determinate ontological relationship. Corruption is simply the sign of absence of any ontology. In the ontological vacuum, corruption becomes necessary, objective. Imperial sovereignty thrives on the proliferating contradictions corruption gives rise to, it is stabilized by its instabilities, by its impurities and admixture, it is calmed by the panic and anxieties it continually engenders. Corruption names the perpetual process of alteration and metamorphosis, the anti-foundational foundation, the deontological mode of being. We have thus arrived at a series of distinctions that conceptually mark the passage from modern to imperial sovereignty, from the 203 people to the multitude, from dialectical opposition to the management of hybridities, from the place of modern sovereignty to the non-place of empire, from crisis to corruption. Our refusal. Bartleby would prefer not to. The mystery of Herman Melville's classic story is the absoluteness of the refusal. When his boss asks him to perform his duties, Bartleby calmly repeats over and over, "I would prefer not to." Melville's character fits in with a long tradition of the refusal of work. Any worker with any sense, of course, wants to refuse the authority of the boss, but Bartleby takes it to the extreme. He does not object to this or that task, nor does he offer any reason for his refusal, he just passively and absolutely declines. Bartleby's behavior is indeed disarming, in part because he is so calm and serene, but moreover because his refusal is so indefinite that it becomes absolute. He simply prefers not to. Given Melville's great penchant for metaphysics, it is no wonder that Bartleby solicits ontological interpretations. Point 1. His refusal is so absolute that Bartleby appears completely blank, a man without qualities, or, as Renaissance philosophers would say, homo tantum, mere man and nothing more. Bartleby in his pure passivity and his refusal of any particulars presents us with a figure of generic being, being as such, being and nothing more. And in the course of the story he strips down so much, approximating ever more closely naked humanity, naked life, naked being, that eventually he withers away, evaporates in the bowels of the infamous Manhattan prison, the Tombs. Michael K., the central character in J. M. Coetzee's wonderful novel The Life and Times of Michael K., is also a figure of absolute refusal. But whereas Bartleby is immobile, almost petrified in his pure passivity, K is always on his feet, always moving. Michael K is a gardener, a simple man, so simple that he appears to be not of this world. In a fictional country divided by civil war, he is continually stopped by the cages, barriers, and checkpoints erected by authority, but he manages quietly to refuse them, to keep moving. Michael K. does not keep moving just for the sake of perpetual motion. The barriers do not just block motion, they seem to stop life, and thus he refuses them absolutely in order to keep life in motion. What he really wants is to grow pumpkins and tend to their wandering vines. K's 204 refusal of authority is as absolute as Bartleby's, and that very absoluteness and simplicity situate him, too, on a level of ontological purity. K also approaches the level of naked universality, a human soul above and beneath classification, to being simply homo tantum. These simple men and their absolute refusals cannot but appeal to our hatred of authority. The refusal of work and authority, or really the refusal of voluntary servitude, is the beginning of liberatory politics. Long ago Etienne de la Boetie preached just such a politics of refusal, resolve to serve no more, and you are at once freed. I do not ask that you place hands upon the tyrant to topple him over, but simply that you support him no longer, then you will behold him, like a great colossus whose pedestal has been pulled away, fall of his own weight and break into pieces. 3. La Boetie recognized the political power of refusal, the power of subtracting ourselves from the relationship of domination, and through our exodus subverting the sovereign power that lords over us. Bartleby and Michael K. continue La Boetie's politics of the refusal of voluntary servitude, carrying it to the absolute. This refusal certainly is the beginning of a liberatory politics, but it is only a beginning. The refusal in itself is empty. Bartleby and Michael K. may be beautiful souls, but their being in its absolute purity hangs on the edge of an abyss. Their lines of flight from authority are completely solitary, and they continuously tread on the verge of suicide. In political terms, too, refusal in itself, of work, authority, and voluntary servitude, leads only to a kind of social suicide. As Spinoza says, if we simply cut the tyrannical head off the social body, we will be left with the deformed corpse of society. What we need is to create a new social body, which is a project that goes well beyond refusal. Our lines of flight, our exodus must be constituent and create a real alternative. Beyond the simple refusal, or as part of that refusal, we need also to construct a new mode of life and above all a new community. This project leads not toward the naked life of homo tantum but toward homo homo, humanity squared, enriched by the collective intelligence and love of the community. While this heavenly city is on pilgrimage on earth, it calls out all peoples and so collects a society of aliens, speaking all languages. Saint Augustine: we want to destroy all the ridiculous monuments to those who have died for the fatherland that stare down at us in every village, and in their place erect monuments to the deserters. The monuments to the deserters will represent also those who died in the war, because every one of them died cursing the war and envying the happiness of deserter. Resistance is born of desertion. Anti-fascist partisan, Venice, 1943. We have now arrived at a turning point in our argument. The trajectory we have traced up until now, from our recognition of modernity as crisis to our analyses of first articulations of a new imperial form of sovereignty, has allowed us to understand the transformations of the constitution of world order. But that order would be merely a hollow husk if we were not to designate also a new regime of production. Furthermore, we have not yet been able to give any coherent indication of what type of political subjectivities might contest and overthrow the forces of empire, because those subjectivities will arrive only on the terrain of production. It is as if at this point we can see only shadows of figures that will animate our future. Let us therefore descend into the hidden abode of production to see the figures at work there. 206. Even when we manage to touch on the productive, ontological dimension of problematic and the resistances that arise there, however, we will still not be in the position, not even at the end of this book, to point to any already existing and concrete elaboration of a political alternative to empire. And no such effective blueprint will ever arise from a theoretical articulation such as ours. It will arise only in practice. At a certain point in his thinking, Marx needed the Paris Commune in order to make the leap and conceive communism in concrete terms as an effective alternative to capitalist society. Some such experiment or series of experiments advanced through the genius of collective practice will certainly be necessary today to take that next concrete step and create a new social body beyond empire. One big union. Our study set out from the hypothesis that the power of empire and the mechanisms of imperial sovereignty can be understood only when confronted on the most general scale, in their globality. We believe that toward the end of challenging and resisting empire and its world market, it is necessary to pose any alternative at an equally global level. Any proposition of a particular community in isolation, defined in racial, religious, or regional terms, delinked from empire, shielded from its powers by fixed boundaries, is destined to end up as a kind of ghetto. Empire cannot be resisted by a project aimed at a limited, local autonomy. We cannot move back to any previous social form, nor move forward in isolation. Rather, we must push through empire to come out the other side. Deleuze and Guattari argued that rather than resist capital's globalization, we have to accelerate the process. But which, they ask, is the revolutionary path? Is there one, to withdraw from the world market? Or might it be to go in the opposite direction? To go still further, that is, in the movement of the market, of decoding and deterritorialization. One empire can be effectively contested only on its own level of generality and by pushing the processes that it offers past their present limitations. We have to 207. Accept that challenge and learn to think globally and act globally. Globalization must be met with a counter-globalization, empire with a counter-empire. In this regard we might take inspiration from St. Augustine's vision of a project to contest the decadent Roman Empire. No limited community could succeed and provide an alternative to imperial rule, only a universal, Catholic community bringing together all populations and all languages in a common journey could accomplish this. The divine city is a universal city of aliens, coming together, cooperating, communicating. Our pilgrimage on earth, however, in contrast to Augustine's, has no transcendent telos beyond, it is and remains absolutely immanent. Its continuous movement, gathering aliens in community, making this world its home, is both means and end, or rather a means without end. From this perspective the industrial workers' off-world, IWW, is the great Augustinian project of modern times. In the first decades of 20th century the Wobblies, as they were called, organized powerful strikes and rebellions across the United States, from Lawrence, Massachusetts, and Paterson, New Jersey, to Everett, Washington. The perpetual movement of Wobblies was indeed an imminent pilgrimage, creating a new society in the shell of old, without establishing fixed and stable structures of rule. In fact, the primary criticism of the IWW from the official left was and continues to be that its strikes, though powerful and often victorious, never left behind durable union structures. The Wobblies had extraordinary success among the vast and mobile immigrant populations because they spoke all the languages, oft had hybrid labor force. The two accepted stories of the derivation of the name Wobbly illustrate these two central characteristics of the movement, its organizational mobility and its ethnic-linguistic hybridity. First, Wobbly is supposed to refer to the lack of a center, the flexible and unpredictable pilgrimage of IWW militancy, and second, the name is said to derive from the mispronunciation of a Chinese cook in Seattle, I wobbly wobbly. The primary focus of IWW was the universality of its project. Workers of all 208 languages and races across the world, although in fact they only made it as far as Mexico, and workers of all trades should come together in one big union, taking our cue from the IWW, and clearly departing from Augustine in this regard. We would cast our political vision in line with the radical republican tradition of modern democracy. What does it mean to be republican today? What sense can it have in the postmodern era to take up that antagonistic position that constituted a radically democratic alternative within modernity? Where is the standpoint from which critique can be possible and effective? In this passage from modernity to postmodernity, is there still a place from which we can launch our critique and construct an alternative? Or, if we are consigned to the non-place of empire, can we construct a powerful non-place and realize it concretely, as the terrain of a postmodern republicanism? The non-place of exploitation. In order to address this problematic, allow us a brief digression. We mentioned earlier that Marx's theoretical method, in line with the tradition of modern critiques of modernity, is situated in the dialectic between inside and outside. Proletarian struggles constitute in real, ontological terms the motor of capitalist development. They constrain capital to adopt ever higher levels of technology and thus transform labor processes. Point 3 The struggles force capital continually to reform the relations of production and transform the relations of domination. From manufacturing to large-scale industry, from finance capital to transnational restructuring and the globalization of market, it is always the initiatives of organized labor power that determine the figure of capitalist development. Through this history, the place of exploitation is a dialectically determined site. Labor power is the most internal element, the very source of capital. At the same time, however, labor power represents capital's outside, that is, the place where the proletariat recognizes its own use value, its own autonomy, and where it grounds its hope for liberation. The refusal of exploitation or really resistance, Sabo. 209. Tage, insubordination, rebellion, and revolution constitutes the motor force of the reality we live, and at the same time is its living opposition. In Marx's thought, the relationship between the inside and the outside of capitalist development is completely determined in the dual standpoint of proletariat, both inside and outside capital. This spatial configuration has led to many political positions founded on the dream of affirming the place of use value, pure and separate from exchange value and capitalist relations. In the contemporary world, this spatial configuration has changed. On the one hand, the relations of capitalist exploitation are expanding everywhere, not limited to the factory but tending to occupy the entire social terrain. On the other hand, social relations completely invest the relations of production, making impossible any externality between social production and economic production. The dialectic between productive forces and the system of domination no longer has a determinate place. The very qualities of labor power, difference, measure, and determination, can no longer be grasped, and similarly, exploitation can no longer be localized and quantified. In effect, the object of exploitation and domination tend not to be specific productive activities but the universal capacity to produce, that is, abstract social activity and its comprehensive power. This abstract labor is an activity without place, and yet it is very powerful. It is the cooperating set of brains and hands, minds, and bodies. It is both the non-belonging and the creative social diffusion of living labor. It is the desire and the striving of the multitude of mobile and flexible workers, and at the same time it is intellectual energy and linguistic and communicative construction of multitude of intellectual and effective laborers. Point 4 The inside defined by use value and the outside of exchange value are nowhere to be found, and hence any politics of use value, which was always based on an illusion of separability, is now definitely inconceivable. That does not mean, however, that production and exploitation have ceased. Neither have innovation and development nor the continuous restructuring of relations of power come to an end. On the contrary, today more than ever. 210. As productive forces tend to be completely delocalized, completely universal, they produce not only commodities but also rich and powerful social relationships. These new productive forces have no place, however, because they occupy all places, and they produce and are exploited in this indefinite non-place. The universality of human creativity, the synthesis of freedom, desire, and living labor, is what takes place in the non-place of postmodern relations of production. Empire is the non-place of world production where labor is exploited. By contrast, and with no possible homology with empire, here we find again the revolutionary formalism of modern republicanism. This is still a formalism because it is without place, but it is a potent formalism now that it is recognized not as abstracted from the individual and collective subjects but as the general power that constitutes their bodies and minds. The non-place has a brain, heart, torso, and limbs, globally. Being against, nomadism, desertion, exodus. This recognition takes us back to the initial question, what does it mean to be Republican today? We have already seen that the modern critical response of upending the dialectic between inside and outside is no longer possible. An effective notion of postmodern republicanism will have to be constructed au milieu, on the basis of lived experience of global multitude. One element we can put our finger on at the most basic and elemental level is the will to be against. In general, the will to be against does not seem to require much explanation. Disobedience to authority is one of the most natural and healthy acts. To us it seems completely obvious that those who are exploited will resist and given the necessary conditions rebel. Today, however, this may not be so obvious. A long tradition of political scientists has said the problem is not why people rebel but why they do not. Or rather, as Deleuze and Guattari say, the fundamental problem of political philosophy is still precisely the one that Spinoza saw so clearly, and that Wilhelm Reich rediscovered: why do men fight for their servitude as stubbornly as though it were their salvation? 5. The first question of 211. Political philosophy today is not if or even why there will be resistance and rebellion, but rather how to determine the enemy against which to rebel. Indeed, often the inability to identify the enemy is what leads the will to resistance around in such paradoxical circles. The identification of enemy, however, is no small task given that exploitation tends no longer to have a specific place and that we are immersed in a system of power so deep and complex that we can no longer determine specific difference or measure. We suffer exploitation, alienation, and command as enemies, but we do not know where to locate the production of oppression. And yet we still resist and struggle. One should not exaggerate these logical paradoxes. Even though on the new terrain of empire exploitation and domination often cannot be defined in specific places, they nonetheless exist. The globality of command they impose represents the inverted image, something like a photo-negative of generality of multitudes' productive activities. And yet, this inverted relation between imperial power and the power of multitude does not indicate any homology. In effect, imperial power can no longer discipline the powers of multitude, it can only impose control over their general social and productive capacities. From the economic point of view, the wage regime is replaced, as a function of regulation, by a flexible and global monetary system. Normative command is replaced by the procedures of control and the police, and the exercise of domination is formed through communicative networks. This is how exploitation and domination constitute a general non-place on the imperial terrain. Although exploitation and domination are still experienced concretely, on the flesh of multitude, they are nonetheless amorphous in such a way that it seems there is no place left to hide. If there is no longer a place that can be recognized as outside, we must be against in every place. This being against becomes the essential key to every active political position in the world, every desire that is effective perhaps of democracy itself. The first anti-fascist partisans in Europe, armed deserters confronting their traitorous governments, were aptly called 212. Against men. 6 Today the generalized being against of multitude must recognize imperial sovereignty as the enemy and discover the adequate means to subvert its power. Here we see once again the republican principle in the very first instance: desertion, exodus, and nomadism. Whereas in the disciplinary era sabotage was the fundamental notion of resistance, in the era of imperial control it may be desertion. Whereas being against in modernity often meant a direct and/or dialectical opposition of forces, in postmodernity being against might well be most effective in an oblique or diagonal stance. Battles against the empire might be won through subtraction and defection. This desertion does not have a place, it is the evacuation of places of power. Throughout the history of modernity, the mobility and migration of labor force have disrupted the disciplinary conditions to which workers are constrained. And power has wielded the most extreme violence against this mobility. In this respect, slavery can be considered on a continuum with the various wage labor regimes as the most extreme repressive apparatus to block the mobility of labor force. The history of black slavery in the Americas demonstrates both the vital need to control the mobility of labor and the irrepressible desire to flee on the part of slaves, from the closed ships of Middle Passage to the elaborate repressive techniques employed against escaped slaves. Mobility and mass worker nomadism always express a refusal and a search for liberation. The resistance against the horrible conditions of exploitation and the search for freedom and new conditions of life. It would be interesting, in fact, to write a general history of the modes of production from the standpoint of the worker's desire for mobility, from the country to the city, from the city to the metropolis, from one state to another, from one continent to another, rather than running through that development simply from the standpoint of capital's regulation of technological conditions of labor. This history would substantially reconfigure the Marxian conception of the stages of organization of labor, which has served as the theoretical framework for numerous authors up to Polanyi. 213. Today the mobility of labor power and migratory movements is extraordinarily diffuse and difficult to grasp. Even the most significant population movements of modernity, including the black and white Atlantic migrations, constitute Lilliputian events with respect to the enormous population transfers of our times. A specter haunts the world, and it is the specter of migration. All the powers of the old world are allied in a merciless operation against it, but the movement is irresistible. Along with the flight from the so-called Third World, there are flows of political refugees and transfers of intellectual labor power, in addition to the massive movements of agricultural, manufacturing, and service proletariat. The legal and documented movements are dwarfed by clandestine migrations, the borders of national sovereignty are sieves, and every attempt at complete regulation runs up against violent pressure. Economists attempt to explain this phenomenon by presenting their equations and models, which even if they were complete would not explain that irrepressible desire for free movement. In effect, what pushes from behind is, negatively, desertion from the miserable cultural and material conditions of imperial reproduction, but positively, what pulls forward is the wealth of desire and the accumulation of expressive and productive capacities that the processes of globalization have determined in the consciousness of every individual and social group, and thus a certain hope. Desertion and exodus are a powerful form of class struggle within and against imperial postmodernity. This mobility, however, still constitutes a spontaneous level of struggle, and, as we noted earlier, it most often leads today to a new rootless condition of poverty and misery. A new nomad horde, a new race of barbarians, will arise to invade or evacuate empire. Nietzsche was oddly prescient of their destiny in the 19th century. Problem: where are the barbarians of 20th century? Obviously they will come into view and consolidate themselves only after tremendous socialist crises. 8. We cannot say exactly what Nietzsche foresaw in his lucid delirium, but indeed what recent event could be a stronger example of power of desertion and exodus, the power of nomad horde. 214. Then the fall of Berlin Wall and the collapse of the entire Soviet bloc. In the desertion from socialist discipline, savage mobility and mass migration contributed substantially to the collapse of the system. In fact, the desertion of productive cadres disorganized and struck at the heart of disciplinary system of bureaucratic Soviet world. The mass exodus of highly trained workers from Eastern Europe played a central role in provoking the collapse of the wall. 9. Even though it refers to the particularities of the socialist state system, this example demonstrates that the mobility of labor force can indeed express an open political conflict and contribute to the destruction of regime. What we need, however, is more. We need a force capable of not only organizing the destructive capacities of multitude, but also constituting through the desires of multitude an alternative. The counter-empire must also be a new global vision, a new way of living in the world. Numerous Republican political projects in modernity assumed mobility as a privileged terrain for struggle and organization, from the so-called Socians of Renaissance, Tuscan and Lombard artisans and apostles of the Reform who, banished from their own country, fomented sedition against the Catholic nations of Europe, from Italy to Poland, up to the 17th century sects that organized transatlantic voyages in response to the massacres in Europe, and from the agitators of the IWW across the United States in the 1910s up to the European autonomists in the 1970s. In these modern examples, mobility became an active politics and established a political position. This mobility of labor force and this political exodus have 1,000 threads that are interwoven. Old traditions and new needs are mixed together, just as the republicanism of modernity and modern class struggle were woven together. Postmodern republicanism, if it is to arise, must face a similar task. New barbarians. Those who are against, while escaping from the local and particular constraints of their human condition, must also continually attempt to construct a new body and a new life. This is a necessarily violent. 215. Barbaric passage, but as Walter Benjamin says, it is a positive barbarism, barbarisms. Precisely. We affirm this in order to introduce a new, positive notion of barbarism. What does the poverty of experience oblige the barbarian to do? To begin anew, to begin from the new barbarian sees nothing permanent. But for this very reason he sees ways everywhere. Where others encounter walls or mountains, there, too, he sees a way. But because he sees a way everywhere, he has to clear things from it everywhere. Because he sees ways everywhere, he always positions himself at crossroads. No moment can know what the next will bring. What exists he reduces to rubble, not for the sake of the rubble, but for that of the way leading through it. The new barbarians destroy with an affirmative violence and trace new paths of life through their own material existence. These barbaric deployments work on human relations in general, but we can recognize them today first and foremost in corporeal relations and configurations of gender and sexuality. 11 Conventional norms of corporeal and sexual relations between and within genders are increasingly open to challenge and transformation. Bodies themselves transform and mutate to create new post-human bodies. 12 The first condition of these corporeal transformation is the recognition that human nature is in no way separate from nature as a whole, that there are no fixed and necessary boundaries between the human and the animal, the human and the machine, the male and the female, and so forth. It is the recognition that nature itself is an artificial terrain open to ever new mutations, mixtures, and hybridizations. 13 Not only do we consciously subvert the traditional boundaries, dressing in drag, for example, but we also move in a creative, indeterminate zone au milieu, in between and without regard for those boundaries. Today's corporeal mutations constitute an anthropological exodus and represent an extraordinarily important, but still quite ambiguous, element of configuration of republicanism against imperial civilization. The anthropological exodus is important primarily because here is where the positive, constructive face of the mutation begins to appear, an ontological mutation. 216. In action, the concrete invention of a first new place in the non-place. This creative evolution does not merely occupy any existing place, but rather invents a new place. It is a desire that creates a new body, a metamorphosis that breaks all the naturalistic homologies of modernity. This notion of anthropological exodus is still very ambiguous, however, because its methods, hybridization and mutation, are themselves the very methods employed by imperial sovereignty. In the dark world of cyberpunk fiction, for example, the freedom of self-fashioning is often indistinguishable from the powers of an all-encompassing control. 14 We certainly do need to change our bodies and ourselves, and in perhaps a much more radical way than the cyberpunk authors imagine. In our contemporary world, the now common aesthetic mutations of body, such as piercings and tattoos, punk fashion and its various imitations, are all initial indications of these corporeal transformation, but in the end they do not hold a candle to the kind of radical mutation needed here. The will to be against really needs a body that is completely incapable of submitting to command. It needs a body that is incapable of adapting to family life, to factory discipline, to the regulations of a traditional sex life, and so forth. If you find your body refusing these normal modes of life, don't despair, realize your gift. 15 In addition to being radically unprepared for normalization, however, the new body must also be able to create a new life. We must go much further to define that new place of the non-place, well beyond the simple experiences of mixture and hybridization, and the experiments that are conducted around them. We have to arrive at constituting a coherent political artifice, an artificial becoming in the sense that the humanists spoke of a homo produced by art and knowledge, and that Spinoza spoke of a powerful body produced by that highest consciousness that is infused with love. The infinite paths of barbarians must form a new mode of life. Such transformations will always remain weak and ambiguous, however, so long as they are cast only in terms of form and order. Hybridity itself is an empty gesture, and the mere refusal of order. 217. Simply leaves us on the edge of nothingness, or worse, these gestures risk reinforcing imperial power rather than challenging it. The new politics is given real substance only when we shift our focus from the question of form and order to the regimes and practices of production. On the terrain of production we will be able to recognize that this mobility and artificiality do not merely represent the exceptional experiences of small privileged groups but indicate, rather, the common productive experience of multitude. As early as the 19th century, proletarians were recognized as the nomads of capitalist world. 16 Even when their lives remain fixed in one geographical location, as is most often the case, their creativity and productivity define corporeal and ontological migrations. The anthropological metamorphoses of bodies are established through the common experience of labor and the new technologies that have constitutive effects and ontological implications. Tools have always functioned as human prostheses, integrated into our bodies through our laboring practices as a kind of anthropological mutation both in individual terms and in terms of collective social life. The contemporary form of Exodus and the new barbarian life demand that tools become poetic prostheses, liberating us from the conditions of modern humanity. To go back to the Marxian digression we made earlier, when the dialectic between inside and outside comes to an end, and when the separate place of use value disappears from the imperial terrain, the new forms of labor power are charged with the task of producing anew the human, or really the post-human. This task will be accomplished primarily through the new and increasingly immaterial forms of effective and intellectual labor power, in the community that they constitute, in the artificiality that they present as a project. With this passage the deconstructive phase of critical thought, which from Heidegger and Adorno to Derrida provided a powerful instrument for the exit from modernity, has lost its effectiveness. 17 It is now a closed parenthesis and leaves us faced with a new task, constructing, in the non-place, a new place, constructing ontologically new determinations of human, of living appel. 218. Irful artificiality of being. Donna Haraway's cyborg fable, which resides at the ambiguous boundary between human, animal, and machine, introduces us today, much more effectively than deconstruction, to these new terrains of possibility. But we should remember that this is a fable and nothing more. The force that must instead drive forward theoretical practice to actualize these terrains of potential metamorphosis is still, and ever more intensely, the common experience of new productive practices and the concentration of productive labor on the plastic and fluid terrain of the new communicative, biological, and mechanical technologies. Being Republican today, then, means first of all struggling within and constructing against empire, on its hybrid, modulating terrains. And here we should add, against all moralisms and all positions of resentment and nostalgia, that this new imperial terrain provides greater possibilities for creation and liberation. The multitude, in its will to be against and its desire for liberation, must push through empire to come out the other side. Part 3 3.1. The world is nearly all parceled out, and what there is left of it is being divided up, conquered, and colonized. To think of these stars that you see overhead at night, these vast worlds which we can never reach. I would annex the planets if I could, I often think of that. It makes me sad to see them so clear and yet so far. Cecil Rhodes. For a large portion of 20th century, the critique of imperialism has been among the most active and urgent arenas of Marxist theory. 1 Many of these arguments are today certainly outdated and the situation they refer to is utterly transformed. This does not mean, however, that we have nothing to learn from them. These critiques of imperialism can help us understand the passage from imperialism to empire because in certain respects they anticipate that passage. One of central arguments of tradition of Marxist thinking on imperialism is that there is an intrinsic relation between capitalism and expansion, and that capitalist expansion inevitably takes the political form of imperialism. Marx himself wrote very little about imperialism, but his analyses of capitalist expansion are central to the entire tradition of critique. What Marx explained most clearly is that capital constantly operates through a reconfiguration of the boundaries of inside and the outside. Indeed, capital does not function within the confines of a fixed territory and population, but always overflows its borders and internalizes new spaces. The tendency to create the world market is directly given in the concept 222 of capital itself. Every limit appears as a barrier to be overcome. This restive character of capital constitutes an ever-present point of crisis that pertains to the essence of capital itself. Constant expansion is its always inadequate but nonetheless necessary attempt to quench an insatiable thirst. We do not mean to suggest that this crisis and these barriers will necessarily lead capital to collapse. On the contrary, as it is for modernity as a whole, crisis is for capital a normal condition that indicates not its end but its tendency and mode of operation. Capital's construction of imperialism and its move beyond it are both given in the complex play between limits and barriers. The need for an outside. Marx analyzes capital's constant need for expansion first by focusing on the process of realization and thus on the unequal quantitative relationship between the worker as producer and the worker as consumer of commodities. 3 The problem of realization is one of the factors that drives capital beyond its boundaries and poses the tendency toward the world market. In order to understand the problem we have to start out from exploitation. To begin with, we read in the Grundriss, capital forces the workers beyond necessary labor to surplus labor. Only in this way does it realize itself, and create surplus value, p. 421. The wage of the worker, corresponding to necessary labor, must be less than the total value produced by the worker. This surplus value, however, must find an adequate market in order to be realized. Since each worker must produce more value than he or she consumes, the demand of worker as consumer can never be an adequate demand for the surplus value. In a closed system, the capitalist production and exchange process is thus defined by a series of barriers. Capital, then, posits necessary labor time as the barrier to the exchange value of living labor capacity, surplus labor time as the barrier to necessary labor time, and surplus value as the barrier to surplus labor time, p. 422. All these barriers flow from a single barrier defined by the unequal relationship between the worker as producer and the worker as consumer. 223. Certainly, the capitalist class, along with the other classes that share in its profits, will consume some of these excess value, but it cannot consume all of it, because if it did there would be no surplus value left to reinvest. Instead of consuming all the surplus value, capitalists must practice abstinence, which is to say, they must accumulate. 4 Capital itself demands that capitalists renounce pleasures and abstain as much as possible from wasting the surplus value on their own consumption. This cultural explanation of capitalist morality and abstinence, however, is just a symptom of real economic barriers posed within capitalist production. On the one hand, if there is to be profit, then the workers must produce more value than they consume. On the other hand, if there is to be accumulation, the capitalist class and its dependents cannot consume all of that surplus value. If the working class together with the capitalist class and its dependents cannot form an adequate market and buy all the commodities produced, then even though exploitation has taken place and surplus value has been extracted, that value cannot be realized. 5 Marx points out further that this barrier is continually exacerbated as labor becomes ever more productive. With the increase of productivity and the consequent rise in the composition of capital, variable capital, that is, the wage paid the workers, constitutes an increasingly small part of total value of commodities. This means that the workers' power of consumption is increasingly small with respect to the commodities produced. The more productivity develops, the more it comes into conflict with the narrow basis on which the relations of consumption rest. 6 The realization of capital is thus blocked by the problem of narrow basis of powers of consumption. We should note that this barrier has nothing to do with the absolute power of production of a population or its absolute power of consumption. Undoubtedly the proletariat could and wants to consume more, but rather it refers to the relative power of consumption of a population within the capitalist relations of production and reproduction. In order to realize the surplus value generated in the production process and avoid the devaluation resulting from overproduction. 224. Marx argues that capital must expand its realm. A precondition of production based on capital is therefore the production of a constantly widening sphere of circulation, whether the sphere itself is directly expanded or whether more points within it are created as points of production. p. 407. Expanding the sphere of circulation can be accomplished by intensifying existing markets within the capitalist sphere through new needs and wants, but the quantity of wage available to workers for spending and the capitalists' need to accumulate pose a rigid barrier to this expansion. Alternatively, additional consumers can be created by drafting new populations into the capitalist relationship, but this cannot stabilize the basically unequal relationship between supply and demand, between the value created and the value that can be consumed by the population of proletarians and capitalists involved. 7 On the contrary, new proletarians will themselves always be an inadequate market for the value of what they produce, and thus they will always only reproduce the problem on a larger scale. 8 The only effective solution is for capital to look outside itself and discover non-capitalist markets in which to exchange the commodities and realize their value. Expansion of sphere of circulation outside the capitalist realm displaces the destabilizing inequality. Rosa Luxemburg developed Marx's analysis of problem of realization, but she changed the inflection of that analysis. Luxemburg casts the fact that outside consumers qua other than capitalist are really essential, pages 365 to 66, in order for capital to realize its surplus value as an indication of capital's dependence on its outside. Capitalism is the first mode of economy which is unable to exist by itself, which needs other economic systems as a medium and a soil. 9 Capital is an organism that cannot sustain itself without constantly looking beyond its boundaries, feeding off its external environment. Its outside is essential. Perhaps this need constantly to expand its sphere of control is the sickness of European capital, but perhaps it is also the motor that drove Europe to the position of world dominance in the modern era. Perhaps then the merit of West, confined as it 225 was on its narrow Cape of Asia, Fernand Braudel supposes, was to have needed the world, to have needed to venture outside its own front door. 10 Capital from its inception tends toward being a world power, or really the world power. Internalizing the outside. Capital expands not only to meet the needs of realization and find new markets but also to satisfy the requirements of the subsequent moment in the cycle of accumulation, that is, the process of capitalization. After surplus value has been realized in the form of money, through intensified markets in the capitalist domain and through reliance on non-capitalist markets, that realized surplus value must be reinvested in production, that is, turned back into capital. The capitalization of realized surplus value requires that for the subsequent cycle of production the capitalist will have to secure or purchase additional supplies of constant capital, raw materials, machinery, and so forth, and additional variable capital, that is, labor power, and eventually in turn this will require an even greater extension of the market for further realization. The search for additional constant capital, in particular, more and newer materials, drives capital toward a kind of imperialism characterized by pillage and theft. Capital, Rosa Luxemburg asserts, ransacks the whole world. It procures its means of production from all corners of earth, seizing them, if necessary by force, from all levels of civilization and from all forms of society. It becomes necessary for capital progressively to dispose ever more fully of the whole globe, to acquire an unlimited choice of means of production, with regard to both quality and quantity, so as to find productive employment for the surplus value it has realized. 11. In the acquisition of additional means of production, capital does relate to and rely on its non-capitalist environment, but it does not internalize that environment, or rather, it does not necessarily make that environment capitalist. The outside remains outside. For example, gold and diamonds can be extracted from Peru and South Africa, or sugarcane from Jamaica and Java perfectly well, while 226. Those societies and that production continue to function through non-capitalist relations. The acquisition of additional variable capital, the engagement of new labor power and creation of proletarians, by contrast, implies a capitalist imperialism. Extending the working day of existing workers in the capitalist domain can, of course, create additional labor power, but there is a limit to this increase. For the remainder of these new labor power, capital must continually create and engage new proletarians among non-capitalist groups and countries. The progressive proletarianization of non-capitalist environment is the continual reopening of processes of primitive accumulation, and thus the capitalization of non-capitalist environment itself. Luxemburg sees this as the real historical novelty of capitalist conquest. All conquerors pursued the aim of dominating and exploiting the country, but none was interested in robbing the people of their productive efforts and in destroying their social organization. 12. In the process of capitalization, the outside is internalized. Capital must therefore not only have open exchange with non-capitalist societies or only appropriate their wealth, it must also actually transform them into capitalist societies themselves. This is what is central in Rudolf Hilferding's definition of export of capital. By export of capital I mean the export of value which is intended to breed surplus value abroad. 13. What is exported is a relation, a social form that will breed or replicate itself. Like a missionary or vampire, capital touches what is foreign and makes it proper. The bourgeoisie, Marx and Engels write, compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates the world after its own image. 14. In economic terms, this civilization and modernization mean capitalization, that is, incorporation within the expanding cycle of capitalist production and accumulation. In this way the non-capitalist environment, territory, social forms, cultures, productive processes, labor power, and so forth, is subsumed formally under capital. 227. We should note here that European capital does not really remake non-capitalist territories after its own image, as if all were becoming homogeneous. Indeed, when the Marxist critics of imperialism have recognized the processes of internalization of capitals outside, they have generally underestimated the significance of the uneven development and geographical difference implicit in them. 15. Each segment of non-capitalist environment is transformed differently, and all are integrated organically into the expanding body of capital. In other words, the different segments of the outside are internalized not on a model of similitude but as different organs that function together in one coherent body. At this point we can recognize the fundamental contradiction of capitalist expansion, capital's reliance on its outside, on the non-capitalist environment, which satisfies the need to realize surplus value, conflicts with the internalization of non-capitalist environment, which satisfies the need to capitalize that realized surplus value. Historically these two processes have often taken place in sequence. A territory and population are first made accessible as an outside for exchange and realization, and then subsequently brought into the realm of capitalist production proper. The important point, however, is that once a segment of environment has been civilized, once it has been organically incorporated into the newly expanded boundaries of domain of capitalist production, it can no longer be the outside necessary to realize capital's surplus value. In this sense, capitalization poses a barrier to realization and vice versa, or better, internalization contradicts the reliance on the outside. Capital's thirst must be quenched with new blood, and it must continually seek new frontiers. It is logical to assume that there would come a time when these two moments of cycle of accumulation, realization, and capitalization, come into direct conflict and undermine each other. In the 19th century, the field for capitalist expansion, in material resources, labor power, and markets, seemed to stretch indefinitely, both in Europe and elsewhere. In Marx's time, capitalist production accounted for very little of global production. Only a few countries had substantial capitalist production: England, France, 228, and Germany, and even these countries still had large segments of non-capitalist production: peasant-based agriculture, artisanal production, and so forth. Luxemburg argues, however, that since the earth is finite, the logical conflict will eventually become a real contradiction. The more violently, ruthlessly, and thoroughly imperialism brings about the decline of non-capitalist civilizations, the more rapidly it cuts the ground from under the feet of capitalist accumulation. Though imperialism is the historical method for prolonging the career of capitalism, it is also the sure means of bringing it to a swift conclusion. 16. This contradictory tension is present throughout the development of capital, but it is revealed in full view only at the limit, at the point of crisis when capital is faced with the finitude of humanity and the earth. Here the great imperialist Cecil Rhodes appears as the paradigmatic capitalist. The spaces of the globe are closing up and capital's imperialist expansion is confronting its limits. Rhodes, ever the adventurer, gazes wistfully and yearningly at the stars above, frustrated by the cruel temptation of those new frontiers, so close and yet so far. Even though their critiques of imperialism and capitalist expansion are often presented in strictly quantitative, economic terms, the stakes for Marxist theorists are primarily political. This does not mean that the economic calculations, and the critiques of them, should not be taken seriously. It means, rather, that the economic relationships must be considered as they are really articulated in the historical and social context, as part of political relations of rule and domination. 17. The most important political stake for these authors in the question of economic expansion is to demonstrate the ineluctable relationship between capitalism and imperialism. If capitalism and imperialism are essentially related, the logic goes, then any struggle against imperialism, and the wars, misery, impoverishment, and enslavement that follow from it, must also be a direct struggle against capitalism. Any political strategy aimed at reforming the contemporary configuration of capitalism to make it non-imperialist is vain and naive, because the core of capitalist reproduction and accumulation necessarily implies imperialist expansion. Capital can 229 not behave otherwise. This is its nature. The evils of imperialism cannot be confronted except by destroying capitalism itself. Equalization and subsumption. Lenin's book on imperialism is cast primarily as a synthesis of analyses of older authors to make them accessible to a wide public. 18. Lenin's text, however, also makes its own original contributions, the most important of which is to pose the critique of imperialism from the subjective standpoint and thus link it to the Marxist notion of revolutionary potential of crises. He gave us a toolbox, a set of machines for the production of anti-imperialist subjectivity. Lenin often presents his arguments by way of polemic. His analysis of imperialism is articulated primarily by challenging the theses of Rudolf Hilferding and Karl Koski. In order to develop his critiques, however, Lenin considered carefully, and at times assumed as his own, the theoretical assumptions of both these authors. Most important, Lenin adopted Hilferding's fundamental thesis that as capital expands through the imperialist construction of world market, there emerge ever greater obstacles to the Ausgleichung, the equalization, of rates of profit among various branches and sectors of production. Peaceful capitalist development, however, depends on at least a tendency toward equalized economic conditions, equal prices for equal commodities, equal profit for equal capital, equal wages and equal exploitation for equal work, and so forth. Hilferding recognized that imperialism, which structures the nations and territories of capitalist development in an ever more rigid way and assigns authority to national monopolies, impedes the formation of an equalized rate of profit and thus undermines the possibility of a successful capitalist mediation of international development. 19 In effect, the domination and division of the world market by monopolies had made the process of equalization virtually impossible. Only if national central banks were to intervene, or better, if a unified international bank were to intervene, could this contradiction, which portends both trade wars and fighting wars, be equalized and placated. In short, Lenin adopted 230. Hilferding's hypothesis that capital had entered a new phase of international development defined by monopoly, and that this led to both an increase of contradictions and a crisis of equalization. He did not accept, however, that the utopia of a unified international bank could be taken seriously, and that a still capitalist Aufhebung, subsumption, of crisis could ever come about. Lenin regarded the position of Koskai, who also took Hilferding's work as his point of departure, as even more utopian and damaging. Koskai proposed, in effect, that capitalism could achieve a real political and economic unification of the world market. The violent conflicts of imperialism could be followed by a new peaceful phase of capitalism, an ultra-imperialist phase. The magnates of capital could unite in a single world trust, substituting an internation ally united finance capital for the competition and struggle between nationally based finance capitals. We can thus imagine a phase in the future, he claimed, in which capital achieves a peaceful subsumption and resolution, in which not a unified bank but market forces and monopolies more or less regulated by states could succeed somehow in determining the global equalization of rate of profit. 20 Lenin agreed with Koskai's basic thesis that there is a trend in capitalist development toward the international cooperation of various national finance capitals and possibly toward the construction of a single world trust. What he objected to so strongly was the fact that Koskai used this vision of a peaceful future to negate the dynamics of present reality. Lenin thus denounced his profoundly reactionary desire to blunt the contradictions of the present situation. 21 Rather than waiting for some peaceful ultra-imperialism to arrive in the future, revolutionaries should act now on the contradictions posed by capital's present imperialist organization. Thus, while generally adopting these authors' analytical propositions, Lenin rejected their political positions. Although he fundamentally agreed with Hilferding's analysis of the tendency toward a world market dominated by monopolies, he denied that such a system was already in effect in such a way that it could mediate and equalize the rate of profit. He denied this not so much theoretically. 231. Cali as politically. Lenin maintained that capitalist development in the monopoly phase would be plagued by a series of contradictions and that communists had to act on them. It was the responsibility of the workers' movement to oppose every capitalist attempt at organizing an effective equalization of imperialist rates of profit, and it was the task of the Revolutionary Party to intervene in and deepen the objective contradictions of development. What had to be avoided most was the realization of tendency toward ultra-imperialism, which would monstrously increase the power of capital and take away for a long period to come the possibility of struggles on the most contradictory and thus weakest links in the chain of domination. Lenin writes, either as hope or as prediction, this development proceeds in such circumstances, at such a pace, through such contradictions, conflicts, and upheavals not only economic but political, national, etc., that inevitably imperialism will burst and capitalism will be transformed into its opposite long before one world trust materializes, before the ultra-imperialist, Worldwide amalgamation of national finance capitals takes place. 22 Lenin's logical demarche here between analytical propositions and political positions was certainly tortuous. Nevertheless, his raisonning was very effective from the subjective point of view. As Ilya Babel said, Lenin's thought ran along the mysterious curve oft straight line that carried the analysis oft reality oft working class to the necessity of its political organization. Lenin recognized the untimely element oft definition of imperialism and grasped in the subjective practices oft working class not only the potential obstacles to the linear solution oft crises of capitalist realization, which Luxemburg emphasized too, but also the existing and concrete possibility that these practices struggles, insurrections, and revolutions could destroy imperialism itself. Point 23 In this sense Lenin took the critique of imperialism from theory to practice. From imperialism to empire. One of most remarkable aspects of Lenin's analysis is his critique of imperialism as a political concept. Lenin brought together the 232 problematic of modern sovereignty and that of capitalist development under the lens of own unified critique, and by weaving together the different lines of critique, he was able to glimpse beyond modernity. In other words, through his political re-elaboration of the concept of imperialism, Lenin, more than any other Marxist, was able to anticipate the passage to a new phase of capital beyond imperialism and identify the place, or really the non-place, of emergencying imperial sovereignty. When Lenin studied imperialism, he focused his attention not only on the work of various recent Marxist authors but also further back to the work of John Hobson and his bourgeois populist version of critique of imperialism. Point 24 Lenin learned a great deal from Hobson which, incidentally, he could have learned equally well from the German, French, or Italian populist theorists of imperialism. In particular, he learned that the modern European nation-states use imperialism to transfer outside their own borders the political contradictions that arise within each single country. The nation-state asks imperialism to resolve or really displace class struggle and its destabilizing effects. Cecil Rhodes expressed the essence of these function of imperialism most clearly. My cherished idea is a solution for the social problem, i.e., in order to save the 40 million inhabitants of the United Kingdom from a bloody civil war, we colonial statesmen must acquire new lands to settle the surplus population, to provide new markets for the goods produced by them in the factories and mines. The empire, as I have always said, is a bread and butter question. If I want to avoid civil war, you must become imperialists. 25 Through imperialism, the modern state exports class struggle and civil war in order to preserve order and sovereignty at home. Lenin saw imperialism as a structural stage in the evolution of modern state. He imagined a necessary and linear historical progression from the first forms of the modern European state to the nation-state and then to the imperialist state. At each stage in this development the state had to invent new means of constructing popular consensus, and thus the imperialist state had to find a way. 233. To incorporate the multitude and its spontaneous forms of class struggle within its ideological state structures, it had to transform the multitude into a people. This analysis is the initial political articulation of the concept of hegemony that would later become central to Gramsci's thought. Point 26 Lenin thus interpreted imperialist populism as simply another variant of the proposition of sovereignty as a solution for the crisis of modernity. On the basis of these interpretation of imperialism as a hegemonic element of sovereignty, Lenin could account for the structuring effects and totalitarian consequences of imperialist politics. He understood with great clarity the centripetal dynamic of imperialism that progressively undermined the distinction between the inside and the outside of capitalist development. The standpoint of Luxemburg's critique of imperialism was rooted in the outside, that is, in the resistances that could reorganize the non-capitalist use values of multitude in both the dominant and the subordinate countries. From Lenin's perspective, however, that standpoint and that strategy are not tenable. The structural transformations imposed by imperialist politics tend to eliminate any possibility of being outside, in either the dominant or the subordinate countries. The standpoint of critique had to be located not outside but within the crisis of modern sovereignty. Lenin believed that with World War I, in which the imperialist stage of modern sovereignty had led directly to mortal conflict among nation-states, the point of crisis had arrived. Lenin recognized finally that, although imperialism and the monopoly phase were indeed expressions of global expansion of capital, the imperialist practices and the colonial administrations through which they were often pursued had come to be obstacles to the further development of capital. He emphasized the fact, noted by many critics of imperialism, that competition, essential for the functioning and expansion of capital, declines necessarily in the imperialist phase in proportion to the growth of monopolies. Imperialism, with its trade exclusives and protective tariffs, its national and colonial territories, is continually posing and reinforcing. 234. Fixed boundaries, blocking or channeling economic, social, and cultural flows. As we saw earlier in cultural terms, in section 2.3, and as Luxemburg argues in economic terms, imperialism rests heavily on these fixed boundaries and the distinction between inside and outside. Imperialism actually creates a straitjacket for capital or, more precisely, at a certain point the boundaries created by imperialist practices obstruct capitalist development and the full realization of its world market. Capital must eventually overcome imperialism and destroy the barriers between inside and outside. It would be an exaggeration to say that, on the basis of these intuitions, Lenin's analysis of imperialism and its crisis leads directly to the theory of empire. It is true, nonetheless, that his revolutionary standpoint revealed the fundamental note of capitalist development, or better, the Gordian knot that had to be undone. Even though Lenin's practical and political proposal for world revolution was defeated, and soon we will focus on the reasons for this defeat, something like the transformation he foresaw was nonetheless necessary. Lenin's analysis of crisis of imperialism had the same power and necessity as had Machiavelli's analysis of crisis of medieval order. The reaction had to be revolutionary. This is the alternative implicit in Lenin's work, either world communist revolution or empire, and there is a profound analogy between these two choices. The missing volumes of Capital. In order to understand the passage from imperialism to empire, in addition to looking at the development of capital itself, we must also understand the genealogy from the perspective of class struggle. This point of view is in fact probably more central to the real historical movements. Theories of passages to and beyond imperialism that privilege the pure critique of dynamics of capital risk undervaluing the power of real efficient motor that drives capitalist development from its deepest core, the movements and struggles of proletariat. This motor can be very difficult to recognize, often because it is masked by the ideology of the state and the dominant classes, but even when it appears only faintly or 235. Sporadically, it is nonetheless effective. History has a logic only when subjectivity rules it, only when, as Nietzsche says, the emergence of subjectivity reconfigures efficient causes and final causes in the development of a story. The power of proletariat consists precisely in this. We thus arrive at the delicate passage through which the subjectivity of class struggle transforms imperialism into empire. In this third part of our book we will trace the genealogy of economic order of empire so as to reveal the global nature of proletarian class struggle and its ability to anticipate and prefigure the developments of capital toward the realization of world market. We still need to identify, however, a theoretical schema that can sustain us in this inquiry. The old analyses of imperialism will not be sufficient here because in the end they stop at the threshold of analysis of subjectivity and concentrate rather on the contradictions of capital's own development. We need to identify a theoretical schema that puts the subjectivity of social movements of proletariat at center stage in the processes of globalization and the constitution of global order. There is a paradox in Marx's thought that may be particularly illuminating for resolving the problems we are facing here. In his outlines for the drafting of Capital, Marx planned 3 volumes that were never written, one on the wage, a second on the state, and a third on the world market. 27 One could say that the content of volume on the wage, insofar as it was really to be a volume on wage earners, was in part contained in Marx's political and historical writings, such as the 18th Brumaire, the class struggle in France, and the writings on the Paris Commune. 28 The situation oft volumes on the state and the world market, however, is completely different. Marx's various notes on these questions are scattered and entirely insufficient, not even outlines of these volumes exist. The comments Marx did make about the concept of state are directed less toward a general theoretical discussion than toward specific analyses of national politics, on English parliamentarism, on French Bonapartism, on Russian autocracy, and so forth. The 236. National limits of these situations are what made a general theory impossible. The constitutional characteristics of each nation-state were, in Marx's view, conditioned by the difference in the rates of profit in the different national economies along with the differences in the regimes of exploitation, in short, by particular state overdeterminations of processes of valorization in the different national sites of development. The nation-state was a singular organization of the limit. In these conditions a general theory of state could not but be aleatory and conceived only in the most abstract terms. Marx's difficulties in writing the volumes of Capital on the State and the World Market were thus fundamentally linked. The volume on the state could not be written until the world market had been realized. Marx's thinking, however, was oriented toward a moment when capitalist valorization and the political processes of command would converge and overlap on the world level. The nation-state played only an ephemeral role in his work. Processes of capitalist development determine valorization and exploitation as functions of a global system of production, and every obstacle that appears on that terrain tends to be surpassed in the long run. The tendency to create the world market, he wrote, is directly given in the concept of capital itself. Every limit appears as a barrier to be overcome. 29 A Marxian theory of state can be written only when all such fixed barriers are overcome and when the state and capital effectively coincide. In other words, the decline of nation-states is in a profound sense the full realization of the relationship between the state and capital. Capitalism only triumphs, as Fernand Braudel says, when it becomes identified with the state. When it is the state. 30 Today it is perhaps finally possible, iPhone still feels the need, to draft Marx's two missing volumes, or rather, following the spirit of his method and gathering together Marx's insights about the state and the world market, one could attempt to write a revolutionary critique of empire. The analyses of state and the world market also become possible in empire for another reason, because at this point in 237. Development class struggle acts without limit on the organization of power. Having achieved the global level, capitalist development is faced directly with the multitude, without mediation. Hence the dialectic, or really the science of limit and its organization, evaporates. Class struggle, pushing the nation-state toward its abolition and thus going beyond the barriers posed by it, proposes the constitution of empire as the site of analysis and conflict. Without that barrier, then, the situation of struggle is completely open. Capital and labor are opposed in a directly antagonistic form. This is the fundamental condition of every political theory of communism. See Eccles. From imperialism to empire and from the nation-state to the political regulation of the global market, what we are witnessing, considered from the point of view of historical materialism, is a qualitative passage in modern history. When we are incapable of expressing adequately the enormous importance of this passage, we sometimes quite poorly define what is happening as the entry into postmodernity. We recognize the poverty of this description, but we sometimes prefer it to others because at least postmodernity indicates the epochal shift in contemporary history. 1 Other authors, however, seem to undervalue the difference of our situation and lead the analysis back to the categories of a cyclical understanding of historical evolution. What we are living today, in their view, would merely be another phase in the regularly repeating cycles of the forms of economic development or forms of government. We are familiar with numerous theories of historical cycles, from those concerning the forms of government that we inherited from Greco-Roman antiquity to those of the cyclical development and decline of civilization in 20th century authors such as Oswald Spengler and Jose Ortega y Gasset. There are, of course, enormous differences between Plato's cyclical evaluation of the forms of government and Polybius' apologia for the Roman Empire, or between Spengler's Nazi ideology and the strong historicism of Fernand Braudel. We find this entire mode of reasoning completely inadequate, however, because every theory of cycles seems to laugh at the fact that history is a product of human action by imposing an objective law that 238 rules over the intentions and resistances, the defeats and the victories, the joys and the suffering of humans. Or worse, it makes human actions dance to the rhythm of the cyclical structures. Giovanni Arrighi adopted the methodology of long cycles to write a rich and fascinating analysis of the long 20th century too. The book is focused primarily on understanding how the crisis of United States hegemony and accumulation in the 1970s, indicated, for example, by the decoupling of the dollar from the gold standard in 1971 and by the defeat of the U.S. military in Vietnam, is a fundamental turning point in the history of world capitalism. In order to approach the contemporary passage, however, Arrighi believes that we need to step back and situate this crisis in the long history of cycles of capitalist accumulation. Following the methodology of Fernand Braudel, Arrighi constructs an enormous historical and analytical apparatus of 4 great systemic cycles of capitalist accumulation, 4 long centuries, that situate the United States in line after the Genos, the Dutch, and the British. This historical perspective leads Arrighi to demonstrate how everything returns, or specifically how capitalism always returns. The crisis of the 1970s, then, is really nothing new. What is happening to the capitalist system led by the United States today happened to the British 100 years ago, to the Dutch before them, and earlier to the Genos. The crisis indicated a passage, which is the turning point in every systemic cycle of accumulation, from a first phase of material expansion, investment in production, to a second phase of financial expansion, including speculation. This passage toward financial expansion, which Arrighi claims has characterized the U.S. economy since the early 1980s, always has an autumnal character. It signals the end of a cycle. It indicates specifically the end of U.S. hegemony over the world capitalist system, because the end of each long cycle always indicates a geographical shift of the epicenter of systemic processes of capital accumulation. Shifts of this kind, he writes, have occurred in all the crises and financial expansions that have marked the transition from one systemic cycle of accumulation to another. 3. Arrighi claims that the United States has passed the torch to Japan to lead the next long cycle of capitalist accumulation. We are not interested in discussing whether or not Arrighi is right to advance this hypothesis about the decline of the United States and the rise 239 of Japan. What concerns us more is that in the context of Arrighi's cyclical argument it is impossible to recognize a rupture of the system, a paradigm shift, an event. Instead, everything must always return, and the history of capitalism thus becomes the eternal return of the same. In the end, such a cyclical analysis masks the motor of the process of crisis and restructuring. Even though Arrighi himself has done extensive research on working-class conditions and movements throughout the world, in the context of this book, and under the weight of its historical apparatus, it seems that the crisis of the 1970s was simply part of the objective and inevitable cycles of capitalist accumulation, rather than the result of proletarian and anti-capitalist attack both in the dominant and in the subordinated countries. The accumulation of these struggles was the motor of the crisis, and they determined the terms and nature of capitalist restructuring. More important than any historical debate about the crisis of the 1970s, however, are the possibilities of rupture today. We have to recognize where in the transnational networks of production, the circuits of the world market, and the global structures of capitalist rule there is the potential for rupture and the motor for a future that is not simply doomed to repeat the past cycles of capitalism. 3.2 It seems politically impossible for a capitalist democracy to organize expenditure on the scale necessary to make the grand experiment which would prove my case except in war conditions. John Maynard Keynes, July 29, 1940. The old imperialism exploitation for foreign profit has no place in our plans. President Harry S. Truman, January 20, 1949. The first major wave of Marxist theoretical analyses of imperialism was clustered around the period of World War I. This period too was the beginning of some profound changes in the world capitalist system. Coming out of Soviet Revolution of 1917 and the first great inter-imperialist war, capitalist development, it was clear, could not proceed as before. There was, as we said, a clear choice, either world communist revolution or the transformation of capitalist imperialism toward empire. Capital had to respond to this challenge, but conditions throughout the world were not very favorable. In the 1920s the disorder of capitalist development in the imperialist countries had reached its peak. The growth and concentration of industrial production, which the war had pushed to an extreme, continued at a rapid pace in the dominant capitalist countries, and the spread of Taylorism allowed for increasingly high levels of productivity. This rational organization of labor, however, did not lead to the rational organization of markets, but instead only increased their anarchy. Wage regimes in the dominant countries became ever stronger and more rigid along the Fordist model. The 241 fixed regimes of high wages functioned in part as a response to the threat conjured up by the October Revolution, an inoculation against the spread of communist disease. Meanwhile, colonial expansion continued unabated as the spoils of German, Austrian, and Turkish territories were divided among the victors under the dirty sheets of League of Nations. This set of actors underlay the great economic crisis of 1929, a crisis of both capitalist overinvestment and proletarian underconsumption in the dominant capitalist countries. 1 When Wall Street's Black Friday officially declared the crisis open, the rulers had to face the general problems of the capitalist system and search for a solution, if one was still possible. What they should have done at Versailles during the peace negotiations deal with the causes of the inter-imperialist war rather than simply punish the losers too now had to be done within each individual country. Capitalism had to be transformed radically. The governments of the primary imperialist countries, however, were not able to accomplish this. In Great Britain and France, reform never really took place, and the few attempts got bogged down in the face of the conservative reaction. In Italy and Germany, the project to restructure capitalist relations eventually evolved into Nazism and fascism. 3 In Japan, too, capitalist growth took the form of militarism and imperialism. 4 Only in the United States was capitalist reform put into effect and proposed as a democratic New Deal. The New Deal constituted a real departure from the previous forms of the bourgeois regulation of economic development. For our analysis, the importance of New Deal should be gauged not only in terms of its capacity to restructure the relations of production and power within a single dominant capitalist country but also, above all, in terms of its effects throughout the world, effects that were not direct or straightforward but nonetheless profound. With the New Deal, the real process of surpassing imperialism began to take root. A New Deal for the world. In the United States, the New Deal was supported by a strong political subjectivity among both popular forces and the elite. The 242 continuity of liberal and populist faces of American progressivism from the beginning of the century converged in Franklin Delano Roosevelt's action program. One could rightly say that FDR resolved the contradictions of American progressivism by forging a synthesis of American imperialist vocation and reformist capitalism, represented by Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson. 5 The subjectivity was the driving force that transformed U.S. capitalism and renewed U.S. society in the process. The state was seal-brat not only as mediator of conflicts but also as motor of social movement. The transformations of the state's juridical structure set in motion procedural mechanisms that could allow for the strong participation and expression of a broad plurality of social forces. The state took the central role in economic regulation, 2. As Keynesianism was applied to labor and monetary policies. U.S. capitalism was spurred forward by these reforms, and it developed in a regime of high wages, high consumption, and also high conflictuality. Out of these development came the trinity that would constitute the modern welfare state, a synthesis of Taylorism in the organization of labor, Fordism in the wage regime, and Keynesianism in the macroeconomic regulation of society. 6. It was not a welfare state that was the product of economic and social policies that mixed public assistance and imperialist incentives, as had been the case in Europe, but rather one that invested social relations in their entirety, imposing a regime of discipline, accompanied by greater participation in the processes of accumulation. It was a capitalism that wanted to be transparent, regulated by a state that exercised liberal planning. We should make clear that our apologia of Roosevelt's welfare state is somewhat exaggerated here in order to demonstrate our central thesis, that the New Deal model, responding to the crisis common to all the dominant capitalist states after the First World War, was the first instance of a strong subjectivity that tended in the direction of empire. The New Deal produced the highest form of disciplinary government. When we speak of disciplinary government, we are not referring simply to the juridical and political forms that organize it. We are referring primarily to the fact that 243. In a disciplinary society, the entire society, with all its productive and reproductive articulations, is subsumed under the command of capital and the state, and that the society tends, gradually but with unstoppable continuity, to be ruled solely by criteria of capitalist production. A disciplinary society is thus a factory society. 7. Disciplinarity is at once a form of production and a form of government, such that disciplinary production and disciplinary society tend to coincide completely. In this new factory society, productive subjectivities are forged as one-dimensional functions of economic development. The figures, structures, and hierarchies of division of social labor become ever more widespread and minutely defined as civil society is increasingly absorbed into the state. The new rules of subordination and the disciplinary capitalist regimes are extended across the entire social terrain. 8. It is precisely when the disciplinary regime is pushed to its highest level and most complete application that it is revealed as the extreme limit of a social arrangement, a society in the process of being overcome. This is certainly due in large part to the motor behind the process, the subjective dynamics of resistance and revolt, which we will return to in the next section. The New Deal model, then, was first of all a development proper to U.S. politics, a response to the domestic economic crisis, but it also became a flag that the U.S. Army raised throughout the course of the Second World War. Several explanations were given for why the United States entered the war. Roosevelt always claimed to have been dragged in unwillingly by the dynamics of international politics. Keynes and the economists thought instead that the needs of New Deal, confronted as it was in 1937 by a new type of crisis, challenged by the political pressure of workers' demands, had obliged the U.S. government to choose the path of war. Facing an international struggle for the new repartition of the world market, the United States could not avoid the war, in particular because with the New Deal, the U.S. economy had entered into another expansive phase. In either case, the U.S. entry into World War II tied the New Deal indissolubly to the crisis of European imperialisms and projected the New Deal on the scene of world government as 244. An alternative, successor model. From that point on, the effects of the New Deal reforms would be felt over the entire global terrain. In the aftermath of the war, many viewed the New Deal model as the only path to global recovery, under the Pacific powers of U.S. hegemony. As one U.S. commentator wrote, only a New Deal for the world, more far-reaching and consistent than our faltering New Deal, can prevent the coming of World War III. 9. The economic reconstruction projects launched after the Second World War did in fact impose on all the dominant capitalist countries, both the victorious Allies and the defeated powers, adhesion to the expansive model of disciplinary society according to the model constructed by the New Deal. The previous European and Japanese forms of state-based public assistance and the development of corporativist state, in both its liberal and national socialist forms, were thus substantially transformed. The social state was born, or really the global disciplinary state, which took into account more widely and deeply the life cycles of populations, ordering their production and reproduction within a scheme of collective bargaining fixed by a stable monetary regime. With the extension of U.S. hegemony, the dollar became king. The initiative of dollar, through the Marshall Plan in Europe and the economic reconstruction in Japan, was the ineluctable path to post-war reconstruction. The establishment of dollar's hegemony, through the Bretton Woods Accords, was tied to the stability of all the standards of value, and U.S. military power determined the ultimate exercise of sovereignty with respect to each of dominant and subordinate capitalist countries. All the way up to the 1960s this model was expanded and perfected. It was the golden age of the New Deal reform of capitalism on the world stage. 10 Decolonization, decentering, and discipline. As a result of project of economic and social reform under U.S. hegemony, the imperialist politics of dominant capitalist countries was transformed in the post-war period. The new global scene was defined and organized primarily around three mechanisms. 245. Or apparatuses. 1. The process of decolonization that gradually recomposed the world market along hierarchical lines branching out from the United States. 2. The gradual decentralization of production, and 3. The construction of a framework of international relations that spread across the globe the disciplinary productive regime and disciplinary society in its successive evolutions. Each of these aspects constitutes a step in the evolution from imperialism toward empire. Decolonization, the first mechanism, was certainly a bitter and ferocious process. We have already dealt with it briefly in section 2.3, and we have seen its convulsive movements from the point of view of colonized in struggle. Here we must historicize the process from the standpoint of the dominant powers. The colonial territories of defeated Germany, Italy, and Japan, of course, were completely dissolved or absorbed by the other powers. By this time, however, the colonial projects of victors, too, Britain, France, Belgium, and Holland, had come to a standstill. 11 In addition to facing growing liberation movements in the colonies, they also found themselves stymied by the bipolar divide between the United States and the Soviet Union. The decolonization movements too were seized immediately in the jaws of these Cold War vice, and the movements that had been focused on their independence were forced to negotiate between the two camps. 12 What Truman said in 1947 during the Greek crisis remained true for the decolonizing and post-colonial forces throughout the Cold War. At the present moment in world history nearly every nation must choose between alternative ways of life. 13 The linear trajectory of decolonization was thus interrupted by the necessity of selecting a global adversary and lining up behind one of two models of international order. The United States, which was by and large favorable to decolonization, was forced by the necessities of Cold War and the defeat of old imperialisms to assume the primary role as international guardian of capitalism and hence ambiguous heir of old colonizers. From both the side of anti-colonial subjects and the side of the United States. 246. Decolonization was thus distorted and diverted. The United States inherited a global order, but one whose forms of rule conflicted with its own constitutional project, its imperial form of sovereignty. The Vietnam War was the final episode of the United States' ambiguous inheritance of old imperialist mantle, and it ran the risk of blocking any possible opening of an imperial new frontier. See section 2.5. This phase was the final obstacle to the maturation of new imperial design, which would eventually be built on the ashes of old imperialisms. Little by little, after the Vietnam War the new world market was organized, a world market that destroyed the fixed boundaries and hierarchical procedures of European imperialisms. In other words, the completion of decolonization process signaled the point of arrival of a new world hierarchization of relations of domination, and the keys were firmly in the hands of the United States. The bitter and ferocious history of first period of decolonization opened onto a second phase in which the Army of Command wielded its power less through military hardware and more through the dollar. This was an enormous step forward toward the construction of empire. The second mechanism is defined by a process of decentering the sites and flows of production. Point 14 here, as in decolonization, two phases divide the post-war period. A first, neocolonial phase involved the continuity of old hierarchical imperialist procedures and the maintenance if not deepening of mechanisms of unequal exchange between subordinated regions and dominant nation-states. This first period, however, was a brief transitional phase, and, in effect, in the arc of 20 years the scene changed radically. By the end of 1970s, or really by the end of the Vietnam War, transnational corporations began to establish their activities firmly across the globe, in every corner of the planet. The transnationals became the fundamental motor of the economic and political transformation of post-colonial countries and subordinated regions. In the first place, they served to transfer the technology that was essential for constructing the new productive axis of the subordinate countries. Second, they mobilized the labor force and local product. 247 TIV capacities in these countries, and finally, the transnationals collected the flows of wealth that began to circulate on an enlarged base across the globe. These multiple flows began to converge essentially toward the United States, which guaranteed and coordinated, when it did not directly command, the movement and operation of transnationals. This was a decisive constituent phase of empire. Through the activities of transnational corporations, the mediation and equalization of rates of profit were unhinged from the power of the dominant nation-states. Furthermore, the constitution of capitalist interests tied to the new post-colonial nation-states, far from opposing the intervention of transnationals, developed on the terrain of transnationals themselves and tended to be formed under their control. Through the decentering of productive flows, new regional economies and a new global division of labor began to be determined. Point 15 There was no global order yet, but an order was being formed. Along with the decolonization process and the decentering of flows, a third mechanism involved the spread of disciplinary forms of production and government across the world. This process was highly ambiguous. In the post-colonial countries, discipline required first of all transforming the massive popular mobilization for liberation into a mobilization for production. Peasants throughout the world were uprooted from their fields and villages and thrown into the burning forge of world production. Point 16 The ideological model that was projected from the dominant countries, particularly from the United States, consisted of Fordist wage regimes, Taylorist methods of organization of labor, and a welfare state that would be modernizing, paternalistic, and protective. From the standpoint of capital, the dream of these model was that eventually every worker in the world, sufficiently disciplined, would be interchangeable in the global productive process, a global factory society and a global Fordism. The high wages of a Fordist regime and the accompanying state assistance were posed as the workers' rewards for accepting disciplinarity, for entering the global factory. We should be careful to point out, however, that these specific 248 relations of production, which were developed in the dominant countries, were never realized in the same forms in the subordinated regions of global economy. The regime of high wages that characterizes Fordism and the broad social assistance that characterizes the welfare state were realized only in fragmentary forms and for limited populations in the subordinated capitalist countries. All this, however, did not really have to be realized. Its promise served rather as the ideological carrot to ensure sufficient consensus for the modernizing project. The real substance of the effort, the real take-off toward modernity, which was in fact achieved, was the spread of disciplinary regime throughout the social spheres of production and reproduction. The leaders of socialist states agreed in substance on this disciplinary project. Lenin's renowned enthusiasm for Taylorism was later outdone by Mao's modernization projects. Point 17 The official socialist recipe for decolonization also followed the essential logic dictated by the capitalist transnationals and the international agencies, Each post-colonial government had to create a labor force adequate to the disciplinary regime. Numerous socialist economists, especially those who were in the position to plan the economies of countries recently liberated from colonialism, claimed that industrialization was the ineluctable path to development. 18 and enumerated the benefits of extension of peripheral Fordist economies. 19 The benefits were really an illusion, and the illusion did not last long, but that could not significantly alter the course of these post-colonial countries along the path of modernization and disciplinarization. This seemed to be the only path open to them. 20 Disciplinarity was everywhere the rule. These three mechanisms, decolonization, decentering of production, and disciplinarity, characterize the imperial power of the New Deal, and demonstrate how far it moved beyond the old practices of imperialism. Certainly the original formulators of New Deal policies in the United States in the 1930s never imagined such a wide application of their ideas, but already in the 1940s, in the midst of war, world leaders began to recognize its role and 249. Power in the establishment of global economic and political order. By the time of Harry Truman's inauguration, he understood that finally the old European-style imperialism could have no part in their plans. No, the new era had something new in store. Into and out of modernity. The Cold War was the dominant figure on the global scene during the period of decolonization and decentralization, but from today's vantage point we have the impression that its role was really secondary. Although the specular oppositions of Cold War strangled both the U.S. imperial project and the Stalinist project of socialist modernization, these were really minor elements of the entire process. The truly important element, whose significance goes well beyond the history of Cold War, was the gigantic post-colonial transformation of Third World under the guise of modernization and development. In the final analysis, that project was relatively independent of dynamics and constraints of Cold War, and one could almost claim, post factum, that in the Third World the competition between the two world power blocs merely accelerated the processes of liberation. It is certainly true that the Third World elites who led the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles during this period were ideologically tied to one or the other side of the Cold War divide, and in both cases they defined the mass project of liberation in terms of modernization and development. For us, however, poised as we are at the far border of modernity, it is not difficult to recognize the tragic lack of perspective involved in the translation of liberation into modernization. The myth of modernity and thus of sovereignty, the nation, the disciplinary model, and so forth was virtually the exclusive ideology of the elites, but this is not the most important factor here. The revolutionary processes of liberation determined by the multitude actually pushed beyond the ideology of modernization, and in the process revealed an enormous new production of subjectivity. This subjectivity could not be contained in the bipolar U.S. 250 USSR relationship, nor in the two competing regimes, which both merely reproduced modernity's modalities of domination. When Nehru, Sukarno, and Zhou Enlai came together at the Bandung Conference in 1955 or when the non-alignment movement first formed in the 1960s, what was expressed was not so much the enormity of their nation's misery nor the hope of repeating the glories of modernity but rather the enormous potential for liberation that the subaltern populations themselves produced. 21 This non-aligned perspective gave a first glimpse of a new and generalized desire. The question what to do after liberation so as not to fall under the domination of one camp or the other remained unanswered. What were clear and full of potential, by contrast, were the subjective ideas that pushed beyond modernity. The utopian image of Soviet and Chinese revolutions as alternatives for development vanished when those revolutions could no longer go forward, or rather when they failed to find a way to go beyond modernity. The U.S. model of development appeared equally closed, since throughout the post-war period the United States presented itself more as the police force of the old imperialisms than the agent of a new hope. The struggle of subaltern populations for their liberation remained an explosive and uncontainable mixture. By the end of the 1960s the liberation struggles, whose influence had come to be felt in every interstice of world space, assumed a force, a mobility, and a plasticity of form that drove the project of capitalist modernization, in both its liberal and its socialist guises, out into an open sea, where it lost its bearings. Behind the facade of bipolar U.S. Soviet divide they could discern a single disciplinary model, and against this model the enormous movements struggled, in forms that were more or less ambiguous, more or less mystified, but nonetheless real. This enormous new subjectivity alluded to and made necessary a paradigm shift. The inadequacy of theory and practice of modern sovereignty became evident at this point. By the 1960s and 1970s, even though the model of disciplinary modernization had been imposed. 251. Across the world, even though the welfarist policies set in motion by the dominant countries had become unstoppable and were naively championed by leaders in the subordinated countries, and even in this new world of communicative media and networks, the mechanisms of modern sovereignty were no longer sufficient to rule the new subjectivities. We should point out here that as the paradigm of modern sovereignty lost its effectiveness, so too the classical theories of imperialism and anti-imperialism lost whatever explanatory powers they had. In general, when these theories conceived the surpassing of imperialism, they saw it as a process that would be in perfect continuity with the paradigm of modernization and modern sovereignty. What happened, however, was exactly the opposite. Massified subjectivities, populations, oppressed classes, in the very moment when they entered the processes of modernization, began to transform them and go beyond them. The struggles for liberation, in the very moment when they were situated and subordinated in the world market, recognized insufficient and tragic keystone of modern sovereignty. Exploitation and domination could no longer be imposed in their modern forms. As these enormous new subjective forces emerged from colonization and reached modernity, they recognized that the primary task is not getting into but getting out of modernity. Toward a new global paradigm. A paradigm shift in the world economic and political order was taking place. One important element of this passage was the fact that the world market as a structure of hierarchy and command became more important and decisive in all the zones and regions in which the old imperialisms had previously operated. The world market began to appear as the centerpiece of an apparatus that could regulate global networks of circulation. This unification was still posed only at a formal level. The processes that arose on the conflictual terrain of liberation struggles and expanding capitalist circulation were not necessarily or immediately compatible with the new structures of world market. Integration proceeded unevenly and at 252 different speeds. In different regions and often within the same region, diverse forms of labor and production coexisted, as did also different regimes of social reproduction. What might have seemed like a coherent central axis of restructuring of global production was shattered into 1,000 particular fragments, and the unifying process was experienced everywhere singularly. Far from being unidimensional, the process of restructuring and unifying command over production was actually an explosion of innumerable different productive systems. The processes of unification of world market operated paradoxically through diversity and diversification, but its tendency was nonetheless real. Several important effects follow from the tendency toward the unification of world market. On the one hand, the widespread off-disciplinary model of organization of labor and society outward from the dominant regions produced in the rest of the world a strange effect of proximity, simultaneously pulling it closer and isolating it away in a ghetto. That is, liberation struggles found themselves victorious but nonetheless consigned to the ghetto of world market, a vast ghetto with indeterminate borders, a shanty town, a favela. On the other hand, huge populations underwent what might be called wage emancipation as a result of these processes. Wage emancipation meant the entrance of great masses of workers into the disciplinary regime of modern capitalist production, whether it be in the factory, the fields, or some other site of social production, and hence these populations were liberated from the semi-servitude that imperialism had perpetuated. Entry into the wage system can be bloody, and it has been. It can reproduce systems of ferocious repression, and it has done so, but even in the shacks of new shanty towns and favelas, the wage relation does determine the constitution of new needs, desires, and demands. For example, the peasants who become wage workers and who are subjected to the discipline of new organization of labor in many cases suffer worse living conditions, and one cannot say that they are more free than the traditional territorialized laborer, but they do become infused with a new desire for liberation. When the new 253 disciplinary regime constructs the tendency toward a global market of labor power, it constructs also the possibility of its antithesis. It constructs the desire to escape the disciplinary regime and tend entirely an undisciplined multitude of workers who want to be free. The increasing mobility of large portions of global proletariat is another important consequence of tendential unification of world market. In contrast to the old imperialist regimes in which the currents of labor mobility were primarily regulated vertically between colony and metropole, the world market opens up wider horizontal paths. The constitution of a global market organized along a disciplinary model is traversed by tensions that open mobility in every direction. It is a transversal mobility that is rhizomatic rather than arborescent. Our interest here is not only in giving a phenomenological description of existing situation, but also in recognizing the possibilities inherent in that situation. The new transversal mobility of disciplined labor power is significant because it indicates a real and powerful search for freedom and the formation of new, nomadic desires that cannot be contained and controlled within the disciplinary regime. Point 22 It is true that many workers across the world are subject to forced migrations in dire circumstances that are hardly liberatory in themselves. It is true, too, that this mobility rarely increases the cost of labor power. In fact, it most often decreases it, increasing instead the competition among workers. The mobility does carry for capital a high price, however, which is the increased desire for liberation. Some significant macroeconomic effects follow from the new mobility introduced by capital's global disciplinary paradigm. The mobility of populations makes it increasingly difficult to manage national markets, particularly national labor markets, individually. The adequate domain for the application of capitalist command is no longer delimited by national borders or by the traditional international boundaries. Workers who flee the Third World to go to the First for work or wealth contribute to undermining the boundaries between the two worlds. The Third World does not really disappear in the process of unification of world market. 254. But enters into the First, establishes itself at the heart as ghetto, shanty town, favela, always again produced and reproduced. In turn, the First World is transferred to the Third in the form of stock exchanges and banks, transnational corporations, and icy skyscrapers of money and command. Economic geography and political geography both are destabilized in such a way that the boundaries among the various zones are themselves fluid and mobile. As a result, the entire world market tends to be the only coherent domain for the effective application of capitalist management and command. At this point, the capitalist regimes have to undergo a process of reform and restructuring in order to ensure their capacity to organize the world market. This tendency emerges clearly only in the 1980s, and is established definitively after the collapse of the Soviet model of modernization, but already at the moment of its first appearance its principal features are clearly defined. It has to be a new mechanism of general control of global process and thus a mechanism that can coordinate politically the new dynamics of global domain of capital and the subjective dimensions of actors. It has to be able to articulate the imperial dimension of command and the transversal mobility of subjects. We will see in the next section how this process was realized historically, and thus we will begin to address directly the processes of constitution of a global apparatus of government. Real subsumption and the world market. Before we move on, the expository development of our study demands that we look more closely at the relationship between this tendency toward the realization of world market and the paradigm of disciplinary production and government. How does the spread of disciplinary regimes throughout the world represent a fundamental genealogical moment of empire? We can give one explanation why this is the case by linking Marx's description of the phases of capitalist subsumption of society together with his analyses of tendency toward the world market. The two movements actually coincide at a certain point, or really the capitalist. 255. Subsumption of society tends to be completed in the construction of world market. Earlier we saw that the practices of imperialism involve capital's internalization of its outside and are thus processes of formal subsumption of labor under capital. Marx uses the term formal subsumption to name processes whereby capital incorporates under its own relations of production laboring practices that originated outside its domain. 23 The processes of formal subsumption are thus intrinsically related to the extension of domain of capitalist production and capitalist markets. At a certain point, as capitalist expansion reaches its limit, the processes of formal subsumption can no longer play the central role. The processes of real subsumption of labor under capital do not rely on the outside and do not involve the same processes of expansion. Through the real subsumption, the integration of labor into capital becomes more intensive than extensive and society is ever more completely fashioned by capital. There are certainly processes of real subsumption without a world market, but there cannot be a fully realized world market without the processes of real subsumption. In other words, the realization of world market and the general equalization or at least management of rates of profit on a world scale cannot be the result simply of financial or monetary factors but must come about through a transformation of social and productive relations. Discipline is the central mechanism of these transformation. When a new social reality is formed, integrating both the development of capital and the proletarianization of population into a single process, the political form of command must itself be modified and articulated in a manner and on a scale adequate to this process, a global quasi-state of disciplinary regime. Marx's intuitions of processes of real subsumption do not furnish us with the key we need. The passage from the formal subsumption to the real must be explained through the practices of active subjective forces. In other words, disciplinarity pushed to its extreme, imposed by the global taylorization of labor processes, cannot actually determine the need for a new form of command. 256. Except through the expression of active social subjectivities. The globalization of markets, far from being simply the horrible fruit of capitalist entrepreneurship, was actually the result of desires and demands of Taylorist, Fordist, and disciplined labor power across the world. In this sense, the processes of formal subsumption anticipated and carried through to maturity the real subsumption, not because the latter was the product of former, as Marx himself seemed to believe, but because in the former were constructed conditions of liberation and struggle that only the latter could control. The movements of desiring subjectivities forced the development to go forward and proclaimed that there was no turning back. In response to these movements in both the dominant and the subordinated countries, a new form of control had to be posed in order to establish command over what was no longer controllable in disciplinary terms. Pyramidal accumulations. Just when the proletariat seems to be disappearing from the world stage, the proletariat is becoming the universal figure of labor. This claim is not actually as paradoxical as it may seem. What has disappeared is the hegemonic position of the industrial working class, which has not disappeared or even declined in numbers. It has merely lost its hegemonic position and shifted geographically. We understand the concept proletariat, however, to refer not just to the industrial working class but to all those who are subordinated to, exploited by, and produce under the rule of capital. From this perspective, then, as capital ever more globalizes its relations of production, all forms of labor tend to be proletarianized. In each society and across the entire world, the proletariat is the ever more general figure of social labor. Marx described the processes of proletarianization in terms of primitive accumulation, the prior or previous accumulation necessary before capitalist production and reproduction can begin to take place. What is necessary is not merely an accumulation of wealth or property, but a social accumulation, the creation of capitalists and proletarians. The essential historical process, then, involves first of all divorcing the producer from the means of production. For Marx it was sufficient to describe the English example of this social disciplinarity. 257. Transformation, since England represented the highest point of capitalist development at the time. In England, Marx explains, proletarianization was accomplished first by the enclosures of the common lands and the clearing of peasants from the estates, and then by the brutal punishment of vagabondage and vagrancy. The English peasant was thus freed from all previous means of subsistence, herded toward the new manufacturing towns, and made ready for the wage relation and the discipline of capitalist production. The central motor for the creation of capitalists, by contrast, came from outside England, from commerce, or really from conquest, the slave trade, and the colonial system. The treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement and murder, Marx writes, flowed back to the mother country and were turned into capital. There the enormous influx of wealth overflowed the capacities of the old feudal relations of production. English capitalists sprang up to embody the new regime of command that could exploit this new wealth. It would be a mistake, however, to take the English experience of becoming proletarian and becoming capitalist as representative of all the others. Over the last 300 years, as capitalist relations of production and reproduction have spread across the world, although primitive accumulation has always involved separating the producer from the means of production and thereby creating classes of proletarians and capitalists, each process of social transformation has nonetheless been unique. In each case the social and productive relations that pre-existed were different, the processes of the transition were different, and even the form of the resulting capitalist relations of production and especially those of reproduction were different in line with specific cultural and historical differences. Despite these important differences, it is still useful to group the modern processes of primitive accumulation under two general models that highlight the relationship between wealth and command, and between inside and outside. In all cases, the primitive accumulation of capital requires a new combination of wealth and command. What is distinctive about the first model, which Marx described for England and which applies generally to Europe as a whole, is that the new wealth for the primitive accumulation of capital comes from the outside, from the colonial territories, and the command arises internally, through the evolution of English and European 258 relations of production. According to the second model, which characterizes most of the modern processes of primitive accumulation outside Europe, the terms are reversed, such that the new wealth arises from within and command comes from the outside, usually European capital. This inversion of wealth/command and inside/outside in the two models leads to a whole series of differences in the economic, political, and social formations of capital across the world. Many of these differences deriving from the two models were described adequately by theorists of underdevelopment in terms of central and peripheral capitalist formations. Point 2. As we pass from modernity to postmodernity, the processes of primitive accumulation do indeed continue. Primitive accumulation is not a process that happens once and then is done with, rather, capitalist relations of production and social classes have to be reproduced continually. What has changed is the model or mode of primitive accumulation. First of all, the play between inside and outside that distinguishes the two modern models has progressively declined. More important, the nature of the labor and wealth accumulated is changing. In postmodernity, the social wealth accumulated is increasingly immaterial. It involves social relations, communication systems, information, and effective networks. Correspondingly, social labor is increasingly more immaterial. It simultaneously produces and reproduces directly all aspects of social life. As the proletariat is becoming the universal figure of labor, the object of proletarian labor is becoming equally universal. Social labor produces life itself. We should emphasize the central role that informational accumulation plays in the processes of postmodern primitive accumulation and the ever greater socialization of production. As the new informational economy emerges, a certain accumulation of information is necessary before capitalist production can take place. Information carries through its networks both the wealth and the command of production, disrupting previous conceptions of inside and outside, but also reducing the temporal progression that had previously defined primitive accumulation. In other words, informational accumulation, like the primitive accumulation Marx analyzed, destroys or at least destructures the previously existing productive processes, but, differently than Marx's primitive accumulation, it immediately integrates those productive processes in its own networks and generates across the different disciplinarygovernability. 259. Realms of production, the highest levels of productivity. The temporal sequence of development is thus reduced to immediacy as the entire society tends to be integrated in some way into the networks of informational production. Information networks tend towards something like a simultaneity of social production. The revolution of informational accumulation therefore requires an enormous leap forward in the greater socialization of production. This increased socialization, along with the reduction of social space and temporality, is a process that no doubt benefits capital with increased productivity, but is one also that points beyond the era of capital toward a new social mode of production. 3.3. The continuity of struggle is easy, the workers need only themselves and the boss in front of them. But the continuity of organization is a rare and complex thing. As soon as it is institutionalized, it quickly becomes used by capitalism, or by the workers' movement in the service of capitalism. Mario Tronti, The New Left sprang from Elvis's gyrating pelvis. Jerry Rubin. Earlier we posed the Vietnam War as a deviation from the U.S. constitutional project and its tendency toward empire. The war was also, however, an expression of the desire for freedom of Vietnamese, an expression of peasant and proletarian subjectivity, a fundamental example of resistance against both the final forms of imperialism and the international disciplinary regime. The Vietnam War represents a real turning point in the history of contemporary capitalism insofar as the Vietnamese resistance is conceived as the symbolic center of a whole series of struggles around the world that had up until that point remained separate and distant from one another. The peasantry who were being subsumed under multinational capital, the post-colonial proletariat, the industrial working class in the dominant capitalist countries, and the new strata of intellectual proletariat everywhere all tended toward a common site of exploitation in the factory society oft globalized. 261. Disciplinary regime. The various struggles converged against one common enemy, the international disciplinary order. An objective unity was established, sometimes with the consciousness of those in struggle and sometimes without. The long cycle of struggles against the disciplinary regimes had reached maturity and forced capital to modify its own structures and undergo a paradigm shift. 2. 3. Many Vietnams. In the late 1960s, the international system of capitalist production was in crisis. 1. Capitalist crisis, as Marx tells us, is a situation that requires capital to undergo a general devaluation and a profound rearrangement of relations of production as a result of downward pressure that the proletariat puts on the rate of profit. In other words, capitalist crisis is not simply a function of capital's own dynamics but is caused directly by proletarian conflict. 2. This Marxian notion of crisis helps bring to light the most important features of crisis of late 1960s. The fall of rate of profit and the disruption of relations of command in this period are best understood when seen as a result of confluence and accumulation of proletarian and anti-capitalist attacks against the international capitalist system. In the dominant capitalist countries, this period witnessed a worker attack of highest intensity directed primarily against the disciplinary regimes of capitalist labor. The attack was expressed, first of all, as a general refusal of work and specifically as a refusal of factory work. It was aimed against productivity and against any model of development based on increasing the productivity of factory labor. The refusal of the disciplinary regime and the affirmation of sphere of non-work became the defining features of a new set of collective practices and a new form of life. 3. Second, the attack served to subvert the capitalist divisions of labor market. The three primary characteristics of labor market: the separation of social groups, by class strata, race, ethnicity, or sex, the fluidity of labor market, social mobility, tertiarization, new relations between directly and indirectly productive labor, and so 262. Fourth, and the hierarchies of market of abstract labor were all threatened by the rising rigidity and commonality of worker demands. The increasing socialization of capital led also toward the social unification of proletariat. This increasingly unified voice posed the general demand for a guaranteed social wage and a very high level of welfare. Third, and finally, the worker attack was waged directly against capitalist command. The refusal of work and the social unification of proletariat came together in a frontal attack against the coercive organization of social labor and the disciplinary structures of command. This worker attack was completely political, even when many mass practices, particularly of youth, seemed decidedly apolitical insofar as it exposed and struck the political nerve centers of economic organization of capital. The peasant and proletarian struggles in the subordinate countries also imposed reform on local and international political regimes. Decades of revolutionary struggle, from the Chinese Revolution to Vietnam and from the Cuban Revolution to the numerous liberation struggles throughout Latin America, Africa, and the Arab world, had pushed forward a proletarian wage demand that various socialist and/or nationalist reformist regimes had to satisfy, and that directly destabilized the international economic system. The ideology of modernization, even when it did not bring development, created new desires that exceeded the established relations of production and reproduction. The sudden increase in the costs of raw materials, energy, and certain agricultural commodities in the 1960s and 1970s was a symptom of these new desires and the rising pressure of the international proletariat on the wage. The effects of these struggles not only were a quantitative matter but also determined a qualitatively new element that profoundly marked the intensity of crisis. For more than 100 years the practices of imperialism had worked to subsume all forms of production throughout the world under the command of capital, and that tendency was only intensified in this period of transition. The tendency created necessarily a potential or virtual unity of international proletariat. This virtual unity was never fully actualized. 263. As a global political unity, but it nonetheless had substantial effects. In other words, the few instances of the actual and conscious international organization of labor are not what seem most important here, but rather the objective coincidence of struggles that overlap precisely because, despite their radical diversity, they were all directed against the international disciplinary regime of capital. The growing coincidence determined what we call an accumulation of struggles. This accumulation of struggles undermined the capitalist strategy that had long relied on the hierarchies of international divisions of labor to block any global unity among workers. Already in the 19th century, before European imperialism had fully bloomed, Engels was bemoaning the fact that the English proletariat was put in the position of a labor aristocracy because its interests lay with the project of British imperialism rather than with the ranks of colonial labor power. In the period of decline of imperialisms, strong international divisions of labor certainly remained, but the imperialist advantages of any national working class had begun to wither away. The common struggles of proletariat in the subordinate countries took away the possibility of the old imperialist strategy of transferring the crisis from the metropolitan terrain to its subordinate territories. It was no longer feasible to rely on Cecil Rhodes's old strategy of placating the domestic dangers of class struggle in Europe by shifting the economic pressures to the still peaceful order of the dominated imperialist terrain maintained with brutally effective techniques. The proletariat formed on the imperialist terrain was now itself organized, armed, and dangerous. There was thus a tendency toward the unity of international or multinational proletariat in one common attack against the capitalist disciplinary regime. 5 The resistance and initiative of proletariat in the subordinate countries resonated as a symbol and model both above and within the proletariat of dominant capitalist countries. By virtue of these convergence, the workers' struggles throughout the domain of international capital already decreed the end of division between first and third worlds and the potential political integration of entire global. 264. Proletariat. The convergence of struggles posed on an international scale the problem of transforming laboring cooperation into revolutionary organization and actualizing the virtual political unity. With this objective convergence and accumulation of GLES, third-worldist perspectives, which may earlier have had a limited utility, were now completely useless. We understand third-worldism to be defined by the notion that the primary contradiction and antagonism of the international capitalist system is between the capital of first world and the labor of third. 6 The potential for revolution thus resides squarely and exclusively in the third world. This view has been evoked implicitly and explicitly in a variety of dependency theories, theories of underdevelopment, and world system perspectives. 7 The limited merit of third-worldist perspective was that it directly countered the first-worldist or Eurocentric view that innovation and change have always originated, and can only originate, in Euro-America. Its specular opposition of these false claims, however, leads only to a position that is equally false. We find this third-worldist perspective inadequate because it ignores the innovations and antagonisms of labor in the first and second worlds. Furthermore, and most important for our argument here, the third-worldist perspective is blind to the real convergence of struggles across the world, in the dominant and subordinate countries alike. Capitalist response to the crisis. As the global confluence of struggles undermine the capitalist and imperialist capacities of discipline, the economic order that had dominated the globe for almost 30 years, the golden age of U.S. hegemony and capitalist growth, began to unravel. The form and substance of capitalist management of international development for the post-war period were dictated at the conference at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, in 1944. The Bretton Woods system was based on three fundamental elements. Its first characteristic was the comprehensive economic hegemony of the United States over all the non-socialist countries. This hegemony was secured. 265. Through the strategic choice of a liberal development based on relatively free trade and moreover by maintaining gold, of which the United States possessed about one-third of world total, as the guarantee of power of dollar. The dollar was as good as gold. Second, the system demanded the agreement for monetary stabilization between the United States and the other dominant capitalist countries, first Europe then Japan, over the traditional territories of European imperialisms, which had been dominated previously by the British pound and the French franc. Reform in the dominant capitalist countries could thus be financed by a surplus of exports to the United States and guaranteed by the monetary system of dollar. Finally, Bretton Woods dictated the establishment of a quasi-imperialist relationship of the United States over all the subordinate non-socialist countries. Economic development within the United States and stabilization and reform in Europe and Japan were all guaranteed by the United States insofar as it accumulated imperialist super-profits through its relationship to the subordinate countries. The system of U.S. monetary hegemony was a fundamentally new arrangement because, whereas the control of previous international monetary systems, notably the British, had been firmly in the hands of private bankers and financiers, Bretton Woods gave control to a series of governmental and regulatory organizations, including the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and ultimately the U.S. Federal Reserve. 9 Bretton Woods might thus be understood as the monetary and financial face of the hegemony of New Deal model over the global capitalist economy. The Keynesian and pseudo-imperialist mechanisms of Bretton Woods eventually went into crisis when the continuity of workers' struggles in the United States, Europe, and Japan raised the costs of stabilization and reformism, and when anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist struggles in subordinate countries began to undermine the extraction of superprofits. 10 When the imperialist motor could no longer move forward and the workers' struggles become ever more demanding, the U.S. trade balance began to lean heavily. 266. In the direction of Europe and Japan. A first phase of crisis creeping rather than rampant extended from the early to the late 1960s. Since the controls provided by Bretton Woods made the dollar de facto inconvertible, the monetary mediation of international production and trade developed through a phase characterized by the relatively free circulation of capital, the construction of a strong euro-dollar market, and the fixing of political parity more or less everywhere in the dominant countries. 11 The explosion of 1968 in Europe, the United States, and Japan, coupled with the Vietnamese military victory over the United States, however, completely dissolved this provizori stabilization. Stagflation gave way to rampant inflation. The second phase of crisis might be thought of as beginning on August 17, 1971, when President Nixon decoupled the dollar from the gold standard, making the dollar inconvertible de jure and adding a 10% surcharge to all imports from Europe to the United States. 12 The entire U.S. debt was effectively pushed onto Europe. This operation was accomplished only by virtue of economic and political power of the United States, which thus reminded the Europeans of initial terms of agreement, of its hegemony as the highest point of exploitation and capitalist command. In the 1970s the crisis became official and structural. The system of political and economic equilibria invented at Bretton Woods had been completely thrown into disarray, and what remained was only the brute fact of U.S. hegemony. The declining effectiveness of the Bretton Woods mechanisms and the decomposition of monetary system of Fordism in the dominant countries made it clear that the reconstruction of an international system of capital would have to involve a comprehensive restructuring of economic relations and a paradigm shift in the definition of world command. Such a crisis, however, is not always an entirely negative or unwelcome event from the perspective of capital. Marx claims that capital does indeed have a fundamental interest in economic crisis for its transformative power. With respect to the overall system, individual capitalists are conservative. They are focused primarily 267 on maximizing their individual profits in the short term, even when this leads down a ruinous path for collective capital in the long term. Economic crisis can overcome these resistances, destroy unprofitable sectors, restructure the organization of production, and renew its technologies. In other words, economic crisis can push forward a transformation that re-establishes a high general rate of profit, thus responding effectively on the very terrain defined by the worker attack. Capital's general devaluation and its efforts to destroy worker organization serve to transform the substance of the crisis, the disequilibria of circulation and overproduction, into a reorganized apparatus of command that re-articulates the relationship between development and exploitation. Given the intensity and coherence of struggles of 1960s and 1970s, two paths were open to capital for accomplishing the tasks of placating the struggles and restructuring command, and it tried each of them in turn. The first path, which had only a limited effectiveness, was the repressive option of fundamentally conservative operation. Capital's repressive strategy was aimed at completely reversing the social process, separating and disaggregating the labor market, and re-establishing control over the entire cycle of production. Capital thus privileged the organizations that represented a guaranteed wage for a limited portion of the workforce, fixing that segment of population within their structures and reinforcing the separation between those workers and more marginalized populations. The reconstruction of a system of hierarchical compartmentalization, both within each nation and internationally, was accomplished by controlling social mobility and fluidity. The repressive use of technology, including the automation and computerization of production, was a central weapon wielded in this effort. The previous fundamental technological transformation in the history of capitalist production, that is, the introduction of the assembly line and the mass manufacturing regime, involved crucial modifications of immediate productive processes, Taylorism, and an enormous step forward in the regulation of the social cycle of reproduction, Fordism. The technological transformations of the 268 1970s, however, with their thrust toward automatic rationalization, pushed these regimes to the extreme limit of their effectiveness, to the breaking point. Taylorist and Fordist mechanisms could no longer control the dynamic of productive and social forces. Point 13 Repression exercised through the old framework of control could perhaps keep a lid on the destructive powers of crisis and the fury of the worker attack, but it was ultimately also a self-destructive response that would suffocate capitalist production itself. At the same time, then, a second path had to come into play, one that would involve a technological transformation aimed no longer only at repression but rather at changing the very composition of the proletariat, and thus integrating, dominating, and profiting from its new practices and forms. In order to understand the emergence of this second path of capitalist response to the crisis, however, the path that constitutes a paradigm shift, we have to look beyond the immediate logic of capitalist strategy and planning. The history of capitalist forms is always necessarily a reactive history. Left to its own devices, capital would never abandon a regime of profit. In other words, capitalism undergoes systemic transformation only when it is forced to and when its current regime is no longer tenable. In order to grasp the process from the perspective of its active element, we need to adopt the standpoint of the other side, that is, the standpoint of proletariat along with that of remaining non-capitalist world that is progressively being drawn into capitalist relations. The power of proletariat imposes limits on capital and not only determines the crisis but also dictates the terms and nature of transformation. The proletariat actually invents the social and productive forms that capital will be forced to adopt in the future. We can get a first hint of these determinant role of proletariat by asking ourselves how throughout the crisis the United States was able to maintain its hegemony. The answer lies in large part, perhaps paradoxically, not in the genius of U.S. politicians or capitalists, but in the power and creativity of the U.S. proletariat. Whereas earlier, from another perspective, we posed the Vietnamese resistance as the symbolic center of struggles, now, in terms of 269. The paradigm shift of international capitalist command, the U.S. proletariat appears as the subjective figure that expressed most fully the desires and needs of international or multinational workers. Point 14 Against the common wisdom that the U.S. proletariat is weak because of its low party and union representation with respect to Europe and elsewhere, perhaps we should see it as strong for precisely those reasons. Working class power resides not in the representative institutions but in the antagonism and autonomy of workers themselves. Point 15 This is what marked the real power of U.S. industrial working class. Moreover, the creativity and conflictuality of proletariat resided also, and perhaps more important, in the laboring populations outside the factories. Even, and especially, those who actively refused work posed serious threats and creative alternatives. Point 16 In order to understand the continuation of U.S. hegemony, then, it is not sufficient to cite the relations of force that U.S. capitalism wielded over the capitalists in other countries. U.S. hegemony was actually sustained by the antagonistic power of the U.S. proletariat. The new hegemony that seemed to remain in the hands of the United States was still limited at this point, closed within the old mechanisms of disciplinary restructuring. A paradigm shift was needed to design the restructuring process along the lines of political and technological shift. In other words, capital had to confront and respond to the new production of subjectivity of the proletariat. This new production of subjectivity reached, beyond the struggle over welfare, which we have already mentioned, what might be called an ecological struggle, a struggle over the mode of life, that was eventually expressed in the developments of immaterial labor. The ecology of capital. We are still not yet in a position to understand the nature of second path of capital's response to the crisis, the paradigm shift that will move it beyond the logics and practices of disciplinary modernization. We need to step back once again and examine the limitations imposed on capital by the international proletariat and 270. The non-capitalist environment that both made the transformation necessary and dictated its terms. At the time of First World War it seemed to many observers, and particularly to the Marxist theorists of imperialism, that the death knell had sounded and capital had reached the threshold of a fatal disaster. Capitalism had pursued decades-long crusades of expansion, used up significant portions of the globe for its accumulation, and for the first time been forced to confront the limits of its frontiers. As these limits approached, imperialist powers inevitably found themselves in mortal conflict with one another. Capital depended on its outside, as Rosa Luxemburg said, on its non-capitalist environment, in order to realize and capitalize its surplus value and thus continue its cycles of accumulation. In the early 20th century it appeared that the imperialist adventures of capitalist accumulation would soon deplete the surrounding non-capitalist nature and capital would starve to death. Everything outside the capitalist relation, be it human, animal, vegetable, or mineral, was seen from the perspective of capital and its expansion as nature. 17 The critique of capitalist imperialism thus expressed an ecological consciousness, ecological precisely insofar as it recognized the real limits of nature and the catastrophic consequences of its destruction. 18 Well, as we write this book and the 20th century draws to a close, capitalism is miraculously healthy, its accumulation more robust than ever. How can we reconcile this fact with the careful analyses of numerous Marxist authors at the beginning of the century who pointed to the imperialist conflicts as symptoms of an impending ecological disaster running up against the limits of nature? There are three ways we might approach this mystery of capital's continuing health. First, some claim that capital is no longer imperialist, that it has reformed, turned back the clock to its salad days of free competition, and developed a conservationist, ecological relationship with its non-capitalist environment. Even if theorists from Marx to Luxemburg had not demonstrated that such a process runs counter to the essence of capitalist accumulation itself, merely a cursory 271 glance at contemporary global political economy should persuade anyone to dismiss this explanation out of hand. It is quite clear that capitalist expansion continued at an increasing pace in the latter half of the 20th century, opening new territories to the capitalist market and subsuming non-capitalist productive processes under the rule of capital. A second hypothesis might be that the unforeseen persistence of capitalism involves simply a continuation of the same processes of expansion and accumulation that we analyzed earlier, only that the complete depletion of the environment was not yet imminent, and that the moment of confronting limits and of ecological disaster is still to come. The global resources of non-capitalist environment have indeed proved to be vast. Although the so-called Green Revolution has subsumed within capitalism a large portion of the world's non-capitalist agriculture, and other modernization projects have incorporated new territories and civilizations into the cycle of capitalist accumulation, there still remain enormous, if, of course, limited, basins of labor power and material resources to be subsumed in capitalist production and potential sites for expanding markets. For example, the collapse of socialist regimes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, along with the opening of Chinese economy in the post-Mao era, has provided global capital access to huge territories of non-capitalist environment prefabricated for capitalist subsumption by years of socialist modernization. Even in regions already securely integrated into the world capitalist system, there are still ample opportunities for expansion. In other words, according to this second hypothesis, non-capitalist environments continue to be subsumed formally under capital's domain, and thus accumulation can still function at least in part through this formal subsumption. The prophets of capital's imminent doom were not wrong but merely spoke too early. The limitations of non-capitalist environment, however, are real. Sooner or later the once abundant resources of nature will run out. A third hypothesis, which may be seen as complementary to the second, is that today capital continues to accumulate through 272 subsumption in a cycle of expanded reproduction, but that increasingly it subsumes not the non-capitalist environment but its own capitalist terrain, that is, that the subsumption is no longer formal but real. Capital no longer looks outside but rather inside its domain, and its expansion is thus intensive rather than extensive. This passage centers on a qualitative leap in the technological organization of capital. Previous stages of the Industrial Revolution introduced machine-made consumer goods and then machine-made machines, but now we find ourselves confronted with machine-made raw materials and foodstuffs. In short, machine-made nature and machine-made culture. Point 19. We might say, then, following Frederick Jameson, that postmodernization is the economic process that emerges when mechanical and industrial technologies have expanded to invest the entire world, when the modernization process is complete, and when the formal subsumption of the non-capitalist environment has reached its limit. Through the processes of modern technological transformation, all of nature has become capital, or at least has become subject to capital. Point 20. Whereas modern accumulation is based on the formal subsumption of the non-capitalist environment, postmodern accumulation relies on the real subsumption of the capitalist terrain itself. This seems to be the real capitalist response to the threat of ecological disaster, a response that looks to the future. Point 21. The completion of industrialization of society and nature, however, the completion of modernization, poses only the precondition for the passage to postmodernization and grasps the transformation only in negative terms, as post-. In the next section we will confront directly the real processes of postmodernization, or the informatization of production. Assault on the disciplinary regime. To understand this passage more deeply, we have to touch somehow on its determinant foundation, which resides in the subjective transformations of labor power. In the period of crisis, throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the expansion of welfare and the universalization of discipline in both the dominant and the subordinate countries. 273. Created a new margin of freedom for the laboring multitude. In other words, workers made use of disciplinary era, and above all its moments of descent and its phases of political destabilization, such as the period of Vietnam crisis, in order to expand the social powers of labor, increase the value of labor power, and redesign the set of needs and desires to which the wage and welfare had to respond. In Marx's terminology, one would say that the value of necessary labor had risen enormously, and of course most important from the perspective of capital, as necessary labor time increases, surplus labor time, and hence profit, decreases correspondingly. From the standpoint of capitalist, the value of necessary labor appears as an objective economic quantity, the price of labor power, like the price of grain, oil, and other commodities, but really it is determined socially and is the index of a whole series of social struggles. The definition of set of social needs, the quality of time of non-work, the organization of family relationships, the accepted expectations of life are all in play and effectively represented by the costs of reproducing the worker. The enormous rise in the social wage, in terms of both working wages and welfare, during the period of crisis in the 1960s and 1970s resulted directly from the accumulation of social struggles on the terrain of reproduction, the terrain of non-work, the terrain of life. The social struggles not only raised the costs of reproduction and the social wage, hence decreasing the rate of profit, but also, and more important, forced a change in the quality and nature of labor itself. Particularly in the dominant capitalist countries, where the margin of freedom afforded to and won by workers was greatest, the refusal of disciplinary regime of social factory was accompanied by a re-evaluation of social value of the entire set of productive activities. The disciplinary regime clearly no longer succeeded in containing the needs and desires of young people. The prospect of getting a job that guarantees regular and stable work for 8 hours a day, 50 weeks a year, for an entire working life, the prospect of entering the normalized regime of social factory, which had been a dream for many of their parents, now 274, appeared as a kind of death. The mass refusal of disciplinary regime, which took a variety of forms, was not only a negative expression but also a moment of creation, what Nietzsche calls a transvaluation of values. The various forms of social contestation and experimentation all centered on a refusal to value the kind of fixed program of material production typical of disciplinary regime, its mass factories, and its nuclear family structure. Point 22. The movements valued instead a more flexible dynamic of creativity and what might be considered more immaterial forms of production. From the standpoint of the traditional political segments of U.S. movements of 1960s, the various forms of cultural experimentation that blossomed with a vengeance during that period all appeared as a kind of distraction from the real political and economic struggles, but what they failed to see was that the merely cultural experimentation had very profound political and economic effects.